The activation of the daddy silent system. Don't move. Otherwise, the knife in my hand is not blind. A chilling yet melodious voice of a woman suddenly echoed in the room. Moments later, a fragrant aroma enveloped him as Su Chun was abruptly pulled into the room by a beautiful woman, her grip pressing him against the door. He could distinctly feel the cold metal of the knife against his neck. This is a knife, a wave of impending doom washed over him. Curse it! He had thought that being dumped by his girlfriend tonight was unfortunate enough. Little did he know that upon returning to the hotel, an even grimmer fate awaited him. Being held at knife point by a woman. His life was in someone else's grasp. Such a predicament, being abducted by a beauty, was something the average person might never encounter in a lifetime. Yet here he was. Truly, misfortune had found him. Kiss me. Su Chan was taken aback. What did she mean? This woman who had taken him hostage was asking him to kiss her? Hurry up. Her warm body clung to him, urging him on. She was pressing him. With a sense of reckless abandon, Su Chan decided to go for it. After all, it seemed he was destined for death tonight, so he might as well experience the warmth of a woman before his demise. Without hesitation, he leaned in to kiss her. Suddenly, there was a series of loud knocks on the door, followed by a man's low voice commanding, "Open the door. Open the door." Irritated, Su Chan flung open the door and shouted at the two men in black standing outside. "What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Is this your home? Disturbing others' sleep. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." "You." One of the men in black, enraged, was about to strike, but the other restrained him. "Have you seen a woman?" The second man inquired. "I'm happily married. Where would I see another woman? Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time." Su Chan barked fiercely and then slammed the door shut with a bang. "I'm so furious. I could kill him." One of the men in black fumed, reaching for the knife at his waist. But he was held back by the other man. "Don't cause trouble. We need to find her first. Otherwise, we're both dead." With that, the two men in black descended the stairs in search of her. Inside the room, after shouting, Su Chan was still in a state of shock. When he had closed the door, he had caught sight of the gleaming machete at their waists. Thinking back, a sense of dread crept over him. But before he could dwell on it further, the warm body drew closer again. The following day, Su Chan awoke with a splitting headache. Running a hand through his tousled hair, he frowned as he sat up. The memories of last night rushed back like a tide, and he suddenly became fully alert, hurrying to the mirror to inspect himself. Thankfully, I'm not dead. There's a small cut on my neck. It seems last night's events were indeed real and not a dream. Let's see if anything is missing. He stripped off his clothes, checking for wounds, no injuries. No organs missing, nothing amiss. Ah, what is this? Twisting his neck, he gazed over his shoulder into the mirror, where he discovered 3 letters inscribed upon his back. YBX. What is this? A code? A cipher? A password? A prophetic inscription? 3 years later, Su Chun, now a senior, stood on the brink of graduation, poised to embark on his job search. Just yesterday, he received an astonishing phone call. It informed him that he had successfully passed an interview with the extraordinary group worth hundreds of billions, and that he could commence work at 9 a.m. today. However, he had never even interviewed with this company. This conglomerate was far beyond his wildest dreams. As a fresh graduate from a third-year financial university, it was inconceivable that he could be recruited by such a prestigious organization. What was going on? As he surveyed the opulent, lofty hall bustling with white-collar professionals, Su Chun felt a twinge of confusion. Nonetheless, he resolved to ascend the stairs and investigate further. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the daddy check-in system. The daddy check-in system? What on earth? Su Chun was bewildered. He was familiar with check-in systems, which had become quite popular in recent online novels. One could simply check in at various locations to receive generous rewards. But what did this daddy check-in entail? He wasn't even married. Where could he possibly have children? Host, the daddy check-in system means that you must check in at the locations of your children to receive system rewards. Su Chan was taken aback. My children? He stroked his chin. Are you suggesting that I need to create children now? Host, you already have children. I have children. Su Chan was astounded. Once more, system, could you please communicate all at once instead of in fragments? No sooner had he spoken than the system efficiently transmitted a stream of information into his mind. After perusing the details, Su Chan exclaimed, "What the heck? Twins. 3 years ago, Yang Shanshan broke up with me, declaring that besides being handsome, I was utterly lacking, and that good looks wouldn't pay the bills, which left me despondent and drinking excessively. Then, in a hotel room, a beautiful woman threatened me with a knife, leading to an unexpected night of passion. This woman, instead of being a ruthless assassin, turned out to be the president of the extraordinary group. And, most shockingly, she bore me a pair of twins. Phew. Ah, Su-chan, what are you doing here? A sharp female voice cut through the air. He looked up to see his ex-girlfriend, Yang Shan, strutting towards him in high heels, clinging to the arm of a well-dressed man. It was she who had posed the question. Now standing directly before him, Yang Shan wore an expression of disdain. What are you doing at the extraordinary group? This is no place for someone like you. You should leave immediately. Shan, who is he? Inquired the gentleman, whose arm she held, with a gentlemanly curiosity. With a pained expression, Yang Shan remarked, He is my ex-boyfriend. The very one I mentioned to you, poor. A complete loser. Zhang Hao's face lit up with understanding, and he looked down upon Su-chan with a condescending gaze. Ah, so it's him. Indeed, he is quite destitute. Is he currently unable to find employment? In light of his connection to you, I might consider arranging a position for him at our company. Our cleaning department is in need of staff. I wonder if you would be interested. Yang Shan immediately covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. The cleaning department? Isn't that just for mopping floors? Are they really short on personnel? Well, I believe Su-chan would be rather suitable for that role. A poor loser paired with a menial job, what a perfect match. At that moment, Su-chan, who had awakened the system, was entirely oblivious to their banter, for the system's voice resonated in his mind once again. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the extraordinary group. Reward: a Patek Philippe wristwatch of the highest caliber, model 5002P, Platinum Series, valued at 17.6 million. This system is impressive. Success in signing and instantly grants a wristwatch worth 17.6 million. This is the most expensive watch by Patek Philippe. Even a supercar like a Ferrari would pale in comparison. Indeed, for successful men, the competition lies not in cars, but in wristwatches. May I inquire if the host wishes to wear this wristwatch? Absolutely. If not now, when? System, does this successful sign-in mean my twins have arrived at the extraordinary group? Correct, host. Twins, haha, daddy's coming. Not inclined to engage with the two petty flies before him, Su-chan pushed past Zhang Hao and made his way forward. He needed to meet his twins, and their mother, a president of the extraordinary group, Yin Bingxue. Hey, Su-chan, how rude of you. Zhang Hao was trying to help you find a job, and instead of showing gratitude, you push him aside. Yang Shan, infuriated, seized Su-chan's arm. You must apologize to Zhang Hao immediately. Wait, what is that on your wrist? It feels so rough. Her delicate hand seemed to have been pricked by something gleaming with expensive light. Su-chan shrugged off Chun Shanshan's grip, scoffing, apologize? He blocked my way. What's wrong with me, pushing him aside? If anyone should apologize, it's him to me. Arrange a job for me? Does he even have the right? Saying this, Su-chan stylishly tossed his hair, revealing the understated yet luxurious Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, which sparkled with resplendent glory beneath the crystal chandelier. It dazzled the eyes of Yang Shan and Zhang Hao. This is a Patek Philippe watch. Moreover, the most expensive model, the 5002P, valued at 17.6 million. Zhang Hao stood dumbfounded. Didn't Yang Shan claim Su-chan was a poor loser? How could he possibly afford a watch worth 17.6 million? That could buy numerous supercars like Ferraris. Ding! Twins are rapidly approaching. Upon hearing this news, Su-chan rejoiced. His little ones were coming. Twins. Mine. In all my years, I have yet to encounter a pair of twins. Yet, I'm a parent to twins myself. How exhilarating. Chapter 2. The enigmatic beauty of the extraordinary group's president. Snapping back to reality, Yang Shan's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "It's rented. That watch must surely be rented." Today, he had come to the extraordinary group, presumably to leverage his charm and woo women. Thus, he deliberately rented such an expensive timepiece to masquerade as a wealthy gentleman. Using his allure to ascend the social ladder and win over the extraordinary group. Having been his classmate for 4 years and having dated for 2 months, how could I not know his background? Indeed, with his shabby attire, how could he possibly afford a watch worth 17.6 million? It is highly likely that the watch is counterfeit. Although it appears genuine, I suspect that modern replicas have reached an unparalleled level of craftsmanship. Fake, Yang Shanshan asserted emphatically. Su Chen, at a loss for words, thought to himself, me? Renting a watch? Climbing up through charm? My watch is fake? Only you two would conjure such absurd notions. With that, Su Chen tossed his employment letter from the extraordinary group, landing it squarely in Yang Shanshan's face. He then hurled the purchase receipt for the Patek Philippe 5002. Acquired through legitimate channels, striking Zhang Hao on the head. You two should scrutinize this closely. Yang Shanshan stared incredulously at the receipt in her hand. It bore not only the unique insignia of the extraordinary group, but also their official red seal. It clearly stated, Dear Su Chen, congratulations on passing the interview. You have been officially hired as an employee of the extraordinary group. Zhang Hao's receipt was indeed a legitimate purchase document from Patek Philippe, explicitly indicating that the buyer was Su Chen. Su Chen had truly acquired a watch worth 17.6 million. This was utterly astonishing. Even his father would not dare purchase such an extravagant timepiece. Had Su Chen become a concealed super-rich heir? A tumult of emotions surged within Yang Shanshan at this revelation. Su Chen not only secured a position at the extraordinary group, but had also genuinely purchased a watch valued at 17.6 million. He was a hidden super-rich gentleman, vastly outclassing Zhang Hao by several streets. Had his reluctance to buy her luxury items merely been a test of her materialistic nature? Su Chen snatched the receipts from both Yang Shanshan and Zhang Hao, unwilling to let a moment longer pass with these two insipid individuals holding on to them. Yang Shanshan felt a pang of discomfort. After all, they had parted ways. She did not wish for Su Chen to surpass her in fortune. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was even more distressed. He dismissed the situation with a scoff. So what if you got into the extraordinary group? I thought it was something impressive. You pushed me earlier without an apology, and I could easily make you unemployed. His disdain for the wealthy was palpable. Yang Shanshan murmured beside him. Zhang Hao's uncle is the head of the Human Resources Department at the Extraordinary Group. Su Chen, I advise you to apologize to Zhang Hao immediately. Your continued employment hinges on a single word from his uncle. Su Chen smirked. Very well, have your uncle come here. I am quite eager to see how he could render me unemployed at a moment's notice. The president of the Extraordinary Group is the mother of his child. He did not undergo an interview. He was directly granted a position at the Extraordinary Group. One can easily surmise that this arrangement was deliberately orchestrated by the child's mother. Who would dare dismiss someone appointed by her? Huh. Very well. I shall make a phone call right now. Just wait. Zhang Hao, incensed, immediately took out his phone and made a call. After hanging up, he cast a disdainful glance at Su Chen, declaring that he would ensure your dismissal. We shall see if your uncle possesses the capability to do so. With that, Su Chen turned to leave. Zhang Hao blocked Su Chen's path, brimming with aggression, demanding, Where do you think you're going? You are not permitted to leave today. Stay here and wait. Ding. The host is in danger. Would you like to activate the novice gift pack lottery? A gift pack? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Activate it. Congratulations. The host has acquired basic combat skills. Mastering this ability will elevate your fighting prowess above that of an average person. Would you like to activate the basic combat skill? Activate. Instantly. Su Chen felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, as if he possessed boundless energy. With a single punch, he could fell a wild bull. All of this transpired in less than a minute. Seeing that Su Chen did not respond, Zhang Hao assumed he had intimidated him, which emboldened him further as he attempted to push Su Chen back. However, as soon as his hand made contact with Su Chen, before he could exert any force, Su Chen seized his wrist. With a sudden twist, the sound of dislocated joints echoed in the air. Ah! Zhang Hao cried out in pain. Su Chen effortlessly tossed Zhang Hao to the ground, as if he were merely a lifeless dog. Zhang Hao clutched his hand, howling in agony on the floor. Security. Quick. Security. Arrest this madman. He has assaulted me. He had not anticipated that Su Chen possessed martial arts skills. His wrist felt as if it were about to break. It was excruciating. Today he would ensure that Su Chen crawled out of here. Yang Shanshan, standing by, was utterly stunned. She had not expected Su Chen to be so formidable, effortlessly bringing Zhang Hao down. Zhang Hao was tall and robust, easily weighing around 140 pounds. Was Su Chen's strength truly that formidable? Hearing the commotion, the security personnel rushed in. Three security guards recognized Zhang Hao and immediately approached to intercept Su Chen, who was heading toward the elevator. "Sir, you have assaulted someone. Please cooperate and come with us." Zhang Hao rose from the ground, clutching his dislocated arm, and menacingly approached Su Chen, saying, "I was merely trying to inform you of the rules of the extraordinary group, and yet you resort to violence. A dangerous individual like you cannot be allowed into the extraordinary group to cause harm. You are undoubtedly dismissed." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden commotion erupted at the elevator entrance, capturing their attention. A woman, elegantly clad in a bespoke professional suit, emerged from the elevator. With cascading waves of hair, metallic earrings, an exquisite visage, and an imposing demeanor, she commanded the room. Her long legs, accentuated by 7-inch black stilettos, exuded an aura of confidence. If the beauty and figure of the most stunning actress in the entertainment industry were rated a 9, this woman undoubtedly surpassed that standard. She is undoubtedly a perfect 10. Both her beauty and figure are exceptionally striking. She embodies the ideal dream lover every man yearns for. Beautiful and charismatic, she is the esteemed CEO, Yan Bingxue. Zhang Hao exclaimed, feeling a slight shortness of breath, his heart racing. The pain from his dislocated wrist faded into insignificance. He hurriedly adjusted his attire with his other hand, deliberately distancing himself from Yang Shanshan, gazing at Yan Bingxue as she approached them with an expression of a loyal admirer. She is the beautiful president of the Chaofin Group. Chapter 3. Thank you for sending Su Chen to me. In this moment, only he, Yang Shanshan, and Su Chen occupied this space. Although Su Chen was handsome, he was a newcomer whom Yan Bingxue did not recognize. Yang Shanshan was female, and this was her first visit to the company, making it even less likely for Yan Bingxue to know her. Therefore, there was only one plausible explanation. Yan Bingxue had come to find him. How wonderful. With Yan Bingxue present, he wouldn't have to wait for his uncle's arrival. He could directly persuade Yan Bingxue to dismiss the new employee, Su Chen, with authority. What a thrill. He could already envision the moment he would use Yan Bingxue to vindicate himself against Su Chen. Moreover, he was the victim in this scenario, allowing him to portray his plight before the formidable CEO Yan Bingxue, evoking her sympathy. The excitement surged within him. Eagerly, he moved to greet Yan Bingxue. After all, he couldn't let such a stunning CEO walk toward him without acknowledging her, could he? CEO Yan, Zhang Hao greeted her with refined courtesy. However, Yan Bingxue did not even glance his way, walking past him with unwavering intent. This left Zhang Hao utterly astonished, turning like a bewildered goose to find Yan Bingxue standing before Su Chen. From the moment Yan Bingxue appeared, Su Chen recognized her as a mother. Thus, he understood she was there for him. To be candid, Yan Bingxue was indeed breathtaking. While Yang Shanshan had already been the belle of their school with a beauty score exceeding 85, she paled in comparison to Yan Bingxue, who overshadowed her completely. "Su Chen, you're here," she said. Good," was his response. After uttering those words, Yan Bingxue turned her icy gaze toward Zhang Hao. "Did you just claim that Su Chen assaulted someone? You wish to dismiss him?" At that moment, Zhang Hao felt like a mere jester. He had never anticipated that Su Chen was acquainted with Yan Bingxue. Moreover, for Su Chen to join the Chaofin Group and have Yan Bingxue personally come down to greet him spoke volumes about her regard for him. Realizing the significance of Su Chen to Yan Bingxue made Zhang Hao hesitant to act arrogantly. He quickly concealed his dislocated hand behind his back. Yan Bingxue scanned the surroundings, and soon others began to speak on Su Chen's behalf. I witnessed Zhang Hao threatening Su Chen, insisting he would be dismissed. It was Zhang Hao who initiated the confrontation, and Su Chen merely defended himself. Yan Bingxue, with a frosty demeanor, immediately instructed her secretary behind her. "I do not wish to see Zhang Hao within the corporation tomorrow, and that goes for anyone who supports him." "Understood, President Yan." The female secretary promptly acknowledged her command. Zhang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Yan Bingxue would dismiss him, and even his uncle who had stood by him, all for a mere Su Chen. He protested, "President Yan, you cannot do this. My uncle and I have contributed immensely to the superlative group. To dismiss us so casually is utterly ungracious." Yan Bingxue cast him a cold glance. "Do I need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs?" The female secretary swiftly summoned security, who promptly escorted Zhang Hao away. Yang Shanshan, witnessing this scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. What connection did Su Chen have with Yan Bingxue? She was astonished that Yan Bingxue would go as far as to terminate Zhang Hao and his uncle. Zhang Hao's uncle was the head of the Human Resources Department at Superlative Group. Could it be that Su Chen was Yan Bingxue's cousin? Indeed. Su Chen was the understated wealthy and handsome gentleman. He must surely be her relative. If she could win back Su Chen's affection, all future splendor would belong to her. She was unperturbed by her loss of dignity and hurriedly approached Su Chen, contritely admitting, "Su Chen, I was in the wrong before. I was deceived by Zhang Hao. Can we have a fresh start?" Absolutely not. A good horse does not turn back to graze on old pastures. I, Su Chen, am a man you shall never possess again. Su Chen replied dismissively. Oh, Su Chen, please grant me just one opportunity? Would you? As she implored. Yang Shanshan attempted to cling to Su Chen's arm, but before she could, Yan Bingxue seized her wrist and positioned herself before Yang Shanshan. Yang Shanshan stood there, stunned. Yan Bingxue gazed at her coldly and said, "So, you are Su Chen's ex-girlfriend?" Yang Shanshan, like a dazed goose, nodded. Yan Bingxue continued, "Since you are his ex, kindly refrain from disturbing Su Chen any further. His life will now be overseen by me. Thank you for bringing him to me. I do not express this to boast. It is merely coincidental that you are here, and I wish to inform you that you have missed out on a truly exceptional man. And in this world, there is no such thing as a pill for regret." Chapter 4. The billionaire CEO wants to marry me, but I decline. Yang Shanshan watched the retreating figures of Yan Bingxue and Su Chen, unable to regain her composure for a long while. She had never imagined that Su Chen was not merely Yan Bingxue's cousin, but rather the object of her affection. What did this signify? It indicated that Su Chen was extraordinarily exceptional. At this moment, she wished she could consume a regret pill or be reborn 3 years back. Had she known of Su Chen's powerful connections and impressive lineage, she would never have ended their relationship. The regret and resentment consumed her. In the office of the top executive at Superlative Group, Yan Bingxue turned to Su Chen, softening her posture, shedding the icy and commanding exterior she had displayed earlier, becoming significantly more gentle. "Did you bring the household registration book and your ID?" Yan Bingxue inquired. "For what purpose?" Su Chen asked. Yan Bingxue raised her wrist to glance at her watch and remarked, "It is now 10 a.m. There are still 2 hours until the Civil Affairs Bureau closes. We have ample time. Let us go and obtain our marriage certificate." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to see the babies. And this child's mother was already eager to rush off for the certificate. Moreover, she offered no explanation. "Ms. Yan, I apologize, but I am not ready to marry you just yet," Su Chen declined. "Additionally, I have only just arrived today and need to report to the Human Resources Department. I must take my leave." With that, Su Chen turned and opened the door. Equipped with a system, he was no longer concerned about future financial prospects. He had no intention of being a kept man. If marriage was to be pursued, it should be he, as the man, who initiated the conversation, not Yan Bingxue, the mother of the child. As the door swung open, 2 exquisitely crafted little babies tumbled right in front of Su Chen. "Congratulations, host. Your twins have arrived." "Ouch. It hurts. Mommy, this handsome brother, is he our daddy?" The baby girl, with her hair styled in a tiny top knot, clambered to her feet and wrapped her chubby little arms around Su Chen's leg, attempting to climb up. The girl resembled Yan Bingxue, radiating cuteness and beauty, her large, round eyes appearing to communicate a world of affection, warming his heart like a cozy little quilt. The other child, a boy, bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Chen in his youth. However, the boy silently picked himself up from the floor, standing with an expression of dignified indifference, his large dark eyes reflecting both curiosity and a hint of rejection. Su Chen understood this aversion. After all, he was suddenly thrust into the role of a father, having never been present in the children's lives before. It was only natural for the boy to feel hesitant toward this unfamiliar father figure. With time, he would warm up, laughing at the thought. Both children captured Su Chen's heart. Not only were they twins, but they were also a pair of dragon and phoenix. A son and a daughter. What a complete family. Filled with joy, Su Chen bent down and lifted the little girl, Tuan Tuan, into his arms, gently pinching her soft, fair face, which felt delightful to the touch. "Hello, Tuan Tuan. You were so clever, recognizing your daddy at first glance. Come give me a kiss." As he planted a kiss on the little one, her face broke into a radiant smile. Tuan Tuan is very smart. Daddy, where are you going?" "Tuan Tuan wants to go with you." "Let us go. Daddy will play with you." "Wow, how wonderful. Daddy will accompany Tuan Tuan," she exclaimed joyfully. "Daddy, Tuan Tuan wants to drive a little car. I want to show you." "All right. Daddy will watch Tuan Tuan drive her little car," Suchin said, carrying Tuan Tuan as they departed. The boy watched them leave and turned to gaze at his mother, Yin Bingxue, who was seated in the office chair. Yin Bingxue waved at him, and only then did he eagerly follow behind Su Chun. Now, the little ones are nearly 3 years old and walk with great steadiness. The boy resembles Su Chun as if he were carved from the same mold, exuding a striking handsomeness. He does not call Su Chun by name, but quietly trails behind him. Naturally, Su Chun, walking ahead, notices his son following closely. He deliberately slows his pace to allow his son to catch up. Yin Bingxue retracts her gaze, her mind drifting back to the moment when Su Chun declined her proposal for marriage. However, seeing Su Chun fondly acknowledge the child she bore and refer to himself as the child's father brings her a slight sense of relief. A notification pinged on her phone. She took it out to find a message from her close friend, Gu Yusin. "So, how's it going? Are you on your way to get the marriage certificate?" "Congratulations. I was rejected." "You were rejected?" The young and beautiful president of the extraordinary group, Yin Bingxue, proposed marriage and was turned down. "No way. I can't help but laugh. Tell me how you got rejected. It seems you are quite eager to return home to inherit the family fortune. I wouldn't mind telling your parents right now that you are not at work, but instead at home live streaming games. Don't take me lightly. I'm listening seriously. I really didn't expect that with your billion-dollar fortune and goddess-like beauty, you would be the one to propose marriage and yet face rejection." Chapter 5. The adorably protective daughter Yin Bingshue's smooth, cool fingers typed on the screen. "Tips for charming a male deity. Sending it now. You didn't want it before, did you?" Gu Yusin replied with a smile. "I need it now. All right, I'll teach you a few tricks to ensure you swiftly win over your male deity." "Have you talked to him about Tuan Tuan and Lele, his children?" "No, but he seems to be aware. Lele looks just like him." When he referred to Tuan Tuan as his daughter, a smile involuntarily crept onto Yin Bingshue's usually frosty lips. She could vividly picture Su Chun holding Tuan Tuan, with Lele trailing behind, creating a warm scene in her mind. She typed, "He rejected me. I think I was too eager and startled him. After all, we have only met once 3 years ago." Gu Yusin replied, "As long as he likes children, it's manageable. Schwerer, this isn't like you. You're admitting fault now. In the past, it was always others' faults, never yours. It seems that when you encounter someone you like, any mistakes are yours. But with someone you don't like, even their breathing is a fault. Schwerer, you're double standard. Yin Bingxue, let's get serious. It's simple. First, suppress your urge to marry him immediately. Isn't he now working at your company? You have the advantage of proximity. Gradually integrate yourself into his life. Understand him. Know him. Warm him up. You're bound to win him over." Yin Bingxue read through these 4 pieces of advice silently in her heart. Soon, her exquisite, aloof face lifted into a faint yet excited smile. "Let us give it a try." At this moment, Su Chun had brought the little ones to the playground specially constructed for them at the company. Here lies an array of charming toy cars designed exclusively for children, accompanied by a delightful racing track. Upon the host's inaugural outing with the little ones, a visit to the toy car amusement park grants the host an extraordinary reward, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at an astounding 1.7 billion. Upon hearing this announcement, Su Chun couldn't help but smile. The fatherly sign-in system is truly remarkable. Such a reward, a 1.7 billion Rolls-Royce. Impressive. Even the most extravagant Bugatti Veyron pales in comparison. This sum could easily purchase 3 Bugatti Veyrons. The system is indeed considerate, recognizing that he has 2 children, thus presenting a practical 5-seater sedan rather than a supercar. What bliss! In his mind's eye, a vivid scene materializes, him behind the wheel, with Yin Bingxue, the mother of his children, seated in the passenger seat, while the back seats cradle 2 adorable little ones. The thought evokes a heartwarming sense of joy. Daddy, this is Tuan Tuan's car. Isn't it pretty in pink? Tuan Tuan proudly presents her pink toy car to Su Chun, her face alight with anticipation for praise. Su Chun affectionately ruffles her soft hair, declaring it beautiful. Daddy, watch me play. My skills are top-notch. With that, Tuan Tuan deftly turns the car around, executing a cool drift that rivals a supercar's flair, despite her tender age. Su Chun claps in delight, exclaiming, "Impressive. My Tuan Tuan is truly remarkable." Witnessing his daughter's brilliance fills Su Chun with an indescribable sense of pride and joy. Such feelings, though unfamiliar, are undeniably wonderful. The experience of having children is indeed ineffable. Applause resonates nearby, accompanied by the voice of a stranger. Tuan Tuan has truly inherited all of Shuai's virtues. Remarkable. To maneuver a toy car so expertly at such a young age bodes well for her future. Upon hearing this, Su Chun glances over to find a man, approximately 28 years old, standing nearby. What will she become when she grows up? Is that any of your concern? Do you live by the sea, meddling in matters that do not concern you? Moreover, my mother has firmly insisted that you refrain from calling her Shuai. Tuan Tuan hops out of her toy car and bounces over to Su Chun, wrapping her tiny arms around his long legs, her face etched with defiance as she glares at the man, Jiang Hui, who had just praised her. Daddy. His name is Jiang Hui, a suitor of Mommy's, but she pays him no mind. What a thoughtful little darling she is. Su Chun lovingly tousles her hair. Are you the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu? Jiang Hui inquired, his brow furrowed. He had heard the news and rushed over, only to find it was indeed true. Su Chun regards Jiang Hui with a raised eyebrow, correcting him. I am the biological father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Jiang Hui clenches his fists in disbelief. He never anticipated that the biological father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu would be a mere recent college graduate. This young man, though slightly more youthful and handsome, what else does he possess? Frustration. However, since Yan Bingxue is not yet married, he still harbors hope. At that moment, a smile reappeared on his face as he addressed Su Chun, saying, Mr. Su, I've heard that you possess remarkable fighting skills. How about we engage in an arm wrestling match for Lei's amusement? A man must exhibit strength in his arms. He had trained since childhood, and now his physical prowess had reached an impressive 120 calories, with a weightlifting capacity of 1,000 gene. He was certainly not someone to be compared to an ordinary person. He intended to impart a lesson to Su Chun, helping him realize the stark disparity between the common folk and the affluent elite. Before Su Chun could respond, the adorable Tuan Tuan protectively positioned herself behind him, hands on her hips, declaring, Do you think you can compete with my daddy? Jiang Hui remained unfazed and turned to Su Chun, questioning, Mr. Su, are you afraid? It was understandable. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual. It was quite normal not to dare challenge him in an arm wrestling contest. I shall not press you further. Su Chun chuckled lightly, remarking, This is the first time I've encountered someone so eager for a challenge. Very well, I shall reluctantly oblige you. Tuan Tuan looked up at Su Chun with concern, fully aware of her daddy's strength, capable of lifting numerous toy cars with one hand. She feared that her father might lose, exclaiming in distress. Su Chun gently patted the little one's head to reassure her. Su Chun, you are exceedingly overconfident. Should you lose, do not shed tears in front of the children. The contest commenced. In a mere second, Jiang Hui's wrist was pinned down by Su Chun. Jiang Hui's face was a portrait of astonishment. How is this possible? This cannot be happening. His strength was supposed to be 1,000 G. In his circles, no one matched his prowess. He could not fathom how an ordinary university student like Su Chun could overpower him. Surely, he had not been prepared. Yes, he was unprepared. Let us have another go, Jiang Hui insisted. Lei, standing nearby, gazed at Su Chun, her expression now tinged with curiosity rather than mere aversion. Tuan Tuan, filled with joy, began to leap about, exclaiming, Daddy won. Daddy is amazing. Daddy is the best. At that moment, Yan Bingxue also smiled, watching the events unfold on her computer screen. Thanks to the 360-degree cameras installed in the amusement park to monitor the children, she could observe everything happening there from her office. She had witnessed the arm wrestling bout between Su Chun and Jiang Hui. Impressive, he won. Truly deserving of my admiration, she mused, sending a heart emoji. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Yin Bingxue quickly closed her laptop, regained her composed demeanor, and looked up. Mr. Yin, here's the contract with Rentai for your review. Yin Bingxue stood up, instructing, place it on the table. The president of Rentai is still waiting in the office to sign the contract. Let him wait. I'm going to see my man. The assistant paused momentarily. Yin Bingxue had already exited her office, her high heels clicking as she made her way toward the children's play area. Meanwhile, Jiang Hui insisted on another match against Su Chun. The adorable Tuan Tuan made a playful face at Jiang Hui, exclaiming, I can't lose, I can't lose. Nearby, other fathers from the company, each accompanied by their own little ones, chimed in. This guy is quite amusing. Earlier, he challenged Su Chun and upon losing, claimed he was prepared and insisted on a rematch. But will a second round really alter his fate? That was a decisive defeat. Hearing these comments, Jiang Hui's face flushed with embarrassment. He fixed his gaze intently on Su Chun, determined to challenge him once more. For he could not bear to let his reputation suffer further humiliation. Was the shadow of that defeat not ample enough? Did he seek more torment? Su Chun replied coolly. Indeed. Jiang Hui gritted his teeth. If you win this time, I'll give you 100,000. If you lose, you owe me nothing. 100,000 is equivalent to your salary for 10 months. Surely, it's a fair deal for you. Isn't it? Let us have another match. In the presence of Su Chun, who casually bestowed million-dollar watches and billion-dollar cars, that some seemed almost trivial. I have no interest in money, Su Chun remarked, his demeanor exuding nonchalance. Jiang Hui, seething with resentment, spat through clenched teeth. If you win again, I'll kneel and call you dad. Is that sufficient? I have no such proclivity, Su Chun replied, his lips twitching slightly. What sort of suitors did Yin Bingxue attract? They either sought humiliation or a paternal figure. Tuan Tuan stifled a laugh, saying, I have no such inclination. I certainly wouldn't want a little brother like you. What a disgrace it would be to take you out. Even Leilei's lips quivered, and a barely contained smile flickered across the serious little face, adding a touch of color to his gaze towards Su Chun. Jiang Hui's face reddened with indignation as he abruptly stood, glaring at Su Chun. I see you're simply afraid to face me. You're terrified of the embarrassment that would follow a loss. Su Chun raised a single finger, casually responding. Just indulging your desire for humiliation. What do you mean? Jiang Hui retorted, bewildered. Are you suggesting we compete with just one finger? Is that not clear? With that, Su Chun wiggled his finger. You. Jiang Hui was infuriated, feeling utterly belittled. Are you in or out? Count me in. This is your own arrogance, not my bullying. Jiang Hui declared, sitting down and positioning one hand against Su Chun's solitary finger. He believed that his previous loss was merely a fluke due to unpreparedness. This time, he was determined to turn the tables, ensuring that Su Chun was thoroughly defeated in front of Tuan Tuan and Leilei, revealing him to be nothing more than a boastful and arrogant individual, rather than a good father. The surrounding fathers gathered to watch, while the children also gathered around. Upon noticing that Su Chun and Jiang Hui remained in their starting positions without any movement, a curious child asked, Hey, haven't they started yet? An observant father replied, They've already begun. They are in a contest of strength. Really? That one finger from the handsome uncle is actually holding back the other's entire hand? That's impressive. Jiang Hui's expression grew increasingly grim. He exerted himself with all his might, even summoning the strength to consume milk. Yet, astonishingly, he could not budge even the slightest bit of Su Chun's singular finger. This was utterly shocking. His heart was tumultuous, akin to 1,000 waves crashing. Su Chun spoke with an air of indifference. You are currently in a state of complete victory, are you not? What do you mean? I mean, it's time for me to take action. We cannot remain in this stalemate indefinitely, can we? Are you prepared? All right. He could hardly believe that Su Chun could overpower his wrist with merely a finger. However, no sooner had he spoken than his right arm was once again overthrown by Su Chun's solitary finger. Yuan Bingxue clenched her small pink fist with determination, then instantly reverted to her aloof and serious demeanor. She was standing in the office area, behind a large glass, observing the situation with Su Chun. She had to maintain a serious image within the company. Manager Yuan, the young master and miss have been playing for quite some time. They must be thirsty. Shall I call them over for water? Assistant Zhang inquired from behind Yuan Bingxue. Bring them to the office. Have the kitchen send over lunch and add an extra portion. Yuan Bingxue replied, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickering in her eyes. The assistant had chosen well and was a good help. Understood, Manager Yuan. She began to fathom why her superior had forsaken a contract worth millions to come here. It was to see Su Chun as the assistant. It was her duty to support him and alleviate the president's burdens. Rest assured, this book will not be abandoned. I hope all brothers will come and lend their support. Chapter 7. Truly kneeling and calling daddy. Meanwhile, Su Chun's little darling, Tuan Tuan, leapt 3 feet into the air, her small fist waving in exuberance, bursting with excitement. Wow, daddy has won. Daddy is incredible. Daddy is the best. Daddy is Tuan Tuan's idol. Oh yeah, daddy is amazing. Nearby, the other children clapped and cheered, Tuan Tuan. Your daddy is so impressive. He won with just 1 finger. I saw that the opponent used all his strength. This is an absolute annihilation. Lele, your daddy is so formidable. One child nudged Lele's arm, his face full of envy. Lele, gazing at the envious glances directed at him, managed a stiff smile. Uttering a single word, Having activated his combat skills, Su Chen's hearing had markedly improved. Amidst the cacophony of astonishment, he did not miss his son's A smile crept across his lips. Indeed, his son had evolved from initially rejecting him as a father to now acknowledging him, although he had yet to call him daddy. Su Chun believed that with a little more coaxing, it would come. Haha, Mr. Su, it is time for lunch. Mr. Gu has prepared meals for you, the young master. And the young miss. Shall we proceed to dine? Assistant Zhang approached Su Chun with a polite smile. Su Chun turned to Tuan Tuan and Lele. Shall we go eat? My darlings? Tuan Tuan patted her little belly. Daddy, Tuan Tuan is a bit hungry. All right. Lele remained succinct, perhaps inheriting Yuan Bingshue's commanding genes. The little child, barely over 2 years old, insisted on speaking with the maturity of an adult, much to Su Chen's amusement. He playfully pinched his son's exquisitely delicate face, causing the boy to frown while his companion, Tuan Tuan, erupted in laughter. Observing this tender scene of paternal affection, Jiang Hui felt an unsettling knot in his heart. Accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went, he now found himself relegated to the role of an unnoticed clown. In stark contrast, Su Chen radiated charisma, becoming the most captivating figure in the room. Jiang Hui was unwilling to accept this defeat. How could he lose so easily? Su Chun, merely an ordinary university student, possessed astonishing strength. His might was surely at least 2,000 pounds, with his vitality likely reaching 150 units, on the verge of becoming a martial artist. How could he so effortlessly overpower Jiang Hui with just a finger? Was Su Chun not an ordinary student, but rather someone from a hidden noble lineage undergoing training? The mere thought of this possibility sent shivers through Jiang Hui's body. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Su Chun hailed from a prestigious family. Not only was Su Chun strikingly handsome, beyond the capacity of mere words to describe, but his strength, at such a young age, suggested he was nearing martial prowess. Moreover, the affection of Yen Bingxue, who willingly bore a child out of wedlock for him, further indicated that Su Chun was no ordinary individual. He must surely be from a secluded family. The signs of such families who venture into the mundane world are not to be trifled with. Reflecting on his previous reckless actions, Jiang Hui trembled and hurriedly approached Su Chen. With a resounding thud, he knelt before him, exclaiming in a tone of genuine submission, "Father." The entire assembly was left in stunned silence, particularly Assistant Zhang, who was well aware of Jiang Hui's affluent background as a true heir in Zhonghai. Only someone of his stature would dare pursue her superior, General Yan. Initially, she thought Jiang Hui would be furious after his defeat, perhaps unwilling to accept it. Yet, she was taken aback to witness him kneeling sincerely before Su Chen, calling him father. Such an unexpected display, especially in a public setting where colleagues peered curiously through the glass, was astounding. Su Chen himself was taken aback by Jiang Hui's earnest gesture. He had no particular fondness for such a display. "Father," Jiang Hui called again, believing his initial attempt had been too soft. This time his voice, imbued with the strength of someone whose vitality had reached 120 units, echoed throughout the entire floor of the corporation. Employees behind soundproof glass were left bewildered, wondering who was calling out so loudly. "You may rise," Su Chen said, noticing the growing number of curious onlookers. Jiang Hui rose with a visage full of gratitude, then bent at the waist, humbly acknowledging his error to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, I truly failed to recognize your formidable strength earlier. It seems we have become acquainted through this unexpected encounter. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me, I assure you. I will handle it with utmost care. By the way, I will promptly prepare a list of Ms. Yan's suitors for you. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of coveting her. As a token of my sincere apology for my earlier impetuosity, I hope you will accept this anonymous bank card. The password being 123456, which contains 10 million. With that, Jiang Hui respectfully placed the card into Su Chen's hands and hurriedly departed as if pursued by flames. Chapter 8. The first close encounter. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Was this truly the Jiang family heir, Jiang Hui, kneeling on the ground and addressing this handsome man as father? Furthermore, he was offering a bank card containing 10 million as a gesture of filial piety. Jiang Hui's prowess was indisputable, but the only conclusion to draw was that this striking gentleman possessed even more extraordinary abilities. Good heavens! When did the extraordinary group acquire such an impressive figure? The staff member peering outside was equally dumbfounded. Jiang Hui, the young master, kneeling and calling someone father? What astonishing news! Assistant Zhang, her expression one of disbelief, gazed at Su Chen. This was the man chosen by their president, the biological father of the young master and young princess. The fact that he could so swiftly bring Jiang Hui to his knees was nothing short of remarkable. A true powerhouse, indeed. She eagerly reported this incident in its entirety to her president. "Mr. Su, this way please." Assistant Zhang politely and respectfully followed Su Chen and the two little ones upstairs. At that moment, Yan Bingxue, having witnessed her children's father tame Zhang's son, returned to her office. Upon hearing the door open, she composed her expression, allowing a gentle demeanor to grace her features. Assistant Zhang respectfully escorted the trio into the office, bowed slightly, and discreetly closed the door behind her. The office was filled with the tantalizing aroma of food, a testament to the Michelin chef's renowned skills. The dishes arranged on the coffee table were a feast for the senses, exuding an enticing fragrance and sheen. Yan Bingxue was the first to approach, taking a seat and beckoning to Su Chen and the two little treasures behind her. "Come, let us eat." Tuan Tuan, clutching her little belly, dashed over, not forgetting to call out to her father, "Daddy, come and eat." Lele walked over decorously, shifting her tiny bottom to make room on the small sofa beside her sister, leaving a space next to their mother. Su Chen cast a satisfied glance at his son and smiled as he approached. "This is lunch prepared by the chef at home. Please try it and let me know if it suits your taste. If not, I can have something else prepared." Yan Bingxue gently pushed the chopsticks towards Su Chen. After doing so, she felt her heart race noticeably. It was her first time being so proactive with a man, and she felt a twinge of nervousness. Su Chen nodded, settling beside Yan Bingxue, the faint, alluring scent of her presence more captivating than the food itself. Father, from a distance, struggled to use his learning chopsticks to pick up a piece of pan-seared tenderloin and extend it towards Su Chen's bowl. Alas, it was just out of reach. Tuan Tuan's small hands were too short. Understanding her intent, Su Chen promptly lifted his bowl to receive his daughter's loving offering. Upon tasting it, the succulent juices of the steak mingled with a subtle hint of black pepper, enveloping his palate in a delightful embrace. "Delicious," he exclaimed. "Is it good, Daddy?" Tuan Tuan tilted her little head, her innocent curiosity shining through. Su Chen nodded vigorously, responding, "Absolutely scrumptious. The morsel my precious daughter offered to her father is simply marvelous." Filled with joy and satisfaction, Tuan Tuan set down her bowl and began to twirl around, grasping her brother's hand. Brother, Daddy loves the meat I gave him." Lele, with a feigned air of maturity, quipped, "Tuan Tuan, one should not speak while eating." After saying this, he glanced down at the remaining piece of steak, pondering whether he should take it and offer it to Su Chen. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, unwilling to share his food with him. Su Chan observed the myriad expressions on his son's face, unable to suppress a smile. The little rascal may act tough, but his heart is tender. No worries. With a bit more training, he'll listen to his father's words, he mused. Yin Bingshue's gaze fell upon Su Chin's profile as she deftly placed a sprig of asparagus into his bowl, swiftly retracting her chopsticks. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed with the speed of a rising tide. This was her first time serving food to a man, a tactic suggested by her best friend, who advised her to utter some caring words while doing so. However, after placing the asparagus in Su Chin's bowl, the phrase she had rehearsed, "This asparagus is quite nice," perfect to cleanse the palate after that rich steak, caught in her throat, unable to escape. Moreover, her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her palms slightly damp from nervousness. Su Chin looked down at the vibrant green asparagus in his bowl, taken aback. He never anticipated that a woman of such stature would personally serve him. Such treatment is surely the dream of many men throughout their lives, and he had effortlessly made it a reality. As a man, his vanity was greatly satisfied. With a smile, he reciprocated by placing a piece of asparagus in Yin Bingshue's bowl. A gesture of reciprocity. "You seem a bit slender. Do indulge a little more." Yin Bingshue, noticing the unexpected addition to her bowl, glanced up only to find Su Chin engrossed in his meal. She averted her gaze, her heart fluttering with joy akin to a magpie that had just found a piece of candy. However, she maintained a calm facade. Yet, Tuan, seated beside them, could discern her mother's elation, mirroring it with a silly grin. Father and mother share such a wonderful bond, she thought, beaming with delight. Su Chin savored his lunch, relishing the exquisite flavors that tantalized both his taste buds and spirit, all while enjoying the companionship of his daughter, son, and their mother. As he dined, he retrieved his phone, contemplating a significant matter: to open the official flagship store on a certain e-commerce platform and privately message customer service. "I wish to order a diamond ring. When can it be delivered? Dear, could you kindly provide your address? The Extraordinary Group is at your service. In just 2 hours. We can deliver right to your doorstep within the 6 districts of the city." Such efficiency, when it comes to matters of proposal. It is certainly appropriate for the father of the child to take the lead. Prepare the ring. Su Chin browsed the official website and directly selected the most expensive diamond ring, priced at $5.88 million, with the generous $10 million from his beloved son. Su Chin promptly placed the order. "Congratulations on ordering the most luxurious lifelong commitment ring from our store. We also offer a complimentary proposal service package. Would you like to add that as well?" The chat window displayed several images showcasing 5 different pricing tiers for the proposal packages. Su Chin perused them, marveling at the options. How delightful. The diamond ring is indeed a distinguished choice for proposals, and the accompanying services are incredibly romantic. He couldn't help but envision himself and Yin Bingshue in various proposal scenarios. How enchanting, how moving, and truly unforgettable. One wonders if the beautiful CEO before him would shed tears like a textbook example of a weeping pear blossom. Oh, even the thought of it sends a thrill through him. "I want the most expensive package, the one priced at $3 million, scheduled for tonight. How do I place the order?" Simply select the corresponding service product for the package you wish to purchase. The order and payment process flowed seamlessly. Today, Su Chin experienced the exhilarating joy of swiping his card without a glance back. Tonight, he aims to create an unforgettable proposal night for the mother of his child. Yin Bingshue. Chapter 9. The Roommates Collective Shock. A billionaire CEO proposes with twins. After lunch, Tuan, supporting her round little belly, nestled comfortably on the sofa, her beautiful big eyes barely visible. The little darling was feeling drowsy. Lele, nearby, also lacked energy, her stomach stuffed and requiring a considerable amount of cellular effort to digest, leaving her brain craving oxygen and succumbing to sleepiness. Suddenly, Su Chin's phone rang, the sound dispelling the sleepiness of the 2 little treasures. "Yes, all right. I'll come down to fetch it shortly." He hung up and turned to Yin Bingshue, saying, "I'm full now. I'll head downstairs to work." Yin Bingshue hesitated, wanting to say something, but remembering her friend's words, she pursed her lips slightly. "All right," she replied softly, nodding. As soon as Tuan heard her father was leaving, her drowsiness vanished in an instant. She slid off the sofa and ran to wrap her little arms around Su Chin's pant leg. Lei also woke up, her gaze fixed intently on Su Chin. Was he leaving again? How long would he be gone this time? Would they see him again? Lei stepped down from the sofa, standing beside her mother, her small hands fidgeting together. "Daddy, don't go," she said in a sweet, slightly spoiled voice. Su Chin looked down to see his daughter's strikingly expressive eyes, which seemed on the verge of shedding tears. His heart softened instantly. He picked her up and affectionately rubbed her soft little face. "Daddy isn't leaving, sweetheart. Daddy is just going to work. But Tuan doesn't want to be apart from Daddy. Tuan can keep Daddy company while he works." She clung to Su Chin's neck, unwilling to let go. Su Chin felt reluctant to part from his daughter as well, but it was his first day at work, and he couldn't possibly take her along, could he? Yin Bingxue discerned his predicament and approached to embrace Tuan once more. "Tuan, your father is at work. We must not disturb him. Be a good girl." Tuan, feeling a touch of grievance, pouted her lips and nodded obediently in her mother's embrace, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Chin. "Daddy, you must come home early." Su Chin nodded and compelled himself to leave the office with quick strides. "Oh, on the first day of fatherhood, I nearly succumbed to the adorable charm of my little one." Yin Bingxue held her daughter close, her eyes trailing after Su Chin until his figure was completely obscured by the door. Reluctantly, she turned back, inhaling deeply, and led the two little ones back to the sofa. Tuan, Lei, let me ask you, do you love your daddy?" Tuan unhesitatingly nodded and exclaimed in her sweet voice, "Yes, I love Daddy. Daddy is amazing. He defeats the bad guys. Daddy is the best." "Then, Tuan, would you like to live with Daddy?" Yin Bingxue asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tuan nodded vigorously, declaring, "Yes, yes, yes. Tuan wants to be with Daddy, Mommy, and brother forever. Tuan wants Daddy to live with us, so she can see him every day." Yin Bingxue's eyes shone even brighter as she turned to her son. "Lei, what about you? How do you feel about Daddy? Do you want to live with him and Mommy?" Lei, caught off guard by the question, hesitated, his gaze shifting shyly before he softly replied, "I'll follow what Mommy and sister say." His response indicated tacit approval. It seemed both children adored Su Chin. How fortuitous, for she too harbored affection for him. Thus, Yin Bingxue resolved to secure this man. She must ensure that Su Chin's name appears on the household registration alongside her and the children, becoming the head of the family. After a brief excursion downstairs to retrieve the diamond ring, Su Chin opened the box and was immediately dazzled by its brilliance. The diamond was larger than a pigeon's egg. The sensation of extravagance was indeed unparalleled. He tucked the ring box into his pocket and ascended to his workstation. No sooner had he seated himself than his phone chimed twice with concerned messages from his roommates in the WeChat group. "Chen Jiqiang, Brother Su. How did the interview at Extraordinary Group go? Zhang Yubin, Brother Su, are you coming back for lunch? The guys haven't eaten yet. Shall we wait for your celebration feast? Hehe. Guyu, Brother Su, if there's no celebration feast, let's go out for dinner and drinks." These three had lived with Su Chin for 3 to 4 years, and their camaraderie was strong. Their inquiries were thoughtful. One asked, one suggested a celebration, and another sought to smooth the way in advance, seemingly prepared to support Su Chin regardless of his response. However, Su Chin believed his answer would surely surprise his roommates. What had transpired today was beyond his own expectations. "Su Chin, don't worry, brothers. I'm already working at Extraordinary Group. And, haha, I have children now. It's a pair of twins. A boy and a girl. They are 3 years old this year. Their mother is none other than the president of Extraordinary Group, Yin Bingxue." When Yin Bingxue encountered me, she inquired whether I had my identification card and household registration book, stating her intention to take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate. It was utterly unexpected, and I declined. The WeChat group fell silent for a full minute and a half, only to erupt with messages soon after. Chen Jiqiang exclaimed. Zhang Yubin responded, shocked. Utterly shocked. Guyu added, shocked to the heavens. Chen Jiqiang continued, oh my god, Su Gu, you are incredible. Not only have you become a formal employee of the Extraordinary Group, but you have also been proposed to by a billionaire beauty CEO. This is astonishing. The extraordinary group is a colossal enterprise valued at trillions. It is rumored that the CEO, Yan Bingxue, remains unmarried and has a pair of adorable twins. The number of her suitors could circle the globe. And now, I see Su Guyu. Not only have you received a proposal from Yan Bingxue, but her charming twins are also your children. Heavens! What is even more astonishing is that Su Gu actually turned down Yan Bingxue's proposal. I must confess, I am envious to the core. Zhang Yubin remarked. I'm so envious I could explode. Guyu added. I'm so envious my teeth are aching. Seeing my roommates inundating the chat with their astonishment, Su Chen smiled and typed on his phone, "Calm down, you three." Zhang Yubin replied, Su Gu, you are phenomenal. With all this explosive news, how can you remain so composed? I'm willing to revere you as a deity. That rascal Chen Jiqiang just fell off his chair. Guyu asked, Su Gu, tell me, is your family extraordinarily impressive? A billionaire beauty CEO voluntarily bearing your children and proposing to you. You previously claimed your family was poor. Surely, you were deceiving us, right? My roommates continued to flood the chat with their astonishment. This state of excitement persisted for a good 10 minutes before they gradually calmed down. Chen Jiqiang queried, Su Gu, you turned down your sister-in-law's proposal. What are you planning? Su Chen replied, as a man. How can I allow the mother of my children to raise the subject of marriage? Naturally, it is my duty as a man to propose first and then marry. She is the woman who bore me twins. I must give her a grand proposal, and she deserves what any other woman has. Though soft rice may be delightful, I still prefer hard rice, haha. With the system in place, there is no need for me to partake in a woman's soft rice. Zhang Yubin declared. Su Gu is imposing and magnificent. Truly a man. Guyu concurred, indeed, as a real man. How can such matters as proposing and marrying be left to the woman? It is our responsibility as men to take the initiative. Well done, Su Gu. Chapter 10. Missing him so soon? Su Gu, today is such a splendid day. You have successfully resolved work matters and found your sister-in-law along with your lovely niece and nephew. Su Gu, we must celebrate this achievement. Guyu sent this message, accompanied by a cheeky, silly expression. Chen Jiqiang smacked him on the forehead in the dormitory and immediately sent a message in the WeChat group. Rest assured, Su Gu, I have already taken care of Guyu, that oblivious fellow. On this splendid day, we shall not disturb Brother Su. Brother Su and his wife are enjoying a delightful gathering with their two children. Chen Jiqiang, with his extroverted and astute nature, immediately grasped that Su Chen had plans for the evening upon hearing his words. With a smile, Su Chen swiftly typed a message. Gentlemen, I must request your understanding. I indeed have significant arrangements tonight. We shall set a date for the celebration feast later. Rest assured, this meal will not be overlooked. I will take you to a fine establishment for a grand feast. Zhang Yubin remarked, Brother Su, do attend to your momentous occasion. It is far more important than our celebration feast. Above all, we would rather partake in your wedding banquet, haha. Guyu added, Brother Su, I admit my transgressions. I await your good news. Chen Jiqiang encouraged, Brother Su, pursue your endeavors without hesitation. Should you require assistance from your brothers, do not hesitate to ask. We are all eager for your good tidings. Su Chen replied, Very well. The celebration feast will indeed take place, so gentlemen, await further notice. Afterward, he distributed 3 substantial red envelopes in the group chat, each containing 10,000 yuan, divided randomly among the 3, inviting them to partake in the fun. Guyu exclaimed, Wow, Brother Su is remarkable. On his first day at work, he has given away 30,000 yuan in red envelopes. Truly, Brother Su is no ordinary person, a low-key wealthy individual. How adept you are at concealing your fortune. Zhang Yubin expressed gratitude. Thank you, Brother Su. I managed to snag 15,000. Brother Su is simply extraordinary. Wishes for Brother Su flooded in. May he secure the extraordinary group. May he soon become a father. May his wedding be imminent. Chen Xiao chimed in. Today, we can enjoy a splendid meal together. I managed to claim 8,000. Goodness. I have never won such a large red envelope before. Being Brother Su's roommate is utterly delightful. Best wishes to him and his wife for a romantic evening filled with beauty. Congratulations on becoming a father. As the lunch break concluded, more people filled the office, each at their workstation, daring not to gaze too openly. However, many young women could not help but notice the charming newcomer, Su-chun. Some bolder souls seized the pretext of fetching water to stroll past several times, hoping for a glimpse of him. Su-chun observed it all with a slight smirk, fully aware of his captivating allure. Yet, he had already committed to Ynbnixu, the mother of his two little treasures. He had even turned down her proposal, rendering the office's fleeting romances utterly uninteresting to him. On his first day, the HR department provided him with company materials to familiarize himself with. The extraordinary group stands as the largest automobile manufacturer in Dragon Nation, with numerous components exported globally. The group's market capitalization exceeds 1 trillion yuan, and it boasts a core research and development department dedicated to high technology, a crucial industry supported by the state. Colleagues mentioned that they are involved in mecha development and other advanced projects. The materials were extensive, and in the past, Su-chun might have needed considerable time to peruse them all. However, ever since activating the Daddy Silent system, he discovered he had acquired an extraordinary photographic memory. He breezed through the documents in a flash. In less than 20 minutes, he had completed what would have taken an entire day. Just then, a notification shined on WeChat. Su-chun picked up his phone and discovered a new friend request on WeChat. He recognized the name immediately. It was Ynbnixu. Her WeChat name was simply her own name, and her profile picture depicted her in formal attire. Had she missed him so soon after their separation? Su-chun chuckled softly and accepted the friend request. Meanwhile, in the president's office upstairs, Ynbnixu held her phone, a slight sheen of sweat forming on her palms. Her typically aloof demeanor was marred by an expression of anxiety. Thankfully, there were no other colleagues around. If anyone had seen the usually unflappable and composed president gazing nervously at her phone, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. Her nickname was her own name, and her avatar was her likeness. Surely, Su-chun recognized her? Would he accept her friend request, or would he dismiss her as he had her previous proposal? The mere thought of potential rejection made Ynbnixu involuntarily lick her lips, her delicate brows furrowing as her heart raced inexplicably. Suddenly, a crisp notification tone echoed, magnified in her ears like the sound of a drumbeat against her heart. Startled, she glanced at her phone as if facing a formidable opponent. Taking 2 deep breaths before looking down. Congratulations. You and Su-chun are now friends. You can start chatting. Ynbnixu squeezed her cheeks in delight, a smile spreading across her face. Yet, what should her first message be? After much contemplation, she typed a message only to delete it, then retyped, and finally, with a slip of her finger, she sent the message. However, a small mistake had occurred. She had intended to write, "Shall we leave together tonight? I am not working late." But in her excitement, it had come out as, "I am not working late tonight." A simple 6-word sentence felt somewhat too aloof. Feeling vexed, Ynbnixu bit her lip, her slender fingers hovering over the screen, torn between retracting the message or not. But Su-chun had just accepted her friend request. He must be holding his phone right now. If he saw her retraction, how awkward would that be? Su-chun read her message and couldn't help but chuckle. What did that mean? Was it an invitation for him to ask her out tonight? Leaning back in his chair, he thought, as a man, you should take the initiative. He quickly typed a response. "Let us have dinner together tonight." After sending it, he reconsidered. He had a grand surprise planned for the evening and couldn't reveal it just yet. Thus, he deleted that message and replied with something else instead. Ynbnixu waited anxiously for his reply, and when she saw the notification, she instantly looked down at her phone. "I'm not working late tonight." Ynbnixu's mind raced, recalling the romantic novels her friends had shared with her about domineering CEOs falling in love. Without hesitation, she replied, "Shall we leave together after work?" After sending the message, she felt it was a tad too direct and flushed, quickly adding, "Tuan and Lele said they want to see you." Upon reading her message, Su-chun couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. Tuan and Lele wanted to see him? Or was it Ynbnixu who wanted to see him? It seemed that he, Su-chun, had completely captivated this enchanting female president. However, fortuitously, he has a delightful surprise in store for her tonight. After sending the message, Su-chun smiled and added, "I also wish to have Tuan and Lulu with us." Upon reading the first sentence, Ynbnixu's lips curved into a smile. But upon seeing the second sentence, her face turned crimson, and her gaze drifted awkwardly. Why did she feel that Su Chun had intentionally said that? Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, they were to leave work together, which filled Yin Bingxue with joy as she hastily attended to her tasks. Occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall, this afternoon seemed to drag on unusually slowly. Tuan Tuan and Lulu, having enjoyed a restful nap in the lounge, emerged with their small pillows in tow, their bare feet sinking into the plush, short-wool carpet, appearing utterly adorable. Yin Bingxue lifted her gaze and inquired of her son and daughter, Tuan Tuan, "Lulu, shall we go home with Daddy tonight?" Tuan Tuan's eyes brightened, and clapping his hands, he exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Mommy, let us take Daddy home. I want to sleep with Daddy and Mommy." Tuan Tuan adored his parents and was determined to bring Daddy home. The little one's innocent words caused Yin Bingxue to blush deeply. She cleared her throat and whispered, "Not so fast." Lulu remained silent, but while playing with her sister, she suddenly turned to ask, "Mommy, when will you finish work?" Once work is done, she should be able to see Su Chun, right? Yin Bingxue felt increasingly anxious at her son's words. Was the afternoon truly dragging on too slowly? She yearned to finish work quickly so that she could take her two little treasures to dine with Su Chun. Chapter 11. Astonishment. A grand proposal. At long last, the end of the workday arrived. Yin Bingxue promptly stood up, one hand grasping her coat and the other lifting her children's small backpacks. She called out to Tuan Tuan and Lulu, "Tuan Tuan, Lulu, let us go." Tuan Tuan and Lulu, who were engrossed in building blocks, looked up in confusion. "Huh? Why is Mommy so eager today?" Usually, it takes several reminders from the assistant before she heads home. Tuan Tuan's clever mind quickly reasoned, "Brother, Mommy must be anxious to find Daddy, which is why she finished work so quickly." Hee. Lulu pouted, wanting to argue, but upon observing their mother's composed yet slightly excited demeanor, he decided against it. "Yin Bingxue, see you in the underground parking lot. Su Chun, heading downstairs now. See you soon." Su Chun tidied his belongings and descended with his hands in his pockets. Along the way, he contemplated the meeting location and the luxurious car he had yet to see, a reward from the system. "System, are you there?" "Yes, host, how may I assist you?" "Where's my Rolls Royce?" "The system reward is currently being stored. Please specify the vehicle and the storage location to retrieve it. The system service is quite considerate. Please park the car in the underground parking lot and inform me of its location. The keys can remain in my pocket." "Understood, host. The vehicle has been parked on level B1 of the Extraordinary Group underground garage, spot 072, and the keys are in your pocket. Please check." "Received." Su Chun retrieved a key from his pocket, its black exterior and silver inlay featuring a dual icon that overlapped in the center, exuding an understated yet luxurious charm. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at a staggering $1.7 billion, was truly remarkable. Just as Su Chun arrived at the parking lot, he fortuitously encountered Yin Bingxue. The little one, Tuan Tuan, came running towards him like a pink ball, propelled by the wind. "Daddy!" With a playful leap, Tuan Tuan soared into his arms. Their synchronization so seamless it seemed as if they had rehearsed countless times. Could this be the wondrous magic of blood ties? Yin Bingxue pondered. Lele trailed behind his mother, casting a fleeting glance at Su Chun. Upon meeting Su Chun's gaze, he swiftly diverted his eyes. Su Chun offered a gentle smile and said to Yin Bingxue, "Shall we go?" Yin Bingxue followed closely behind, one hand holding Lele's as they reached her vehicle. Just as she was about to enter, she unexpectedly noticed another Rolls-Royce parked nearby. Assistant Zhang, who had been following Yin Bingxue, expressed mild confusion. "President Yin, that's the globally limited high-end custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom." Yin Bingxue's car was a customized Rolls-Royce, priced just over $100 million. Yet the high-end custom Phantom before her radiated an even more opulent aura. As her words fell, she suddenly observed the luxury car's lights flashing twice, accompanied by the sound of unlocking. Yin Bingxue and Assistant Zhang simultaneously turned their attention to Su Chun's hand, or more precisely, to the key he held. "Su Chun, is this car yours?" Yin Bingxue bit her lip, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment. Assistant Zhang was so stunned that he could barely articulate his thoughts, stammering, "Mr. Su, this car is..." the globally limited high-end custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at 1.7 billion. Yan Bingshui elaborated. There are only 3 of these in the world, one with the national president, another in the garage of a certain magnate in Long Country, and surprisingly, one in the underground garage of the extraordinary group, and it belongs to the father of my child. The latter part of her thought remained unspoken, lodged in her throat. Upon hearing the price, Assistant Zhang couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Mr. Su, this vehicle is extraordinarily luxurious. Su Chen was indeed driving a 1.7 billion global limited high-end custom model, and he was so young, having just graduated from university. When her company as president acquired an 11 million luxury vehicle, she was left speechless, each time driving it with trepidation for fear of a scratch. Little did she expect that Su Chen's car would be even more lavish. Incredible! Tuan, oblivious to the monetary implications, sensed the atmosphere and understood that her daddy's car was exceptionally impressive. She joyfully twirled around Su Chen, her cherubic face beaming with excitement and pride. Daddy is the best. Lele, trailing behind, also regarded Su Chen's vehicle with delight. The little boy, at the tender age of 3, had already begun to appreciate fine automobiles. Let us go. We'll take my car for dinner. Su Chen opened the rear door, discovering that the system had thoughtfully provided 2 child seats. Wow, fantastic. Truly a commendable daddy sign-in system, catering to the needs of the little ones. Placing the child in the back seat, Su Chen gallantly opened the passenger door for Yan Bingshui. Observing this, Assistant Zhang discreetly withdrew, fully aware of the situation. As the car emerged from the underground garage, it drew considerable attention, with onlookers eager to capture the moment on their phones. However, by the time they pressed the shutter, the luxury vehicle had already sped away. Once inside, Yan Bingshui cracked open a window, hoping the evening breeze would alleviate the tension of sharing such a confined space with Su Chen for the first time. Yet, when she regained her composure, she noticed the car veering off the expected route, coming to a halt near the most opulent central plaza in the city. It was a small park adjacent to the square, perfectly positioned in front of a large screen. After parking, Su Chen glanced at his phone, confirming that the personnel were well prepared and merely awaited a signal to commence the evening's performance. Satisfied with the images sent by customer service, he made a last-minute adjustment to the content, which was promptly fine-tuned. "We've arrived, let's get out," Su Chen announced, as Yan Bingshui exited the vehicle. She glanced at the dimming sky, puzzled, and inquired, "How did we?" Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden exclamation interrupted her. "Mom, look! There are airplanes! So many little airplanes!" Yan Bingshui looked up to see a swarm of drones soaring through the air, their twinkling lights gradually forming a shape. It was the abbreviation of her name. Following that was a heart shape. After a brief display, the drones began to move again, assembling into a complex English phrase. "Su Chen?" Yan Bingshui gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Simultaneously, the gigantic screen, streaming the resplendent drone performance, captivated the crowd gathered in the plaza, which erupted in excitement. "Oh my goodness! Look, someone is proposing. What is this? Drones? So beautiful, so romantic. Quick, let us post this on social media," exclaimed one onlooker. "I can't believe I'm witnessing such a romantic proposal." In an instant, countless individuals pulled out their phones to record the spectacle on the screen, while others located the drone launch site in the park, capturing the aerial display. The internet was soon flooded with videos and news articles about the lavish, romantic drone proposal at the Central Plaza, garnering immense attention from netizens. Wow, is this what the world of the wealthy looks like? A proposal with 400 drones, live streamed on the Central Plaza's big screen. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Rich people end up together, while we can only watch in awe. The immersion is so strong. I feel like reaching out. Someone remarked. Living seems impossible now, but this romantic proposal has certainly made it onto my bucket list. Do you think it was the 400 drones that moved me? No, it was the sheer power of spending $2 million on a proposal. Is this what love looks like for a real-life tycoon? As the excitement reached a crescendo, the drone shifted into a new formation, revealing a stunning diamond ring in the air. Simultaneously, it appeared up close before Yan Bingshui. The brilliance of a 5-carat diamond dazzled so brightly that it nearly overshadowed the drones above. "Dear mother of our children, Would you be willing to adorn this ring that your father has bestowed upon you? Su Chen inquired gently, gazing at Yin Bingxue with tenderness. Beside them, Tuan Tuan was so exhilarated that she covered her mouth, her large eyes sparkling with delight, while her other hand clutched tightly onto her brother, causing Leilei's arm to ache from her grip. Well, considering the multitude of efforts Su Chun had put forth for their mother, he chose to endure it for the time being. As Su Chun produced the ring, the drones above commenced their final act of aerial choreography. Yin Bingxue fought back waves of emotion, yet her eyes betrayed her, reddening slightly as she looked at Su Chen. With a trembling right hand, she slowly raised it. The ring slid onto her middle finger, and the final words echoed in her mind, awakening a realization within her. Su Chen had not uttered the words "I love you." Yet this romantic proposal and the prominent presence of the grand diamond upon her fingers signified something profound. They were the parents of Tuan Tuan and Leilei. But what did that matter? She would win over Su Chen. With her own strength, she envisioned a romance blossoming from a marriage first, followed by love. "I agree. Let us go and wed," Yin Bingxue exclaimed, seizing Su Chen's hand as they rushed toward the car amidst the romantic drone finale. Her heart raced with excitement. There was no time to waste. Their father had proposed, and they must marry immediately. Su Chen, caught off guard by her enthusiasm, chuckled helplessly. "Hold on. Dear mother of our children, the Civil Affairs Bureau is already closed." Yin Bingxue turned back, her eyes shimmering brightly, a confident smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Do not worry, with me here, the Civil Affairs Bureau will never close." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback but was soon ushered into the car by her, accompanied by their two excited little treasures as the family made their way to the bureau. Chapter 12. Sign in beside Ultraman. Reward, Mecha Manufacturing Technique. On the way, Yin Bingxue made a phone call. Meanwhile, the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau had just arrived home, but upon hearing the news, he immediately instructed the driver to turn back. When Su Chen and Yin Bingxue arrived, the director himself came out to greet them, and Su Chen was once again reminded of the power of wealth. The concept of adhering to regular hours was non-existent. The president of a trillion-dollar corporation was getting married, and even the Civil Affairs Bureau, despite being closed, would open its doors for them. Indeed, the mother of their children was quite impressive. After submitting their documentation, they required a photograph for the marriage certificate. Yin Bingxue deemed this significant and suggested they take a beautiful picture at the photography studio next door. Thus, the family made a spontaneous trip to the neighboring studio. Girls take longer to prepare, while Su Chen only needed a quick touch-up. Tuan Tuan and Leilei also wanted to have their photos taken with their parents. Their tender skin, coupled with their adorably large eyes and long, curly lashes, needed no enhancement to appear perfect. Consequently, it soon became Su Chen's duty to tend to their children while they awaited their mother's makeup. Leilei felt somewhat uneasy around Su Chen, glancing around until he suddenly spotted a model of Ultraman in a nearby display window, prompting him to walk over instinctively. Noticing her brother's departure, Tuan Tuan followed his gaze and, upon seeing Ultraman, excitedly tugged at Su Chen's hand, exclaiming, "Daddy, there's Ultraman over there. I'm about to take a photograph alongside Ultraman. Would you assist me in capturing this moment, dear father?" The little princess has personally extended her invitation, and naturally, Su Chen cannot decline. He scoops up his daughter and strides towards the display window. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in next to Ultraman. Reward, Beginner Mecha Manufacturing Technique. Wow! Mecha Manufacturing Technique. The system is truly generous. Remarkable. This is not merely a luxury watch or a high-end vehicle. It is a genuine skill. Moreover, mecha technology is currently the pinnacle of advancement pursued across the entire Blue Star, and the Extraordinary Group is also seeking ways to develop in this field. Su Chen has gathered some knowledge on this, and thus, within mere seconds of grasping the skill, he immediately realizes that the beginner manufacturing technique has completely surpassed the publicly announced progress in mecha research. Incredible. The system is exceptionally powerful. Little Tuan Tuan remains oblivious to the extraordinary ability her father has acquired in an instant. Still bubbling with excitement, she tugs at her father's hand and points towards Ultraman in the display window, exclaiming, "Daddy, look at Ultraman." Tuan Tuan adores Ultraman for its remarkable capabilities. especially its ability to grow immensely. Seeing her beloved character, Lele momentarily forgets the matters between herself and Su Chun and eagerly declares, "Mommy will create a real Ultraman in the future. I will design an even more formidable superhero alongside Mommy, a combat mecha that surpasses Ultraman." Su Chun gazes at his son with a look of approval. Little Lele is impressive. At such a young age, she possesses a clear and ambitious goal. Much like her father, he too had similar aspirations during his childhood, such as becoming a scientist or acquiring Ultraman's transformation key to become a world-saving hero. Lele, at merely 3 years old, has already captured her father's heart with such aspirations. Filled with pride, Su Chun remarks to his son, "Combat mecha is quite a trivial matter for your father." Tuan Tuan gazes at him with delight, her large, expressive eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. "Daddy, can you create a giant mecha?" Lele, equally astonished, stares at him, and after a moment of contemplation, replies, "Humph, Mommy hasn't done that yet. So I don't believe it." Su Chun looks at his son and momentarily feels an urge to lift this precocious little one and give him a gentle reprimand to instill a sense of his father's authority. However, seeing the way he gazes at Ultraman softens his heart. He is just a tiny 3-year-old. As a father, one must be more accommodating. He is already quite the big baby, after all, and should not stoop to argue with a child. Su Chun says nothing, but Tuan Tuan, feeling displeased, spreads her arms protectively around her father, pouting as she argues with her brother. "Brother, you're mean. You must believe in Daddy. Daddy is super amazing. Can scare away the bad guys, and can also create giant mechas. Daddy has super expensive cars too. Daddy is the best." Humph. Lele is momentarily rendered speechless by his sister's outburst. His expression softens for a few moments before he ultimately concedes. "Mommy said I am the older brother, and I must pamper my little sister and not argue with her." Meanwhile, as Su Chun engages in conversation with his son and daughter, the wind chimes at the entrance jingle, announcing the arrival of a man in a casual jacket. He seemed to make a beeline for the store, his gaze immediately scanning for someone upon entry. The internet was currently inundated with romantic proposals featuring 400 drones, and in a moment of boredom, Chui Haoyu found himself mindlessly scrolling through Douyin, only to discover a continuous stream of such proposals. Initially, he paid little attention, but then he inadvertently caught sight of a park view. Though it only revealed a shadowy figure, he could unmistakably identify his goddess, Yan Bingxue. Connecting this with the earlier initials, he swiftly deduced that someone was proposing to his beloved Yan Bingxue. He rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau in an attempt to intervene, only to be informed that he was too late. Yan Bingxue had already begun taking photos. He dashed in, and upon entering, overheard Su Chun's boastful remark about battle mechas. Incredulous at the audacity of such a person, upon closer inspection, he recognized the two adorable children beside Su Chun. Were they not Tuan Tuan and Lele? In that instant, Chui Haoyu comprehended that this was indeed the arrogant man who dared to propose to Yan Bingxue. "Lele, as the older brother, you certainly have to be more capable than your sister. Everyone knows who is merely boasting. This battle mecha is an exceedingly intricate creation. The world has yet to produce a finished product. However, Uncle believes that with your intelligence since childhood, you will undoubtedly create an extraordinary battle mecha in the future." Lele turned to Chui Haoyu, furrowing her little brows. Indeed, some things are best assessed by comparison. Su Chun initially felt Lele's demeanor towards him was rather frosty, but the sight of her evident disdain for Chui Haoyu brought him a sense of relief. After all, blood ties do matter. Lele turned away, choosing to ignore Chui Haoyu entirely. Chui Haoyu found himself at a loss against a 3-year-old. Barely managing to suppress his frustration as he clenched his fists to maintain a semblance of a smile. He then directed his gaze towards Su Chun, saying, "You are the one who proposed to Bingxue at Central Square, Uncle Chui. Please refer to me as Miss Yin or Director Yin. I am not familiar with your relationship with my mother." Lele interjected with a roll of her eyes. Su Chun chuckled softly, exchanging a knowing glance with Lele. The child had certainly spoken well. However, Lele quickly averted her gaze, contemplating whether this person mistakenly believed he was aiding him. In truth, he simply wished to keep others from fixating on his mother. That's right. He resolutely stood by his mother's side. Chui Haoyu's lips twitched as he glared at Su Chen, gritting his teeth. Aside from being somewhat handsome, you appear rather ordinary. He scrutinized Su Chen with a decidedly unfriendly gaze, tinged with disdain. That outfit must have been hastily acquired, as the creases from ironing are still visible. Did you rent it or borrow it? Proposing with 400 drones and a big screen must have cost a fortune, young man. Here's a piece of advice. Do not inflate your ego to impress others. There are many lending platforms available, but alas, Miss Yan Bingxue is not a woman who can be swayed by mere online loans. Chapter 13. The entire audience stunned. Daddy can truly build mechas. Baba. There's no need to pay attention to this. Shu Shu gently tugged at Su Chen's sleeve and, in a voice she believed to be quite small, said, "The assistant sister mentioned that it's not very good here. Perhaps it's because she watched too much Ultraman when she was little, which made her a bit eccentric." She pointed to her little head and looked at Chui Haoyu with a sympathetic gaze. Eccentric? Isn't that a bit juvenile? However, Su Chen observed that Chui Haoyu appeared rather normal, though perhaps his eyes weren't quite as perceptive. He softly reached out and patted Tuan Tuan's little head. Responding in a lowered tone, "Tuan Tuan, we shouldn't speak such words in front of Uncle. It would be impolite. Let's keep it between us when we get home." Chui Haoyu's face flushed bright red. He was not juvenile. He simply had a passion for mecha research and was fond of mecha anime. Others just didn't understand. Just as he was about to protest, he suddenly realized that Tuan Tuan had referred to this man as Daddy. What does Daddy mean? Had he somehow won over Yan Bingxue? Even gaining the approval of Tuan Tuan and Lele? Chui Haoyu's expression was one of shock, and at that moment, a glint of light suddenly caught his eye. Focusing intently, he discovered it was the reflection of a diamond on Su Chen's watch. Goodness, isn't that the nearly 20 million by Li Fei 5002? Chui Haoyu, being a genuine young master, would certainly distinguish between a counterfeit and a genuine article. Su Chen's watch was indeed authentic. A watch priced at nearly 20 million. And he could actually afford it. Did that mean all those drones and romantic proposals were a testament to his capabilities? Chui Haoyu began to regard the handsome young man before him with renewed respect. It seemed that economically overshadowing this individual would be quite a challenge. But that was of little concern. He had his own pride and expertise, mecha manufacturing. His connection with Yan Bingxue had begun with mecha. He was an enthusiast. Having conducted some research on the subject and even published a paper in the Longwood Technology magazine, the mecha project at Chao Fan Group was proposed by Yan Bingxue. And they had met again at a mecha seminar, where Chui Haoyu became utterly captivated, idolizing her. He had envisioned countless scenarios of proposing to Yan Bingxue in a mecha of his own creation, but alas, before he could complete his mecha, this boastful young man had stolen the spotlight by claiming that combat mecha was a trivial matter. Very well, he would challenge him on their knowledge of mecha. A man must speak through his abilities. Bragging comes at a cost. You just claimed that combat mecha is a small matter for you? How about we ask each other a few questions about mecha? Whoever fails to answer will lose. What do you say? You seemed quite knowledgeable about mecha earlier. Surely you're not afraid to compete now? Su Chen replied coolly, I initially had no intention of engaging with you, yet you appear to be seeking a challenge. Very well, ask away. With the children present, it was the perfect opportunity for him to impart some mecha knowledge to them. Chui Haoyu's lips curled into a smile as he inquired, Let me ask you the simplest of questions. What is the optimal material for the external armor of a mech? Presently, no one in the world has successfully constructed a mech, and the field remains in the research and development phase. The finest material discovered thus far for the external armor of mechs is titanium alloy, a finding that is yet to be publicly announced. Su Chen would undoubtedly be unable to answer. He would likely mention common materials such as aluminum alloys or steel. However, Su Chen calmly stated, currently, the most suitable armor material for mechs is titanium alloy, which possesses exceptional bulletproof capabilities while maintaining a moderate weight. Upon hearing this, Chui Haoyu was momentarily stunned. Wow, Su Chen actually knows. He thought, frustrated. It must have been Yan Bingxue who informed him. Otherwise, how could Su Chen, not being a mech researcher, know not only that titanium alloy is necessary, but also that it must possess superior bulletproof qualities and moderate weight? Wow, Dad, you're amazing. You know all this. Tuan Tuan exclaimed, clapping her hands in support of her father as she beamed at him with admiration, despite not fully understanding the context. "It's my turn to ask now," Su Chun said nonchalantly. "Go ahead." Chui Haoyu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his attempt to assert dominance over Su Chun would fail. However, he believed that Su Chun would not pose any complex questions. The information Yin Bingxue could have shared with Su Chun was likely limited to basic knowledge. Su Chun might remember the names of certain materials, but without a decade's worth of research into mechs, he would be utterly ignorant of the subject. Any question Su Chun posed, Chui Haoyu was confident he could easily address. "Since you just asked me the simplest of questions, I shall return the favor with a simple question of my own. How should the mech control cabin be designed optimally?" Upon hearing Su Chun's question, Chui Haoyu puffed out his chest, responding confidently, "Of course, it should utilize mechanical manipulation methods, just like the joystick in an aircraft cockpit to operate the plane. A joystick to unlock the mech's weapons and buttons to control its various functions." This was indeed a straightforward question. Any novice mech student would be able to answer it. Clearly, Su Chun knew nothing about mechs. His ability to answer the previous question was purely by chance, as Yin Bingxue must have mentioned it to him. Now, Chui Haoyu was ready to pose a question of medium difficulty, as he was certain Yin Bingxue would not condescend to discuss such matters with Su Chun. Thus, Su Chun would surely be at a loss. Just as he was about to announce his second question, Su Chun unexpectedly chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" Chui Haoyu frowned. Lei also turned to look at Su Chun, as Chui Haoyu's previous answer had been correct. The current mech control model indeed combines joysticks and buttons, derived from aircraft cockpit references. After finishing his laughter, Su Chun remarked, "It seems your understanding of mechas is still at a kindergarten level." "What do you mean?" Chui Haoyu retorted, anger boiling within him. This implied that Su Chun disdained his response, believing he had erred. How could he be wrong? This was explicitly stated in an introductory mecha manual. There was absolutely no mistake. Su Chun must be feigning profundity, showing off. Su Chun clarified, "My meaning is quite clear. The foolish operations you mention may suffice for flying an aircraft, but do you truly think that applies to operating a mecha? Are you jesting?" Chui Haoyu's anger peaked. How infuriating. To insinuate that his methods were foolish and that his understanding of mechas was at a preschool level was utterly outrageous. "Then what do you propose is the best method?" Chui Haoyu sneered, tossing the question back at Su Chun. He was eager to see what genuine insights this novice could offer regarding mechas. At that moment, an elderly gentleman sitting in the corner, engrossed in a magazine, suddenly set it aside and cast his gaze towards Su Chun, seemingly anticipating his response. Su Chun replied nonchalantly, "The optimal approach is to utilize a detection sensor, employing semi-transparent LCD goggles to relay the mecha's visual field, alongside controlling the direction of the mecha's head camera. Additionally, hand-operated strategic maps can display various metrics and equipment statuses, while the fire control weapon system is voice-activated, allowing the mecha to perform an array of actions at our command. Ultimately, the best method is a helmet-style brainwave sensor, which connects directly to the mecha via the brain's neurons, achieving a perfect synergy between human and machine, akin to the concept of unity of man in sword and martial arts novels. This technique is the most advanced, imparted to me by the system, far surpassing the current technological limits. Even if others were aware of it, they would be unable to create such a helmet-style brainwave sensor. However, I will certainly be able to in the future, for once I comprehend the intermediate mecha manufacturing techniques, this skill will be within my grasp. Presently, with my knowledge of basic mecha manufacturing, I can only employ the detection sensor method I just described." Upon his declaration, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Not only Chui Haoyu but also Lei and the elderly gentleman in the corner were rendered speechless. After his initial shock, the elder quickly stood up, his gaze towards Su Chun ablaze with intensity. He hurriedly recorded Su Chun's words on his phone, fearing he might forget. As he reviewed the recorded design for the mecha control cabin, his face radiated astonishment. This design was simply explosively perfect. The previous mechanical operation scheme was utterly overshadowed by this proposal. Never had he anticipated that while visiting his granddaughter, he would encounter such a remarkably talented young man. What a fortune! He must ensure that his granddaughter acquires this young man's contact information. Such talent must be recruited into the premier academy of the Dragon Nation. Lele had not anticipated that Su Chun was not merely speaking casually. He genuinely possessed a cutting-edge design proposal for a control cabin. Although she did not fully comprehend the details, she felt an unexplainable admiration. Su Chun truly was remarkable. It seemed he could indeed construct colossal mechs. Tuanchuan, being a devoted fan of her father, clapped in delight. Despite not understanding a word, her father was simply incredible. The proposal he mentioned was far superior to the others. Father would certainly build a great mech. My father is a superhero. Chui Haoyu was completely astonished that such a control cabin design proposal could be articulated. Even the esteemed scientists at the top academy could not conceive of such an excellent design. At that moment, he felt no embarrassment or anger. All that resonated in his mind were two words: impressive. Though he pursued Yin Bingxue, he was also an avid enthusiast of mechs. What Su Chun had articulated made him realize just how formidable Su Chun truly was in the realm of mechs. He completely forgot his prior arrogance and began to express his questions one after another, as if encountering a universal teacher who could resolve all his difficulties. Su Chun, what about the exterior of the mech? Chui Haoyu asked. Have you asked enough? Are you here to cause trouble? Or do you wish to employ provocation to pry into the commercial secrets of the extraordinary group's mech research? Suddenly, a sharp female voice interjected. Yin Bingxue, looking exquisitely made up, had appeared without anyone noticing. She strode directly to Su Chen's side, exuding an aura of fierce protectiveness and authority. Do you still wish to inquire about our company's secrets? Would you like to receive a legal letter from our company's legal department? Chapter 14. Marriage certificate. Chui Haoyu opened his mouth, intending to explain, but Yin Bingxue offered him no further opportunity, not even a glance. Grasping Su Ming with one hand and holding her son and daughter with the other, she proceeded to take photographs. With her makeup done, Yin Bingxue appeared even more enchanting, radiating an undeniable charismatic aura of a dominant leader. Beautiful and bold, Su Chun was in high spirits. After all, such a stunningly aloof and beautiful CEO was soon to become his legitimate wife. What an exhilarating day. He and Yin Bingxue posed for a couple's photograph, followed by a simple family portrait with Tuanchuan and Lele. As the photographer directed them to arrange themselves, Tuanchuan eagerly reached out. Daddy, hug. The little darling's smiling face resembled a charming sunflower, exuding an irresistible allure and radiance. Su Chun joyfully held his daughter in his arms, while Lele stood beside her mother, her soft little hand clasped in her mother's, occasionally glancing at Su Chun. Su Chun is going to marry Mama. He probably won't leave anymore, right? So, should I call him Daddy? The little one slightly lowered her eyes, her long, curly lashes casting a delicate shadow on her fair eyelids. Little friend, the aunt is going to take your picture now. Can you smile and say cheese with the aunt? Lele heard a sound and finally lifted her head, smiling at the camera. The family portrait of the four was utterly perfect. Su Ming requested the studio owner to print a smaller version, which he tucked into his wallet. The process of taking the photo and obtaining the marriage certificate took no more than 5 minutes. Truly, some people are efficient. Su Chun held a large red booklet in his hands, momentarily unable to believe his eyes. Am I married? I have truly wed the beautiful CEO of a trillion-dollar corporation? And we have a pair of adorable twins. Moreover, I have activated the daddy check-in system. This is simply astonishing. Yin Bingxue glanced at the red booklet in her hands, her vision slightly wavering. She felt a bit breathless, her heart racing as if struck by immense surprise, reminiscent of the exhilaration of achieving first place in high school fitness tests. They had truly tied the knot, and it was Su Chun who had proposed. Although she understood that everything Su Chun did was for Tuan Tuan and Lele, the illustrious Ms. Gu Yusin had once said that love could be nurtured over time. At that moment, Ms. Gu Yusin was applying a facial mask while scrolling through her phone, having repeatedly viewed several live streams of drone proposals. She initially thought her phone had frozen, but upon restarting it, she realized this was the current sensation. A wealthy individual had rented 400 drones to propose in the central square, with neither party revealing their identities, yet allowing everyone to witness this romantic occasion, which could be deemed the most understated luxury in the realm of romance. What a sour taste this love exudes. This young lady adheres to the philosophy of long-live singlehood. No one can sour my mood. Wait a moment. Yin Bingxue? A happy family? How does this sound so much like our dear ice princess and the little treasures Tuan Tuan and Lele? Gu Yusin sprang from the sofa, her masked face adorned with a contemplative expression, and promptly sent a message to Yin Bingxue. How has the reunion with your Mr. Su progressed on the first day? Yin Bingxue had just exited the Civil Affairs Bureau when she received Ms. Gu's WeChat message. A slight smile graced her lips as she surreptitiously glanced at Su Chun, ensuring he was oblivious, and quickly snapped a photo of the marriage certificate to send in the chat. Gu Yusin, oh my goodness. Darling, you're married. To Su Chun? So that drone proposal live-streamed in the central square was indeed. Yin Bingshue's cheeks flushed slightly as she typed rapidly on her phone screen. Yes. Oh my. Ms. Gu Yusin abruptly removed her facial mask, exited WeChat, and revisited the trending posts. Oh dear, this romantic proposal was genuinely prepared by Su Chun for Schwer. How utterly romantic. She felt as if she had transformed into a lemon, sour to the core. What a sour note of romance. This is unmistakably the sweet love of our precious Bingxue. Darling, you are simply marvelous. A direct hit to your Mr. Su's heart. To obtain the certificate on the very first day of meeting. This turn of events caught me completely off guard. I hadn't even prepared to be a bridesmaid yet. Honestly, darling, your Mr. Su is quite impressive. In a display of extravagant romance, 400 drones illuminated the central square to broadcast a marriage proposal, perfectly befitting the esteemed status of my beloved. Moreover, I find Mr. Su to be quite admirable. Rejecting your proposal during the day reflects a sense of responsibility, after all. Such matters should primarily be handled by men. Indeed, my darling, I am both reassured and satisfied with your choice, haha. The renowned Ms. Gu, known for her double standards, could not resist fervently liking the proposal videos that flooded her feed, wishing she could comment on each with, wishing my darling and Mr. Su everlasting happiness. Yin Bingxue, glancing at the messages from her best friend, could not help but smile wider as she gently set her phone down, looking at Su Chun, who was tenderly caressing and conversing with their cherubic child, Tuan Tuan, beneath the warm glow of the street lamps. This scene was both beautiful and nostalgic. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau that evening, numerous passers-by witnessed Su Chun and Yin Bingxue exiting the now-closed establishment, holding a bright red marriage certificate, and were left utterly astonished. What is happening? Didn't the Civil Affairs Bureau close? How could they still obtain a certificate? Is this what they call privilege? Truly, poverty limits my imagination. Today was indeed a day for envious hearts. The romantic proposal at the central square and the affluent couple obtaining their marriage license at night left many green with envy. Look, they even boarded a Rolls-Royce. Truly, they are people of wealth. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, accompanied by their adorable twins. Is this the epitome of a wealthy life? The appeal of my street food suddenly diminished. Oh, how I lament not being a second-generation rich. Luxury cars, stunning beauty, and twins. My heart is torn with envy. Meanwhile, the blissful Su Chun drove with the mother of his children, Tuan Tuan and Lele, embarking on the road of happiness. However, the question remained, where should this journey lead them tonight? Tonight, they both spoke simultaneously. Su Chun chuckled, you go first. Yin Bingxue bit her lip. No, you go ahead. All right, I was just about to suggest we go to my house. What do you think? As soon as Su Chun finished speaking, Yin Bingshue's head snapped up, her large almond-shaped eyes revealing a hint of embarrassment. What she had intended to say was precisely that. Chapter 15. Tonight. Let's stay at Daddy's house. Upon noticing the change in Yin Bingshue's expression, Su Chun quickly grasped the situation. Their marriage had unfolded rather unexpectedly, and the question of where to reside now loomed large. How about we let the children decide? Suggested Yin Bingxue. Su Chun nodded and turned to Tuan Tuan and Lele. Tuan Tuan, Lele, would you like to go to Daddy's house tonight, or back to Mommy's? Without hesitation, Tuan Tuan declared, I want to go to Daddy's house. I want to take Mommy and my brother with me. I've never been to Daddy's house before. Lele remained silent, yet his big eyes gazed at Su Chun, brimming with curiosity and anticipation. It seemed he too was eager to see Daddy's house. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue quickly acquiesced. All right, then let us go to your house. Yes. Su Chun replied affirmatively. He was previously in the phase of job hunting, with school having concluded its academic activities and the dormitory soon requiring him to vacate. Therefore, he decided to rent a two-bedroom apartment outside. The space spans approximately 90 square meters, accommodating Yin Bingxue and her two children effortlessly. However, as a single man accustomed to living alone, his home was somewhat disordered. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude of events awaited him this day, and he had not prepared in advance. Yet, this was the first time the children's mother and the little ones would visit his home. And Su Chen was keen to avoid them witnessing the chaos of his untidy abode, with unsightly socks strewn about. After contemplating, Su Chen suggested, "It is rather late. Let us dine out before returning home." Upon securing their agreement, he promptly sent a brief message to the cleaning service he had previously employed, urging her to ensure the apartment was tidied up. The cleaning lady was the dormitory supervisor at Su Chen's school and also worked part-time as a cleaner. Following his move, his roommates occasionally visited and partied, often leaving a mess that several grown men were reluctant to clean up, thus opting to pay the familiar supervisor to handle it. Familiar with Su Chen, the cleaning lady quickly responded to his message. "Little Su, in such a hurry to tidy up? Planning to bring your girlfriend home tonight?" "Yes, Auntie. I'm counting on you to take care of the place. We'll return in an hour. Rest assured, I'll make sure it's spotless. Wishing you a delightful evening." Su Chen felt a surge of joy upon reading her reply. This evening marked his first occasion bringing the children's mother and the little ones home, and he anticipated it would be particularly enjoyable. His apartment was conveniently located near the university, a neighborhood he knew well. As he had arrived in the vicinity, he took the liberty of choosing a popular barbecue spot, driving over. Upon seeing the bustling night market, Yin Bingxue appeared momentarily taken aback. Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei leaned against the car window, seemingly bewildered. Tuan Tuan, with her adorable curiosity, left a small cloud of breath on the glass as she inquired, "Daddy, where's this?" This is the most famous street for snacks in the university town. There are countless delectable options, and one barbecue place is truly exceptional. Shall we go eat there? Barbecue? Street food? Yin Bingxue swallowed hard, not out of hunger, but because she had never dined in such a lively setting before. Tuan Tuan seemed unconcerned about what they would eat that evening. As long as she was with Daddy, she was content. Yes, let us go a barbecue." The little one eagerly attempted to unbuckle herself from her safety seat. Daddy hugged Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan wants to eat grilled meat. Lei Lei, with a slight furrow in his brows, cautioned, "Barbecue isn't healthy, it's not good for the body. Moreover, there are too many people here. And cooking by the roadside compromises hygiene. Eating such food will upset your stomach." The little fellow spoke with a seriousness that belied his 3 years, resembling a miniature adult. Despite his tender age, he had read extensively and absorbed much knowledge, and their mother had never taken them to a roadside stall for a meal. With a long reach, Su Chen intended to ruffle his son's hair, only to have the little one evade his touch. He chuckled nonchalantly and said, "Lei Lei, a real man cannot possibly have such a fragile stomach. A restaurant can serve exquisite dishes, and so can a roadside stall. Both are prepared by skilled chefs. I believe barbecued food should be judged by its flavor, rather than its setting or location. Rest assured, the barbecue I will take you to is undoubtedly safe, hygienic, and exceptionally delicious. I guarantee you will crave a second serving after the first." Lei Lei continued to furrow his brow. His eyes filled with trepidation as he gazed at the bustling snack street outside. Yin Bingxue, observing Su Chen's profile, seemed to have made a sudden resolution. She clenched her small fist and declared, "All right, let us go for barbecue." Su Chen was taken aback by her decisiveness. A president like Yin Bingxue likely had never visited such a roadside stall, yet he trusted his own taste, confident that the barbecue establishment he had chosen was no less savory than those found in upscale restaurants. Indeed, trust me, you shall not be disappointed by the flavors here. They alighted from the vehicle, and Tuan Tuan immediately rushed ahead, while Lei Lei, though still somewhat reluctant, felt compelled to follow as his mother had moved on. The lively food stall buzzed with activity. The fiery grill crackled with juicy meat skewers sizzling away, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued spices wafting through the air. The establishment was nearly filled to capacity, both inside and out. Su Chen found a relatively secluded spot to settle down. wiping the table and chairs with a napkin before inviting Yin Bingxue, Tuan Tuan, and Lele to sit. This attentive and considerate gesture brought a subtle smile to Yin Bingshue's lips. Despite the crowd, the chef's speed was commendable. And the dishes arrived swiftly, 3 large platters of fragrant barbecue, featuring a delightful mix of meat and vegetables alongside seafood. All perfectly charred on the outside yet tender on the inside, sprinkled with cumin and sesame seeds, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Tuan Tuan could hardly contain her excitement and reached for an oversized meat skewer, but Suchin quickly intervened to prevent her from getting hurt by the skewer. Tuan Tuan, let Daddy help you serve it in a bowl. Okay, thank you, Daddy, she replied, beaming at him. Suchin offered her a gentle, indulgent smile, transferring the meat into a bowl and pushing it toward her. Tuan Tuan, blow on it before eating. Be careful, it might be hot. Lele remained motionless, while Yin Bingxue appeared to be still grappling with her thoughts. Suchin picked up a fragrant lamb skewer and turned to Yin Bingxue, saying, "You should try this. The flavor is truly delightful." Yin Bingxue hesitated for a moment. Although the skewer looked appetizing, the fact that it was from a roadside stall made her somewhat apprehensive. Yet, Suchin's earnest gaze encouraged her to give it a try. Chapter 16, 2 Rooms, How to Sleep. Yin Bingxue opened her mouth slightly, her pearly teeth biting into the tender lamb, savoring the barbecue's lingering flavor on her palate. The outer layer was slightly crispy, while the inside was succulent and juicy. The taste was indeed impressive. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and noticing this, Suchin raised an eyebrow with a triumphant smile, saying, "See, I wasn't lying." Despite being located in a snack street, this place serves flavors that rival those of high-end hotels. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Having such a skilled chef in this position seems to be an underutilization of talent. Yin Bingxue glanced at the barbecue chef and turned her head to speak softly. Now, only Lele has yet to taste it. Everyone else has indulged, and Mama has declared the flavors exquisite. Should he not give it a try? The little one stared at the barbecue before him, his eyes slightly glazed, his small mouth slightly ajar, with a glimmer of moisture at the corner threatening to fall. Suchin found his son's hesitance amusing. Torn between desire and pride, why should a man struggle? He raised his hand, placing a skewer directly into his son's mouth. Lele was taken by surprise, his slightly open mouth now filled with grilled meat. Reluctant to relinquish the delightful aroma that had just graced his palate, yet feeling a pang of guilt for his earlier disdain. At that moment, Tuan Tuan took a bite of meat, deliberately showcasing her tiny teeth as she chewed in front of her brother, exclaiming how delicious it was. "You must try some." She tugged at the bamboo skewer Suchin had placed, causing the meat to slide into Lele's mouth. Seeing Lele's cheeks puffing as he savored the barbecue, Tuan Tuan's south eyes curved into crescent moons with delight. Observing this, Suchin pushed the plate towards the 3 of them with a smile, encouraging, "Eat up. I ordered plenty. After this, there are still 2 more plates waiting." Yin Bingxue nodded, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Just then, her phone chimed with a message from Gu Yusen. "Gu Yusen, Shui, my darling, what are you up to? Where are you celebrating after getting your marriage certificate? You've been ignoring me, woo-woo." Yin Bingxue had not shared much after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly magical, leaving her in a delightful daze, unsure how to convey it to Gu Yusen. Noticing another message from Gu Yusen, she decided to send a photo of the enticing barbecue spread on the table, with Suchin's distinctly elegant hand visible in the corner. "Gu Yusen, is this barbecue? And from a street stall. Schwer, you chose to eat street food for Suchin. Such is the power of love. Yin Bingxue, the flavors here are delightful. It's south from the snack street next to Suchin's university. I'll bring you along next time. Gu Yusen, when I asked you to accompany me to that little fly-infested eatery, you refused, yet for Suchin, you readily go to a street stall. Darling, where have your principles and fastidiousness gone? Do they not apply to Suchin at all? Woo-woo. Yin Bingxue, indeed. His confident and sincere gaze moved me. And the flavors here are truly exceptional. Suchin has exquisite taste. Gu Yusen, darling, I adore your directness and coolness. On the other end of the phone, Gu Yusen nearly choked with exasperation, but what could she do? She had chosen this friend and would continue to pamper her. After nearly 2 hours of feasting on barbecue, Suchin settled the bill and returned to the community with Yin Bingxue and the two children. It was indeed the perfect time for a cool evening breeze. The community where Suchin resided was somewhat aged, home to many elderly residents. The grandpas and grandmas enjoyed sitting in the exercise area at the community entrance, fanning themselves and chatting as they relaxed in the evening air. Suddenly, a new car drove into the vicinity, prompting a lively discussion among the elderly residents. "Whose new car is that?" they exclaimed. "It looks rather impressive. Oldly, you seem to have lost your touch. That vehicle is a luxury car, a Rolls-Royce, which starts at over 6 million. This car is clearly not the most ordinary model. It must be worth even more, perhaps several tens of millions." "What? A car worth tens of millions has come to our neighborhood?" Old Son interjected, sounding incredulous. "Hey, you don't believe it? Let's go over and take a closer look." One resident added, "My son has told me a lot about cars, and I'm certain that this is indeed a Rolls-Royce. Enough of your bickering. You too. Let us see whose relative is driving such a fine vehicle." The elderly residents eagerly rose to follow the Rolls-Royce. The car parked in front of the building, and Suchin stepped out. At that moment, some of the other elderly residents approached, among them Aunt Lin, who lived opposite Suchin. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed in surprise, "Little Su?" Having moved in just over a month ago, Suchin frequently encountered Aunt Lin, who was always warm and often gifted homegrown vegetables to neighbors. Although Suchin did not cook, he had accepted fruits from her. "Aunt Lin, out enjoying the cool air?" he asked. "Yes. Little Su, is that your car?" Aunt Lin inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, this is my new vehicle. Also, it seems this parking space belongs to my unit. I noticed it was usually unoccupied, so I parked here directly." "Absolutely," Aunt Lin responded excitedly. "This is indeed your parking space. Little Su, I can't believe you've bought a car right after graduating from university. What kind is it?" Old Son just mentioned something about a Rolls something, and that it's quite expensive. "It's a Rolls-Royce, purchased for 1.7 billion, Suchin replied. The other elderly residents were taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard. 1.7 billion for a car? That amount could easily buy this entire old neighborhood, they murmured. Nowadays, young people are renting old apartments while driving 1.7 billion luxury cars. What a novel idea. Little Su, you are truly impressive. With such an expensive car, I feel like our neighborhood has instantly increased in value. This vehicle is splendid. It's far better than those my son showed me before. Little Su, may I take a picture? I'd like to show my son." "Of course, please wait a moment." He opened the front passenger door to let Yin Bingxue, who was blocked by Aunt Lin, exit the car. He then lifted his twins, Tuan Tuan and Lele, from the back seat. The elderly residents gazed at the three of them in astonishment. "Little Su, who is this beautiful young lady and these two adorable children?" "Aunt Lin, this is my wife, Yin Bingxue. These are my son and daughter, a pair of twins, Lele and Tuan Tuan." The elderly residents were in utter shock. "Little Su, you're married. What a beautiful partner you have. You are truly fortunate. And twins too. Such a rare blessing. Little Su, you and your wife must have quite the knack for having children. Just look at these two little treasures. How delightful they are. Xiao Su, I truly did not expect that you have already married and had children and purchased such an expensive car, living in our neighborhood. We elderly folks now have something to boast about." Upon hearing these words, Suchin glanced at the slightly bashful Yin Bingxue beside him, her lips pressed together, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face, revealing a broad grin. "Dear esteemed elders, the hour is getting late, and the children are weary. I shall take them upstairs now. On another occasion, I will return with sweets to treat you to wedding candies." The hurried nature of their marriage today left Suchin unprepared for such gestures. Furthermore, during such a significant moment, he naturally would not abandon his wife and children to fetch treats. "All right, off you go upstairs." With one arm cradling Tuan Tuan and the other holding Yin Bingshua's hand, Lele trotted closely behind his mother, and the family of four ascended the stairs together. As they pushed open the door, Yin Bingxue peered into the entrance hall. The interior appeared quite pleasant. Although the space was modest, it was impeccably decorated, and the room was tidy, with a bouquet of fresh lilies adorning the vase by the door. To her surprise, Suchin turned out to be quite adept at managing a household. On the sofa lay a small plush toy that instantly caught Tuan Tuan's attention. The little girl dashed over, hugging the small pink rabbit with great affection. Daddy, I love the pink bunny the most. Indeed? This bunny was brought back by Daddy from the claw machine with my roommate. Since you adore it, it's yours now. Yin Bingxue noticed that the tag on the rabbit was still attached, devoid of a price, truly resembling something freshly retrieved from the claw machine. However, was it possible that Suchen participated in such activities? Surely, he must have gone with male companions. If he had gone with girls, the rabbit would have been gifted away. Yes, it had to be with boys. Who says boys cannot catch toys? She imagined Suchen standing before the claw machine with a few other men, their expressions a blend of urgency and anticipation, and a smile gently tugged at her lips. Dear mother of the children, my humble abode can hardly compare to yours. It consists of merely 2 rooms, a master bedroom with a double bed and another guest room with a bunk bed. It should suffice for our family. Yes, it is sufficient, but how shall we arrange our sleeping arrangements? Yin Bingxue surveyed the 2 bedrooms, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinking a few times. A hint of blush gracing her otherwise cool visage. Chapter 17. Yin Bingxue explores Suchen's bedroom. Today marks the first day of her marriage to Suchen. She yearns to sleep in the master bedroom. Yin Bingxue understands that Suchen's proposal and marriage were largely influenced by Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei. However, what she desires is not merely a name on a household registration book. She wishes for them to become a genuine family. She intends to make Suchen fall in love with her. Thus, she must seize every opportunity to nurture their relationship. As Ms. Gu advised, she yearns to gradually permeate his life, becoming an integral part of his habits and preferences. Yet, she cannot directly voice this desire, as she is, after all, a woman. With hopeful eyes, Yin Bingxue gazes at Suchen, wishing that he would consider these sentiments when making decisions about their living arrangements. Unfortunately, at that moment, Suchen was not looking at Yin Bingxue. He spoke to himself, how about this? You, the children's mother, take Tuan Tuan to sleep in the master bedroom. And Lei Lei and I will share the second bedroom. After saying this, he turned to Lei Lei and said, Lei Lei, you can take the lower bunk. And I'll take the upper one. Is that all right? Since they were not sleeping together, there was no issue at all. Just as Lei Lei was about to respond, Yin Bingxue, standing behind Suchen, gently shook her head at him. Lei Lei pouted and said, No, I don't want to live with you. I want to stay with my sister. Suchen retorted, You little rascal, how old are you now, still wanting to sleep with your sister? I'll take the upper bunk, and your sister will take the lower one. Lei Lei insisted with righteous indignation. All right, you cheeky little boy, using your own words against you. Are you? Fine. Then you 2 can stay in the second bedroom, and I shall take your mother to the master bedroom. With 2 bathrooms in the house and 4 of them present, Suchen asked, Who wants to shower first? First come, first served. Aye. Tuan Tuan wants to take a shower. Tuan Tuan immediately dashed over, like a little cannonball, leaping into Suchen's arms, and looked up at him with a sweet and soft smile. The rather aloof little Lei Lei perfectly inherited her mother's cold elegance at work. Upon hearing this, she said nothing and simply took out her change of clothes from her small backpack, heading towards the bathroom outside. Holding his daughter, Suchen pointed at the little one's retreating figure and asked, Can Lei Lei and Tuan Tuan shower by themselves? Yes, they usually shower by themselves at home. Tuan Tuan only bathes with me occasionally, Yin Bingxue replied. Suchen happily exclaimed, Our 2 little treasures are truly clever. By the age of 3, they can shower and dress themselves. He added, Tuan Tuan, Daddy will take you to the bathroom in the master bedroom to shower. If anything comes up, just call for Mommy or Daddy, okay? Although his daughter could shower by herself, Suchen still felt uneasy. This was their first time at his home, and many things were unfamiliar. He worried they might not adapt. Thus, while the children bathed, Suchen remained in the living room, and Yin Bingxue waited in the bedroom, ready to handle any unexpected situations. Yin Bingxue glanced outside and gently closed the door. After locking it, she cheerfully moved about the room, her steps light and buoyant, observing the small space of about 20 to 30 square meters. In the center of the room stood a 2-meter-wide double bed, neatly made, with 2 pillows placed at the head, one slightly wrinkled and the other looking quite new. It seemed that Suchen usually slept here alone, unable to resist her delight. Yin Bingxue walked over and gently caressed the slightly wrinkled pillow, which was undoubtedly Suchen's. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. inhaling the faint scent of shampoo, reminiscent of the fragrance in Su Chen's hair. Next to the window, there was a desk adorned with books related to Su Chen's field of expertise, predominantly mechanical texts. Yin Bingxue flipped through them and found Su Chen's notes. His handwriting was exquisite, strong and vigorous, evoking images of Su Chen's hands, long and powerful, with prominent veins on the back, a pair of hands imbued with strength. The opposite side of the bed faces the master bedroom's bathroom, with a spacious wardrobe outside, while the bathroom remains concealed. Yin Bingxue bit her lip, her almond-shaped eyes subtly glancing around. She discreetly peeked into Su Chen's wardrobe, hoping to ascertain his preferences. This knowledge would aid her in selecting gifts for him in the future. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she approached the wardrobe, opening it to reveal neatly hung garments. The quantity was modest, yet each piece was impeccably arranged, creating a pleasing sight. Her delicate fingers glided over the fabrics, and she formed a certain impression of Su Chen's fashion sense. He seemed to favor a casual style. The formal attire he wore today was presumably for an interview. With this realization, her brows curved into a gentle smile. It appeared that the company's dress code required reconsideration. The Extraordinary Group was not a sales firm, and there was no necessity for formal wear every day. As long as one avoided eccentric outfits, casual attire would suffice. Su Chen's handsome visage and physique would undoubtedly appear even more youthful and charming in casual clothing. The two little ones had finished their baths, and Su Chen took the hairdryer to the living room to dry Tuan Tuan's hair. The young girl's hair was fine and soft, yet abundant. She would surely have a thick mane of glossy black hair in the future. Su Chen felt an increasing fondness for his daughter, his touch gentle. Tuan Tuan thoroughly enjoyed her father's ministrations, playing with her pink bunny, while occasionally glancing back at him with a smile. "All right, Tuan Tuan, your hair is dry now." "Thank you, Daddy," she exclaimed, turning to plant a fervent kiss on Su Chen's cheek, the sound of their affection resonating with joy. "No need for thanks. This is what daddies do. I will often dry your hair from now on." Su Chen replied with delight. Tuan Tuan nodded vigorously. "Yes, Daddy will dry my hair from now on. I love when Daddy does my hair," she joyfully proclaimed, sitting obediently beside him. Su Chen's heart swelled with happiness. His daughter was truly a sweet little treasure. It was no wonder so many men desired daughters. Who could resist such an adorable and tender little soul? He felt blessed with a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, a perfect family indeed. As Su Chen thought of his son, he noticed Leilei's hair was still damp, water droplets trickling down, yet the little one seemed unfazed. "Leilei, come here. Let Daddy dry your hair too." Leilei, with a charming flick of his head, replied, "No need. My hair will dry soon." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen gently pressed him down. The hairdryer emitted a warm breeze on a low setting, not too hot, with a gentle warmth that felt soothing. The air caressed Leilei's hair, occasionally brushing against his cheek, providing a comfortable sensation. Gradually, Leilei's little mouth curved into a content smile. This is quite nice." After settling the two little ones and bidding Tuan Tuan good night, Su Chen turned off the lights in the room, leaving a warm yellow wall lamp as a night light before escorting Yin Bingxue back to his room. "I will go outside to shower. You can use the bathroom inside. I've placed a fresh towel for you. Bring your phone and call me if you need anything." Su Chen shook his phone, then took his change of clothes and stepped out. By the time Yin Bingxue finished her shower and emerged, Su Chen was already lying on the bed. Noticing her presence, he patted the spot beside him, beckoning her to come and rest. Chapter 18. A sleepless night. Yin Bingxue slowly walked over, circumnavigating to the other side of the bed to lie down. "I turned off the lights." Su Chen switched off the light, and the room was instantly enveloped in darkness. Gradually, however, vision began to sharpen. A full moon cast its gentle glow through the window, draping the room in a tender silvery light. Su Chen and Yin Bingxue lay side by side, neither touching the other. Both kept their eyes open, clearly unable to succumb to sleep. After such a momentous day, slumber was elusive. Su Chen's heart raced with excitement. In just one day, he had acquired a wife and child, luxury cars, remarkable skills, and an impressive system. His life had taken a sudden turn, soaring to new heights. Yin Bingxue, with her beautiful eyes wide open, gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling above, her hand resting on her chest, feeling the slight quickening of her heartbeat. She had met Su Chen, married him, and even spent the night at his home. Everything had transpired so swiftly, catching her off guard. She felt that recruiting Suchin into the extraordinary group was indeed the most astute decision she could have made. Moreover, the surprises he held appeared to exceed her expectations significantly. From her research, Suchin was merely an ordinary fourth-year student. Yet throughout the day, he displayed luxury watches, expensive cars, and extraordinary prowess in mecha technology, qualities far beyond those of a typical student. Just how many secrets did Suchin harbor that she remained unaware of? With a creak, Suchin turned over, accidentally resting his arm on Yin Bingshue's shoulder. Both startled, they froze momentarily. Oh no, I forgot there was someone beside me today. How could he be so careless in his movements? This unexpected contact caused Yin Bingshue's eyes to widen in surprise, her breath momentarily caught, her heart racing like a rapid drumbeat. Still awake? Su Chun inquired, quietly retracting his arm. Yin Bingshue responded softly. What's the matter? Are you having trouble sleeping in a new place? Su Chun turned to face her directly, exuding an ease that made her cheeks flush crimson, though the night concealed her embarrassment. It's not that. I'm just a bit hungry. Are you hungry too? Shall we get a midnight snack? Suchin patted his stomach and remarked, now that you mention it, I'm feeling a bit hungry as well. Let us go downstairs for a late-night bite. The two dressed quickly and got up. Before heading out, Suchin expressed a desire to check on the two little ones next door. Beneath the warm glow of the wall lamp, the two children were soundly asleep. Tuan Tuan cuddled a pink bunny, her little feet restlessly kicking the covers away, while Lele on the upper bunk lay perfectly still, his blanket impeccably arranged, with not a crease in sight, his hands resting outside the covers. Suchin harbored doubts. It seemed that this child likely rose each day without ever making her bed. Yin Bingshue neatly arranged the covers for her daughter, and the two silently retreated. At midnight, the atmosphere at the night market was bustling. Outside the community, a lengthy street was lined with an array of food stalls, offering an assortment of late-night snacks primarily consisting of barbecued delicacies and fried rice, alongside noodles, dumplings, and oden. The stalls were closely packed. One side boasted sizzling pans while the other simmered rich broths, bubbling and releasing an enticing aroma. A few patrons were scattered about, some indulging in barbecue with beer, while others enjoyed a hearty bowl of fragrant chicken soup noodles, warming both the heart and the stomach. Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Bingshue's delicate brows lifted slightly in surprise. Who could have imagined that she had dined at street vendors twice in a single day? If acquaintances were to spot her, their jaws would surely drop. What to eat? Here, one could find barbecued meats, fried rice, various noodle soups, dumplings, and oden, not to mention cold noodles and liangpi over there. Suchin appeared quite familiar with the offerings, effortlessly naming the diverse selections. I can have anything. What do you fancy? Yin Bingshue inquired, genuinely uncertain which items were palatable. Glancing at the bustling barbecue stand, Suchin rubbed his nose and suggested, let us have some chicken soup noodles. After indulging in barbecue for dinner, it would be wise to opt for something nutritious. All right. Yin Bingshue nodded, following him to the noodle stall. The proprietress stood before a large pot, cooking noodles, and upon noticing Su Chan, she greeted him with a warm smile. Oh, young man, switching from barbecue to noodles today, are we? What kind of noodles would you like? 2 bowls of chicken soup noodles, please. He replied, turning to Yin Bingshue. Do you have any dietary restrictions regarding scallions or cilantro? She shook her head, indicating she could eat anything. No scallions or cilantro in 1 bowl. The proprietress laughed heartily. Got it. It's clear that taking your girlfriend out for late-night snacks is quite different. A nourishing bowl of chicken soup noodles at this hour is splendid. With such a beautiful girlfriend, you ought to cherish her. Suchin smiled and replied, of course. One must take good care of one's own wife. Yin Bingshue momentarily froze, turning to observe Su Chun's profile, her heart fluttering with a hint of sweetness. He openly acknowledged their relationship. He said he would cherish her. The two packed the noodles and returned home, sitting together at the coffee table to eat. The rich aroma of chicken soup permeated the room. Yin Bingshue's long hair seemed somewhat cumbersome. Noticing her struggle to keep it in place, Suchin contemplated for a moment, then stood up to retrieve a large plastic clip from the shelf, typically used for hanging bed sheets to dry. Rubbing his head, he said, "This is all I have at home. If not, you'll have to make do." Before she could comprehend his intention, Su-chan unexpectedly approached from behind and gathered her voluminous waves into a neat bun, securing it with the clip. The result was quite pleasing. Su-chan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Yin Bingxue reached out to touch her hair. A sensation of unprecedented wonder surged within her, and a slight smile graced her lips. After a bowl of hot chicken noodle soup, both of them broke into a light sweat, yet their stomachs were filled to the brim. At that moment, the door to the guest room suddenly swung open, revealing little Tuan Tuan, barefoot and rubbing her sleepy eyes as she emerged, sniffing the air. What delicious food are Daddy and Mommy secretly enjoying? The little one scurried over, leaning against the coffee table to gaze at the 2 bowls of soup, her lips pouting as she began to wail. Wah, Daddy and Mommy are so mean, eating without leaving anything for Tuan Tuan. Wah. Tuan Tuan wants to eat too. Su-chan, taken aback by this scene, quickly scooped his daughter into his arms, one hand grasping her icy little foot. While he soothed her, "Be good, Tuan Tuan, don't cry. Tomorrow morning, Daddy will go buy you something delicious, all right?" Author's note: thanks to the reader, EcoCherry, for the generous tip of 1,500 coins. Chapter 19. Mom calls with a video chat early in the morning. The next morning, Su-chan was roused from his slumber by the sound of ringing. Having indulged in a midnight snack and calmed his daughter until the early hours, he was severely sleep-deprived as he groggily accepted the WeChat video call from his mother. "Has my son gotten up yet? Didn't you have an interview at the extraordinary group yesterday? Why didn't you message your mom at all last night? How did the interview go? Son, are you still asleep?" Su-chan mumbled, eyes still closed, and inadvertently tilted the camera, causing it to shift to the side, though it was merely a fleeting glance. Su-mama instantly noticed the long-haired girl lying beside her son. Surprised, Su-mama blinked in astonishment, her expression shifting to one of delight as she looked at Su-chan. Clearing her throat lightly, she said, "Son, did you?" Su-chan suddenly jolted awake, recalling the events of the previous night. Yin Bingxue was indeed lying right next to him. His hand twitched as he contemplated ending the video call, but upon turning his head, he discovered that Yin Bingxue had already awakened, her beautiful eyes wide open and curiously fixed on him. Pausing for a moment, he switched the camera to the rear-facing mode, directing it at the ceiling. "Mom, now that I'm all grown up, could you perhaps choose a different time to call next time? I'm not wearing any clothes to bed, and it would be quite embarrassing if you accidentally saw something you shouldn't." At this point, Yin Bingxue was fully awake and, upon hearing that it was Su-chan's mother on the other end of the video, felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. She had intended to tidy her hair and present herself a tad more appropriately, but was taken aback when she heard Su-chan's words. Did he not want his mother to know of her existence? But they were already married. Was it possible that Su-chan still had not accepted her? Yin Bingxue pursed her delicate lips, her brows slightly lowering. Upon hearing her son's words, Su-mama chuckled. Yes, it seems I called it an inopportune moment. Haha, son, I won't disturb you any longer. Call me back when it's convenient. Bye-bye, son. As Su-mama ended the call, Su-chan couldn't help but smile. It seems that mother must have seen something just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hurriedly hung up the phone. However, he truly did not anticipate that mother would call for a video chat so early. He had yet to devise a way to inform her that he was already married and had 2 children. After ending the call, Mother Su hurriedly grabbed her phone and dashed to the study, delightfully exclaiming to Father Su, "Old Su, I told you this morning I heard the magpies calling. It must be a joyous occasion." "Aha, I was right." Father Su, engrossed in his calligraphy, inquired, "What joyous occasion? Did our son pass his interview? Oh dear. I forgot to ask about that." Mother Su lamented, tapping her forehead. Father Su cast her a resigned glance and chuckled. "Wasn't your purpose in calling to inquire about our son's interview?" "Indeed, but I have discovered an even greater delight." Mother Su beamed, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she added, "He just video called me, and I spotted a long-haired beauty sleeping beside our son." Father Su's hand trembled, leaving a large blot of ink on the rice paper. "What? Our Chinchin has a girlfriend?" Mother Su, with a smug smile, replied, "Well, they must have been together for some time if they are sleeping in the same bed. That little rascal has been keeping secrets from us. Did you see the girl? Did you get to speak with her?" Father Su put down his brush, his face lighting up with joy. No, our son was probably still half asleep. Forgetting that someone was beside him, the camera shook a bit, so I couldn't see her clearly. All I caught was her long hair and fair skin. She must be quite a lovely girl. Our son seemed a bit embarrassed and quickly cut the video, saying it was inconvenient to video chat in the morning because he was still in his pajamas. Hee. I reckon he has a daughter-in-law by his side. Father Su, rubbing his hands together, could hardly conceal his excitement as he remarked, "That's wonderful, my dear. Our son has graduated from university. It's high time he finds a partner. A young man should establish a family before pursuing a career. We should support him, and perhaps we'll soon be cradling a grandchild. Haha. You, old man, are dreaming even more than I am." Mother Su teased Father Su. Yet she could not suppress the joy radiating from her face. "Old Su, do you think we should pay a visit to our son and meet our future daughter-in-law?" Father Su pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "Let us wait. This matter cannot be rushed. Our son is grown. He knows how to handle things. Once he gives us the signal, we shall go immediately, bringing along our savings to help him buy a house and bring his bride home." Meanwhile, Su Chen had fully awakened. He scratched his messy hair and turned to Yin Bingxue, asking, "Did I wake you? My mother is getting older. She rises very early every day and often calls at dawn. I was so disoriented that I forgot you were here." Yin Bingxue shook her head, a fleeting smile gracing her lips. "It's nothing." After a moment's thought, she suddenly raised her head, her expression earnest as she looked at Su Chen. "Su Chen, we are already married." "Huh? Oh yes." Su Chen blinked in confusion. "Now that we are married, I wonder if I should pay a visit to my uncle and aunt." Su Chen caught a fleeting emotion in Yin Bingshue's expression and was suddenly struck with inspiration. So, did Yin Bingxue feel as though she was deliberately concealing something from her mother? This little girl has quite a sensitive heart. Su Chen chuckled and cheerfully responded, "Of course we should visit. However, it cannot be in the same manner as before. We shall go as a family, bringing Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei along. You should dress appropriately, and we will take some gifts to present to them." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yin Bingxue glanced down at her attire and realized that after a night's sleep, her silk nightgown had slipped down her shoulders. If she had truly met her future mother-in-law in such a state, it would have been utterly mortifying. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly pulled the covers over herself, hiding her entire body. Su Chen let out a hearty laugh. "Good morning. I'm off to freshen up." With that, he sprang from the bed and, clad in his casual shirt and shorts, headed straight to the bathroom. While brushing his teeth in front of the mirror, Su Chen found himself contemplating how he would bring Yin Bingxue and the twins home. His parents would be overwhelmed with joy to learn that he had a daughter-in-law and a pair of 3-year-old twins. Given his mother's personality, she might even be rendered speechless with excitement. Such a beautiful scene was one he certainly wished to witness firsthand. Thus, he resolved to share this delightful news with his parents in person. Chapter 20. Lonka Institute. Su Chen, a talent we must recruit. After Yin Bingxue finished freshening up, she found Su Chen and the twins already seated in the living room. Su Chen had ordered takeout, soy milk, fried dough sticks, chicken soup dumplings, soup buns, and vegetable congee, small portions, yet they filled an entire table. "Good morning, Mama. Daddy bought us so much breakfast. Look, Mama, your favorite soup buns," exclaimed the little one, beaming with a smile that revealed a row of pearly white baby teeth, radiating innocence and charm. Witnessing this scene in the early morning was truly refreshing and would bring joy throughout the day. Seated across from the two little treasures, Yin Bingxue took her place beside Su Chen. As soon as she sat down, Su Chen pushed the soup buns towards her and continued their earlier conversation. "I've thought it over. Since my parents live on the outskirts of Shanghai, it will take us 3 to 4 hours to drive there. Given that we both have work and the children need to attend kindergarten, the timing isn't ideal. Therefore, once I have completed my graduation matters here, we can return and bring my parents along to attend my graduation ceremony. What do you think?" Yin Bingxue nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead." She was immersed in the tone of Su Chen's words, and their mutual discussion truly made them feel like an ordinary couple. Life after marriage seemed quite delightful. "Make sure to eat plenty. I bought a lot, and if we don't finish it, it will go to waste," Su Chen urged, gesturing towards the abundant breakfast spread. Yinbing Shuan nodded, pushing the soup buns to the center of the table for both of them. Meanwhile, Tuan Tuan sipped the chicken soup and enjoyed the dumplings while listening to the conversation between Mama and Daddy, stifling giggles behind her tiny hands. The bond between Daddy and Mommy is truly delightful. They're a happy family. Her cheerful little face lifted. She joyfully inquired, "Daddy, are you going to take us to see Grandpa and Grandma?" Lele had already grasped the situation, yet the first half of Su Chen's words left him somewhat uncertain. Once the latter part was revealed, Lele felt the urge to ask, but considering his current relationship with Su Chen, he held back. Now that his sister had voiced the question, he ceased all movement, neglecting his breakfast, and perked up his ears for the answer. Su Chen's large hand reached across the table, gently patting the fluffy little head of Tuan Tuan, and he replied with a smile, "Yes, once Daddy finishes his work. We will take Mommy, Tuan Tuan, and Lele back to Grandpa and Grandma's house. They are bound to adore Tuan Tuan and Lele. Hooray! Tuan Tuan will absolutely adore Grandpa and Grandma." Tuan Tuan exclaimed, brimming with joy. "Daddy, hurry up and finish your work so that we can return early with Mommy and brother. Tuan Tuan wants to buy gifts for Grandpa and Grandma, and a super delicious cake for them to enjoy." Despite Tuan Tuan's small stature, her thoughts were remarkably considerate. Lele, who had been rigidly sitting up straight, suddenly relaxed, his mouth curling into a smile as he lowered his head, concealing his delight. The prospect of seeing Grandpa and Grandma filled him with joy. Su Chen observed the emotions of his son and daughter, a profound sense of pride swelling within him as a father and head of the family. This feeling is truly wonderful. Halfway through breakfast, his roommate Gu Yu's phone call interrupted him. "Su Gu, I hope I'm not bothering you. Our class has a gathering tonight. It's a farewell dinner, so don't forget." "Yes, I remember," Su Chen replied. "Well, let us discuss it tonight. The guys are waiting for you." "All right, see you tonight." Su Chen hung up and continued with his breakfast. At the Loka Institute, an elderly gentleman, dressed impeccably, sat in his office chair. He was the same elder Su Chen had encountered at the photography studio yesterday. At that moment, he was perusing Su Chen's personal information. The more he read, the more puzzled he became, furrowing his brows as he asked his female assistant, "Xiao Su, are you certain there are no discrepancies in this data?" "Yes, Yuan Lao. I obtained this information from their school, along with his personal resume. There shouldn't be any issues." The old man inhaled sharply. Something felt amiss. How could a student from a third-tier university majoring in automotive design possess such extensive knowledge of mechas? "Xiao Su, we must recruit this individual into the Lonka Institute. The more elusive the data appears, the more it signifies he has much to conceal." Xiao Su's face was one of astonishment. What kind of talent could warrant such significant attention from Yuan Lao? Yuan Lao is a pioneer in the field of mecha research in the Dragon Kingdom and currently leads the charge. This fourth-year student must possess remarkable abilities to have caught Yuan Lao's eye. Yet, according to the data, he appeared to be an ordinary university student. Aside from being relatively handsome and having above-average grades, there were no particularly outstanding traits, nor did he exhibit any advantages in the realm of mechas. Why then? Had Yuan Lao taken such an interest in him? "Mr. Yuan, I failed to comprehend why you hold such high regard for this university student surnamed Su, who is studying automotive engineering, an area seemingly disconnected from mecha technology. He has never participated in any competitions nor published any noteworthy papers related to mecha advancements. What draws your attention to him?" Recalling the scene he witnessed the previous night, Mr. Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He excitedly paced around his office, his face alight with fervor, and declared, "Xiao Su, you have yet to meet him in person. Had you been there yesterday and heard his words, you would understand that he is a true talent. The mecha technology in Longhua has been under research for many years, yet we have yet to achieve a genuine breakthrough. The transition from theory to reality seems an interminable journey. However, I believe this young man embodies the hope for that crucial step. If we are ever to manufacture a mecha, I am convinced that the first one will undoubtedly emerge from Su Chen's hands." Xiao Su, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. She was keenly curious about Su Chen's true capabilities that warranted such high praise from Mr. Yuan. Could he truly be the first man to create a mecha possessing such extraordinary potential? "Mr. Yuan, shall we extend an olive branch to Su Chen? Our mecha department at Lonka University has never made exceptions for undergraduate students from third-tier institutions, especially not for those outside the field. Mr. Yuan waved his hand dismissively and asserted, in the presence of genuine expertise and genius, rules are utterly insignificant. I will address the higher-ups. We cannot afford to overlook a talent like Su Chun in our mecha research department. You should reach out to him and represent our intentions. No, I shall personally go and speak with him. Xiao Su observed Mr. Yuan's exuberance as he exited the office, his footsteps light and buoyant, reminiscent of someone who had just achieved a significant breakthrough. Her astonishment only deepened. She sincerely hoped Su Chun would join Lonka University, eager to witness firsthand the genius Mr. Yuan spoke of. Throughout her years of service, she had never seen Mr. Yuan value anyone so profoundly. Chapter 21. A cherished son after breakfast. The family of four departed together. Upon reaching the ground floor, Assistant Zhang was already waiting by the car, alongside another Rolls-Royce. Mr. Su, President, good morning. Assistant Zhang greeted with a smile before briefing Yin Bingxue on the day's agenda. President Yin, at 8:30 this morning. You have a meeting with the boss of Shishu regarding the 1.2 billion project in the southwest region. We should be on our way now. Yin Bingxue nodded. Turning to Su Chun. I must leave first. Can you handle taking the children to kindergarten? I've got it covered. Su Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. Dropping off our son and daughter at school is a father's duty. You can rest assured. All right, call me if you need anything. I'll send the kindergarten address to your WeChat shortly. Yin Bingxue turned back multiple times, despite the short distance, taking what felt like an eternity to settle into the car. Assistant Zhang couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, remarking to himself how strong the bond between the president and Mr. Su was, truly. They seemed unwilling to part for even a moment. As soon as Yin Bingxue departed, Lei began to feel uneasy. He is unaccustomed to being alone with Su Chun. Although Tuan is also present, his sister is wholly devoted to Su Chun. Wherever Su Chun is, her mind is entirely occupied with him. Being here is hardly better than not being here at all. Su Chun first secured his daughter in the safety seat in the back, then reached out to hold his son. Lei shrank back, pouting, I can do it myself. Su Chun chuckled, not insisting. All right, then you manage on your own. The little rascal still refuses to yield. Lei wiggled his little bottom and climbed into the car, settling into the safety seat. However, he encountered a minor difficulty while attempting to fasten the seatbelt. His small arms and legs were simply too short to reach it. How embarrassing. Leaning against the car door, Su Chun leisurely observed his son, fully aware that he would struggle, yet he made no move to assist, simply standing there with his arms crossed, striking a dashing pose. After a prolonged struggle, Lei still could not reach the seatbelt. When he lifted his gaze to Su Chun's smiling face, he felt a surge of frustration. In a fit of pique, he tossed the seatbelt aside and declared, I don't want it. I'm a big kid now. I don't need a safety seat. I want to sit in the front. The little fellow attempted to jump down, but Su Chun gently pressed his hand on Lei's shoulder, suppressing a smile as he said, Article 34 of the Traffic Management Regulations of Zhonghai City clearly states, no minor under the age of 12 may occupy the front passenger seat in a moving vehicle. Lei, you are not yet qualified to sit there. Even in the back seat, a safety seat is required. Of course, you could always opt to walk to school. Su Chun chuckled. You. Lei huffed, clenching his tiny fists, his adorable cheeks puffed out like a little balloon, utterly charming. Su Chun laughed heartily. I'm just teasing you. Now sit tight. We must depart. It's your first day of school and we cannot afford to be late. He swiftly secured Lei's seatbelt before getting into the car and driving towards the kindergarten. Lei still pouted. But glancing at Su Chun's smiling reflection in the rearview mirror, his anger dissipated. Tuan softly chimed in from the back, Yay, Daddy is taking us to kindergarten. I'm so happy. Let us have Daddy walk us in later. Lei paused for a moment, as if recalling something, and gently nodded. Though they spoke in hushed tones, Su Chun heard every word. He assumed his son would be reluctant, given the evident tension between them, but to his surprise, Lei agreed to let him escort him into the kindergarten. How peculiar. Su Chun drove to the address provided by Yin Bingxue, regardless of the location. Their luxurious car always attracted attention. The kindergarten teachers stood at the entrance, welcoming the little ones, while parents surrounded them, dropping off their children. The imposing Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance naturally drew everyone's eyes. Teacher fan, do we have new children joining our kindergarten? I haven't seen this car before. One parent exclaimed. Isn't this a Rolls-Royce? I recall that Tuan and Lele's mother drives the same model, but this one appears far more extravagant. Teacher fan, is this for a new student? Which class are they in? Such affluent parents certainly deserve our acquaintance. Teacher fan shook her head in confusion, stating that there were no new children in the kindergarten. What? Then whose newly purchased luxury car is that? The onlookers turned their curious gazes towards the vehicle, where a tall, handsome, and youthful gentleman emerged from the driver's seat. Wow, he's so handsome. Why must I encounter such a striking man at the entrance of the kindergarten? Oh heavens, is this not a deliberate act of discomfort? Yet another day of harboring affection for someone else's husband, unbeknownst to whose child this might be. It turned out to be Tuan and Lulu. Teacher fan exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Su Chin had locked the car, taking Tuan by one hand and extending the other towards Lulu. To everyone's astonishment, Lulu, usually reserved, obediently allowed Su Chin to lead her. How remarkable! It seemed the sun had risen from the west, as Tuan and Lulu greeted the morning cheerfully. Good morning, Tuan and Lulu. Teacher fan greeted the two children before turning her gaze towards Su Chin. Hello, may I ask who you are? You must be Teacher fan. I've heard about you from the children's mother. I am Su Chin, the father of Tuan and Lulu. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, as the surrounding parents and teacher fan looked at Su Chin in astonishment. You are the father of Tuan and Lulu. Indeed, Su Chin confirmed. Tuan joyfully announced, Teacher, this is my daddy. Lulu, breaking her usual silence, chimed in, Teacher, this is our daddy. Hello, Mr. Su. My goodness. So this is the striking father of Tuan and Lulu. No wonder they are so adorable. The parents remarked. Lulu and Mr. Su are indeed a perfect match. He must have been a handsome child as well. Mr. Su, your ability to produce such delightful twins is truly impressive. The entire kindergarten envies you. The parents continued. So, Mr. Su is the father of Tuan and Lulu. You are simply too dashing. Mr. Su, please do come often to drop off Tuan and Lulu, allowing us parents to feast our eyes. Mr. Su, your car appears remarkably luxurious. May I inquire which model of Rolls-Royce it is? I don't believe I've seen it online. Could it possibly be a custom version? One father inquired, his attention fixated on Su Chin's vehicle. Su Chin nodded. Indeed, it is a globally limited high-end custom model. A limited high-end custom model. Wow, that must be worth over 100 million. Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. Mr. Su is indeed wealthy and handsome. Have you joined our parents group? Let's exchange WeChat so you can join us. Upon hearing this, Tuan immediately extended her little hand to intercept, standing between the parent and her father, her adorable face expressing a profound sentiment. Annie Xiaoxiu, my mommy has already joined the parents group, and since daddy and mommy are always together, daddy doesn't need to join. Daddy and mommy share an extraordinary bond. Chapter 22. Shock. The person behind Su Chin is actually the CEO. In the morning, Su Chin was diligently working at his desk when a WeChat message suddenly appeared on his phone. Are you busy? Please come to my office. Yin Bingxue. A slight smile graced Su Chin's lips. This young lady truly cannot bear to be apart from herself for even a moment. Having just concluded a meeting, she eagerly called for him to come up for a meeting. With undeniable charm, he couldn't resist. As he straightened his attire, preparing to rise and depart, the manager, who had been staring at him for quite some time, suddenly approached and rapped on the table, saying, Su Chin, go and make a copy of this document for me. Upon glancing down, Su Chin realized it was a company document, one that he happened to have on his desk just yesterday. He promptly retrieved it and handed it to the manager. Manager, I have a copy right here for you. The slightly portly 30-something manager instantly looked displeased. He had been scrutinizing Su Chin all morning. This young man had inexplicably parachuted into the company without undergoing his interview, and upon examining his credentials, it became clear he was merely an ordinary graduate from a third-tier university. When did the design department of the superlative group become a marketplace that accepted anyone? Moreover, Su Chin possessed a strikingly handsome face that could charm the masses. Just yesterday, Upon his arrival at the office, the female colleagues had collectively adorned themselves with makeup, donning their most vibrant attire, clearly in an effort to impress him. In contrast, the many male colleagues in the design department, including the 30-year-old bachelor manager himself, were barely acknowledged by these women, who seldom bothered to even glance in their direction. Yet, with Su Chun's arrival, they had suddenly become enthusiastic, leaving the manager feeling quite out of place. Hence, he seized the opportunity to challenge him. Su Chun, you seem quite adept at taking shortcuts. I asked you to make a copy, yet you merely handed me what you had on your desk? Do you think that now that you have entered the superlative group, you were set for life? Let me make this clear. All new employees must undergo a 3-month probationary period, and whether you stay or not is at my discretion. It was evident to all that the manager was attempting to make things difficult for Su Chun. The female colleagues cast worried glances in his direction. But the manager's words rang true. This office was indeed under his authority. In order to preserve their own positions, the colleagues dared not offend him lightly. Su Chun felt a surge of anger. However, recalling that this was Yin Bingshua's company, which could now be considered his own enterprise, it seemed beneath his dignity to quarrel with such minor characters. Let him act out, for when the truth about his relationship with Yin Bingshua became public, a mere spat of words could easily drown this manager. Placing the 2 documents on the table, he replied coolly, "Manager, it is not that I am trying to take shortcuts, nor is it that I am unwilling to assist you with the copying. It is simply that the president has just summoned me to her office. Surely, you wouldn't expect her to wait while I copy these 100 or 200 pages of documents, would you? This document is an introduction to the company, and aside from new employees, I doubt anyone else has a need for it. I suspect it is not urgently required, but if you insist, I will return to it later." The balding supervisor erupted into laughter, his protruding belly wobbling amusingly. "The president called for you? Su Chun, you truly have a talent for boasting. Do you think that having watched a few workplace romance dramas gives you the right to spout such nonsense in the superlative group? The president conducts affairs through the executive office. Do not presume that the president would seek assistance from a mere design intern like you, even if there were a need. It would be Assistant Zhang from the executive office who would make the call, notifying me first before I inform you. Yet, I have not received any such call. Su Chun, it appears you are not only resorting to opportunism, but also harboring ulterior motives." Just as the manager finished speaking, the abrupt ringing of the phone startled everyone in the office, drawing their gazes toward the source of the sound. The manager turned his head stiffly, frowning at the phone on his desk. What on earth? Why is the phone ringing at this moment? Could it truly be a call from the executive office? A faint smile graced Su Chun's lips as he leaned against the desk, hands clasped in front of his chest, an effortlessly charming pose. The female colleagues inhaled sharply. One of them, her cheeks flushed, approached the phone. "Hello, this is the design department of Chao Fan Group. Is this President Zhang?" The colleague's complexion turned pale, her eyes wide with shock. In a state of panic, she called out to the manager, "Manager, you need to take this call." The manager's expression turned serious as he approached her, asking, "Who is it? The executive office?" The colleague shook her head. Instantly, the manager exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't the executive office, he had no fear of who it might be. Before answering the call, he shot a glare at Su Chun, indicating that they would discuss the lies later. "Hello, I am President Zhang from the design department," he said. "Yes, of course, I will summon him for you right away." The manager, who had been so arrogant just moments before, now appeared even paler than the female colleague, his hands trembling as he held the phone. He turned to Su Chun and said, "Mr. Su, the president requests you on the line." Su Chun walked over with an air of tranquility, exuding an elegance that was in stark contrast to the previous 2. It was as though the voice on the other end was not from the cold and strikingly beautiful president of Chao Fan Group, but rather from a gentle and caring wife at home. "Ah, yes, I was slightly delayed by a matter, but I will head up now. See you shortly." After hanging up, Su Chun glanced at the manager, who looked as if he had seen a ghost, hurriedly lowering his head and avoiding eye contact, clearly shaken. Su Chun approached him with a smile, saying, "Manager, I shall be heading upstairs now." "Of course, do go ahead." The manager stammered. "Then what about this document?" Su Chun raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The manager quickly gathered the 2 documents to his chest, insisting, "I will make copies myself. I will go right now." As Suchin entered the elevator, the manager's knees weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, he caught himself on the desk, barely managing to stand upright. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself in front of his subordinates. Ah, this new handsome intern is truly extraordinary. The president personally called for him. Who would have thought? I've been at the company for 3 years, and this was my first conversation with the president. My legs felt weak. Her voice was simply exquisite. Oh dear, it seems our manager has indeed bitten off more than he can chew this time. A daily workplace tip: never underestimate any new intern at the company, for you can never truly know who stands behind them. Pray tell, who is this charming intern among us? Chapter 23. The Colleagues' Collective Shock. Suchin has joined the Mecha Research Department. Upon arriving at the office on the upper floor, Suchin donned a captivating smile as he entered. The sunlight streamed in perfectly, casting a gentle golden hue upon his handsome features. Yin Bingshui momentarily found herself mesmerized, her expression softening ever so slightly. Suchin, she began. Yesterday, I was captivated by your thoughts on mechas that you shared at the studio. They were remarkable. During an internal meeting today, I mentioned your ideas to the head of the research department, and everyone was astounded and impressed by your vision. Do you mind that I shared your concepts without your consent? She paused, considering the personal nature of such knowledge, which is indeed eligible for protection. Mechas are currently a highly sought-after field of research, and Suchin's theories yesterday could very well usher in a new era of development if they fell into the right hands. Suchin chuckled heartily, exuding confidence as he replied, "Why would I blame you? If you wish to hear those ideas, I can share them with you anytime, and you may relay them to whomever you choose. Ultimately, they are merely concepts. Even if I were to publicly disclose them now, it would still take decades for anyone to transform them into actual mechas. The knowledge of mechas provided by the system undoubtedly surpasses the current research capabilities of this world by leaps and bounds. However, mere ideas are futile without the foundational crafting skills endowed by the system to bring them to fruition." Hearing Suchin's words and witnessing his unwavering confidence stirred a sense of exhilaration within Yin Bingshui. The father of Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei is indeed a man of formidable stature, exceptionally handsome. Indeed, she continued, my colleagues in the research department also expressed admiration for your ideas, yet they feel incapable of executing them, as many concepts exceed their current research scope. Suchin, would you be interested in pursuing research in mechas? The design department you are currently in was determined by your university major, but with your expertise in mechas, you could easily join the core mecha research group at Superlative Group. Would you like to engage in this line of work? After posing her question, she added, I merely seek your opinion. If you are not inclined, that is perfectly fine. Ultimately, your career path should align with your preferences. Suchin pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. The mecha research group sounds quite exhilarating. Moreover, Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei are fascinated by mechas, and as their father, I have yet to present them with a proper gift. Perhaps I could construct a mecha for them to play with. If anyone else had uttered such a statement, Yin Bingshui would likely have dismissed them entirely. The notion of creating a mecha for children to enjoy would seem absurdly grandiose. Yet, upon hearing it from Suchin, she believed wholeheartedly that he could indeed accomplish it. Very well, I shall instruct Assistant Zhang to make the arrangements. You may head downstairs for now, and we shall join the research group shortly. Suchin nodded and rose to leave, but suddenly paused at the door, turning back to glance over his shoulder. Yin Bingshui, who had been observing his retreating figure, felt her body stiffen and her cheeks flush slightly. Their gazes locked. Suchin suddenly smiled and shaped his lips to say, the shade of lipstick you're wearing today suits you perfectly. You look stunning. Yin Bingshui was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed, and her delicate earlobes turned almost translucent with embarrassment. She glanced at the closed office door and rose to the window, seeking a breath of cool air. How could Suchin be so audacious in broad daylight at the office? Yin Bingshui pondered in frustration, yet found herself unable to resist checking her reflection on her phone's front camera, inspecting her lips. Today, she had applied Yves Saint Laurent's iconic gold bar in shade 21, which indeed looked splendid. Henceforth, she resolved to wear this color more often. Just as Suchin returned to the office, the bald manager approached him. However, before he could utter a word, Assistant Zhang descended. Manager Zhang, do you need to speak with Mr. Su? Assistant Zhang inquired. The manager immediately shook his head. A sheepish grin plastered on his face. No, nothing at all. Oh, if there's nothing, please step aside. Mr. Su needs to gather his belongings. Starting today, he will be transferred to the company's Mecha Research Department. Since he has just arrived here, there shouldn't be any handover tasks, so I'll take him directly. What? Su Chen is going to the Mecha Research Department. The entire office was astounded. Everyone knew that the extraordinary group housed a highly secretive Mecha Research Department, occupying an entire building next door, although it belonged to the same group and was merely adjacent. The Mecha Research Department was worlds apart from the automotive research division they were in. Merely from the perspective of security protocols, it was extraordinary. Employees could access their own building with their employee cards, swiping to their designated floors via the elevator. To visit other floors, one required permission. In contrast, employees in the next building could not even enter through the front door with their cards. Access was granted solely via fingerprint recognition, with security personnel stationed on the first floor, making entry more stringent than airport security. The Mecha Research Department represented a cutting-edge field that the world was fervently pursuing, and the extraordinary group had invested substantial time and resources into it. Consequently, this department was the most coveted within the company, with a threshold so high that ordinary employees could hardly aspire to it. Yet, astonishingly, on his second day at the company, Su Chen was to join the Mecha Research Department. Well, who would have thought our handsome intern was actually a talent in Mecha? No wonder the president personally called for him. He must be quite exceptional. This was simply too cool. With such an attractive face and elegant hands, combined with grand, sophisticated mechas, oh my, was he the quintessential lead in a sci-fi blockbuster? Alas, it was disheartening that just when a charming young man graced their office, he was whisked away before they had the chance to truly appreciate him. Don't be sad. At least we can save some money on cosmetics. Once he joins the Mecha Research Department, who knows if we'll ever see him again. I haven't even had the chance to speak with him. What a pity. Manager Zhang bore an expression akin to having swallowed a dead fly, his face pale, eyes wide with disbelief. His legs trembled, and he dared not gaze in Su Chen's direction. Observing Su Chen leisurely tidying up his belongings, he hastily retreated, thinking to himself, if I cannot see him, then he cannot see me. It was as if Su Chen possessed eyes in the back of his head, just as he reached the door of the lounge. Su Chen suddenly turned and said, right, Manager Zhang, didn't you ask me to photocopy some documents? Since I haven't left yet, how could I copy any documents? Assistant Zhang inquired. Su Chen watched as Manager Zhang's expression shifted dramatically, and with a scoff, he remarked, it appears the manager has already taken care of that himself. Startled by the encounter, Manager Zhang's legs finally gave way, and he collapsed into the lounge. The sound echoed, and the entire design department stifled their laughter. Assistant Zhang exchanged a knowing glance, understanding the situation entirely. Later that day, within half an hour of Su Chen's departure to the adjacent office, Manager Zhang was dismissed from the company due to his inept management. Chapter 24. The Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group, replete with cutting-edge technology. Su Chen had little to pack and thus followed Assistant Zhang to the neighboring office empty-handed. Upon entering the building, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. His combat skills, bestowed by the system, were undeniably formidable. However, the security personnel on the first floor exuded a formidable aura that was far beyond the typical security guards. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Su Chen trailed behind Assistant Zhang until they reached the front desk, where staff members promptly approached upon seeing Assistant Zhang. This is Mr. Su. One of them exclaimed with delight, turning to Su Chen and saying, Good day, Mr. Su. Please follow me. We need to record your palm print, allowing you unrestricted access to the first floor in the future. Wait, is the palm print only for first floor access? Su Chen inquired as he moved closer. Recording a palm print was far more intricate than a fingerprint, but it was also much more challenging to replicate. Fingerprints could be concealed using special molds hidden within the palm, but a palm print required the entire palm, making duplication exceedingly difficult. One would likely be apprehended before even entering the building with such a large target. Is the security system on the first floor this stringent? After recording his palm print, Su Chen followed Assistant Zhang into the elevator. As they ascended, Assistant Zhang explained, Mr. Su, Our building's internal access system relies on both personal fingerprints and iris recognition. Both are indispensable. She proceeded to place her finger on the scanner and then pressed her eye against the detection device. Level 2 access verified. All elevator permissions are unlocked. Assistant Zhang pressed the button for the 27th floor. Mr. Su, the access levels in this building vary. The special access pass is the highest tier, allowing unrestricted entry throughout the entire building, currently held only by the president. I possess a level 2 pass, granting access to any floor, though I cannot enter the core research area. The team leader of the research department holds a level 1 pass, permitting access to the research department but not the core room. The lower the access level, the more peripheral the areas one can reach. Su Chen nodded in understanding, feeling quite astonished. While he had long been aware of the extraordinary group's endeavors in mecha research, he hadn't anticipated that Yan Bingxue would be so earnest in her pursuits. Such a stringent security system must undoubtedly harbor even more astonishing secrets. As the elevator halted on the 27th floor, Su Chen emerged, acutely aware of an inexplicable sensation of diminishment. A closer inspection revealed that the ceiling of this floor was exceptionally lofty, estimated to be around 20 meters high. This elevation was indeed suitable for housing mechas. Before him stood a vast glass faade, appearing fragile yet, in reality, impervious to damage. Approaching, Su Chen noticed Assistant Zhang standing motionless at the entrance. "What is it?" Su Chen inquired. "Mr. Su, this is the core department. My access card cannot grant entry. I have already messaged the president. She will come to escort you," Assistant Zhang replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than a nearby wall unexpectedly slid open, revealing Yan Bingxue stepping out from within. "Is that an invisible door?" Su Chen marveled, realizing that this height was likely Yan Bingxue's office. It appeared that the two buildings were interconnected in more ways than one. What a brilliant design! Yan Bingxue approached and scanned the instruments within. Suddenly, the seemingly seamless glass partition parted down the middle, allowing Su Chen to enter, only to close again behind him, leaving no trace of its prior opening. Indeed, this was high technology. "Su Chen, welcome to our company's most pivotal mecha research department," Yan Bingxue announced. They traversed an expansive area before arriving at a formidable steel door, a true embodiment of impenetrability. Yan Bingxue used her access card to enter, and the interior suddenly opened up, revealing researchers clad in white uniforms diligently attending to their respective workstations. Virtual projections materialized above the consoles, gliding in tandem with the instruments manipulated by the operators. On a large screen, a towering mecha prototype rotated slowly, with one or two components being replaced intermittently. Clearly, this was a model in the process of creation, a digital representation rather than an actual mecha. Within the glass display cases lining the walls, an array of high-tech miniature robots and components exuded the unique allure of modern technology. Entering this realm felt akin to stepping onto the set of a science fiction blockbuster, where the advanced technological marvels elicited awe. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings with a calm demeanor, for the technology he had mastered in his mind far surpassed the current state of affairs. Two men, both in their 40s or 50s, approached Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. "President Yan, you've arrived," the older man greeted her. The other man's gaze, however, was fervently fixed on Su Chen. "President Yan, this must be Mr. Su," he said. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am the deputy team leader of the research department. I listened to your mecha theory this morning and found it immensely enlightening. Though I still have some uncertainties regarding the detection sensors you mentioned. What exactly should they? Xiao Chun, Mr. Su has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the environment. You'll have ample time to inquire about these matters later," Yan Bingxue interjected. The deputy team leader, visibly excited, sheepishly scratched his head and turned to Su Chen. "My apologies, Mr. Su, for my oversight." "Haha, it's no problem. We will be colleagues from now on. I have so much I wish to consult with you about, and I hope you won't hesitate to impart your wisdom." The team leader smiled and addressed Su Chen. "Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I am Qiu Jin, the head of the research department. Your theories on mechs are truly remarkable. Yet I was astonished to discover how youthful you are. Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. With your addition to our research department, I am confident that we will achieve significant breakthroughs in mech research." "Well then," Su Chun will be working here from now on. I will take him to get his access pass, he continued. In front of other employees, Yin Bingxue wore a stern expression, exuding an aura of authority. The two returned to Yin Bingxue's office, where Su Chun followed her instructions to input his fingerprint and iris data into her computer. Do you have any plans after work today? Yin Bingxue inquired. She recalled that Su Chun had received a phone call during breakfast, suggesting he had engagements later in the evening. Yes, a farewell dinner with my university classmates. Oh, where is it? Do you need me to arrange for a driver to take you? There's no need for such trouble. I'll just call a designated driver. I anticipate it will be a late night. Besides, it's at Gue Kulai, right by my university and not far from my home. Yin Bingxue nodded. All right. Then I will go pick up Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Please let the children know that Daddy has a dinner engagement tonight, but I will return home early. Su Chun said with a smile, his tone so natural that it warmed Yin Bingxue's heart. The way he spoke suggested they had been living together for quite some time. Chapter 25. Class reunion. On his first day at the research department, Su Chun spent the afternoon in the documentation room. The stage of research at the extraordinary group had already surpassed the publicly disclosed mech levels of Long Nation, yet it still diverged significantly from the concepts in his mind. At the current pace of the extraordinary group, it would likely take over a century to produce true combat mechs. However, equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and bolstered by the system's bestowed skills and the formidable financial support of the extraordinary group, Su Chun was confident that this timeline could be expedited. Within 6 months, he was certain he could create a mech. As the workday concluded, Su Chun gathered his belongings to leave. The special access pass had been processed, unlocking all its functionalities. A special access pass, exclaimed the deputy team leader, his face a mask of astonishment. Goodness, Mr. Su possesses the same level of access as the president. The team leader shot him a glare, yet his eyes mirrored the same shock as he looked at Su Chun. This Su Chun must possess extraordinary capabilities. The farewell dinner was set at Gue Kulai, a well-known local chain restaurant near their university, renowned in Zhonghai. While the prices were steep, it was manageable for students to dine there once a year, but for more frequent visits, one would likely need to ask their families for additional funds. During their 4 years at university, Su Chun and his classmates had only dined there once. As fresh-faced newcomers who had just gained financial independence, unwittingly spending half of their monthly allowance on a single meal. After that lesson, they had never returned. But with the farewell dinner, someone suggested the venue, and it was hard for the others to decline. They are all freshly graduated, some of whom have yet to secure employment, clutching the meager funds allocated for rent and job hunting. For this farewell dinner, they must put on a brave face and pretend to be affluent. Amidst the crowd, Wan Pin feigns poverty, lamenting, "Alas, I haven't even received my first month's salary. And tonight's meal will consume 2 or 3 days' worth of my income." While he appears to be bemoaning his financial state, he subtly hints to everyone that he has indeed secured a job, and a well-paying one at that. With an average expenditure of nearly 600 per person at this upscale venue, plus drinks, the total is likely to exceed 1,000. If 2 or 3 days' expenses amount to over 1,000, surely his monthly salary must be around 10,000. His classmates gather around, inquiring, "One good. What splendid job have you landed? Is it true that your salary skyrocketed upon your arrival?" Wan Pin smiles with a hint of pride, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's not as exaggerated as that. I merely joined Hongxian Group as a junior design assistant, with an internship salary exceeding 7,000. After 3 months, I will be converted to a full-time position with a salary of 10,000. Well, Wan Ge, you've actually joined Hongxian Group. That is the second largest automotive manufacturer in Zhonghai, only second to the unattainable Chaofan. Wan Ge, with such a remarkable job, your future is undoubtedly bright. We'll be relying on you for support." Indeed, Wan Pin's silent achievement of securing such a prestigious position makes him the envy of his classmates. He feigns humility, insisting that many of his peers have yet to find employment, perhaps even securing better positions than his own. Moreover, there is another distinguished classmate among them. Speaking of the esteemed heir, someone in the crowd asks, "Is Linda Xiao coming today?" Linda Xiao's attendance at their gatherings is rather whimsical, based on his mood. Today, however, with Wan Pin present, it remains uncertain whether he would grace them with his presence. It seems Lin Deshao did not partake in their spring recruitment efforts and has not been seen around campus lately. Could it be that he has returned home to inherit his family fortune? That is certainly a possibility. Although Lin Group may not rival Chao Fan or Hongxian, it is still a billion-dollar enterprise. Furthermore, as the heir, Lin Deshao is destined to take over a far more desirable fate than our own laborious endeavors. Oh, to be born with a silver spoon, how enviable. As Wan Pin listens to this conversation, his smile involuntarily twitches. How dare they shift the focus to Lin Tianxiang? He merely mentioned him in a self-deprecating manner, anticipating further praise. What is so exceptional about that heir? He earned his place at Hongxian through merit. Classmates, let us proceed to our private room. I've reserved a splendid spot on the second floor, where we can gaze down through the grand windows and see anyone who arrives. Wan Pin is eager to redirect the conversation away from others and back to himself. A group of early arrivals ascends the stairs and, upon settling in, gazes down while engaging in light conversation. Suddenly, a striking red Maserati pulls up at the entrance. Instantly, the attention of the classmates is drawn to it. It's Lin Deshao. My goodness, that new car is simply stunning. Lin Tianxiang alighted from the vehicle, handsomely whistling as he tossed the car keys to the attendant nearby, instructing him to park it in the finest spot available. As the door to the private room swung open, Lin Tianxiang entered, arm around the class beauty, Qin Qianqian, instantly becoming the center of attention. Young Master Lin, we just saw your newly acquired sports car, the red Maserati supercar. It's absolutely stunning. Surely, it must have cost a fortune. Lin Tianxiang scoffed lightly. Such naivety. It's merely a sports car, worth around 5 million at best. As the general manager of the Lin Corporation, isn't it only natural for me to drive a car worth 5 million? His classmates gasped in astonishment. Indeed, young Master Lin was extraordinary. He had become the general manager of Lin Corporation right after graduation. You're now flourishing in both career and love. Congratulations on your impending union with Qin. Our class beauty. Lin Tianxiang beamed with delight, turning to the bashful Qin Qianqian and remarked, Qianqian and I are about to get engaged. I hope you all can join us when the time comes. It's time to broaden your horizons. Dining in mere student-oriented restaurants near campus is far too mundane. As you all step into society, our gatherings should reflect a certain level of sophistication. Had it not been for today's farewell dinner, I wouldn't even consider such a place for dining. By the way, where is everyone else? Is Su Chen not coming? He scanned the crowd, but found no sign of Su Chen. He had specifically come for him. Wan Pin had personally called him yesterday, emphasizing Su Chen's attendance as the reason for his visit. Lin Tianxiang, handsome and a privileged heir, had always been the favored child of fortune. Yet, during his 4 years at university, Su Chen had overshadowed him, securing the title of class heartthrob throughout. Just the thought of it left him vexed. Had it not been for Su Chen, would he have taken over a year to win Qin Qianqian's heart? After all, she had been enamored with Su Chen's looks. Fortunately, her intellect had prevailed. As everyone sought employment, she finally recognized the supremacy of wealth and gravitated toward him. This time, he intended to demonstrate to Su Chen just how much he had surpassed him. Look, what a magnificent car! A classmate exclaimed from the window. Everyone turned to gaze as the emblem of a Rolls-Royce glimmered briefly. Wow, I can't believe we can actually see a Rolls-Royce near our school. That model starts at 6 million. The vehicle we just saw must be worth much more than 6 million. It's clearly a high-end customized version. I remember seeing it on Douyin. What was it called? Ah, found it. Oh my, that's the one. 7 billion Rolls-Royce Phantom. The emblem is red. It's distinctive, so eye-catching. Only the one. 7 billion customized Rolls-Royce Phantom boasts such an exclusive color for its spirit of ecstasy emblem. My goodness, the price of that one car could buy 20 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Chapter 26. I've laid my cards on the table. This one. 7 billion car indeed belongs to me. Su Chen. All were abuzz discussing the matter. After all, it was a super luxury car, and many would never encounter a vehicle worth 7 billion in their lifetime. Moreover, the gentleman exhibited a particular fondness for conversing about automobiles, which ignited an atmosphere of fervor. Unbeknownst to them, the owner of the vehicle remained a mystery. Just as a male classmate finished his sentence, The door to the private room was suddenly thrust open. Su-chin stood at the threshold. His striking features and model-like physique immediately captivated the attention of all the young ladies present. Many female classmates, upon catching a glimpse of Su-chin, quickly averted their gazes. Too bashful to maintain eye contact, their cheeks flushed with color. The class beauty, Qin Qianqian, found her gaze drawn to Su-chin, and she couldn't help but reflect inwardly on his remarkable handsomeness. Alas, he lacked both wealth and prospects. During their university days, she could entertain a secret admiration for him, but now that they had graduated, the importance of financial stability overshadowed all else. Thus, she opted for the more affluent Lin Tianxiang instead. The classmate who had been speaking moments before, witnessing Su-chin's entrance steal away the attention of all the girls, felt his own brilliance eclipsed. He swiftly altered his tone, speaking with a mocking lilt. "Hey, classmates, just after that luxury car drove by, our class heartthrob, Su-chin, has arrived. Could it be that our class heartthrob has purchased that Rolls-Royce?" His feigned inquiry was underscored by a look of disdain in his eyes, as if he eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. This classmate, Chen Guang, a roommate of Lin Tianxiang, held a profound disdain for Su-chin. Lacking any substantial family background himself, he had grown accustomed to basking in Lin Tianxiang's shadow, developing an unfounded sense of superiority. Su-chin was perplexed by the arrogance derived from such sycophantic behavior. After all, the car truly belonged to him. Lin Tianxiang suddenly chuckled and addressed Chen Guang, "Guangzi, don't speak nonsense. That car was a globally limited, high-end custom Rolls-Royce, with only a handful in existence, priced at a staggering 170 million. How could our class heartthrob possibly afford such a top-tier luxury vehicle?" Wang Pin approached, positioning himself beside Lin Tianxiang. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about Lin Tianxiang's earlier attempt to overshadow him. Su-chin was his true target for the day. As the son of a wealthy family, he felt no comparison to Lin Tianxiang was necessary for Su-chin, he had heard, had yet to secure employment. This was his opportunity to belittle him. Immediately, Wang Pin chimed in, "Exactly. Do you think everyone is like young Master Lin? How could Su-chin afford a car worth over 100 million? Our Su-class heartthrob only possesses a face appealing enough to stand out in school. However, when it comes to the workplace and society, it is one's capabilities that truly matter." Just as Wang Pin finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open once more, and a staff member approached Lin Tianxiang, respectfully presenting him with the keys to a Maserati. Lin Tianxiang exaggeratedly waved the keys in front of Su-chin, grinning. "Su-chin, as classmates, of course, I'm willing to lend you a hand when we enter society. This car is newly purchased. Should you require it for an interview, I can lend it to you to make an impression. By the way, you do have a driver's license, don't you?" Having listened to their banter for a while, Su-chin couldn't suppress a scoff. "After all that talk, I thought you had bought something impressive. It's merely a few million worth of Maserati, and you think that gives you the right to be arrogant before me? A mere Maserati? Su-chin, are you living in a dream? Seriously, can you afford that Maserati?" Lin Tianxiang retorted, his face turning pale with indignation. Su-chin merely shrugged, remarking that a Maserati worth over 5 million might have seemed impressive to him just days prior. However, now, with his bespoke Rolls-Royce valued at over 100 million, how could he possibly regard a Maserati with any interest? "Even if you gifted me that Maserati, I wouldn't bother driving it. I have my own car," Su-chin declared. "Ha, ha, ha." Wang Pin seemed to find the situation utterly amusing, exclaiming, "Su, you've bought a car? What have you purchased? It can't possibly be that recently popular Wuling, can it? That car seems to be making waves lately, with its appealing design. Perfectly suited for a pretty face like yours, haha." Chen Guang chimed in, embellishing the mockery. "Su, did you really buy a Wuling? That car is decent. The high-end model is only 38,000. Haha." The male classmates burst into laughter, while Su-chin remained unfazed, regarding them as if they were fools. These shallow individuals regarded a Maserati as something remarkable. If they were to discover he drove a 1.7 billion Rolls-Royce, they would likely faint from shock. Several girls, unable to tolerate the mockery any longer, interjected, "Lin Tianxiang, Chen Guang, Wang Pin, you three have gone too far. Su-chin is our classmate, ever since he arrived. You have only ridiculed him. Are you envious of his looks? You merely have a bit of money. What is so impressive about that? Haven't you seen grassroots rise to success? Haven't you witnessed the downfall of the wealthy? Your behavior is truly disgraceful. Their words darkened the expressions of the three boys, who were about to retort. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a female server hurriedly approached the valet who had just delivered the car keys to Lin Tianxiang, exclaiming, "Why are you running so fast? I couldn't even call you back." The valet, taken aback, replied, "Huh? What's wrong? I'm delivering the keys to the guest." "Delivering what?" "A Rolls-Royce just arrived downstairs. Hurry and move the guest's Maserati. We need to clear the best spot for that one. 7 billion Rolls-Royce. We cannot afford to damage that car. If anything happens to it, we'd be unable to pay for the repairs." The valet, startled, quickly turned around and, with a forced smile, said to Lin Tianxiang, "Mr. Lin, I apologize, but I will need your car keys again to reposition your vehicle." Lin Tianxiang, visibly embarrassed, thought of the recently mentioned 1.7 billion Rolls-Royce and begrudgingly surrendered the keys, coldly instructing, "Be careful with it and park it in a prominent spot. If it gets scratched, you won't be able to afford it." After giving his instructions, Lin Tianxiang still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as he stood by the window, watching his Maserati being driven out of the prime parking spot, followed by the entrance of the exquisite Rolls-Royce. The classmates rushed to the window to admire the luxurious vehicle. "This car is incredible. It truly deserves its 1.7 billion price tag. It looks as if it's made of gold. It's a dream I could never hope to attain. If I could just sit in the passenger seat of such a car, I would feel my life had been worth living." Lin Tianxiang's expression darkened as he remarked, "What is so impressive about luxury cars? Now, let us eat. By the way, Suchen, where is your car parked?" Lin Tianxiang, displeased after being switched to a different parking spot by the restaurant, felt the urge to belittle Suchen to satisfy his own vanity. Suchen, fully aware of Lin Tianxiang's intentions, smirked coldly and, raising his chin, pointed towards the Rolls-Royce parked below, saying, "Isn't it obvious where my car is?" The classmates were momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? Lin Tianxiang was the first to catch on, as if he had heard a great joke, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Suchen, are you claiming that car down there is yours?" Suchen nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Laughter erupted, with Wan Pin joining in, and a wave of amusement swept through the boys. The female classmates, unable to tolerate the mockery, interjected, "What are you all doing? Is it only permissible for Lin to buy a car while Sue, the campus heartthrob, cannot?" "Exactly. We are all classmates. Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Why do you all persistently target Sue, the campus heartthrob?" Despite the support from several female classmates, they too did not believe that the car worth 1.7 billion was Su Chen's. Lin Tianxiang and Wan Pin exchanged glances with the girls from their class and sighed. "You girls are truly enchanted by Su Chen's looks. That car downstairs is a luxury worth over 1 billion. Su Chen, a struggling student who couldn't even afford a bicycle during his 4 years in college. How could he possibly own a Rolls-Royce?" Wan Pin further asserted, "If that car belongs to Su Chun, then in front of all our classmates, I shall call him grandfather and kneel to pay my respects." "I have no interest in picking up a grandson," Su Chun laughed, "but if you insist, I could certainly provide the audience with a splendid performance." As soon as Su Chun finished speaking, the parking attendant re-entered, this time accompanied by a man dressed in a suit and tie. The lead man, followed by 3 parking attendants, approached Su Chun and respectfully bowed. "Greetings. I am the lobby manager here at your service. Sir, your Rolls-Royce has been parked in the finest spot. To ensure its safety, we have cordoned off the area with a security line, but it will not obstruct your departure. We have dedicated personnel guarding your vehicle, ensuring nothing will happen to it while it is in our establishment." Chapter 27. I am revealing my hand. The extraordinary group belongs to my family. Here are your car keys, esteemed guest. May you enjoy your meal. The manager presented the keys to the Rolls-Royce with both hands, and Su Chen casually pocketed them. At that moment, the parking attendant approached Lin Tianxiang and handed him the keys to the Maserati, adding a flattering remark, "Sir, you truly have a remarkable classmate among you." Lin Tianxiang's expression darkened even further. What does remarkable mean? Who is the tiger and who is the dragon? Su Chun is clearly just a poor loser. Yet, at this moment, the classmates were left dumbfounded by the luxurious car owned by this so-called poor loser. Su Chun, that Rolls-Royce is really yours? Oh my, campus heartthrob. You have struck it rich. Su, you are truly remarkable. How much does this car cost? A staggering one. 7 billion for a super luxury vehicle. Only 3 of these exquisite machines exist globally. My goodness, Su, your extravagance is astounding. I never imagined that you were the true affluent one. Throughout our 4 years in university, you concealed your wealth so well. Is driving this luxury car not an exhilarating experience? We just witnessed it zoom by. It was simply magnificent. Su Chun chuckled and waved his hand, remarking that all fine cars are quite similar. The essence lies in their comfort and the pleasure of driving. If you were curious, you can take a look after we finish our meal. Thank you, Su. I never expected to behold a 7 billion luxury car. Let alone get a chance to explore it. This is incredible. Su, may I take a photograph? The female classmates gazed at Su Chun with new admiration, their eyes glinting with envy. However, the most astonished was Qin Chanqian. When did Su Chun amass such wealth? What had she missed? Over the past 6 months. While everyone focused on job hunting, Su Chun had not participated in campus recruitment nor sought employment. She assumed he had given up, yet here he was, owning a 7 billion luxury vehicle. This was far more impressive than Lin Tianxiang, the second-generation rich kid who merely inherited a 5 million sports car. Qin Chanqian felt a resurgence of excitement. She discreetly distanced herself from Lin Tianxiang, shyly withdrawing her shoulder from under his arm, and said to Su Chun, "You are truly impressive. To have acquired such an exquisite car right after graduation is enviable." Su Chun glanced at Qin Chanqian and smiled noncommittally. This class beauty had shown him some interest over the years, but he held no particular feelings for her. At this moment, the mother of his child was far more beautiful than the class beauty. Wan Pin stood amidst the crowd, his eyes gleaming with envy as he regarded Su Chun's face. Where on earth did Su Chun procure such an extravagant vehicle? Given his spending habits during school, how could he possibly afford such an expensive car? Forget about the 7 billion car. He couldn't even afford a single wheel of a car worth 1 million. All right. If Su Chun wishes to flaunt his wealth, I shall bring him down a peg. Immediately, Wan Pin smiled at Su Chun and said, "I must say, Su, I am genuinely astonished. You've purchased a 7 billion Rolls-Royce before even graduating. In our entire dragon country, only one mysterious magnate has acquired this bespoke vehicle. Now, with you, there are 2 of us who own the 7 billion custom Rolls-Royce. You have truly brought glory to our country. As your classmate, I feel an immense honor. Su Chun, I never would have guessed that the wealthiest person in our class is you. It's my first time encountering such a low-key heir emerging from a prestigious family. Your family's assets must exceed 100 billion, right? No, given that you spent 7 billion on a car, it must be at least 1 trillion. Chen Guang immediately chimed in. Lin Tianxiang, having previously suffered a setback, regained his wits upon hearing the remarks of Wan Pin and Chen Guang. He realized they were skeptical about whether that car truly belonged to Su Chun. Indeed, he felt foolish for having believed that a vehicle worth 7 billion was genuinely Su Chun's, while it was true that Su Chun had driven it. There were numerous pretentious rich second-generation individuals who rented luxury cars to flaunt their wealth. It was entirely possible that this car was merely a rental, with Su Chun having spent a fortune to create an illusion of affluence. He even imagined that after this rental, Su Chun might have to scrape by for months to repay his debts. This thought lifted his spirits, and a smile crept onto his face as he remarked to Chen Guang, "Indeed, Su Chun, I never expected you to be so impressive. I truly admire you. No wonder. Over the past 6 months, while everyone else has been frantically job hunting, you appear to be quite leisurely. Turns out your family genuinely possesses wealth. My family is just middle class with a small business. My father insists I return home after graduation to take over the company. With your family's wealth, you certainly don't need to seek employment. You will be heading straight to work at your family's firm, right? Which major conglomerate does your family belong to? Is it the Chow Fan Group?" Upon hearing this, Wan Pin immediately chimed in. It must be the Chow Fan Group. Only a conglomerate with a $1 trillion valuation could befit someone of Su Xiao's stature. Chen Guang, suppressing his laughter, added exactly to match Su Xiao's identity. It must be the trillion-dollar Chao fan group. The female classmates, witnessing the trio's exaggerated flattery towards Su Chen, exchanged worried glances, eager to defend him but at a loss for words. As their excitement waned, they became increasingly anxious after absorbing Lin Tianxiang and his companion's comments. It seemed likely that the 1.7 billion car Su Chen had arrived in was simply rented, and their ongoing discussion about Su Chen's employment and family background was putting him in a precarious position, rendering him vulnerable to embarrassment. Su Chen, however, had not anticipated that Lin Tianxiang and his friends would display such cleverness, opting to elevate him rather than solely disparage him. Amusingly, he found their antics rather entertaining, resembling clowns in their discourse. Indeed, gatherings such as farewell dinners and reunions were exceptionally intriguing events. With a smile, Su Chen raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "You've hit the nail on the head. The Chao fan group is indeed my family's enterprise. I won't pretend any longer. I am indeed employed at the Chao fan group. Here is my identification badge." With that, Su Chen produced his work ID and placed it on the table. Chapter 28. Astonishment. The president of Lonka Institute approaches. The expressions of Lin Tianxiang and his companions instantly shifted. They dropped their pretenses and confronted him directly. "Su Chen, I never imagined you could boast so audaciously. I truly underestimated you." Lin Tianxiang was visibly enraged, firmly disbelieving that Su Chen could secure a position at the Chao fan group, let alone claim it as his family's enterprise. Why not proclaim that the universe is his home? The classmates harbored their doubts. Qin Qianqian wished to trust Su Ming, yet she felt that Su Chen's claims about the extraordinary group were excessively grandiose. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, "Su Chen, it's no disgrace not to have found a job yet. We have just graduated, so take your time." Wan Pin could no longer maintain his facade and openly mocked. "Su Chen, the pressure of not securing employment over these past few months has evidently driven you to hysteria. You assert that the extraordinary group is your family business. You work at the extraordinary group? That car of yours is obviously rented. Classmates, we have been together for 4 years, and we all know Su Chen's background. Even our wealthy classmate Lin can only afford a 5 million yuan Maserati. Do you genuinely believe Su Chen can purchase a luxury vehicle worth 1.7 billion? And as for being the heir of a low-key, mysterious family, what a farce. Just a few compliments, and he acts as if he is truly affluent." Su Chen regarded Wan Pin as though he were a fool, saying, "If you wish to play the fool and refuse to bow down and call me grandfather, I never claimed I would spare you. I have no desire for a grandson as dull-witted as you. You say my car is rented? There are only 3 of this model in the world. One is with the president of the nation, another resides in the garage of a certain magnate in Longhua, and the third is parked downstairs. Who do you think would rent such a vehicle? If you had bothered to research it, you wouldn't be so embarrassed. The brain atop your shoulders is meant for contemplation, not merely to accommodate your meager stature." Just then, Chen Jiqiang, Zhang Yubin, and Gu Yu arrived, overhearing Su Chen's words. The 3 exchanged glances, swiftly grasping the situation. Zhang Yubin signaled to the others and suddenly raised his voice. "Su Gu, you arrived so early. We thought you would come later since you had work." Gu Yu playfully tapped his head and laughed. "Zhang Yubin, are you foolish? The extraordinary group never requires overtime." Chen Jiqiang joined them, sitting beside Su Chen. "Su Gu, I just heard outside that Wan Pin is planning to bow and call you grandfather. Who would have thought our gathering would turn into such a spectacle? Wan Pin, I hear you've joined Hongxian. That cannot compare to the extraordinary group. Perhaps you should bow a few more times so Su Gu can consider finding you a clerical position there. Indeed, our Su Gu wields considerable influence at the extraordinary group," Gu said with a knowing smile. Su Chen understood he was alluding to his relationship with Yin Bingxue and could not help but smile in response. Wan Pin's face turned green with rage, and he gritted his teeth. "Su Chen has power at the extraordinary group? Gu Yu, how can you be so boastful?" Su Chen likely only managed to enter as a janitor or in logistics. At that moment, Lin Tianxiang was already on the phone with his uncle, who happened to have a friend working at the extraordinary group. "Hello, uncle, this is Tianxiang. I have a question. A classmate of mine claims to have secured a position at the extraordinary group, but isn't it notoriously difficult to get in? I wanted to ask if he is truly hired by them." "Ah, indeed. He is my university classmate, named Su Chun. With Su referring to Suzhou and Chun meaning fine dust. Could you kindly inquire on my behalf? All right, I shall await your return call. He hung up the phone, comfortably settling into his chair while casually pulling Qin Xianxian into his embrace. Qin Xianxian glanced at Su Chun, seemingly feeling a bit awkward and wanting to struggle. But then she heard Lin Tianxiang say, "Classmates, my Uncle S friend works at the Extraordinary Group. My uncle is checking on Su Chun's situation. But he mentioned that the hiring process at the Extraordinary Group is exceedingly stringent. Only top-tier elites in the industry can secure a position without passing an examination. Su Chun, did you not anticipate my capabilities? Ha ha. The bravado you just displayed is about to be dismantled. It appears you are in quite the predicament." Su Chun remained unperturbed, even optimistic about Lin Tianxiang. Wan Pin had just remarked that he was boasting, and Lin Tianxiang immediately sought confirmation through his connections. Truly, when sleep beckons, the heavens deliver a pillow. How splendid. The phone rang, and all the classmates turned their gazes in anticipation, eagerly awaiting this call. Just as Lin Tianxiang was about to answer, the female classmates, still willing to trust Su Chun, urged, "Lin, why not put it on speaker? Whether it's true or false, let us hear it with our own ears. Otherwise, how will we know if you're not fabricating accusations against Su Chun?" Lin Tianxiang had intended to declare that no matter the answer, he would insist Su Chun was deceiving them. However, now being cornered by several female classmates, he reluctantly activated the speakerphone. "Hello, Tianxiang. I just asked my friend at the Extraordinary Group, and they said there's no new hire named Su Chun. Is it possible your classmate has been misled?" "Oh, I see. Thank you, uncle." Lin Tianxiang hung up with a smile plastered on his face. "Su Chun, what do you have to say now? The Extraordinary Group claims you do not exist. I never expected this, Su Chun, for someone of your stature as a campus heartthrob. To boast like this among classmates, are we merely your entertainment?" "How amusing," Wan Pin scoffed. The female classmates exchanged glances, and one bold enough approached Su Chun, whispering, "Su, perhaps you should just leave for today. I think it's best not to eat. They're clearly targeting you." "Hey, Lu, what do you mean by that? It's not me or Lin who is bragging. Who is targeting Su Chun? Clearly, he is the one lacking in dignity and loves to boast." "Nonsense," Gyu erupted. "My brother Su is indeed employed at the Extraordinary Group." Su Chun regarded Lin Tianxiang and calmly stated, "Lin, perhaps you should clarify this matter. We are all classmates, and misunderstandings can occur. I would hate for you to feel embarrassed later. If the Extraordinary Group cannot provide information, perhaps they can inquire with the Mecha Design Department." "Su Chun, you truly are oblivious to reality. The Mecha Design Department of the Extraordinary Group is on par with the national-level Mecha Research Institute. Lonka Academy, do you think you have what it takes? Do you even know what mechas are? Such advanced technology is likely beyond your imagination." Lin Tianxiang's nostrils flared with disdain, and the whole room of classmates regarded Su Chun with skepticism. Just then, a melodious female voice interrupted the tension in the room. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Su Chun?" As everyone turned around, they beheld a beautiful woman clad in a professional suit standing at the entrance, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. The old man, dressed in a traditional Tang suit, exuded an air of distinction, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Clearly a scholarly figure. "It's me," Su Chun said softly. "Mr. Su, greetings. I am the assistant to the director of the Long Institute of Technology. This is our esteemed director. He wishes to have a word with you. May I take a few minutes of your time?" The assistant inquired with a smile. In that instant, the entire room was astounded. Chapter 29. Joining the Long Institute of Technology. Su Chun glanced at the elderly gentleman in the Tang suit. His brow slightly furrowed. He had seen this man yesterday at the photography studio while taking wedding photos with Yan Bingxue. Although it had been merely a fleeting glance, his memory had been significantly enhanced since activating the system, allowing him to recall even brief encounters. He was taken aback to discover that this gentleman was the director of the Long Institute of Technology. It appeared that the director had come to seek him out after overhearing his conversation with Cui Haoyu at the studio yesterday. After some deliberation, he must have concluded that Su Chun's insights on mechas were exceptionally profound. Thus, he had taken the initiative to engage him in conversation today. Understanding this, Suchin nodded at the elderly man. Certainly. The Long Institute of Technology holds immense significance for the entire nation of Longwa. In this era, dominated by cutting-edge technology, the prowess of a country's advancements determines its influence on the global stage, yielding greater benefits and security for its citizens. Consequently, Suchin harbored profound respect for the scientists at the Long Institute. After Suchin departed with Elder Yuan, his classmates erupted in astonishment within the private room. My goodness! The director of the Long Institute is here to see Suchin. He wishes to speak with him. The Long Institute is home to the most elite researchers in our nation, engaging in the most enigmatic and advanced mecha studies. Could it be that Suchin's previous claims about his involvement in the mecha research department of the extraordinary group were not mere boasts, but indeed the truth? It must be true. Goodness, Suchin is truly remarkable. Aminal, I never imagined that while we were studying automotive research in school, Suchin was quietly delving into mecha studies. What a revelation. Wan Pin, overhearing the girls' chatter, felt a surge of irritation. You women are truly short-sighted. It seems you were blinded by Suchin's appearance. Did you not hear what young Master Lin's uncle said? Suchin is merely boasting. He has never set foot in the extraordinary group. And as for this old man claiming to be the director of the Long Institute, do you truly believe him? It's entirely possible that this elderly gentleman and his assistant were hired by Suchin to put on a show. You scoffed, Wan Pin. You truly are a frog at the bottom of a well. How could you ever comprehend the greatness of my brother Su? Wan Pin rolled his eyes. A frog at the bottom of a well. Haha. If I am, then you must be a stinking bug at the bottom of the well. You chose not to continue the argument, instead regarding Wan Pin with a look of disdain. His current concern is that the president of the Dragon Institute personally came to seek out Su Gu from his family. It seems that Su Gu is truly remarkable, bringing great honor to their dormitory. Suddenly, a female classmate, her face etched with astonishment, pointed towards the television that had gone unnoticed, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Look! The person on TV is that esteemed elder we just saw." Everyone turned their gaze, and they beheld a CCTV interview program in which the elder was the interviewee. Beneath him, his title was displayed, President of the Mecha Research Division at the Dragon Institute. Indeed, he truly is the president of the Dragon Institute. This is a CCTV interview program. There is absolutely no possibility of forgery. My heavens, how astonishing! A figure as formidable as the president of the Dragon Institute has appeared before me. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Even more impressively, the president personally sought out Suchin. Surely, he intends to discuss mecha research with Suchin. Su Tongxue must be capable of creating mechas. Oh my. This is so cool. Regardless of gender, apart from Lin Tianxiang, Wan Pin, and Shen Guang, the other students were all ablaze with excitement, their eyes gleaming with admiration for Suchin. At that moment, an abrupt ringtone shattered the students' astonishment. It was Lin Tianxiang's phone. Feeling somewhat irritable, he saw it was his uncle calling, so he deliberately put it on speakerphone. This way, everyone would know that even the president of the Dragon Institute had come to seek out Suchin. Yet, Suchin still had the audacity to boast. Suchin was not even employed at the extraordinary group. Tianxiang, I apologize, but a friend from the extraordinary group just called again. They indeed have a new employee named Suchin, but he joined the Mecha Research Department right away. As you know, the Mecha Research Department at the Extraordinary Group is quite mysterious, so ordinary employees are unaware. He only learned this from higher-ups. Tianxiang, your classmate is impressive, isn't he? You should cultivate a good relationship with him. Who knows? He might look out for you in the future. With a resounding impact, Lin Tianxiang's mind erupted. He hastily ended the call, yet his classmates had all overheard. Oh my, Su Gu is not joking. He really has entered the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group. And even the president of the Dragon Institute has come seeking him. Su Gu is truly remarkable. Incredible. Our third-tier institution has produced such a talent in mecha. Su Gu is simply extraordinary. His three roommates wore expressions of pride, provocatively gazing at Wan Pin and Lin Tianxiang, challenging, "So, how about it? My Su Gu is indeed phenomenal. Do you understand now?" Meanwhile, the impressive Suchin was in another private room conversing with Elder Yuan. "So, you mean to say that you heard my discussion about mecha theory yesterday and wish to recruit me into the Mecha Research Division at the Dragon Institute?" Suchin inquired. Yuan nodded and said, Mr. Su, at that moment, I noticed your eagerness to obtain your marriage certificate, so I refrained from interrupting you. However, upon returning, I found myself unable to sleep a wink, overwhelmed with joy. With a young talent like you in Longhua, possessing such profound insights into mechas, I am confident that our nation's mecha technology will surely achieve significant breakthroughs. Mr. Su, I am aware that you have now joined the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group. The leadership of Longhua strongly supports research in mechas, and the endeavors of private enterprises do not conflict with those of the Lonka Institute. If someone of your caliber is willing to join our institute, even as a consultant, it would be perfectly acceptable for you not to visit daily. Furthermore, regarding compensation, what the Lonka Institute offers transcends mere financial and material rewards. As long as you are willing to come to the Lonka Institute, you may present any requirements you have. An annual salary of 2 million is the baseline. And should you achieve significant breakthroughs, all intellectual property and income will belong to you personally. Additionally, the nation places great importance on high-tech talents. And we can also assist with your housing in Zhonghai. I wonder if you would consider joining the Lonka Institute. I sincerely invite you to be a part of us. The housing prices in Zhonghai have skyrocketed, with prime locations costing hundreds of thousands per square meter, and even less desirable areas demanding several tens of thousands. Some individuals toil for a lifetime without affording a home, compounded by the current purchase restrictions. Having money does not guarantee a property acquisition. Housing is undoubtedly the foremost concern for contemporary graduates, and the state has now directly resolved this issue for Su Chun. However, Su Chun does not place much value on this, as he possesses a system that grants him access to luxury cars worth billions, rendering housing a trivial concern. To be honest, Su Chun is quite exhilarated. As a man and a young citizen of Longhua, he has received a personal invitation from the president of the Lonka Institute to join their ranks. This is truly a matter of great honor and pride for his family. It surpasses even the glory of acquiring a system, because this is a point of pride as a citizen of Longhua. He promptly and earnestly addressed Yuan, saying, Mr. Yuan, I am willing to join the Lonka Institute. The nation has nurtured talents like us, and I eagerly await the day I can serve my country. I am currently employed at the Extraordinary Group, so I shall serve as a mecha consultant for the Lonka Institute. Although I cannot work there daily, whenever the Institute requires my assistance, I, Su Chun, will undoubtedly be at your service. All that I know regarding mechas, I shall contribute to the advancement of our nation's mecha technology. Yuan looked at him with excitement, deeply moved by Su Chin's patriotic fervor. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, Excellent. Mr. Su, you are truly a source of pride for the people of Longhua. Rest assured, our nation will never neglect you. Very well, it is settled then. I will find time to visit the Lonka Institute to complete the necessary paperwork. Today, I must excuse myself as it is my university classmates' farewell dinner. All right. I shall see you off. Yuan rose personally to accompany Su Chun as they made their way outside. Chapter 30. The arrival of the overbearing CEO, Yan Bingxue. Within the private room, the classmates were fervently discussing matters concerning Su Chin. Qin Tianxian had unknowingly distanced herself from Lin Tianxiang. She now holds unwavering faith in Su Chin. Previously, her vision was rather myopic. Su Chin indeed possesses exceptional prowess. At this moment, Wan Pin remains unconvinced, stubbornly arguing with a group. How can you be certain that Su Chin can truly enter the Dragon Institute? What is the Dragon Institute, after all? It is a national institution. What right does Su Chin have to gain entry? I see him merely working in the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group, likely just a menial laborer. You people are so gullible. Just because the director came to seek out Su Chun, you genuinely believe he can enter the Dragon Institute? What a joke. A female classmate, unable to tolerate his disparaging remarks, retorted, Isn't it impressive that the director personally sought him out? Was it the big boss of Hongxian who personally came to find you? I think not. Whether or not Su Chin gains entrance to the Dragon Institute is beside the point. The significant matter is that such an esteemed scientist, the director of the institute, has taken the initiative to approach Su Chin. This clearly indicates that Su Chin possesses genuine skill in mecha research. I see you are too proud to admit that Su Chin surpasses you. Wan Pin, seething with anger, gritted his teeth. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Su Chin stood at the threshold. Old Yuan had personally escorted him to the entrance and extended his hand to greet Su Chun, speaking with utmost politeness. Mr. Su, we have an agreement then. Next Monday at 10 in the morning, I will send someone to the extraordinary group to escort you to the Dragon Institute for your onboarding procedures. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Su Chun nodded, acknowledging the director's courtesy. Thank you. Take care. As Su Chun entered, the atmosphere in the room erupted with excitement. Wan Pin, who had just questioned Su Chun's potential to enter the Dragon Institute, wore a face akin to someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. However, no one paid him any mind. Everyone flocked around Su Chun. Brother Su, you are truly incredible. So, not only have you joined the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group, but now you are also set to work at the Mecha Research Branch of the Dragon Institute. Wow, what a fantastic opportunity. Su, you are studying mecha as well? That is so cool. I can already picture it in my mind. Su, so dashing, piloting a colossal mecha. It must be absolutely magnificent. Even cooler than the protagonists in American blockbusters. Brother Su, you've made it big. You must take care of us, your fellow university classmates. From now on, surrounded by their admiration, Su Chun felt a surge of joy. Is this the exhilarating sensation of turning the tables? Indeed, it feels delightful. It was his first time being the center of attention, and it felt wonderful. At this moment, someone in the crowd attempted to exploit the situation, planning to sneak out while everyone was focused on Su Chun. With the combat skills bestowed upon him by the system, Su Chun possessed remarkable senses and sharp eyesight. Instantly noticing Wan Pin's furtive movements, he called out to the crowd, "One classmate, why are you in such a hurry to squeeze past? Surely you're not seeking an empty spot to bow and call me grandfather?" Upon hearing Su Chun's words, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a clear path for Wan Pin. Good you, observing Wan Pin's expression, immediately chimed in with a grin. "One classmate, are you ready? I shall record a video for you on my phone." Capturing this grand moment of our dear Su recognizing his grandson. In future gatherings, we must bring out this footage to reminisce. It is evident to everyone that Wan Pin intended to flee, yet unexpectedly, Su Chun, as if endowed with a second sight, swiftly apprehended him. Wan stood awkwardly in place, tempted to unleash a torrent of curses, but even more inclined to resort to sheer obstinacy. However, given Su Chun's present status and influence, he dared not. With Su Chun's formidable prowess, should he offend him, not only would Wan Pin struggle in Hongxian, but he might find himself unwelcome throughout the entirety of Zhonghai. Gritting his teeth, Wan Pin unhesitatingly opted for his future over his dignity. Immediately, he donned a sycophantic smile and approached Su Chun, exclaiming, "Grandpa Su, your wisdom is unparalleled. Not a single one of my trifling antics escapes your keen eye. I merely sought a more spacious area to pay my respects." He expressed gratitude to his classmates for making room. Su Chun remained silent, observing Wan Pin with amusement. Laughter erupted among the classmates, many of whom took out their phones, ready to record. Under the weight of their gazes and cameras, Wan Pin maintained his smile. With a resounding thud, he knelt before Su Chun, bowing thrice while proclaiming, "Grandpa Su. From this day forth, I shall be your devoted grandson. Do you not find my bowing satisfactory? Should you be displeased, I shall do it anew. If you are pleased, may you overlook my minor transgressions and remember your humble grandson in times of fortune. I shall honor you well." His obsequious demeanor sent shivers down the spines of his female classmates, who could hardly bear to look at him. Su Chun, finding the display excessively greasy, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. You may rise." This nauseating display was quite detrimental to his appetite. "All right then, I shall rise." Wan Pin chuckled as he stood, bowing and scraping alongside Su Chun. He realized that once he had knelt, his mindset had stabilized. With such a formidable figure as Su Chun, it was surely advantageous to ingratiate himself. What was a little bowing compared to that? Having such an impressive grandfather, he felt elated. This incident could have concluded peacefully, with everyone returning to their seats to prepare for their farewell dinner. Yet, Lin Tianxiang remained unconvinced. As everyone settled, he scoffed. "Su, you seem quite fond of recognizing grandsons. Which is amusing, considering you are a single dog without even a girlfriend. Who knows when you might have children?" With that, he reached for Qin Qianqian, eager to boast about his own romantic endeavors. However, Qin Qianqian swiftly slapped his hand away, her displeasure evident as she said, "We have so many classmates here. Please stop this nonsense." Following her remark, she gazed at Su Chun with a tender and hopeful expression. Lin Tianxiang, caught off guard and feeling embarrassed, was about to retaliate when the door to the private room swung open. A delightful little girl dashed in, resembling a small cannonball, and leapt into Su Chen's embrace. "Daddy!" Her sweet, high-pitched voice, paired with her adorably sculpted features, left everyone in the room utterly astonished. Shortly thereafter, a young boy entered through the door, equally exquisite in appearance, albeit with a somewhat serious expression. "Tuan Tuan, didn't T-Mama tell you not to run around?" A delightful little one sitting on Su Chen's lap exclaimed cheerfully. "Huh? Are these adorable little children Su Shaocao's offspring?" Before anyone could inquire further, their attention was captivated by Yin Bingshui at the entrance. My goodness! Her beauty! Even the most celebrated divas of the entertainment industry pale in comparison. Utterly breathtaking. Moreover, she exuded an aura of commanding authority. Who was this woman? Beautiful and charismatic. In the presence of Yin Bingshui, the female classmates in the private room seemed to fade into insignificance, all dimmed in her luminous presence, even the class beauty, Qin Chanqian. Chapter 31. Brother Su, your wife is the president of the extraordinary group. Yin Bingshui approached Su Chun and said, "I brought Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei over." They were reluctant to return home without seeking their father first. "I hope I haven't disturbed you." Su Chun shook his head, standing up with Tuan Tuan in his arms. "Not at all. We haven't even started eating yet." He then addressed everyone. "I apologize, my two little treasures are quite clingy. I brought my family to join the farewell dinner. I hope you don't mind." The classmates immediately shook their heads, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at Yin Bingshui and the two adorable children. The boys could hardly contain their envy, while the girls, though somewhat disheartened, were utterly enchanted by the charming family of four. Chen Jiqiang, who had been seated beside Su Chen, promptly vacated his spot, even shifting a considerable distance to create space for the two children. "Brother Su, this must be our sister-in-law and the little niece and nephew, right?" Su Chen nodded, pulling out a chair for Yin Bingshui. "Please, have a seat." As Su Chen's family settled in, the atmosphere in the private room instantly ignited with energy. "Su Shaoqiao, you're already married, and your sister-in-law is so stunning, with such adorable twins. How enviable. Brother Su, these two little cuties are like miniature versions of you and your sister-in-law. A pair of twins, you two truly excelled in creating such wonders. With such talent, you should have more." The room was filled with excitement as everyone greeted Yin Bingshui and the two little treasures, except for Lin Tianxiang and his companion, Qin Chanqian, who appeared noticeably pale. Lin Tianxiang was taken aback, unable to fathom that Su Chen had such a beautiful wife and a pair of twins. His earlier jibes at Su Chen now felt like a stinging slap in the face. Even in the absence of attention, he felt utterly embarrassed. He had intended to mock Su Chen for being single throughout college, believing marriage and children were beyond his reach. Yet, Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei were undeniable replicas of Su Chen and Yin Bingshui. Even he couldn't utter such nonsense. It was simply infuriating. Qin Chanqian, on the other hand, felt a pang of regret, as if she had missed out on a fortune. Su Chen, with his remarkable talents, striking looks, and substantial wealth, could have changed the course of their lives had she been more proactive and less concerned about others' opinions. Perhaps she would now be seated beside him, raising their adorable twins. Alas, regret is a luxury we cannot afford in this world. The two sat there, unable to enjoy their meal. Lin Tianxiang, feeling the weight of the moment, hastily declared, "Classmates, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he dashed away, forgetting even his proud girlfriend who had accompanied him. Qin Chanqian found herself awkwardly alone, glancing at Su Chun before covering her face and fleeing the scene. This brief episode seemed to have no effect on the lively atmosphere within the private room. "Hey, that lady looks somewhat familiar. Is she a celebrity? She's stunning." A female classmate exclaimed in surprise. Guyu, wearing a knowing smile, replied, "What are you saying, sister? Our sister-in-law is not from the entertainment industry. She is a formidable businesswoman, the CEO who made her mark through her own prowess. You might have seen her on a financial channel. She heads the extraordinary group." The classmate was left speechless. "Oh my, she is the illustrious CEO of the extraordinary group." She's my idol. The other classmates expressed their astonishment. Goodness. Sue, how many secrets have you kept from us? It turns out you are already married to the esteemed CEO and have welcomed a pair of lovely twins. Now it made sense why, while we all hustled for our careers, Suchin remained so composed. The extraordinary group is indeed owned by his family. When he previously mentioned it, many had been skeptical. But now, witnessing Yin Bingxue, their doubts dissolved entirely. Sue, would you share your love story with us? This is a real-life tale of a campus heartthrob and a beautiful CEO. Just imagining it is thrilling. Suchin, please enlighten us. Give us some inspiration for our dreams tonight. The crowd urged him on, and as Suchin turned to glance at Yin Bingxue, their eyes met. In that fleeting moment, she slightly lowered her gaze, her face obscured in shadow, yet her ears betrayed her, tinged with a rosy hue. Eager classmates could hardly contain their excitement, beckoning others to witness the scene. This was beyond extraordinary. The renowned CEO, Yin Bingxue, known for her icy beauty, revealed a shy and blushing side before Suchin. His charm was undeniably potent. Noticing her discomfort, Suchin leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "They wish to hear our story. Shall I share a little?" Their proximity intensified, and his warm breath brushed against her cheek. Yin Bingxue's heart raced, her emotions stirred. It wasn't only the children longing for their father. She too wished to remain with Suchin instead of returning home. Yet, with him dining with classmates, she was uncertain if he would welcome her presence. After all, he had yet to publicly acknowledge their marriage on social media. Yin Bingxue believed that Suchin married her primarily for the sake of Tuan Tuan and Lele. Thus, appearing alongside him as his wife at Suchin's farewell dinner made her heart flutter with a hint of anxiety. However, when Suchin inquired if she could share, a wave of joy washed over her. Did his willingness to speak signify that he had come to accept their relationship in his heart? Yin Bingxue nodded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Suchin. She yearned to uncover how their story unfolded in his mind. Once granted permission, Suchin addressed his classmates. "The tale of my love for your sister-in-law is quite lengthy, especially considering our children are already 3 years old. Allow me to recount a more recent event. Last night, when I proposed to your sister-in-law, at the Central Square, I orchestrated a drone wedding for her. I invested considerable effort to win her heart." As soon as Suchin finished his words, several classmates immediately reacted. "The drone proposal at Central Square yesterday. Oh my. It was actually orchestrated by Su Ge for his sister-in-law. My goodness, from last night until today, my social media feed has been flooded with the proposal event. Who would have thought this was the love story of our campus heartthrob and his sister-in-law? I feel like I've witnessed a groundbreaking scoop. It's simply exhilarating." While the roommates were aware of Suchin's proposal, they were ignorant of the specific details. However, upon hearing about the drone proposal, vivid images sprang to their minds. Guyu discreetly gave Suchin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Su Ge, you're amazing. When you mentioned proposing to your sister-in-law, I thought I could lend a hand. But you went straight for the extravagant version with 400 drones. Wow, you truly are something else. Sister-in-law, the proposal must have been incredibly touching, right? To be honest, even as a man, I felt moved seeing the proposal seen online." Chen Jiqiang, seated nearby, remarked with a smile. Yin Bingxue, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement and gazed at Suchin with a blissful expression. "Yes, it was quite unexpected and deeply moving. It is truly rare for me to be swayed by material means." Her words resonated with her classmates, who looked at Suchin and Yin Bingxue with affectionate smiles. Who was Yin Bingxue? She was the stunning president of the Extraordinary Group, a company valued in the trillions. Compared to that, a proposal involving 400 drones might seem merely a display of wealth. Yet Suchin's heartfelt intentions genuinely touched Yin Bingxue. Oh, this is the power of love. Chapter 32. Yin mother shocked. "My daughter is married. What a tremendous blessing." At that moment, in a luxurious villa in Zhonghai, a beautiful socialite was painting her nails while humming a tune. The socialite possessed striking beauty, and due to her years of meticulous care, she appeared to be in her early 30s, exuding the allure of a mature woman. She was none other than Yin Bingxue's mother. As her phone rang, Yin mother glanced at the screen and noticed a call from her close friend. With a smile, she tapped the answer button. As soon as the call connected, her friend's voice burst forth. "Hello, Shuyun, you won't believe the astonishing news. YNMM, while painting her nails, casually inquired, "What news do you have?" As long as it's not my wall collapsing, I wouldn't consider it earth-shattering. Well, it has nothing to do with your wall. But the news pertains to your very own household. Shuyun, Bingxu has gotten married. Are you aware of this? What? YNMM's hand slipped, smudging nail polish across her fingers. She quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe it off and picked up the phone, asking, "What did you just say? Our Bingxu has married? Are you certain?" "Absolutely. My old Gu personally mentioned it. He just attended a meeting at the bureau and ran into old Zhang from the civil affairs office. Old Zhang revealed that last night, your Bingxu called him back from home, accompanied by a man and the twins, Tuanshuan and Lele, to obtain their marriage certificate." YNMM was left in shock, and after half a minute, she suddenly leaped joyfully on the sofa. "Oh, my. I have waited for this. I finally awaited this day." Woo-woo. YNMM sobbed with joy over the phone. Her friend on the other end chuckled. "Shuyun, look at your reaction. Compared to your Bingxu's decisive nature, you seem rather delicate." "Old MN, it's not that I'm delicate. You have no idea how much I've been anxious about Bingxu's marriage. All these years, I've longed for her to tie the knot and find a father for the two children. I know. Isn't this wish now fulfilled? By the way, do you want to know about Bingxu's husband? I can ask my old Gu to call old Zhang. He personally handled the marriage certificate, so he must know what the man looks like. No need. Regardless of what my son-in-law looks like, I will accept him as long as he is a man." YNMM said, clutching her chest with a radiant smile. "After all these years, while other children are either in relationships or getting married, my Bingxu was always focused on her studies. I thought she would find a boyfriend after graduating from university, but who knew that after graduation, she plunged straight into her career, as if romance was not on her agenda at all. Moreover, look at the top floor of the group. The entire secretarial department consists solely of women. Even the cat upstairs is female. There isn't a single male among those who are close to Bingxu. I worry whether there might be an issue with this child's sexual orientation. 3 years ago, she unexpectedly brought home 2 children. I even secretly did a paternity test. Although the results confirmed that Tuanshuan and Lele are indeed Bingxu's, I still felt that she was trying to deceive me and my old YN about not wanting to marry. Now that she is married, I can finally set my anxious heart at ease. As for what kind of person my son-in-law is, I don't mind at all. You are quite something. How could there be a problem with your beautiful Bingxu?" Her friend laughed on the other end. "Is there more you wish to share?" YNMM, no longer concerned with her nails, happily engaged in a long phone conversation. "Do share. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me all the good news." "Haha. Look at you in such a hurry. I must tell you, your son-in-law is no ordinary man. You know, after they obtained the certificate yesterday, Bingxu took the twins to live at her husband's house, and they even dined at a street stall for barbecue that night. Can you believe it? Just like those bustling food streets." Mother Yin was taken aback. "Are you telling me that my daughter Bingxue went to a barbecue stall? Is this information reliable?" "Absolutely, Shuyun. I went so far as to have our Yusin, that little rascal, extort a hefty sum from me, several tens of thousands, to gather this intel. She even showed me the chat screenshots from Bingxue, which included photos of her enjoying barbecue." Mother Yan's face was a canvas of disbelief. "Are you certain you are speaking of my Bingxue? That child has a phobia of germs and has always shunned unhealthy and unsanitary food. Her meals have always been meticulously prepared by Michelin chefs. Could she truly stoop to eating from a street vendor? Haha, you fail to comprehend the immense power of love. It doesn't end there. That evening, Bingxue also accompanied her partner to a nearby snack stall for chicken noodle soup. Mother Yin blinked and smiled helplessly. Well, it seems Bingxue has indeed grown up. She has even learned the art of double standards. She used to disdain my chicken noodle soup yet willingly indulges in the street vendor's version. Truly, a daughter married is like water spilled. Alas. It appears my precious daughter now belongs to someone else." Despite her words, her tone was filled with joy, and her smile was uncontainable. On the other end of the line, her confidant could easily guess. "Shuyun, you're being coy after gaining such a windfall. Just moments ago, you were ecstatic about Bingxue's marriage. Are you trying to provoke me and make me envious? Is this your way of flaunting? Ah, your Bingxue has found her match. While my Yusin remains a mystery as to when she will ease my worries. Rest assured, it will happen, Mother Yin replied, her smile overflowing with delight. Grateful that her friend was genuinely happy for her. Shuan, aren't you curious about your son-in-law? I am quite intrigued and wish to know what sort of man could win Bing Xue's heart. Mother Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she smacked her lips. Curiosity is indeed inevitable. Since he is now my son-in-law, I must meet him, though I cannot be too overt about it. What is the matter? I only know that the son-in-law is usually nervous meeting his mother-in-law. I've never heard of a mother-in-law feeling nervous about meeting her son-in-law. Haha, Shuan. You really are something. Would you like me to accompany you to bolster your courage? Don't be ridiculous, Lao Man. I'm not nervous about meeting my son-in-law. I'm simply concerned for Bing Xue. You know, that child has always had a mind of her own. She once quietly brought home a pair of twins without a word. And now she is marrying without informing the family. I'm afraid if I show up unannounced, Bing Xue might be displeased. I think it's better to wait for her to tell me herself. Look at your lack of ambition. However, to speak candidly, we, as parents, have genuinely begun to observe our children's moods and expressions. My daughter, Yusin, sometimes displays her anger, which causes me a bit of trepidation. As for your daughter, Bing Xue, it is even more pronounced. I find myself unable to act too boisterously in her presence. Haha. When Mama Yin thinks of her daughter, her face softens with tenderness and affection. Indeed, Bing Xue is not one to smile often. She maintains a rather stern demeanor and is decisive in her speech and actions. I often feel that she possesses a maturity that surpasses my own as her mother. Thus, even though I am curious about my son-in-law, Bing Xue has not broached the subject with me, so I must resort to quietly observing him. At this point, Mama Yin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I resolved to visit my son-in-law the next day. I am truly curious about the man who can lead my Bing Xue into the sacred realm of matrimony, yet is willing to indulge in street food. I must see him with my own eyes. Chapter 33. Sign in for craft assignments to earn calligraphy master skills. After enjoying a farewell meal, Suchin led Yin Bing Xue and the two little treasures back to their home. The hour was rather late, as soon as Tuan Tuan and Lulu entered. They promptly retrieved their backpacks. Brother, have you decided how to tackle your homework? Tuan Tuan inquired, sitting on the carpet and leaning her little head close to Lulu. Lulu nodded. Yes, I have thought it through. Tuan Tuan's eyes widened in surprise, her round little face scrunching up to form a chubby double chin. Her small lips pouting as she lamented, Woo-woo, I still haven't figured it out. What is it that you need to do, brother? Tuan Tuan asked. Lulu responded with a mysterious smile, winking, I won't tell you just yet. I'll show you once it's done. Tuan Tuan pouted, her cheeks puffed up, and exclaimed, Hey, you're being all secretive. Quickly think about your own task, Lulu reminded her. Tuan Tuan cradled her head in her tiny hands, her delicate fingers idly twirling her hair, adorably deep in thought. But this is so hard, Woo-woo. Daddy, Tuan Tuan called out, looking up. What is it, Tuan Tuan? Suchin immediately set down his cup and hurried over to his daughter. Ding. Congratulations, the host has signed in for the first time to assist the child with homework, earning full marks in craft skills, as well as calligraphy and painting mastery. The sign-in system has returned, and this time, the rewards are craft skills and calligraphy. How splendid. To be a competent and dedicated father, one must be able to assist the children with their assignments. Kindergarten homework primarily consists of crafts and simple writing and drawing. So the skills awarded by the system are indeed a boon. Would the host like to activate these reward skills now? Activate. Almost instantaneously, Suchin felt as though his fingers had become longer and more dexterous. Moreover, as he glanced around, the oil paintings hanging on the walls and the calligraphy in the dining room, which he had previously considered unremarkable, now appeared exceedingly lackluster. He resolved to find a moment to create and illustrate, thereby elevating the cultural refinement of his home. Tuan Tuan, what craft assignment are you working on? Bring it to Daddy so we can complete it together. Yin Bing Xue, seated with her laptop processing emails, occasionally found her attention drawn to Suchin. Observing him as he collaborated with Tuan Tuan and Lei on their handcrafted homework, a smile involuntarily crept across her face. The scene was undeniably heartwarming. She turned back to her work, feeling invigorated. Indeed, Ms. Shuwen was right. Establishing a family before embarking on a career was not without merit. for family could bestow immense strength upon an individual. Tuan Tuan tilted her little head, snuggling against Su Chen's arm, pouting, "Daddy, our teacher asked us to create a handmade toy, and we must share it with our friends tomorrow." She giggled, declaring she had already decided what to make. Yet she seemed indecisive. "Daddy, can you help me? I can't think of anything." The little girl appeared less than enthusiastic about her assignment, preoccupied instead with playing with Su Ming's watch. Su Chen perceived that her reluctance stemmed not from a lack of ideas, but rather from an unwillingness to engage her mind. This simply would not do. "Tuan Tuan, this is your assignment from the teacher, not something for Daddy to do. Your brother came up with his own ideas. I can assist you, but you need to decide what you want to create." Although Tuan Tuan was still in kindergarten, he believed it essential to instill a serious attitude towards studies from a young age. Otherwise, he would find himself akin to those frazzled parents online, driven to madness by their children's homework. Tuan Tuan raised her head, pouting slightly in displeasure, but upon seeing her father's earnest expression, she quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Then I want to make a little bunny. I love bunnies, Daddy. Can you help me make one?" She lifted her face, revealing a set of tiny white teeth, her entire being a miniature version of innocence, yet her large, bright eyes sparkled with excitement, their long, curled eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings. Such an adorable little darling. Pouting in charm could melt even the toughest heart. Su Chen finally grasped the joy of being a devoted father. "All right. Daddy will help Tuan Tuan create a delightful little bunny toy." "Yay. Daddy is the best." The little one leapt with joy, dancing around Su Chen and Lele in elation. "Daddy, remember to help me with the bunny toy." Now Tuan Tuan was certain of what she wanted to do, eager to craft the bunny together with her father. Lele, who had already taken out paper to begin his own craft project, grew tense upon seeing Su Chen approach. With Su Chen assisting Tuan Tuan, Lele suddenly felt that the toy he envisioned in his mind had lost its allure. What was the point of making a toy alone? "Lele, what do you want to make?" Su Chen inquired. Lele stiffened, his back straightening resolutely. "I can do it by myself." With that, he began to work diligently. Su Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head, and joined Tuan Tuan in their crafting endeavor. "Tuan Tuan, Daddy will make you a bunny that can play hide and seek." "Uh-huh." Lele interjected. "What bunny can play hide and seek?" "It is undoubtedly a mere trick, humph." Su Chen retrieved a paper cup and fetched 3 straws from the refrigerator. He affixed one end of the straws together with tape and punctured holes into the sides and bottom of the cup. Once these tasks were accomplished, he took a sheet of paper and drew a large circle, 3 smaller circles, and 2 elongated ears. "Tuan Tuan, could you assist your father by cutting these out?" Tuan Tuan nodded enthusiastically, wielding a small pair of scissors with great care, meticulously following the shapes her father had sketched. After she had cut out the shapes, Su Chen illustrated a pair of sparkling eyes and a small mouth on the large circle, adding rosy cheeks with a red pen. He then painted the insides of the ears and the smaller circles in pink. Subsequently, Su Chen affixed the ears to the large circle and attached it above the 3 straws, trimming the sides of the straws to adhere to the little rabbit's hands. The lower straw was threaded through the hole beneath the blanket, and thus the craft was completed. Holding the finished toy, Su Chen smiled mysteriously. "Tuan Tuan, watch closely. The little rabbit is going to play hide and seek with you." He gently tugged at the lower straw, causing the little rabbit's head to disappear beneath the blanket. Its hands raised in excitement. When he released it, the rabbit's face re-emerged. Tuan Tuan watched intently and clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wow, Daddy, you're amazing. You really made a rabbit that plays hide and seek." "Daddy, Tuan Tuan loves the toy you made," Tuan Tuan declared, leaping into Su Chen's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. Su Chen beamed with joy, handing the little toy to her. "Tuan Tuan, why don't you try playing hide and seek with the rabbit yourself?" "Yes." Tuan Tuan eagerly took the toy and began to play. Not content with playing alone, she ran to Lele, exclaiming, "Quick, look, Daddy's rabbit really can play hide and seek." Lele had already seen it and was also astonished. He never imagined his father could indeed create a rabbit that played hide and seek. He was truly impressive. However, Lele Wu-Ti voiced this admiration instead. He turned his head away, haughtily declaring, "What is so fun about that? I don't like rabbits. I want to make a little cow that doesn't fall over." Tuan, not having succeeded in impressing Lele, dashed over to Yin Bingshui to show her the hide-and-seek rabbit. Yin Bingshui gazed at the little creation, a faint smile gracing her lips as she cast a gentle glance towards Su Chun and said, "Yes, this rabbit is quite adorable. Tuan's friends will surely love it tomorrow." The collaboration between Daddy and Tuan is remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lele hurriedly set to work on his own creation. He couldn't allow Su Chun to outshine him in front of their mother. Humph. The little fellow aimed to craft a little cow that doesn't fall over. A simple yet amusing concept of his own design. He could complete it with just a bottle cap and some cut paper. He cut out the shape of the cow, using a large circle for the head adorned with small ears, while a smaller circle represented the cow's belly, perfectly matching the size of the bottle cap. The little calf he painted, while not as vividly lifelike as the little rabbit, still emanated a certain charm, thanks to the innocent strokes of a child. He affixed the calf's belly onto a bottle cap and placed a ball of modeling clay inside, believing that this would prevent the cap from toppling over. With a gentle shake, it would transform into a roly-poly toy. However, upon executing his plan, he found that the toy fell over immediately. Lele furrowed his brows and murmured, "Why did it fall?" The little fellow, puzzled, made several attempts, but the outcome remained unchanged. Su Chun, observing the situation for a while, quickly identified the issue. With a calm demeanor, he said, "Lele, do you believe that if Daddy gives it a slight nudge, your roly-poly will stand upright?" Chapter 34. The little ones claim first place. Su Chun showcases his children on social media. Lele turned to him, eyes wide with curiosity. "Really?" "Absolutely. Shall I give it a try?" Su Chun inquired with a smile. Lele hesitated, glancing at the calf he had painstakingly crafted, reluctant to seek his father's assistance, yet acknowledging his own inability to rectify it. Noticing Lele's silence, Su Chun refrained from moving, patiently waiting for his son to ask for help. After pondering for about half a minute, Lele pushed the little calf towards him, pouting slightly. "Then you can give it a try." Su Chun chuckled as he removed the modeling clay from the bottle cap, shaping a larger ball, which he placed at the bottom of the cap. He then set the little calf atop it, and with a gentle sway, the calf began to rock side to side without toppling over. Lele's eyes sparkled with delight, his little face breaking into a smile. "Daddy is so clever." With just a slight modification, the calf truly doesn't fall. At that moment, Tuan nearby clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Daddy is amazing. He saved the little calf in an instant." Lele's smile dimmed slightly as he glanced at Su Chun, his eyes reflecting surprise. Yet he remained silent. The little one pressed his lips together, as if afraid that speaking would compel him to praise his father. His endearing awkwardness was simply delightful. Unable to resist, Su Chun ruffled his son's hair. Lele seemed momentarily taken aback but did not shy away. Daddy's hand is so big and warm. This head pat feels quite nice." The following morning, as usual, Su Chun took the children to kindergarten before heading to his office. The two little ones were exceptionally joyful, eagerly displaying their handmade creations from the previous night as they entered the classroom. The other children had also showcased their handiwork on their desks. The female teacher stood at the podium, smiling as she greeted the class. "Good morning, students. A new day begins. Last night, I assigned a craft project for you to complete with your parents. Now, let us have everyone come up one by one to present." Tuan and Lele sat at adjacent desks, and upon hearing this, Tuan excitedly turned to her brother. "I want to go up first. I believe the rabbit Daddy made will definitely win a prize, and your little calf is fantastic too, hee. Lele's lips curled into a slight smile, without Su Chun present. His expression was less awkward. Gazing at his own wobbling cow and then at his sister's little rabbit, he squinted his eyes and broke into a smile. His deskmate, intrigued by their conversation, leaned over and inquired, "Lele, what did you and Tuan do?" Lele quickly concealed his little cow in the palm of his hand, teasingly responding, "You'll find out when I go on stage later." The children took turns presenting their creations, which were mostly simple crafts, tiny pinwheels, little boats, and heart-shaped origami. When it was Tuan's turn, her hide-and-seek rabbit, though straightforward, was exceedingly delightful. The audience of young ones adored it. Next, Lele took the stage to showcase his wobbling cow, sparking the curiosity of the boys. How can a bottle cap transform into a wobbling toy? That's simply magical. After the teacher reviewed all the creations, she prompted the children to vote for the toy they most desired to possess. Tuanshuan and Leilei's toys garnered the highest votes, prompting the teacher to announce, thus, today's champions are Tuanshuan and Leilei. The children who did not win were reassured that there would be many more crafting projects in the future, encouraging them to strive harder. Then, Tuanshuan and Leilei were invited to the stage to share the crafting process of their toys. Do you all want to learn? The teacher asked. The children chorused in agreement, their eyes fixed on Tuanshuan and Leilei. Even the 3-year-olds felt a sense of pride upon hearing she had won first place. Tuanshuan beamed with joy, her cherubic face alight with delight as she clutched her little rabbit, excitedly stepping up to share with everyone. Leilei also felt elated, his usual serious demeanor replaced by a cheerful smile as he followed his sister to the front. Tuanshuan demonstrated how to make the rabbit, proudly adding, "This was made by my daddy. He's incredibly skilled at crafts." When it was Leilei's turn, he briefly introduced his cow and reminded everyone. The key to making this wobbling cow is to place the clay at the bottom. I initially struggled, and the cow wouldn't stand, but my daddy adjusted it. And it worked perfectly. He naturally referred to his father, his lips pursed in a hint of shy amusement. The children applauded, expressing their amazement and envy. Tuanshuan and Leilei's daddy is so talented, creating such fun toys. One child remarked, "My mom says Tuanshuan and Leilei's daddy is super handsome. I'm so envious. I wish my daddy could be as wonderful as theirs." Hearing this, Leilei's smile broadened, thinking to himself, "Indeed, my daddy is incredibly impressive. None of your daddies can compare." The teacher distributed the results of the day's crafting assignments, along with red flowers and certificates to Tuanshuan and Leilei. To Ynbingsk. Upon seeing this, she immediately shared the news and images with SCHN, adding a message, "Tuanshuan and Leilei won first place. They must be overjoyed. Your craft project was fantastic." While at work, SCHN saw these messages and, filled with joy, promptly posted a photo of the certificates his children had received on social media. In a moment of reflection, Ynbingshue shared the certificates of her 2 little treasures, commemorating the occasion with a photo on her social media. After sending the message, she eagerly clutched her phone, anticipating a response. However, instead of a reply from WeChat, she found herself gazing at Su Chen's latest post. Upon reading the accompanying text and viewing the images, she could not help but immediately hit the like button. Su Chen had indeed shared a post. He showcased the children's certificates, referring to them as his 2 precious little ones. Was this a public declaration? A flicker of joy danced in Ynbingshue's heart. Previously, when Su Chen had proposed to her, such a monumental event had not graced his social media feed. Even when he shared a video call with his mother, the topic of their marriage remained untouched, leaving Ynbingshue with a tinge of disappointment. She understood that Su Chen's motivations for marrying her were likely tied to Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Now that he had made this post, she perceived it as a sign of progress. She resolved to continue her efforts to win Su Chen's heart. Today he had shared about Tuan Tuan and Lulu. She hoped that in the future, he would post about their family as a whole. After Su Chen's post, his phone buzzed incessantly. With his handsome looks and charming personality, he had a multitude of friends. He seldom shared on social media, which meant that each update garnered significant attention. This particular post was no exception, given its sensational nature. The number of likes was overwhelming. He merely skimmed over them, pausing momentarily at Ynbingshue's name before diving into the comments. "Guyu, congratulations, Su. Tuan Tuan and Lulu clearly are brilliant little ones. Soon, your home will be overflowing with awards. Chen Jiqiang, envious. Su, your niece and nephew are exceptionally talented." His university classmates and roommates were aware of his children, and the comments were filled with congratulations. However, for some friends who had never met Ynbingshue or the children, the news was shocking. "Su Chen, is this really your account? You have kids? When did this happen? Su, you've married and had children. Tuan Tuan and Lulu. A boy and a girl, are they twins? Wow, Su, you're amazing. Su, you've secretly had kids without telling us. Impressive. Some people are still at the starting line of life, and you've already accomplished so much. Su, when did you manage such a significant milestone?" Chapter 35, The Arrival of the Mother-in-Law. As Suchin read through the comments, a wide grin spread across his face. He found these reactions quite amusing. He had not anticipated that sharing his children would be such a delightful experience. No wonder his older friends, who had refrained from posting on social media for months before having children, suddenly flooded their feeds with posts about their little ones after becoming parents. Suchin had not understood this phenomenon before, but now it was clear. Sharing about one's children brought him measurable joy, with Tuan Tuan and Lula being so adorable. He would undoubtedly have plenty of opportunities to share moments of their growth. Capturing the delightful journey of his children on social media was more enjoyable than anything else. After reveling in the moment, Suchin responded to a few comments, then set his phone aside to return to his work. Before him lay a 24-inch digital screen, upon which the initial form of a battle mech had begun to take shape. This represented the culmination of his efforts for the day. With a clear vision for his inaugural mech, Suchin aspired to create the finest machine of its kind in the Dragon Nation. This existing standard referred to the knowledge of mechs imparted by the system in his mind. The towering mech on the screen was divided into distinct sections: the head, shoulders, chest, upper arms, forearms, thighs, and calves, each segment meticulously delineated to enhance the flexibility of these crucial joints. As for the internal mechanisms, he envisioned employing gear-driven coupling systems, utilizing precision gears to control movement, thereby ensuring that the mech closely mirrored human joint responses. The external material was the titanium alloy he had previously mentioned, renowned for its exceptional strength and ballistic resistance, while maintaining a moderate weight, making it ideally suited for the current technological capabilities in mech design. He also had ideas for the internal components and power systems. After finalizing the exterior design, he would turn his attention to the internal systems. Suchin was confident that with his current level of knowledge, combined with the advanced technology from the Extraordinary Group's Mech Research Department and the Dragon Institute's Mech Research Branch, he could bring the first armored mech of the Dragon Nation to fruition within a matter of months. Contemplating the future, a surge of motivation coursed through him. As noon approached, Suchin received a message from Yan Bingxue. Suchin, I have to fly to Yangqing for an urgent meeting. I cannot determine my return time, but I will do my utmost to be home by 10 in the evening. I have instructed my assistant to arrange lunch for you. Upon reading her messages, Suchin intended to type a response, assuring her to focus on her meeting without worrying about his lunch. However, before he could finish, Assistant Zhang arrived. Mr. Su, the president is heading to Yangqing for a meeting. I will have the chef prepare lunch for you. Is there anything you would like? Suchin thought to himself how considerate Yan Bingxue was, ensuring his meal was arranged even in her absence. Assistant Zhang, there's no need to worry about my lunch. You should accompany President Yan. As her personal secretary, your presence is essential, especially with her busy schedule. Assistant Zhang hesitated, her expression reflecting uncertainty. She had always been by Yan Bingxue's side, managing all her affairs. Yet now, Suchin had become even more significant to Yan than she was. Despite her urgency to attend the meeting, she was reluctant to leave Suchin without any arrangements for lunch. Mr. Su, I will still help you order lunch before I leave, she insisted. No need for that. I will eat at the cafeteria. I've been at the group for 2 days and have yet to visit it. But, no buts. I will speak with President Yin myself shortly. You should hurry along. Assistant Zhang nodded appreciatively, realizing that Suchin also cared for Yan Bingxue. The bond between them was indeed a mutual pursuit of love, a beautiful thing to witness. After exchanging a few words with Yan Bingxue, Suchin made his way to the cafeteria for lunch. Moments later, outside the cafeteria's glass door, Tang Shuyan stood there. Her head wrapped in a silk scarf, her face adorned with oversized sunglasses and a mask, fully disguised. Through the glass, her eyes were fixed on Suchin, who was dining inside. Suppressing her excitement, she inquired, Xiao Qi, is that him? Secretary Qi nodded, affirming, yes, madam, that is Mr. Suchin, personally brought in by General Yan. Upon confirming her son-in-law's identity, Tang Shuyan beamed with joy. Cough, cough. Xiao Qi, I shall pay a discreet visit to the cafeteria. Please inform the staff not to reveal my presence. Secretary Qi furrowed her brow in confusion, but complied with the madam's orders. Who exactly is Suchin? He was personally invited by General Yin and directly went to the mecha design department, and now even the madam wishes to disguise herself to see him. How intriguing. She promptly sent a message to the staff group. Madam is on a discreet visit. Please ensure confidentiality. Once she arranged everything, Tang Xuan entered the kitchen, changed into a uniform from the extraordinary group, and then proceeded to the cafeteria. Upon her arrival, the management staff noticed her and brightened up, approaching to greet her. However, Tang Shuyun coughed heavily and gestured emphatically for silence. The staff immediately recalled the recent message and fell silent, standing obediently. The other employees, having received the message, worked with heightened diligence. Though they appeared to be focused on their tasks, their glances subtly followed Tang Shuyun. What is going on? Why is Madam suddenly visiting the employee cafeteria incognito? 80% of the staff recognize her. Is there any point in her disguise? It seems she has a special objective today. Tang Shuyun, with a tray in hand, circled around Su Chun before suddenly approaching him, smiling as she asked, "Is this seat taken? May I sit here?" Su Chun looked up and saw a woman in her 30s, elegant and beautiful, even clad in a similar uniform. Her features were striking, and her complexion was impeccably maintained. Of course, Su Chun replied with a smile. After sitting down, Tang Xuan did not rush to eat, but instead initiated a conversation with Su Chun. "Are you a new employee at our company? I don't think I've seen you in the cafeteria before." Is she trying to strike up a conversation? Su Chun mused to himself, amused. His charm seems quite potent, even drawing the attention of a woman in her 30s. Just look at her eyes, brimming with suppressed excitement, clearly directed at him. "Yes, I just started 2 days ago." Su Chun replied with a smile. "Oh, I thought so. A young and handsome fellow like you. If you had always been at the extraordinary group, how could I not know of you?" Tang Shuyun said with a beaming smile, her gaze on Su Chun growing increasingly approving. The young man is truly handsome. Standing alongside them in the snow, and with the addition of Tuan Tuan and Lulu, it resembles a picturesque scene. The author notes that a new book is climbing the charts and requests readers to kindly support with recommendations and votes. Chapter 36. A check on household registration. Young man, why are you dining alone? Is your girlfriend not accompanying you? Tang Xuyan inquired tentatively. Su Chun pondered, recognizing this as a typical probe to ascertain whether he had a girlfriend. However, he was not only a married man, but also a proud father of 2 adorable little ones. Thus, he chose to disregard her inquiry entirely. "Dear sister, do not be misled by my youthful appearance. I am already married, and my 2 children are 3 years old," he replied. "Ah?" Tang Shuyun gasped softly, unable to conceal her delight. Su Chun had called her sister, showcasing his charm, and he had straightforwardly acknowledged his marriage. Even regarding Tuan Tuan and Lulu as his children, he truly was a responsible young man. Seeing that she was not disappointed but rather appeared even more pleased, Su Chun felt a flicker of confusion. What was happening? Was this sister truly trying to flirt? How could she maintain such a cheerful demeanor upon learning of his marriage and children? Tang Shuyun looked at Su Chun with an expression akin to that of a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, growing increasingly fond of him. Such an excellent son-in-law was not to be easily overlooked. She intended to assist her daughter in winning Su Chen's heart. For the first step in her plan, she aimed to discover her prospective son-in-law's preferences to cater to them. "You are already married with 2 3-year-olds? I would never have guessed. You are exceptionally youthful." After a round of compliments, Tang Shuyun began her lunch, continuing to engage him in conversation. "Young man, do you find our cafeteria's food to your liking?" Su Chun nodded. "It's quite decent, much better than the school cafeteria. Here, they employ professional chefs, and the daily specials vary. Today's offerings are sweet and sour pork and steamed base. What flavors do you prefer? Do you favor spicy dishes or sweet ones?" "I'm not particularly picky. I find most dishes acceptable, though I do enjoy spicy food a bit more," Su Chun responded. "Ah, you enjoy spicy food. That is excellent. The southern climate is quite humid, and a bit of spice can help alleviate that. May I pry a little further? What kind of girl do you fancy? You married so young. Your wife must be exceptionally beautiful. I am curious about what kind of girl could capture the heart of such a handsome husband." Her enthusiasm was palpable, and Su Chun engaged in casual conversation while eating. Indeed, The mother of my children is a great beauty. And her personality? Is it also your ideal type? Tang Shuyan eagerly asked. She was aware that her daughter had a somewhat aloof demeanor. Yet seeing her accompany Su Chen to street food stalls gave her hope that perhaps her daughter had changed in the realm of romance. This question ventured a bit too deep, and Su Chen merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Tang Shuyan did not press further, but inquired, "Young man, you mentioned university. You must be quite young, yes? Did your family approve of your early marriage? By the way, who else is there in your family?" Su Chen gradually realized that the questions posed by the woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to an inquiry typically associated with household registration checks. This did not seem to be a mere casual conversation. Observing her demeanor, he promptly tidied up his plate and remarked, "Big sister, I have finished my meal. Please take your time." With that, he departed, carrying his plate away. Tang Shuyun gazed at his retreating figure, a smile gracing her face. Although she had not garnered much useful information for her daughter today, she felt that Su Chen was indeed a remarkable young man. After lunch, Su Chen resumed his work for the afternoon. During a brief respite, he glanced at his phone and noted a message from Yin Bingxue sent a few hours prior, indicating that she had safely arrived in Yangqing, but there was no further communication. Presumably, she had become busy. Su Chen replied, "You carry on. I will pick up Tuan Tuan and Lulu this afternoon." The kindergarten's dismissal time was early, at 4:30 in the afternoon. While the Chow Fan group concluded work at 5:30, Su Chen completed his tasks ahead of schedule and left early. As he drove to the kindergarten, Su Chen's mood was exceptionally buoyant. Uplifting music filled the car, and he hummed along while steering. The prospect of picking up his children from school was delightful. He was now, after all, a parent to 2 kindergartners. Upon arriving at the kindergarten at just 4:10, he found the area outside bustling with cars, as parents eagerly awaited their little ones. Tuan Tuan and Luli's teacher was discussing yesterday's craft assignments, with parents seated beside their children, listening attentively. The moment Tuan Tuan turned and spotted Su Chen outside, he joyfully waved at him. "Daddy." The little one remained seated obediently on the bench, refraining from rushing out. Yet his eyes were brimming with excitement and enthusiasm as he looked at Su Chen. The teacher, upon noticing Su Chen, immediately greeted him with a warm smile. "Mr. Su, you have arrived. Please, come in and have a seat." As Su Chen entered, Lila promptly shifted aside, creating space on the bench between himself and Tuan Tuan. His gaze evading Su Chen's. This little one was still rather shy. Su Chen settled himself between his son and daughter, and the teacher announced, "Dear parents, this handsome gentleman is the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu. The 2 craft projects I showcased earlier, which tied for first place, were completed with Mr. Su's assistance. Mr. Su's craftsmanship and creativity are truly exceptional. Everyone should learn from him." Parents in the crowd turned their attention to Su Chen, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, your hands are incredibly skilled. Such ingenious yet simple craft creations. What inspired you?" "My husband and I racked our brains last night and could only manage a simple paper boat. Tuan Tuan and Lulu, your father is truly remarkable. He is a role model for us all. I hope my little one can achieve first place in the future as well." Tuan Tuan, brimming with happiness, grasped his father's hand and generously declared, "Everyone can ask my daddy any questions. My daddy is super smart." Lulu remained silent, but, basking in the praises directed at his father, wore a beaming smile on his cherubic face, unconsciously inching closer to Su Chen, thereby narrowing the gap between them. At precisely 4:30, school dismissed. Su Chen placed Tuan Tuan and Lulu into their safety seats in the back, while he took his place at the front to drive. Tuan Tuan chattered incessantly like a charming little yellow oriole, recounting the day's adventures at kindergarten. "Daddy, my brother and I had so much fun today. We both received little red flowers and a first-place certificate. All the other kids were so envious of us, and they wanted to make the little toys we created. But I forgot how to make them. Fortunately, Lulu remembered and taught everyone." Suddenly, Lulu was called upon, and upon catching Su Chen's gaze, his little face flushed with embarrassment. He awkwardly turned his head away, his hand unconsciously brushing against his warm ears. Witnessing this scene brought great joy to Su Chen. This little fellow, though silent, had stealthily learned all his culinary skills last night. "Tuan Tuan, Lulu, your mother is on a business trip today and will return late. Tonight, it will just be the three of us at home. Daddy has asked the chef not to prepare our dinner. Instead, I will cook for you. How does that sound? Tuan nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Tuan wants to eat the food Daddy makes. However, Lila harbored some concerns. Can Daddy really cook? Chapter 37. Acquiring culinary skills. It was their third day since moving in, and they had been purchasing breakfast daily while dinners were prepared by the household chef. Su-chun had never cooked before. In truth, he lacked confidence in his culinary abilities, yet the meals for little ones were not particularly complex. He figured he could search for tutorials online. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the food his children consumed should be prepared by him, their father, for it would surely taste better. Su-chun discovered that he was increasingly relishing the experience of being a father. He was determined to learn to cook, to provide Tuan and Lulu with a plethora of delicious dishes. The refrigerator was stocked with ingredients, so he led the two little ones back home. Lulu appeared somewhat apprehensive and decided to accompany Su-chun into the kitchen. As soon as they stepped inside, a voice echoed in Su-chun's mind from the system. Ding! Detected that the host is about to cook for the little ones. First time checking in the kitchen with the adorable baby successful, host rewarded with culinary skills. The system was incredibly supportive. He no longer needed to learn how to cook. With the culinary skills bestowed upon him, he could effortlessly satisfy the appetites of the little ones. Upon activating the skill, within the brief span of opening the refrigerator, he felt a transformation within himself. Gazing at the array of ingredients before him, his mind became a sophisticated, high-level machine, instantly generating dozens of meal plans suited to the contents of the fridge. There were even thoughtful suggestions for dishes appropriate for 3-year-old children. Su-chun contemplated for a moment, firmly resolving that 3-year-olds generally preferred milder flavors and were likely to favor sweeter tastes. Su-chun intended to prepare sweet and sour ribs, accompanied by cola chicken wings, a dish adored by children. The vegetarian options included a medley of shrimp, pine nuts, and corn, complemented by garlic broccoli and salted bok choy. To top off the meal, he planned a bowl of Westlake beef soup, ensuring a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables for optimal nutrition. With 3 adults and 2 little ones at the table, Su-chun carefully portioned each dish, aiming for just enough to be consumed in one sitting, as any leftovers would have to be discarded. Reheating food could pose health risks due to nitrites, particularly for the children. With his culinary prowess, Su-chun felt akin to an artist wielding a brush or a warrior grasping a sword as he took up the spatula. The iron wok and spatula danced in his hands, and seasoning was second nature to him. Lele observed for a while, noting Su-chun's dexterity in the kitchen. Feeling somewhat unhelpful, she ventured outside to wait for dinner with her sister. When dinner was served, Tuan and Lele sat in their high chairs, their eyes widening in astonishment at the fragrant array of dishes before them. Wow, Daddy made so many delicious things, including big wings. They're Tuan's favorite. The little one immediately reached for a cola chicken wing, but found using chopsticks cumbersome and opted to use her hands instead. So fragrant and delicious. Daddy, you are amazing. This soup is fantastic, even better than what Annie makes at home. Lele, overhearing her sister's exaggerated praise, remained skeptical. Their mother had said that Auntie was a professional cook. How could Daddy possibly outdo her? Surely, Tuan was simply enamored with their father and exaggerating. Intrigued, Lele decided to try the food himself. He delicately picked up a shrimp and was about to savor it when, upon tasting, the delightful flavors erupted on his palate. It was exquisitely tender and utterly delectable. His eyes sparkled with delight, and Su-chun witnessed the joy unfold, although his son did not verbally commend his cooking. The fact that he devoured 2 large bowls of rice was the greatest affirmation of his culinary skills. Clearly, his chef's talents had conquered the appetites of his 2 little ones. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, Tuan and Lele had finished their baths. Yet Yin Bingshui had not returned. The children appeared somewhat disheartened, playing in the living room while occasionally glancing toward the door. Su-chun understood that the children had grown up under Yin Bingshui's care. While the daytime was manageable, her absence at night was surely distressing for them. However, Yin Bingshui had mentioned she would be home late, so Su-chun refrained from bringing it up. opting instead to spend some time playing with them in the living room before helping them settle down for the night. Tuan Tuan nestled in Su Chen's arms, her usually chattering little mouth now slightly pouting. Su Chen felt a pang of sympathy and gently comforted his daughter until she drifted off to sleep in his embrace. He then placed her back into her bed. Lele, being a boy, was less accustomed to being held and had already settled down early. Yet, as Tuan Tuan fell asleep, Lele found himself still awake, feeling a bit melancholy. After adjusting Tuan Tuan's blanket, Su Chen stood up, contemplated for a moment, and gently stroked Lele's head. The little one immediately opened his eyes, looking at him like a startled fawn. Su Chen smiled gently and softly said, "Lele, Mama has finished her work and will be back soon. You should go to bed early, and tomorrow morning you will definitely see Mama, all right?" Lele gazed at Su Chen, and suddenly his unease vanished. He nodded and gently closed his eyes. Su Chen waited until they were both asleep before turning off the lights and stepping out. In Yangcheng, within the conference room, Yin Bingshue's expression was far from pleasant. She frequently glanced at her watch, feeling the weight of time. It was getting late. Today's incident had arisen abruptly, and this meeting had followed suit. Several responsible parties were shifting blame, and after hours of discussion, no viable solutions had emerged. If this dragged on, she estimated it would be midnight before she could return home. Remembering her promise to Su Chun about being home by 10, Yin Bingxue felt a surge of frustration. She cast her eyes upon the bickering individuals below and suddenly spoke with authority. "I hired you all to solve problems, not to pass the buck among yourselves. We will discuss whose fault it was later. For now, I am giving you half an hour to present a solution. If not, you can all go home." The beauty of the CEO's ire silenced the room immediately. No one dared to speak, and everyone began to think earnestly, with some whispering into their phones. Half an hour later, each person presented a set of solutions. After reviewing them, Yin Bingxue selected the best option and provided modifications, thus concluding the meeting. Without pausing for a moment, she promptly exited the conference room, her steps hurried. As she left, a wave of relieved sighs swept through the room. Someone quietly inquired, "What just happened? Why did President Yin lose her temper today? Is it possible something went wrong at headquarters?" "Yes, our issues are relatively minor, ordinarily." President Yin wouldn't react this strongly. Although she is typically aloof, she is usually quite patient regarding work matters. What made her so anxious today? In the elevator, Yin Bingxue glanced at her watch. She had already exceeded her anticipated time by half an hour. If she followed the original plan, she would undoubtedly arrive home after 10. She did not wish to break her promise, nor did she want Su Chen to wait. Assistant Zhang, arrange for a helicopter immediately. I need to reach the airport as originally planned. Moments later, a helicopter suddenly soared over the top of the Yangqing Chao fan group's branch, instantly drawing attention. Goodness, has President Yin summoned a helicopter? Is she in such a hurry? Chapter 38. A bowl of noodles in the late night, warm and comforting with the helicopter en route. Yin Bingxue finally arrived at Su Chen's residential complex before 10 o'clock. Standing at the base of the building, her previously hurried pace slowed unexpectedly. She looked up. Su Chen's home was on the 3rd floor, and the living room was still aglow with light. The warm yellow illumination stood out starkly against the surrounding darkness, emanating a sense of warmth in the late night that was particularly inviting. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips as she briskly entered the door. Holding the key given by Su Chen, Yin Bingxue opened the door and immediately spotted him tidying up in the living room. The once pristine and orderly space was now scattered with children's toys, remnants of their recent relocation. Su Chen had nearly finished organizing, with just a few stray items left to be placed in the storage box. Upon hearing the door open, he turned around and stood, his gaze falling upon Yin Bingxue, who was standing there. The wind had picked up this evening, causing her long hair to flutter chaotically. A few strands clung to her usually delicate and fair face, giving her a disheveled, yet beautiful allure. She appeared somewhat fatigued, likely from her hurried journey back. Su Chen recalled their agreed-upon time, noting it was precisely 10 o'clock, and a warm sensation spread through him, thinking that she must have rushed home. It felt as if he had been gently stung by a bee, painless yet sweet. He rose and moved to the door, gently embracing Yin Bingxue. It was a fleeting, almost ephemeral embrace, and he quickly stepped back. You're back? Is it cold outside with the wind? Yin Bingxue remained in her previous stance, her cheeks flushed as she shook her head. Not cold. It's quite warm, actually. The wind is strong, but in that brief moment, I felt entirely warmed. She anticipated Su Chun would hug her, though it was merely a simple embrace. It signified a historic moment for both of them. Could this be considered her progress? How wonderful. However, the atmosphere at the entrance, which had been perfectly serene, was abruptly interrupted by an untimely sound in the stillness of the night. Yin Bingxue froze, her face instantly turning crimson as she panicked and covered her stomach. In that moment, her usually eloquent speech failed her. Oh my, how embarrassing. Why did her stomach have to growl at such a moment? Su Chin stifled a laugh, aware of her embarrassment, yet careful not to chuckle too loudly. Truth be told, her current demeanor was utterly adorable. Who would have thought that the icy beauty, President Yin, could be so flustered by a growling stomach? Su Chin felt incredibly fortunate this evening. Working so late without eating? If this continues, I might just get upset. You're being too hard on my future child's mother, he teased. Go wait on the sofa. I'll prepare you something to eat. Tomato and egg noodles, or shredded meat noodles. Which would you prefer? Flushed with both embarrassment and delight, Yin Bingxue bit her lip and replied, either is fine. In the kitchen, Su Chun, donned in a sky-blue apron, was diligently slicing meat, embodying the essence of a devoted homemaker. Yet, his striking features seemed slightly out of place in such a domestic setting. A handsome man cooking in the kitchen certainly had the feel of a scene from an idol drama. With eyes filled with admiration and affection, Yin Bingxue leaned against the doorframe, pulling out her phone to capture this moment. Gu Yusin, what is Bingxue up to? Want to come out for a drink? Upon receiving the WeChat message, Yin Bingxue promptly captured an image of her handsome husband diligently cooking, the photograph revealing only half of Su Chen's arm, subtly hinting at the muscular contours beneath his shirt. Yin Bingxue replied, no time, I'm not going. Gu Yusin responded, what? Am I not your dear friend? Now that you're married, can't I even invite you to dinner? Yin Bingxue retorted, I have food at home. I'll order takeout for you. Gu Yusin couldn't help but grimace at the message. Food at home. How sweet. And even offering takeout. Clearly, that's the utmost kindness and affection Yin Bingxue can muster for me. Gu Yusin continued, I'll treat you to crawfish, hot pot, or a seafood feast. Choose whatever you desire. I'll sneak the best wine from my dad's cabinet. Yin Bingxue declined. No, tonight I simply crave shredded meat noodles. Gu Yusin exclaimed, Bingxue, can your devotion to romance really overshadow our friendship to such a degree? Upon reading this, Yin Bingxue felt her ears flush slightly, responding with a playful tongue-out emoji. This elicited a shiver of excitement from Gu Yusin. Love is truly terrifying. My beautiful Bingxue is sending such expressions. All right, I want to intrude upon your marital bliss. By the way, your relationship with Su Chun seems to be progressing well. He is even cooking for you now. Bingxue, tell me, how far have you two gone? Have you managed to sweep him off his feet? Yin Bingxue's face grew warm at this, and she hastily changed the subject. No more talk. I'm going to eat noodles. Don't indulge too much in late-night snacks. Be careful not to gain weight. Gu Yusin replied, that is too much, darling. You shouldn't curse your dear friend like this. After reading this message, Yin Bingxue put her phone away, focusing intently on the busy Su Chun in the kitchen. He was already cooking the noodles, the steam rising from the boiling water enveloping the kitchen in a soft haze, while the warm yellow light from the range had cast a gentle glow upon him, creating a cozy aura. He remained unhurried, knowing precisely when to add the noodles, when to introduce the shredded meat, and when to adjust the heat. All the steps seemed to reside in his mind. Perhaps feeling a bit warm in the kitchen, Su Chun rolled up his shirt sleeves to his forearms, revealing a portion of his arms, where the clearly defined veins hinted at strength with each movement. It seemed that even while cooking, he exuded an undeniable charm. All right, time to wash the dishes and serve, Su Chun called out, prompting Yin Bingxue to enter the kitchen immediately, retrieving bowls and chopsticks to wash them clean. As the steaming noodles were placed on the table, before even tasting them, Yin Bingxue felt a wave of warmth envelop her, radiating from her heart to her fair face, the warmth gradually rising. Her empty stomach clamored, eager to savor the fragrant, an appealing bowl of shredded meat noodles before her. Yet, she hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, as a surge of emotions welled within her. In the past, returning home late from work, she would find the household cook already asleep, often opting to go to bed hungry rather than wait for a bowl of noodles. Or, in circumstances like today, she might have concluded a late meeting and simply decided to stay overnight in Yangqing. She had never imagined that upon returning home late at night, the lights would be on for her, that someone would be waiting, and that a bowl of steaming noodles would be ready. The warmth of it all felt so comforting. Chapter 39. Unexpected Friendship. Eat up. Weren't you just hungry? Su Chen remarked, observing the noodles as if they could fill themselves. Yan Bingxue nodded and picked up her chopsticks. As she took her first bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. The noodles crafted by Su Chen were simply exquisite. They were cooked to perfection, with just the right amount of chewiness, and the tender meat and fragrant green onions added a delightful aroma to the plain noodles, filling her with a wave of warmth. Her once empty stomach seemed to have found its source of energy, clamoring for more. How does it taste? Su Chen inquired. Yan Bingxue immediately nodded. Delicious. Even better than what the Annie at home makes. Su Chen, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. After finishing dinner, Su Chen sat beside her, casually discussing the accolades received by Tuan Tuan and Lele. As Yan Bingxue devoured her noodles, she listened with surprise as Su Chen shared how he had received public praise at their children's kindergarten. She was aware of his craftsmanship, but she had not anticipated him discussing such a somewhat childish matter with such pride and joy. It seemed he genuinely enjoyed participating as a parent in the kindergarten activities. Initially, Yan Bingxue had worried that when Su Chen met the children, now 3 years old, there might be a sense of distance due to their lack of shared time together, much like the awkwardness Lele sometimes displayed towards Su Chen. However, Su Chen appeared to have no such reservations. He adapted to the role of a father swiftly and performed even better than she had imagined. And what happened next? After you brought Tuan Tuan and Lele home, were there any more interesting events? Yan Bingxue couldn't help but ask, feeling a twinge of regret for being so busy with work. Once a workaholic, she had always prioritized her career above all else. But after Tuan Tuan and Lele arrived, she had worked hard to balance her job and family. Yet today, hearing Su Chen talk about his time with the children, she felt a pang of missing out on something precious. And afterward, after I brought them back, I prepared a feast for them. Today, Lele devoured 3 large bowls of rice, and Tuan Tuan had 2 bowls. I made 5 or 6 dishes along with soup, and they almost finished it all. These 2 little rascals can really eat. Su Chen chuckled. Yan Bingxue looked at him in astonishment. You cooked for the children? What about the chef? Why wasn't anything prepared? I told her not to prepare anything. I went to pick them up, and since you weren't home, we had nothing to do. So I decided to cook for them myself. I haven't spent much time with the little ones, so I needed to seize the opportunity to bridge the gap between us. As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. If the children love my cooking, it's the first step to winning their affection. Yan Bingxue listened, astonished, and glanced at the bowl of noodles before her. To win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. So, was Su Chen attempting to win her over with this bowl of noodles? Yan Bingxue felt a slight flush on her cheeks as she hurriedly lowered her head to eat. Avoiding Su Chen's gaze, her heart was a tumult of emotions, joy, excitement, and a tinge of doubt, fearing she might have misinterpreted his intentions. Observing her eat hastily, Su Chen chuckled. Take your time. No one is competing with you. No sooner had he spoken than Yan Bingxue choked on a mouthful. Hastily covering her mouth and coughing lightly, Su Chen handed her a tissue and gently patted her back, saying with an amused tone, I've realized that while you appear to be the aloof CEO on the surface, beneath it all, you're quite similar to those playful children. When faced with delicious food, you instantly forget about being serious. Is the food I prepared so delectable that you cannot help but indulge? Yan Bingxue had just been provoked by his previous remark, leading her to choke on the soup. After a few coughs, she had just regained her composure when Su Chen made another teasing comment, causing her to choke on her own saliva, this time genuinely struggling and turning crimson. Su Chen, what on earth was he saying? Such words were utterly outrageous. Yan Bingxue was uncertain whether he spoke intentionally or innocently. After all, his remark was laden with double entendre. You cough, be quiet. No more of that. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, but as a seasoned straight man, he quickly realized where the misunderstanding lay. He had merely spoken offhandedly, never expecting Yin Bingxue, this adorable girl, to interpret it differently. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, observing her, who had stopped coughing but still bore a flushed face. I never imagined that the mother of our child is not solely focused on work. Clearly, you possess a wealth of knowledge. This vehicle is hardly a school bus. Yin Bingxue shot him a playful glare. You should be quiet. That was not my claim. I merely stated a fact, and you were the one who prompted me. Su Chen continued to chuckle. I said nothing. Your thoughts are the problem, Yin Bingxue retorted. I'm full now. I'm off to take a shower. With that, she feigned nonchalance, stood up, pushed her bowl aside, and turned towards the bathroom. Upon entering her room, she promptly shut the door and, in frustration, lightly banged her fist against her forehead. Yin Bingxue, what were you thinking? How could you utter such words and let Su Chen notice? This is utterly embarrassing. She fretted that Su Chen might assume she was experienced, perhaps even believing she had a history of similar escapades. How infuriating. Carrying her clothes and phone into the bathroom, she filled the bathtub with water and immersed herself, hoping the warm bath would alleviate her fatigue. However, as she soaked, her mind was consumed by recent events. Concerned that Su Chen might perceive her as a woman of considerable experience, she felt a mix of anxiety and agitation. Thus, she took out her phone and resumed chatting with Gu Yusin. Ms. Gu, may I ask you something? Gu Yusin, always glued to her phone, responded almost instantly. Gu Yusin, oh, have you finished your noodles? Finally remembered you have a close friend. Yin Bingxue, let us get serious. I have something to discuss. Gu Yusin, ask away. Though, my dear, you prioritize romance over friendship, I shall remain steadfastly by your side. Feel free to inquire. I assure you, I shall divulge all I know. Yin Bingxue, I have a friend who, during a conversation with the man she fancies, inadvertently let her thoughts stray, and he noticed. Do you think he might perceive her as less than virtuous? Gu Yusin, my dear, are you fabricating tales about friends? Chapter 40. The mother-in-law wants to meet her son-in-law. If you're not being truthful, then I have little to say. After all, it's about your friend, not you. Others' matters do not concern me. Yin Bingxue, Gu Yusin. All right, it's me. Gu Yusin, haha, how thrilling. My darling has finally admitted it. I must say, this Su Chen is indeed remarkable, capable of making my dear so concerned. I truly wish to meet him now. Yin Bingxue, if you keep babbling nonsense, I'll show your novels to your mother. With one casual remark, she struck at Gu Yusin's Achilles' heel. It must be noted that Mrs. Gu is well-read. If her parents were to see the novels hidden in her phone, it would lead to an embarrassing spectacle. Gu Yusin, haha, just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. My dear, tell me, what was the situation at the time? I shall provide counsel after I hear you out. Yin Bingxue promptly recounted the events, and despite typing, she couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Gu Yusin, is that all? I thought it was something grave. My dear, this is a classic case of love clouding one's judgment. You merely shared a flirtation with Su Chen. Moreover, he initiated the conversation. It's no big deal. Yin Bingxue, are you sure it's not a problem? I'd rather he didn't misinterpret it, as I have never said such things to anyone besides him. Gu Yusin, oh my little ancestor. This is a classic case of scaring oneself. Flirting between couples is merely a hint of affection. I see you lack experience, hence, you treat such a minor incident as significant. Here, I shall recommend a few books to you. Yin Bingxue, what kind of books? Gu Yusin, hiki. Books that will educate you. Bingxue, read more from experienced authors to gain insights, and you want to appear as innocent and adorable as you do today. To win over Su Chen, the most crucial step is to consummate the relationship. If you remain in your current state, you want to pass this final hurdle. We must stand on the shoulders of giants to see further, right? Quickly gather those books. They are practical gems left by your sister. Once you've read them, I guarantee your success in charming Su Chen. Yin Bingxue gazed at the message, along with the compressed file sent her way, and promptly tossed her phone aside, covering her face with her hands as her heart raced. When did she become this way? It seemed to have begun only after meeting Su Chen. In the past, she had interacted with many men in the business world. To her, They were merely partners or competitors, and her professional demeanor had never faltered. Upon arriving at Su Chen's place, why did her thoughts so easily wander astray? Could it truly be that she lacked experience and was unable to resist the allure of a handsome man? Yin Bingxue submerged her face in the water, attempting to regain her composure for a while. Afterward, she picked up her phone and accepted a document. Su Chen, having finished washing the dishes, proceeded to take a shower. When he entered to retrieve his clothes, Yin Bingxue deliberately turned her back to him. Aware of her lingering embarrassment, Su Chen merely stated, "I'm going to take a shower," before stepping into the bathroom. Only after he closed the door did Yin Bingxue dare to glance back. She took out her phone and opened a book, yet the sound of running water from the bathroom rendered her unable to concentrate. Her gaze frequently drifted toward the bathroom door. Suddenly, her phone rang, startling Yin Bingxue so much that she nearly dropped it. Upon realizing it was her mother calling, she quickly composed herself and answered, "Hello, Shuer, what are you up to?" "Mom, I just returned from Yanqing. I'm about to take a shower and head to bed." "Are you at home?" "Perfect. Let us have a video call." Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue immediately straightened up. "No, we can't do a video call. This is Su Chen's home after all. Mom, let us save the video call for another day. I'm a bit tired today. I'll just chat for a bit and then sleep." On the other end, Tang Shuyun wore a smile. She had already heard that Yin Bingxue was living at Su Chen's house, and now her daughter was declining a video call. It seemed this matter was indeed true. How wonderful. However, my daughter is still keeping it from me. I must devise a way to coax her into admitting it. After pondering for a moment, Tang Shuyun quickly formulated a plan. "All right then, let us chat over the phone. Shuer, actually, I called you today to discuss something. Do you have some free time this weekend?" Yin Bingxue did not think much of it and replied, "The weekend plans are still uncertain, Mom. Is there something you need?" Though she had no pressing matters for the weekend, now that Su Chen was in the picture, she naturally wished to dedicate her time to nurturing familial bonds. If her mother had something truly important to attend to, she would prioritize it. However, if it were not so urgent, she would gladly set aside her time for her love. "It's nothing major, really. Just a son of a friend of mine has returned from abroad. He is around your age, quite handsome, and a skilled professional. I thought it would be nice for you to come home and have a meal together. Perhaps get to know each other." Having broached the subject of matchmaking so openly, she was confident her daughter would respond favorably. Yet, upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue furrowed her brow. "Mom, didn't I tell you I'm not interested in such matters? You promised me before." "Oh, isn't this a different time? Now that Tuan Tuan and Lulu are 3 years old, and you've reached the age where marriage is appropriate, your single status must surely worry me. Shuer, please consider my feelings." With a gentle sigh, Yin Bingxue replied, "Mom, there's no need for you to worry. I'm already married." "Married? Is that true?" "Shuer, you're not just saying that to avoid matchmaking, are you?" Tang Shuyun feigned skepticism in her inquiry. "No, I am indeed married. If you do not believe me, feel free to ask. I arranged everything through Uncle Zhang at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and our marriage is officially recognized by the state." Tang Shuyun was overjoyed on the other end, as her daughter had just admitted to the marriage. How far could it be before the whole family comes home together? Certainly not far. "Is it true? My dear daughter, this is truly wonderful." Tang Shuyun made an effort to appear surprised. "Shuer, my child, you are simply too resolute. Such a significant matter as marriage should have been shared with your mother sooner. What is your partner like?" At her mother's inquiry, Yin Bingxue instantly glanced towards the bathroom, her thoughts drifting to Su Chen. A slight smile graced her lips, and her voice softened compared to before. "He is quite remarkable, very handsome, treats both the child and me with kindness, is intelligent and capable, and he can cook. Tuan Tuan and Lula both adore the meals he prepares, and I enjoy them immensely as well." Su Chen possesses so many admirable qualities that Yin Bingxue felt a tinge of shyness while praising her husband in front of her mother. Tang Shuyun grew increasingly delighted, never expecting that Su Chen could also cook. Such a handsome young man, and yet his domestic skills are impeccable. How splendid. Hearing you say this, I am quite eager to meet my son-in-law. He must be an exceptionally charming young man to captivate our Shuer. Shuer, since you are already married, why not bring your husband home for a meal? How about this weekend? You could all come back, and I will prepare a feast for you. Chapter 41. Son. I am proud of you. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingshua's expression suddenly dimmed, and her pink lips pressed together. Her voice lacked the earlier softness and excitement. Mom, let's talk about this later. Tang Shiyun's joy seemed to be abruptly extinguished. A realization struck her, and she clenched her fist in frustration. She had acted too hastily, allowing her excitement to lead her to speak carelessly. Shuer, are you worried about how your father will react? Honestly, I think. Mom, all right, I visited Yang City today, and I'm quite tired. I need to rest now. We can discuss this later. Tang Shiyun sighed gently, responding, all right, then. Please rest early, my dear. Don't focus solely on work. Take care of yourself and your husband. We have plenty of time ahead. Good night. Good night, Mom, Yin Bingxue replied before hanging up, her head bowed. Feeling a tinge of disappointment. Their marriage had been so sudden, and she had not pondered the implications. She wondered how her father would react when the time came. Creak. The bathroom door swung open, and Yin Bingxue immediately turned her head. Su Chen emerged, clad in a bathrobe with a loose collar that subtly revealed his toned chest. His damp, tousled black hair glistened as he toweled off, droplets cascading down his strands. What a strikingly handsome sight. Yin Bingxue recalled the novel she had just read and suddenly felt an impulse to turn their unrefined beginnings into something more profound. However, with Tuan Tuan and Lulu in their lives, perhaps their beginnings had long since matured. What does that make their current situation? This matter did not linger for long. When Yin Bingxue saw Su Chen approaching, a singular thought consumed her mind: to throw herself at him, to claim him as her own husband. Yet, she found herself paralyzed by fear. The resolute Yin, who was decisive in the business world, suddenly felt timid. As Su Chen neared the bedside, she sprang to her feet, her eyes betraying her anxiety as she stammered, I'm thirsty, I'll go boil some water. With that, she exited the room without a second glance. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was still flustered, far too easily embarrassed. As he dried his hair, his phone buzzed insistently on the bedside table. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from his mother. Oh, why has she suddenly been so diligent in calling him these past few days? At the Su household, his father anxiously inquired, what is the news? Has he picked up? His mother shook her head. Not yet. The call hasn't even connected. Don't fret. Just moments earlier, while preparing to rest at home, Su's parents were taken aback by a friend's call, who mentioned seeing photos of their son's child on social media and questioned why Su Chen had not informed them about such significant life events as marriage and fatherhood. Completely bewildered, Su Dad and Su Mom exchanged a few vague remarks before hurriedly calling their son for clarification. What should I ask him? Su Mom fretted, her palms clammy with anxiety. Su Dad pondered for a moment, rubbing his hands together. Just don't be too direct. We shouldn't start with the topic of children. If our son hasn't mentioned it, there must be a reason. We need to tread lightly. Nodding, Su Mom asked, how should I approach it then? Start by inquiring about his job search. He has been busy with graduation and looking for work, hasn't he? Once he opens up, we can segue into the matter of the child. All right, but hold on, the call is connecting. Hello, Mom? Why are you calling so late? Missing your son? Su Chen cheerfully greeted. Upon hearing her son's voice, Su Mom felt her tension ease slightly, a smile gracing her face. Of course I miss you. You are my son. So, son, are you busy with graduation and job hunting? Your father just got paid, and we wanted to know if you need any financial help. Mom, I'm fine. I've already secured a job. You and Dad don't need to worry about that, Su Chen reassured her. Found a job? So soon. What position have you taken? Which company? Su Mom asked eagerly. Su Dad pressed his ear to the phone, straining to hear his son's response. Gesturing anxiously to Su Mom, she nodded, holding the phone away to switch to speaker mode. Mom, I've joined Extraordinary Group, the one frequently mentioned in financial news. It's a big company. Extraordinary Group? Su Dad's voice rang out. Is that the one involved in automotive research? Yes, Dad, that's the one. Su Chen confirmed, eliciting expressions of sheer delight from both his parents. She could not help but gently tap her father, Mr. Su, with her clenched fist. Her son had actually joined the Extraordinary Group. Such a prestigious enterprise promised a bright future ahead. Mr. Su wore a proud and joyful expression, yet, as a man, he remained composed, nodding and saying, "Your major is somewhat related. Securing a position in such a large company is commendable. You must work diligently, my son." Su Chin smiled and replied, "Dad, my role at the Extraordinary Group is not directly related to my major. I am working in the Mecha Research Department." "The Mecha Research Department? What is that?" Mrs. Su inquired, perplexed. Mr. Su, astonished, asked, "Son, you've joined the Mecha Research Department? That division of the Extraordinary Group has been approved by the state. It is currently one of the most valued departments. But son, didn't you study automotive design? Do you possess knowledge about mechas?" Mr. Su was unaware of his son's talents in this area. "Yes, I understand a bit. I have always had an interest in this field, so I conducted my own studies during university. Dad, I have a fair bit of insight. Not only have I entered the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group, but I am also set to take a position at the Mecha Research Branch of the Lonka Institute next Monday." The Lonka Institute. Mr. and Mrs. Su were rendered speechless with astonishment. Although Mrs. Su was not familiar with mechas, she understood that the Lonka Institute was a national institution, far superior to ordinary companies. If their son could join the Lonka Institute, it meant he would secure a stable job with the government. Mr. Su rubbed his hands together in excitement, his voice trembling with disbelief as he asked, "Son, how did this come to be? You possess such knowledge of mechas and will be working at the Lonka Institute's Mecha Research Branch?" "I know a little," as the director of their branch extended an invitation to me. "However, by that time, I had already joined the Extraordinary Group, so my role at the Lonka Institute will be as a consultant. It's a chance to earn an additional salary. I assent it. Don't worry about me. I am doing well at work," Su Chin assured over the phone. Mr. Su's eyes glistened with tears of joy, and although Mrs. Su did not fully grasp the significance of mechas, she could tell from her husband's expression that their son was indeed remarkable. "Son, this is wonderful. I never anticipated that my son would achieve such success," Mr. Su exclaimed joyously, wiping away tears, his voice choked with emotion. Chapter 42. Mr. and Mrs. Su are astounded. Grandchildren. Hearing his father's voice brought warmth to Su Chin's heart. "Dad, please don't cry. This is a good thing. With my future prospects, both you and Mom can enjoy a better life alongside me. Yes, my son will surely succeed. Mechas are the forefront of current technology, and I never imagined my son would excel to this extent. I am delighted. Dad is thrilled," Mr. Su exclaimed excitedly. Mrs. Su, standing nearby, handed her husband a tissue, her own eyes glistening with tears. Addressing her son on the phone, she said, "Chin Chin, I have never seen your father this happy. Even though I do not fully understand, I know you are extraordinary. You are the pride of both me and your father, as well as the honor of the Su family." Listening to the emotional tones in his parents' voices, Su Chin felt a lump in his throat, and tears nearly welled up in his eyes. However, this is a joyous occasion. He does not weep. A man of stature, indeed, does not shed tears easily. "Son, with such a commendable job, your mother and I are completely at ease. You must excel at Lonka Institute and Supergroup. I have faith in your abilities. Perhaps one day, our family will produce a remarkable hero who can design a true mech." Father Su clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with visions of a bright future. On the other end of the line, Su Chin chuckled, "Dad, your aspirations are modest. Perhaps I will be the first to design a mech and become a hero who astounds the entire world." "Huh, you silly boy. Quite proud of yourself, aren't you? Nevertheless, your mother and I believe in you. To us, you are simply the best." Mother Su wiped her tears, suddenly recalling an important matter, and tentatively inquired, "Son, now that your job is confirmed, shouldn't you also consider matters of family? In truth, your father and I called you so late because Aunt Chen just contacted us, mentioning she saw the accolades of children on your social media. Son, what is the story behind this? Whose children are they?" Mother Su asked. Naturally, she hoped they were her son's children, but the enormity of the situation made her hesitant to speculate. Upon hearing this, Su Chin instantly understood. No wonder his parents called so late. They had only just learned about the awards he posted. If the elderly couple did not receive an answer tonight, they would likely find it difficult to sleep. Originally, Su Chan intended to wait until he finished with the graduation ceremony and then bring Yin Bingxue and the children home, to surprise his parents in person. However, since they were already aware, there was no longer a need for concealment. He stated directly, "Dad, Mom, those are not other people's children. They are indeed mine. They are your grandchildren." "What?" Mother Sue was taken aback. Father Sue quickly seized the phone and asked, "Son, what is going on? When did you have children?" "You mean grandchildren, as in two?" His voice contained a hint of uncontainable joy, which delighted Sue Chun in turn. Yes, he had children, a boy and a girl. A pair of twins. For a long moment, Father and Mother Sue were speechless, staring at each other in astonishment. "Dad, Mom." "Ah, yes, son, we are here. Your mother and I are both present. We are just so stunned that we cannot find the words." "Son, when did you have these grandchildren? Such significant news. And you didn't inform us? How old are they? How did they already win awards?" Mother Sue speculated that if Sue Chun indeed had children, they were likely still in his wife's womb, thus she hesitated to associate the awards he posted with her own child. Sue Chun explained, "Mom, Dad, this is a long story, but I must confess that the children are indeed mine. They are both 3 years old now, and I only recently discovered this. It caught me by surprise, and I was uncertain how to broach the subject with you. I had intended to personally bring them home to introduce you at a later date." Sue Mother, filled with joy, responded, "Oh, my foolish son. What is there to be hesitant about? We are overjoyed to hear of your children. Both are 3 years old? Has your daughter-in-law been raising them alone all these years?" "Yes," Sue Chin replied. With a gentle sigh, Sue Mother continued, "My son, you have never raised a child. You cannot fathom the hardships involved. Raising a child is no small feat, especially twins. Caring for two simultaneously not only demands significant financial resources, but also immense time and energy. Your daughter-in-law must have endured quite a bit. You must not let her suffer any longer." While Sue Mother was delighted, her heart ached for the mother of the two little ones. Over the past 3 years, she had single-handedly raised both children and must have faced numerous challenges. Su Chun thought of Yin Bingxue, feeling a mix of gratitude and sympathy. He earnestly stated, "Mom, I understand. That is why, after meeting her, I married her immediately. We have already obtained our marriage certificate. Is that so? Son, such a significant matter should have been shared with us sooner. Just acquiring a certificate is not enough. The wedding must also be celebrated properly. Your daughter-in-law has undoubtedly endured hardships over these 3 years. We cannot treat her poorly just because the children have grown." "Indeed, I understand. Rest assured, Mom, I will treat your daughter-in-law well. I originally planned to visit you with the family once I completed my graduation obligations." Yes. You must bring them home. We need to prepare gifts for your daughter-in-law and our grandchildren," Su Mother replied enthusiastically. At that moment, Su Father finally regained his composure, beaming with joy. "All right then, we shall return together. But it is getting late. Mom and Dad, you should retire for the night. I too must rest as I have work tomorrow. Good night." As Su Chun ended the call, Su Father and Su Mother found themselves too excited to sleep. Su Mother paced around the house, her lips moving incessantly. "This is wonderful, Lao Su. Truly wonderful. Today has been a remarkable day. Our son has not only secured a good job, but also found a daughter-in-law and 2 children. I am so elated that I hardly know what to say." Su Father retrieved a bottle of wine from the cupboard and brought out the remaining peanuts from dinner, exclaiming, "My dear, let us toast to this." "Why are you thinking of drinking wine after dinner?" Su Mother teased with a smile. "I am simply overjoyed. The significant milestone of our son establishing his own family has been resolved. How could I not be happy? And twins, no less. Our son and daughter-in-law are remarkable. Don't be foolish. The birth of twins is determined by genetics. Our family has that gene, thanks to you," Su Mother said, suddenly pausing mid-sentence. Su Father looked momentarily taken aback, and they both realized the implication, instinctively avoiding the topic. He continued, "Dear, how much do we have saved up? The son and daughter-in-law have obtained their marriage certificate, and they now have promising jobs and 2 children. I surmise that a wedding will soon follow, and we must prepare a new home for them." Chapter 43. "Mom, what are you doing?" Mother Su nodded in agreement, saying, "I checked our savings a while ago, and we have over 600,000 accumulated over the years. The expenses for the wedding and the bride price will certainly be considerable. Given the exorbitant prices of homes in Shanghai, I fear that our savings may barely cover the down payment. Mother Sue felt a bit overwhelmed. She glanced at Father Sue and tentatively suggested, well, the other card does have that 1 million, which is not entirely untouchable. Untouchable, Father Sue exclaimed. We have endured for so many years. We cannot let it all go to waste. We will think of a way to help our son with the house. If necessary, we could sell our current home to contribute to his down payment. After all, we are still capable of moving around, and renting a place would pose no challenge for us. Mother Sue nodded, smiling. You are right. We must not touch that money. Our son is achieving great things. He will surely have a prosperous life ahead. We will do our utmost to support him and his wife. However, their son mentioned he would bring his wife and grandchildren back only after he finishes his graduation matters, which could take over half a month. Oh, Lao Su, I cannot wait that long. I want to see my daughter-in-law and the 2 little ones now. Mother Sue exclaimed with excitement. Father Sue took a sip of his drink. His eyes filled with enthusiasm. Half a month seemed too long. Now that they were aware, how could they possibly wait? Seeing the opportunity, Mother Sue quickly suggested, why don't we just go over tomorrow? Our son has given us such a wonderful surprise. Let us return the favor. Father Sue laughed and pulled out his phone, saying, all right, I'll buy the tickets right now. When Yin Bingxue returned, Su Chun had already hung up his phone. He relinquished his recently warmed spot, patting the bed and saying, come over and sleep. The bed is warm. Yin Bingxue was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as she approached him, lying down. The sheets were indeed warm, the temperature just right, and there was a faint scent of his shampoo, a subtle hint of mint. Both were exhausted from the day, and they quickly fell into a deep sleep, undisturbed by dreams. The next morning, Yin Bingxue awoke to find herself nestled in Su Chen's embrace. She was startled, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise, her body stiffening slightly. What happened? Last night, they had clearly slept on opposite sides. How had she ended up resting on his arm? Su Chen's other hand rested on her waist, and they faced each other at such a close distance. After her initial shock, Yin Bingxue was captivated by Su Chun's sleeping visage. Her man was so handsome. A smile crept across her lips, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. This morning felt truly wonderful. She hoped to awaken in Su Chen's embrace every day, with his eyes still closed, seemingly unaware. Su Chen remained asleep while Yin Bingxue unabashedly admired his striking features. How could someone be so extraordinarily beautiful? Her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips seemed to be perfectly aligned with her aesthetic sense. Over the past 3 years, she had watched Lele grow, transforming into her ideal image in her mind. And her longing for Su Chen intensified with each passing day. Finally, when Su Chen graduated, her immediate desire was to recruit him into her company. With proximity comes opportunity. Now that Su Chen had come of age, she was determined to make him hers without delay, envisioning a reunion of their family. She had already achieved 50% of her plan, and the remaining half involved making Su Chen fall utterly in love with her, so they could become a blissful family of 4. The mere thought of this made Yin Bingxue's heart swell with sweetness. Her gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Su Chen. Such fervent attention would surely awaken him if he were not already in a deep slumber. When Su Chen finally stirred, he did not immediately open his eyes, well aware that Yin Bingxue was watching him secretly. During the day, this girl was easily shy, often retreating at the slightest provocation, yet here she was, bold enough to gaze at him while he slept. Yin Bingxue was even bolder than Su Chen had anticipated. She admired Su Chen's thick eyebrows and long, dense eyelashes, which resembled 2 delicately curved fans exuding an inexplicable allure. Gently biting her rosy lip, she cautiously began to move beneath the covers. One of her arms was pinned beneath her own weight, while the other was restrained by Su Chen's arm, making movement challenging. The hand below was immobile, so she could only maneuver the hand beneath Su Chen's arm. To avoid waking him, her movements were deliberate and slow. Su Chen felt the subtle stirring beneath him, a mix of amusement and curiosity filling his heart as he wondered what this girl was up to, deciding to feign sleep a while longer. When Yin Bingxue finally withdrew her hand from the covers, she couldn't help but release a soft sigh. Her warm breath brushed against his face, carrying a faint scent of femininity. In the early morning light, this was quite overwhelming. Oblivious to her own alluring demeanor, she continued to cautiously reach for Suchin's eyelashes. Her own lashes were lovely, yet being a girl, she found it remarkable that a man could possess such beautiful lashes as well. She wondered whether his were similar to her own. In truth, she longed to touch his brows, thick and dark, resembling a sharp blade that angled into his temples, subtly hinting at his masculine strength. However, she hesitated, fearing that Suchin might awaken. Surely, a gentle touch on his long lashes would not provoke him. Summoning her courage, she slowly lifted her hand, inching closer to Suchin's face. Suchin's mind raced. He thought, goodness, what is Yin Bingshui up to? Her cautious demeanor only heightened his anticipation. With his eyes closed, he relied solely on his senses to discern her intentions, yet he remained baffled as to what she was about to do. Time passed slowly, and despite their close proximity, they had yet to make contact, hindered by her shyness and carefulness. Suchan could hardly contain himself, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Yin Bingshui, noticing this gesture, was taken aback, retracting her hand only to inadvertently strike Suchin's arm. Frozen in place like a startled little rabbit, she held her breath, her large eyes tightly shut. With no other option, Suchin resumed his charade of slumber. Cautiously, Yin Bingshui cracked open her eyes a fraction, relieved to see Suchin still asleep, and proceeded to repeat her earlier actions. This time, having learned his lesson, Suchin kept his eyes closed, daring not to move, hoping for her to hasten. Just then, a childish voice rang out from the doorway. "Mama, what are you doing?" Chapter 44. How Embarrassing. Tuan burst in, her eyes immediately landing on the sight of her parents entwined in an embrace. The summer heat was already stifling, and although the air conditioning was on, the thin blanket had slipped down to their waists overnight. Thus, Tuan witnessed the intimate scene of Suchin and Yin Bingshui. The little one quickly covered her eyes, stifling giggles as she scampered away. Suchin sighed internally and reluctantly opened his eyes. Yin Bingshui's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe crab. She hastily scrambled to her feet. "I'll get up first," she exclaimed, dashing into the bathroom. Suchin watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in exasperation. What a pity, he almost discovered where she intended to touch. After they both finished freshening up, Tuan and Lele were seated on the sofa, with the little girl animatedly recounting the scene she had just witnessed. "Guess what I saw?" Daddy was hugging Mama while they slept, their faces almost touching. So embarrassing. Upon hearing this, the two protagonists were immediately engulfed in embarrassment. Lele gently nudged her sister, admonishing, Tuan, you shouldn't just walk into adults' rooms. Nor should you look at things you shouldn't." If her son had not spoken, Yin Bingshui would have felt less embarrassed. Her face flushed deeper as she hurried back to her room. As a grown man, Suchin maintained his composure, chuckling as he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today was Saturday, a day off for Tuan and Lele. As Tuan savored her father's lovingly made breakfast, she asked, "Daddy, since Lele and I don't have school today, can you take us out to play?" Yin Bingshui, sipping her oatmeal, shook her head gently, replying, Tuan, Mama has to work today. In a bustling commercial city like Shanghai, most businesses only had one day off, making Saturday a working day as well. Tuan pouted in disappointment, but my deskmate Pampin gets to go out with her parents today. Noticing her daughter's forlorn expression, Yin Bingshui hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "How about letting Daddy take you out to play?" She turned to Suchin, expressing her predicament. "I have 2 important video conferences today. I really can't break away." Suchin nodded in understanding, affirming, "It's all right. I'll take them out. It won't interfere with work. I'll finish what I need to do upon my return tonight." Yin Bingshui smiled in relief. The little one over there was brimming with joy, happily shaking her tiny head. Yay, I can go play with Daddy," she exclaimed. "Daddy, let us go play by the river." PN mentioned that her parents often took her there for barbecues, and indeed, her father would take them as well. Suchin nodded in agreement, readily accepting the idea. After breakfast, Yin Bingshui headed to the company, while Suchin inquired about the exact address from Tuan. He then searched for nearby recreational facilities and discovered that it was a camping and barbecue site, perfect for a day's getaway by the riverside. After finishing their meal, Suchin took the 2 children to a nearby supermarket to procure barbecue ingredients. This area was specifically designated for barbecuing and camping. Barbecue grills could be rented on site. But the raw materials needed to be brought along. Not only were the prices higher there, but freshness and cleanliness were also uncertain. Upon entering the supermarket, Su-Chin grabbed a small cart. The moment Tuan Tuan spotted the cart, she immediately clung to Su-Chin's pant leg, exclaiming, "Cart! Cart! Daddy! I want to ride in the cart." "All right, Daddy will lift Tuan Tuan into the cart," Su-Chin replied, placing his daughter onto the cart's small shelf. Her little legs dangling out, facing him, gently swaying back and forth. Tuan Tuan, now seated, beamed at her father with delight. This was Su-Chin's first experience of such a moment, and seeing his daughter so close made him smile in return. Suddenly, he noticed his son gazing at them with envy. "Lele, would you like to hop in?" Su-Chin pointed to the space in the cart. "Your sister is sitting up top. You can sit inside, and Daddy can push you." Lele immediately turned his head away, his cheeks flushed, as if his secret thoughts had been uncovered, and he retorted, "I don't want to. That's silly." With that, the little fellow marched ahead. Su-Chin gritted his teeth behind him. "Hey, that cheeky little rascal. What do you want to eat, Tuan Tuan?" Su-Chin inquired, pushing the cart while keeping an eye on Lele, who was walking alongside them. The supermarket was quite crowded on a Saturday, and the little one was petite enough to be easily swept away by the throng. Tuan Tuan wanted various meats: lamb, beef, pork. "Why is it all meat, my little treasure? You need a balanced diet, no picky eating. You must eat more vegetables too," Su-Chin reminded her while selecting different cuts of meat. Tuan Tuan pouted her small lips. "But I don't like vegetables. They don't taste good. Meat is the best. Daddy's grilled vegetables are delicious too. Mushrooms and greens are tasty. Would you like to try some?" Su-Chin tentatively asked. The little one hesitated. She wasn't too fond of vegetables, but she adored her father. If Daddy made the vegetables and she refused to eat them, he might be sad. So she decided she would eat them. "Yes, Tuan Tuan will eat the vegetables Daddy makes. Everything Daddy cooks is delicious." His daughter truly was his precious little darling, and her obedient nature was utterly endearing to Su-Chin. Satisfied with the assortment of Tuan Tuan's favorites, he turned to Lele. "Lele, look. What do you want?" Lele, a bit shy, approached the refrigerated section. "I'll choose myself." The little one picked a large bottle of yogurt and a bag of creamy buns, then attempted to reach for the ham on the top shelf, but his small hands were far too short. He sensed Su-Chin's gaze upon him, and his heart raced with urgency, as if striving to prove himself. He persistently rose on his tiptoes to reach for the item. After observing for some time, Su-Chin shook his head and stepped forward, effortlessly retrieving the ham from the second shelf. "Lele, is this what you wanted?" Lele turned to him, placed the item into the cart, and nodded silently. Frustration washed over him. He sighed, wishing he could grow taller like Su-Chin. He didn't want to accept help. It felt too embarrassing. Su-Chin accompanied the two of them to purchase a plethora of snacks and beverages, and by late morning, they finally arrived at the riverside. The opulent Rolls-Royce, even its engine's purr was distinct, became the center of attention as soon as it halted. Pan Pan, unfamiliar with luxury cars, merely admired its beauty. Feeling a sense of déjà vu, Pan Pan's father exclaimed excitedly, "I never expected to see such an extravagant bespoke Rolls-Royce here. It's been quite the sensation lately. I saw someone post about it on Douyin from the university town, rumored to be worth 1.7 billion. Oh, the wealth in Zhonghai is astonishing. To think 1.7 billion could buy a car. Goodness, such a life is beyond our imagination." Pan Pan's mother chimed in while adjusting her outfit. As they conversed casually, Pan Pan suddenly spotted Tuan Tuan descending from the car, gasping in delight. "Oh, it's Tuan Tuan and Lele." Only then did Pan Pan's mother glance over. "Indeed, Pan Pan. Who would have thought we would run into your classmates today?" She promptly washed her hands and took Pan Pan's father's hand, guiding their daughter over. "Tuan Tuan, Lele, Mr. Su. What a coincidence." Chapter 45. My father's barbecue is delicious. Su-Chin had little recollection of this family of three. However, upon seeing his daughter rush over, he recognized Pan Pan. Pan Pan's mother introduced herself. "Mr. Su, I am Pan Pan's mother. Pan Pan and Tuan Tuan are classmates in kindergarten. Just a few days ago, during a craft assignment, you even spoke on stage. This is Pan Pan's father." "Oh, now I remember. Greetings." Suchun couldn't quite recall their faces, yet he recognized them as fellow parents and greeted them politely. "This is the Mr. Su I mentioned to you. His handcrafted creations are remarkable." Tuan Tuan and Lele won first place. "That little rabbit in hide-and-seek was crafted by Tuan Tuan for Pan Pan," her father remarked, instantly closing the gap between the two parents. Pan Pan's father smiled. "So that was Mr. Su's work. Truly impressive. Your craftsmanship is exceptional. Are you here to enjoy the weekend as well?" Suchun nodded. "Yes. Tuan Tuan mentioned this place was fun, so I brought them here." Tuan Tuan, holding Pan Pan's hand, gleefully said to his father, "Daddy, it was Pan Pan who told me her parents often bring her here, and that's why I wanted to come." Suchun chuckled. "Ah, so it was the little one who discovered this wonderful place." Flattered by the compliment from the charming uncle, Pan Pan beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Pan Pan's father, familiar with the surroundings, accompanied Suchun to rent a barbecue grill. Tuan Tuan and Pan Pan had already begun to play together. Pan Pan is a modestly attractive young girl, hailing from a dual-income household, where both her parents possess ordinary appearances. She resembles her father, sporting a somewhat square face, and adorns her hair in two playful pigtails, which lend her a certain charm. However, deep down, Pan Pan is acutely aware that she lacks the striking beauty of Tuan Tuan, as the children in her class are enamored with Tuan Tuan. While not everyone shares the same affection for her, despite her tender age, Pan Pan's mind is filled with thoughts. She perceives that Tuan Tuan's beauty and her family's affluence set them apart, which prompts her to boast about how her parents frequently take her out for barbecues and shower her with affection. Unexpectedly, Tuan Tuan's father also brings them along today, leaving Pan Pan feeling overshadowed. Observing the industrious Suchun, she pouts slightly. "Tuan Tuan, my parents often take me out for barbecues, and my father's culinary skills are exceptional," Pan Pan declares with a hint of pride. The innocent Tuan Tuan, oblivious to the underlying boastfulness of Pan Pan's words, beams and replies, "My father is also an incredible cook." Feeling increasingly disheartened, Pan Pan raises her voice. "But your father has probably never made barbecue for you. My father's barbecue is certainly superior to yours." Her tone grows louder, catching the attention of the three parents nearby. Pan Pan's parents exchange awkward glances with Suchun, and her mother attempts to intervene. "Pan Pan, how could you speak to your classmate like that?" Pouting, Pan Pan turns her head away in displeasure. Observing Pan Pan's irritation, Tuan Tuan feels a twinge of sympathy and approaches Suchun, looking up at him and softly saying, "Daddy, Tuan Tuan didn't he say anything?" Suchun gently pats his daughter's head and reassures her, "Yes, Daddy knows, our Tuan Tuan is not unkind to her classmates." Upon hearing this, Pan Pan's father feels a wave of embarrassment and quickly apologizes. "Mr. Su, I am sorry. My daughter Pan Pan is not very understanding." Suchun shakes his head, his smile dimming slightly. He refrains from further conversation with Pan Pan's parents and focuses on preparing the barbecue. Tuan Tuan and Lele obediently sit nearby, ostensibly assisting. Yet their presence largely serves to create a delightful chaos, as the meat in their hands transforms into playthings, rendering them unfit for cooking. Suchun sets up the barbecue grill, and with his culinary prowess, enticing aromas soon waft through the air. On the weekend, the riverside is alive with parents enjoying time with their children, mingled with pairs of young couples. The enticing scent captivates the children and girls alike. How fragrant! It's all barbecue. It smells so delicious that I can hardly contain my saliva. The children, driven by their instincts, rush over to Suchun's grill, surrounding it with eager eyes and drooling mouths. Having been scolded by her mother, Pan Pan's eyes are slightly red, initially still irked. Yet the delightful aroma draws her gaze towards the grill. "Uncle, your barbecue smells divine. Could I possibly have a taste?" A bold little girl, salivating, inquires. Suchun smiled and nodded. "Of course," he said. "Please wait a moment. I will reserve a few skewers for these two little friends, and let the rest be tasted by you all." "Wow, Uncle is so kind." Suchun placed the grilled skewers in front of Tuan Tuan and Lulu, allowing them to select a few first before distributing the remainder to the surrounding children. After indulging in the delectable treats, the children could not contain their praise. "Wow, Uncle's grilling is so delicious. It's far better than what my daddy makes. Even more delightful than what we have at the store. It's truly amazing." Upon hearing this, Tuan Tuan's face lit up with a smile, brimming with pride as she declared, I told you, my daddy's cooking is superb. Lulu remained silent, but took a hearty bite of the skewer in her hand. So fragrant. Seeing everyone enjoying their food with grease on their faces, Pan Pan suddenly burst into tears. Mommy, I want to eat too. Pan Pan's mother handed her the barbecue that her father had prepared, but Pan Pan didn't even glance at it, pointing instead at Su Chen and saying, I want to eat the skewers that Tuan Tuan's daddy grilled. I want the delicious ones, boo-hoo. You little rascal. Pan Pan's mother sighed helplessly and kicked her husband lightly. Pan Pan's father sighed in resignation and awkwardly approached Su Chen. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. But could you possibly spare 2 skewers for our Pan Pan? That child is quite a handful. Su Chen chuckled and gestured towards his grill, saying, I'm truly sorry. But I have already distributed the first batch. Perhaps you could ask Tuan Tuan. She still has plenty left. Pan Pan's father felt even more embarrassed. Fully aware of Su Chen's implication, Pan Pan had just hurt Tuan Tuan's feelings, and now they were here seeking food, which would depend on whether Tuan Tuan was willing to forgive. He hesitated to approach, but upon hearing his daughter's heart-wrenching cries, he steeled himself to ask Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, Pan Pan made a mistake earlier. Would you be willing to share some of your skewers with her? Uncle can bring you some more later. Made by your daddy, who grills even better. Without a moment's hesitation, Tuan Tuan handed over her skewer, saying, Of course, Uncle. Please take this to Pan Pan. I'll wait for my daddy to grill more for me. Pan Pan's father gratefully accepted the skewer, saying, Tuan Tuan is truly a wonderful little friend. As he returned, Su Chen glanced at Tuan Tuan and affectionately patted her little head. You've done brilliantly today, so Daddy has decided to reward you with more meat later, all right? Tuan Tuan's eyes sparkled at the mention of meat, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Pan Pan, having finally tasted the barbecue she had longed for, instantly stopped crying. However, her father took the opportunity to impart a serious lesson to her. The little girl realized her wrongdoing. After being scolded by her mother, she still felt a twinge of resentment. But now, knowing that this skewer was given to her by Tuan Tuan, she could not help but feel remorseful. She had been angry with Tuan Tuan, yet Tuan Tuan was kind enough to share her skewer. Tuan Tuan was the good child, while she had not been at all. Pan Pan, now that you've had the skewer, don't you think you should apologize to Tuan Tuan? Pan Pan nodded immediately, clutching the skewer as she hurried over to Tuan Tuan. I apologize, my dear Tuan Tuan, for my outburst. It was unkind of me to express my frustration. Your charm and beauty surpass mine, and your family's wealth outshines my own. When you mentioned that your father's grilled delicacies are far tastier than those of mine, it stirred feelings of sorrow within me. However, I acknowledge my error. I should not have taken my feelings out on you. Chapter 46. Su Dad and Su Mom arrive at Su Chen's doorstep. Tears streamed down Pan Pan's face, and Tuan Tuan quickly approached, grasping Pan Pan's hand while tenderly wiping her tears. Pan Pan, it's all right. I forgive you. I am not angry. We are good friends. Pan Pan nodded vigorously, and the 2 children joyfully settled beside one another to enjoy skewers. Pan Pan's father, seated on a small stool next to Su Chen, expressed his apologies. Mr. Su, I truly feel embarrassed. Su Chen shook his head, reassuring him, it's quite all right, Pan Pan's father. Just look at the 2 children. All is well now. It was merely a trivial matter. You are indeed magnanimous. Sometimes, we as parents are not as perceptive as our children. Tuan Tuan, like you, is a generous little soul. And both Pan Pan's mother and I are delighted that she has such a friend. With the children reconciled and the parents free of any lingering grievances, Pan Pan's father took the liberty of moving the barbecue stand closer, eager to learn the art of grilling from Su Chen, for his cooking was undeniably fragrant. As the 2 fathers grilled, they exchanged parenting insights, which captivated Su Chen, the novice father. Mr. Su, raising children can be arduous, yet it is also a source of joy. Witnessing the little ones grow day by day is truly a remarkable experience. By the way, Mr. Su, I've noticed that Tuan Tuan seems to relish meat far more than vegetables. Is she a bit picky as well? Su Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lulu is more accommodating, enjoying both vegetables and meat, but Tuan Tuan has a distinct preference for meat. Pan Pan's father chuckled. Strangely enough, Our daughters both seemed to favor meat. Children, unburdened by concerns of physique, undoubtedly find the taste of meat far superior to that of vegetables, Suchin added. Indeed, in our efforts to rectify her pickiness, my wife and I have tried countless methods. We have finally seen some success. I blend vegetables and meat together in a food processor, then shape them into meatballs. Young children are easily deceived and cannot discern the difference, he laughed. Suchin, clearly amused, remarked, that's a clever method. Even if they suspect something, seeing meat will quell their doubts. I shall certainly give it a try. With this practical approach combined with Mr. Su's culinary skills, Tuan Tuan would surely remain oblivious. The two fathers continued their discussion on parenting while Suchin's hands remained busy at the grill, his small barbecue stand transformed into a bustling eatery. With the children eagerly surrounding him, the parents, slightly sheepish, approached to exchange raw skewers for Suchin's deliciously grilled offerings. However, the allure of the food was fleeting. After savoring Suchin's skewers, the children frolicked joyfully with Tuan Tuan and Lulu. As it came time to depart, Tuan Tuan gleefully exclaimed to Pan Pan, Pan Pan, this place is simply delightful. I must return. Next time, I wish to venture out with my dear parents. My mother is occupied with work today, striving to earn a living, leaving only my father to accompany us. Once my mother has a day off, our family shall embark on an outing together. Pudding nodded in agreement, expressing eagerness for our next adventure. Round was delighted and made a promise with her, while Joy stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon returning home with Round and Joy, Suchin found that Yin Bingxue had already arrived. After concluding a video conference, she had some work remaining which was unnecessary to tackle at the office, so she opted to bring her laptop home. Once settled in Suchin's abode, she unexpectedly realized that she felt far more content at home than at work. Whenever possible, she cherished the moments spent in the company of Suchin and the two children. The sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance, prompting Yin Bingxue to lift her gaze. Before she could see anyone, she heard Round's cheerful voice. Daddy, today I was incredibly happy. Pudding told me that Dad's barbecue is the best in the world. Yin Bingxue immediately rose to greet them. You're back? She inquired as Round dashed into her embrace, with Joy happily joining her side. Suchin changed his shoes and approached. Yes, we're back. You returned quite early today. Yin Bingxue nodded. I wrapped up my meeting and brought home the remaining work. Did Round and Joy behave well during the day? Before Suchin could respond, Round eagerly chimed in. We were good, Mommy. My brother and I listened very well. Mommy, we had so much fun today. Dad's barbecue was delicious, and all the kids loved it. She couldn't contain her excitement as she recounted the day's adventures, including a quarrel with Pudding followed by their reconciliation, her words tumbling out in a rapid stream. Yin Bingxue listened intently, occasionally glancing at Suchin, who was sipping tea. When she heard Round mention the abundance of skewers Suchin had prepared for the children, a pang of sympathy washed over her. You must have worked hard today, she said. Suchin shook his head. It was not hard at all. Spending time with Round and Joy brings me great joy. Besides, if this is what you consider hard work, then how arduous must your previous days have been? Yin Bingxue slightly lowered her head, a smile creeping onto her lips. It was clear that he understood her struggles. He perceived the challenges she faced in raising Round and Joy to the age of 3. How peculiar it was, when she had been solely responsible for Round and Joy. She never felt burdened. Yet, upon hearing Suchin's words, a wave of grievances surged within her, as if she longed for a comforting embrace to ease her heart. However, recalling the morning when Round caught her and Suchin sleeping together and giggling, she swiftly dismissed such thoughts, turning her attention to Round and Joy beside her. Yin Bingxue suddenly felt that their presence illuminated the scene. Amused by her own thought, she looked up at Suchin and declared, I am not weary at all. Suchin paused momentarily, taken aback by her statement, before breaking into a smile. In their shared laughter, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. After a brief respite, Suchin glanced at the time and stood up, saying, Dear, since you are back, please stay home with Tuan Tuan and Lulu. I shall venture downstairs to procure some ingredients, and later I will prepare a sumptuous meal for you 3. I made dinner for Tuan Tuan and Lulu yesterday, but I have yet to properly cook for you. having gained immense confidence in his culinary skills over the past 2 days. Suchin was certain that his talents could rival those of the household chef, and he envisioned Ynb Nixu applauding his prowess. Ynb Nixu looked at him with surprise, touched that he had been thinking of her desire to taste his cooking. In truth, she had already relished the noodles he prepared last night and was quite satisfied, yet the thought of him wanting to cook for her filled her with delight. Tuan clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Yay, Daddy's cooking is incredibly delicious. Tonight, we get to eat Daddy's food again." Do you want to eat Daddy's cooking, Lulu? Tuan not only expressed her own joy but also sought Lily's opinion. Lily's face flushed with embarrassment. He initially intended to decline, but, recalling the delightful dishes Suchin made the previous night, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He, too, wished to partake. Tuan's reaction had already conveyed everything to Suchin. He chuckled and said, "Then you two wait at home while I go buy some ingredients to cook." With a cheerful heart, Suchin stepped outside. Just as he exited the community and headed towards the nearby market, his parents, Su Papa and Su Mama, arrived laden with bags. The three nearly brushed shoulders as they passed. Following the address on their phones, Su Papa found his son's residence. Standing at the door, Su Mama nervously inquired, "Old Su, we arrived unexpectedly without informing our son. What if he isn't home?" "I don't know. It's the weekend. Even if our son and daughter-in-law have work, the children should be on break. Surely, someone must be home," Su Papa replied, albeit uncertain. Having heard the news of their son's marriage and the presence of 2 children, they had hurried over, purchasing a plethora of items at the mall, including ingredients for dinner, gifts and supplements for their daughter-in-law, and a variety of building blocks and toys for the grandchildren. Their hands were nearly overflowing. "Should we call our son?" Su Papa suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mama shook her head. "Let us not. If our son is indeed at work, calling wouldn't be convenient. Let's just knock on the door and see if anyone is home." Su Papa nodded in agreement. "That works. If our son is at home, we won't need to call. If he isn't, we can wait here. He and his wife will certainly return after work." As Su Papa raised his hand to knock, Su Mama suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment, Old Su. I'm feeling a bit anxious. Just imagine if our son, daughter-in-law, and the children are all at home when we arrive unexpectedly. The reunion will be so emotional." Su Papa chuckled, looking at his wife. "Now that we are here, you feel nervous? Don't overthink it. If they are all at home, that is wonderful. We are simply eager to see our daughter-in-law and grandchildren. It is truly remarkable to see you, yet I cannot help but feel anxious. Of course, I am delighted, but the nerves are palpable. Old Su, our son has mentioned that the grandchildren are already 3 years old, and here we are, still without a child of our own. The experiences I once had in raising him have long faded from memory. How shall we conduct ourselves in order to win the affection of our grandchildren?" At this moment, Su Mama feels an overwhelming sense of trepidation as she stands at the doorstep, her mind swirling with questions. Su Papa, with a resigned smile, gestures towards the small building blocks in her hands, suggesting, "If all else fails, you can simply join the children in playing with the blocks. Children adore such activities. Our presence will suffice. Do not overthink it. I shall knock now." Without waiting for Su Mama to continue her hesitations, he raised his hand and rapped on the door. Inside, Yin Bingxue, upon hearing the sound, rose with a hint of confusion. Could it be that Suchin returned so soon? Did he forget something? She approached the door and opened it wide. As the door swung open, the 3 individuals, both inside and outside, finally met face to face. Yin Bingxue had assumed it would be Suchin at the threshold, while Su Papa and Su Mama expected to see him within. To their mutual surprise, none of them were who they anticipated, leading to a moment of astonishment. Su Mama was the first to regain her composure, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Hello, you must be our son's girlfriend, am I correct?" She had intended to refer to her as their daughter-in-law, but hesitated, fearing it might frighten her. Yin Bingxue paused momentarily before nodding. "Hello, I am Suchin's wife. May I ask who you are?" "We are Suchin's parents," Su Papa introduced himself. In an instant, Yin Bingshue's eyes widened in surprise, her demeanor turning frantic as she glanced around. "What are my in-laws doing here? This is far too sudden." She felt unprepared for this encounter. At that moment, her heart raced, as though it might burst from her chest. Striving to maintain her composure, she nevertheless found herself flustered. Stepping aside to allow them entry. "Uncle, Aunt, please come in. Su-chun just went downstairs to buy groceries." Yin Bingxue lamented that Su-chun had chosen such an inopportune moment to leave. Had she known that her in-laws would visit, she would never have allowed him to go. What should she do now? Their unexpected arrival meant that Su-papa and Su-mama likely remained unaware of her and the little one's existence. After all, during the last video call, Su-chun had not mentioned anything about marriage. Would his parents mistakenly believe that they were merely dating? Now that she had moved into Su-chen's home, would this leave a negative impression on his parents? Yin Bingshue's mind became a whirlwind of confusion, even forgetting about the two little treasures in the house. As Su-papa and Su-mama entered, they too felt a sense of awkwardness. They had expected their son to be home, and even if he were not, they did not anticipate anyone opening the door. To encounter their daughter-in-law alone in such an impromptu meeting was rather overwhelming. "Uncle, Aunt, please make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare some tea for you," Yin Bingxue offered, gesturing for Su-papa and Su-mama to take a seat on the sofa before swiftly heading to the kitchen. Although she appeared calm on the surface, her hands trembled slightly as she prepared the tea. How nerve-wracking this situation was. What tea leaves are these at home? They seem to have been purchased by Su-chan, and they emit a delightful aroma. However, I wonder if it would be appropriate to serve them to my father-in-law. Had I known, I would have asked Assistant Zhang to bring the tea from the car. When was this hot water boiled? It seems to have been some time. I hope the temperature is sufficient for brewing the tea. Yin Bingshue's mind raced, her thoughts a tangled mess. After finally preparing 2 cups of tea, she carried them to the living room. "Uncle, Auntie, please enjoy some tea." Su's mother gently nudged Su's father and smiled. "Well, my daughter-in-law, I am Yin Bingxue." Yin, as in color, and Bingxue, like the cleverness of ice and snow. Having introduced herself countless times, she rarely needed to introduce herself outside, as there were very few people in Zhonghai who did not know her. Yet, at this moment, her introduction felt like both the worst and the most sincere she had ever given. Su's mother nodded with a smile. "Bingxue, what a lovely name. Since you are already married to our Chun-chun, no need to call us uncle and auntie. Just call us dad and mom." Yin Bingshue's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip and replied softly, "Dad, Mom." Su's mother smiled in response, her face radiating warmth and kindness. Seeing her mother-in-law like this, Yin Bingxue felt somewhat relieved. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang, and Yin Bingxue almost instantly regained her serious demeanor, but quickly remembered that her in-laws were present. Feeling a bit bashful, she turned back. "Dad, Mom, I." Su's father raised a hand to interrupt her, smiling. "Xiaoyin, you go ahead and take your call. We will sit here for a while." Yin Bingxue nodded and went to the balcony to answer the phone. Through the glass door, Su's mother glanced over and, with satisfaction, remarked, "Old Su, our daughter-in-law is truly beautiful. But where are the grandchildren? This is my first time meeting her, and I was so nervous that I forgot to ask." Su's father looked around. "I don't know. Logically, the 2 children should be home today. Tuan Tuan and Lele had gone for a barbecue during the day. Just moments ago, Yin Bingxue mentioned that they both smelled of smoke and commanded them to take a bath. Lele finished bathing first and emerged from the bathroom, donned in a charming blue pajamas, his hair still damp. He was taken aback to find 2 unfamiliar faces in the living room. At that moment, Tuan Tuan had also finished her bath and burst through the door of the master bedroom like a little pink dumpling, rushing towards Lele. Giggling, "How did you finish before me?" The little one, dressed in pink pajamas with a hood adorned with floppy bunny ears, had just washed her hair. Wrapped in a drying cap, while a pink towel curled into small circles by her ears, looking utterly adorable. Seeing her brother's expression, Tuan Tuan turned to gaze into the living room. "Oh, we have guests at home." Su's father and Su's mother, upon witnessing the delightful sight of the 2 little ones, could hardly remain seated. The 2 individuals immediately stood up, and Su's mother squatted in front of Tuan Tuan and Lulu, warmly smiling as she greeted, "Hello, little ones." Tuan Tuan and Lila promptly responded, "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma." Su's mother beamed with delight and turned to Su's father, exclaiming, "Old Su, our grandchildren are so clever. They know we are their grandparents." Chapter 48. "Son, You've pulled off a great surprise. Sue's father chuckled and said, Indeed, our grandchildren are quite intelligent. After speaking, he looked at Tuan Tuan and Lulu and inquired, Little ones, we are Su Chen's mom and dad, your grandparents. What are your names? Tuan Tuan's eyes widened with surprise. She could hardly believe that the elderly couple before her were truly her grandparents. With a sweet smile, she exclaimed, Su Chen is my daddy. I am Tuan Tuan, and this is my sister Lulu. Lulu seemed equally astonished, her expression adorably dazed. With her hands clasped behind her back, she shyly murmured, Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Sue's father nodded happily, replying, Hello, Lulu. Tuan Tuan, brimming with enthusiasm, climbed onto Sue's mother's shoulder and affectionately asked, Grandma, why did you and Grandpa come? Did you come to see me and Lulu? The little girl was charming and playful, easily winning the heart of the elderly lady, who was completely amused by her antics. At that moment, Yin Bingxue entered after finishing a phone call and was greeted by this delightful scene. She slightly furrowed her brows and gently remarked, Tuan Tuan, you shouldn't cling to Grandma like that. You might knock her over. Upon hearing this, Tuan Tuan immediately ceased her swaying but still kept her small hands around Sue's mother's neck. Sue's mother turned and reassured, Bingxue, no need to worry. I am quite well and can still lift Tuan Tuan. After saying this, she lifted the little girl into her arms, and Tuan Tuan laughed joyfully. Lulu, come here and let Grandpa take your hand. Shall we go play on that sofa over there? Sue's mother, holding her eldest granddaughter, thought fondly of her grandson. Sue's father quickly extended his hand toward Lulu. For a fleeting moment, Lulu seemed taken aback but then reached out her tiny hand. Though she felt a bit awkward around Su Chun, she was quite obedient with Sue's father. Mommy said we should respect our elders and care for the young. Yin Bingxue observed the behavior of her son and daughter, unable to suppress a smile. With the two little ones present, the atmosphere in the house became lively and cheerful. As Su Chen returned home carrying a large bag of groceries, he immediately noticed 2 extra pairs of shoes at the entrance. Hearing the sound of laughter from the living room, he paused in surprise. What are Mom and Dad doing here? Remembering the conversation he had the previous night, he smiled knowingly. It seemed his parents had learned about his marriage and children, prompting them to visit directly. Yin Bingxue, seated in the dining room working on her laptop, spotted Su Chen and called out, Su Chen, you're back. He smiled and nodded, gesturing towards the living room. Yin Bingxue blushed and blinked, confirming his assumptions. The two then walked together into the living room. Father Su and Mother Su were playing with Tuan Tuan and Lulu, constructing a small house with building blocks. The scene was remarkably heartwarming, with the 2 elders and the 2 children seated on the floor. Upon noticing Su Chun, Father Su immediately stood up and exclaimed with a smile, Son, you are back. Su Chen's face bore a smile tinged with surprise and a hint of helplessness. Dad, Mom, couldn't you have given me a heads up before coming over? I could have come to pick you up. Father Su gestured towards Mother Su and replied, You shared such significant news with us last night. How could your mother possibly resist coming over? Mother Su lifted her head and remarked, Old Su, don't just put the blame on me. You were equally eager to see your daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Seeing the smiles on his parents' faces warmed Su Chen's heart slightly. Tuan Tuan, engrossed in play, did not rush over upon seeing his father, but instead looked up adorably and called out, Daddy, Grandpa and Grandma brought us so many gifts, with lots of delicious food and toys. Lulu and I absolutely love them. Lulu, who had been brought along, noticed Su Chun and immediately set down her toy, sitting obediently with an endearing expression, as if wanting to hide but unable to. Su Chun chuckled, Why don't you play with Grandpa and Grandma? I'll go prepare the dishes. I'll accompany you, Yin Bingxue replied. Su Chun nodded, and they both headed into the kitchen. Once the door was closed, Su Chun promptly asked, When did Mom and Dad arrive? You had just come downstairs a little while ago, Yin Bingxue answered. Are you feeling a bit nervous? Su Chun inquired, noticing the blush on her cheeks. Yin Bingxue's face grew even redder as she licked her pink lips and admitted, I just didn't expect such an abrupt meeting. As Su Chun placed items into the refrigerator, he continued, I didn't anticipate their immediate arrival either. Last night, my mom called after seeing my social media posts, inquiring about the children. I told her the truth, and I never expected them to come over today. Don't worry. My parents are quite amiable. They will surely like you, Tuan Tuan. and Lulu. Yin Bingshuan nodded. Yes, they seem very nice. Outside, Mother Sue stretched her neck to peek into the kitchen and said to Father Sue, Old Sue, I'll cook later. You should find an opportunity to have a good talk with our son. He kept such significant news to himself until now. Father Sue nodded. I understand. You hurry to the kitchen and help out. Chin doesn't he know how to cook? Don't let our daughter-in-law do all the work alone. Reluctantly, Mother Sue rose and affectionately patted her grandchildren's little heads, saying, Tuan, Lulu, Grandma will play with you later. I need to go prepare your meal. After saying this, she made her way to the kitchen and gently knocked on the door. Chin, take Yin Bingxue out to play with the children. I'll handle the cooking. I brought plenty of homemade cured meats. You young folks might not know how to prepare them. Suchin opened the door and looked at his mother, saying, Mom, I can handle the cooking. I've become quite good at it. Mother Sue pushed him out with a hint of annoyance and remarked, What can you possibly cook? You lack the skill? So let your mother prepare delicious meals for you, and let Bingxue and the children savor my culinary expertise. Su Chun was thrust outside, offering a resigned smile. All right, let us allow Mother to showcase her skills today, he declared, winking at Yin Bingxue. My mother's cooking is quite delightful. Yin Bingxue smiled faintly, only to be gently ushered out by Mother Sue as well. Returning to the living room, Tuan immediately beckoned, Daddy, come help Tuan build a little house. As Suchin approached, the System-S voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in at the baby house building blocks. You are rewarded with a luxurious 500 square meter villa with 8 rooms, along with a vast garden. The address, door lock code, and property information have been transmitted to your mind. Please specify the storage location for the property certificate. Author's note. The old demon is climbing the new book rankings. Dear brothers and friends, those with recommendation votes, please cast them. Thank you. Chapter 49. Father Sue is astonished. Son, you purchased a villa worth 70 million. A 500 square meter villa, 8 rooms. The system is impressive. This reward is quite generous. Now that I have a wife and children, residing in this small rental apartment is indeed inappropriate. It's time to move into a larger home. Please place the property certificate in the drawer of the bedside table in the bedroom. Stored successfully, please check promptly. Perfect. A radiant smile spread across Suchin's face as he sat on the carpet, stacking blocks alongside Tuan. Lele became motionless upon seeing him. Yet out of respect for Father Sue's presence, she remained seated quietly. Once Suchun and Tuan completed the little house, Father Sue finally spoke. Chin, your mother and I forgot to buy wine, and I'm out of cigarettes as well. I'd like to go downstairs to purchase some. Could you accompany me? I'm unfamiliar with the area. Upon hearing this, Suchun recognized that his father was deliberately seeking his company for the outing. He rose and exchanged a few words with Yin Bingxue before following Father Sue outside. Once they reached the ground floor, Father Sue patted his son's shoulder. You rascal. You're truly remarkable. When you mentioned having 2 children yesterday, your mother and I were elated. Yet it didn't feel real until today when I saw Lele. She is just like you were as a child. She is undoubtedly a member of the Sue family. You kept such a monumental secret well. Suchin smiled at his father, responding, Dad, I had already informed you, didn't I? I only discovered it myself not long ago. Father Sue beamed with satisfaction, saying, Chin, your mother and I came today not only to meet our daughter-in-law and the 2 lovely children, but also to discuss matters regarding your little family. This house is the one you mentioned renting, correct? Suchin nodded. Previously, it was just you, and renting was certainly manageable. Now, with your marriage and 2 children, it's undoubtedly inconvenient for your family of 4 to reside in a rental. Your mother and I have deliberated and decided to pool our resources to help with the down payment. We want you to buy a home here, ensuring your wife and children have a comfortable living space, providing them with a sense of security. Over the past 3 years, my daughter-in-law has tirelessly raised 2 children, undoubtedly enduring significant hardship. Our Sue family must never allow her to feel undervalued. As for the wedding arrangements, you shall set the date. Do not concern yourself with the finances. Your mother and I will find a way to ensure everything is taken care of. Listening to his father's heartfelt words, Su Chun felt a wave of emotion. His parents had dedicated their lives to thinking of him. He had initially assumed their visit today was solely for celebration. But it became clear that they had considered far more. They had likely devised a plan beforehand, determined to set his little family on the right path with all their might. However, Su Chun was no longer the same person he once was. He no longer required his parents' struggles. With the support of a system he had acquired, he faced no worries. Turning to his father, Su Chun stated, "Dad, you and Mom need not fret about the housing situation. I have already taken care of it." Su Dad looked at his son, puzzled. "Taken care of? What do you mean?" Su Chun continued, "I can manage on my own, but with Bing Xue and the children here, renting would be inconvenient. Therefore, I recently viewed some properties and purchased a villa, which is fully renovated and furnished, ready for immediate occupancy." Su Dad stared at his son in shock. Chun, you mean to say you've bought a villa? My boy, I know you are considerate and do not wish for your mother and me to worry. But every parent saves for their children, whether for marriage or a home. You need not deceive your father." Su Dad suspected that Su Chun was merely trying to ease his concerns. With a smile, Su Chun replied, "Dad, do you really not trust your son? I genuinely bought the house. The property deed is already in hand, right upstairs. If you remain skeptical, since you and Mom are here, I can take you to see it with your own eyes." Observing the earnestness in his son's expression, Su Dad realized he was not joking. He swallowed hard, his voice dry as he asked, "Son, properties in Zhonghai are exorbitantly priced. A villa must have cost a fortune. Did you take out a loan? Is the pressure overwhelming?" Su Chun placed a reassuring hand on his father's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Dad, could you have a little faith in your son? I purchased the house outright. No loans involved. Outright? Son, a Zhonghai villa must be quite expensive. How much did you pay for it?" Su Chun could effortlessly recall the property details in his mind and replied, "The total came to over 70 million. Is that true? Son, where did you acquire such wealth? That villa must have cost a considerable sum. Your mother and I have saved for a lifetime, barely accumulating a few $100,000. For you to purchase a villa outright for over 70 million is astonishing." Having already devised a strategy, Su Chun swiftly responded, "Your son is quite capable. I earned it myself." Su Dad shot his son a disapproving glance and chuckled, "You rascal, you are a father now, yet still lack seriousness. I am speaking earnestly here. This is no trivial amount of money. Where did it come from?" "Father, I am not jesting. I truly earned this. During my university years, I took on various designs for mecha toys online and accumulated quite a substantial sum." After finishing his statement, Su Chun flirtatiously tousled his hair, exuding a sense of self-admiration, and added, "I initially intended not to disclose this to you and Mother, fearing that knowing their son had earned such a considerable amount might cause you anxiety and disrupt your sleep at night. Haha." Su's father shot his son a disapproving glare. Then, astonished, inquired, "Son, is it really so lucrative, your mecha designs? Just creating toys could amass enough for a villa?" Indeed, mecha technology is currently a global sensation, and it has gained immense popularity in our nation over the past few years. I believe I have seized this new opportunity. Initially, my work with mecha toys yielded only modest earnings, but once I design actual combat mechas, the profits will be substantial, Su Chun confidently declared. As Su's father gazed at his son, his expression shifted from disbelief to shock, and then to pride and gratification. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chun, you have truly matured. Your mother and I could hardly dream of your current success. You are indeed the pride of the Su family. Your mother and I feel so old now. We struggle to comprehend the endeavors of your generation. Yet, I know my son is exceptionally talented. As your father, I am genuinely overjoyed and proud." With excitement radiating from him, Su's father grasped his phone, eager to share this delightful news with his old friends. His son had not only acquired a villa worth over 70 million in Zhonghai through his own merit, but he would also design true combat mechas in the future. His son is a prodigy of high technology. Seeing his father's eyes brimming with emotion, Su Chun felt a surge of excitement within himself. Chapter 50. Yin Bingxue in surprise. Su Chun, you bought a house? At home, Yin Bingxue stood hesitantly at the kitchen door, contemplating for a while before finally knocking and entering. Mom, I am here to assist you. Su's mother, busy washing vegetables, quickly replied. Oh, Bingxue, there's no need for that. You shouldn't come in. The kitchen is a mess. You might get wet. Go outside and play with the children. I can manage here. Yin Bingshui remained unmoved. As Su Mother's hands were wet, making it difficult for her to push her out. Mom. Tuan Tuan and Lulu are watching television and playing with the toys you bought them outside. They are quite well behaved. There will be no issues. I have completed my work and wish to lend you a hand, as managing the family's meals alone can be quite tiring. Oh dear, Bingshui. You are such a thoughtful child. But truly, I do not need your help. I have always managed at home like this, haha. I can handle it. So you should take a break. Su Mother cheerfully insisted. Yin Bingshui shook her head. I am not tired, Mom. Let me help you with the vegetables. You and Dad traveled a long way carrying so many gifts. You must be exhausted. I can help you with the vegetables. It won't tire me out. Seeing her persistence, Su Mother smiled and nodded. All right, then you may help me with the vegetables, but keep your hands away from water and oil. Yin Bingshui responded with a gentle acknowledgement, taking a small stool and sitting down obediently to pick vegetables beside her. From time to time, Su Mama cast a glance in her direction, her eyes filled with growing delight. Her daughter-in-law was not only beautiful but also dutiful. She treated her with such kindness. And undoubtedly, she would be even more gracious toward her son. Su Mama understood that this was their first meeting, and the slight formality was merely a reflection of her affection for her son. How fortunate it was to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. And with Tuan Tuan and Lulu, their little family was truly blessed. In her happiness, Su Mama's hands moved with a lightness as she continued her tasks. Bingshui, does my Chinchin treat you well? He hasn't bullied you, has he? If that little rascal does, just tell Mama, and I will handle it, Su Mama said while washing the vegetables. Yin Bingshui felt a bit out of place in this casual conversation. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she lowered her head and offered a gentle smile. No, Mama. Chinchin has been very kind to me and the children. As Su Chun and Su Dad entered, carrying wine, they were greeted by the fragrant aroma of soup wafting from the kitchen. He immediately approached, only to find Yin Bingshui and his mother engaged in their harmonious and warm activity of preparing food. Su Chun couldn't help but smile. The scene was simply beautiful. Having spent a lifetime cooking, Su Mama was quick and efficient, completing 6 dishes and a soup in just over an hour. The family gathered joyfully around the table to share their meal. Su Mama continually served Yin Bingshui, her satisfaction with her daughter-in-law evident. As they dined, Su Mama suddenly recalled their accommodation for the night and promptly asked Su Dad, Lao Su, have you booked a hotel nearby? I worry that it might be too late and there won't be any rooms available. Upon hearing this, Su Dad chuckled, his face beaming with pride as he replied, There is no need to book a room. We can stay at our son's house. Su Mama paused, her brow furrowing. Lao Su, are you out of your mind? There are only 2 rooms here, and the children are present. We would have to sleep on the floor. Besides, our daughter-in-law is here. Don't speak nonsense. No. It's not here. It's our son's own house, Su Dad said, noticing the astonishment on Su Mama's face. Our son has bought a house. A magnificent villa. Costing over 70 million. He purchased it outright. My dear, our son is quite remarkable now. Su Mama was taken aback. Her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at her son, momentarily at a loss for words. Yin Bingshui was equally stunned. Su Chun bought a house. How was she unaware of this? And a villa worth 70 million. Could it be? Tuan Tuan blinked her big, adorable eyes and clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, Oh yay, Daddy bought a new house. We can move to a new home. How exciting. Lulu also didn't expect that Su Chun would buy them a new house. The little one couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Chun. A hint of surprise in his expression. Snapping back to reality, Su Mama exclaimed in disbelief, Son, you bought a house? A villa worth over 70 million, purchased outright? Where did you get so much money? Before Su Chun could explain, Su Dad proudly interjected. Our son is truly remarkable. He has mastered that advanced technology. The mecha that we do not comprehend. He has designed mecha toys while attending university and earned a considerable amount of money. It was he who had expressed disbelief earlier on the road. Yet now, as he explains it to Su's mother, he beams with pride, overwhelmed with joy. Su's mother nods gently and exclaims, That's wonderful, my son. You are simply outstanding. Your father and I initially came to discuss purchasing a house for you. but we did not anticipate that our son would be so capable as to buy a grand villa on his own. Son, your little home has officially been established. You, your wife, and the children, Tuan and Lulu, must live in harmony and joy. We are so proud of you." Su-chun wipes his mother's tears with a tissue, chuckling. "Mom, there's no need to cry over such joyful news." All right, my dear, these are tears of happiness." She replies. "So, shall we move into the new house tonight?" Su-chun nods affirmatively. Tuan joyfully exclaims, "Yay? We're going to see the big house that Daddy bought. Tuan, I will take you to choose your room later." Yes. The family shares a delightful dinner. And in celebration of Su-chun's house purchase, Su's father opens a bottle of wine for everyone to toast to the occasion, their faces radiant with happiness. The table is filled with steaming dishes prepared by Su's mother, all familiar flavors of home, surrounded by loved ones. Su-chun feels that life could not be more splendid. After dinner, Su-chun invites his parents to play with the two children while he washes the dishes. Once he finishes, they set off for the new house. Yin Bingshui also assists with the cleanup, following him into the kitchen. Su's mother initially intended to help with the dishes, but Su's father gently pulls her aside, whispering, "Let our son do it. He and his wife are here. No need for you to join the commotion." Su's mother understands immediately, nodding in agreement. Yes. They need some time alone. Tuan and Lulu, shall your grandparents play with you? Yes. Chapter 51. Relatives shocked. Your son bought a house. In the kitchen, Su Ming washes the dishes while Yin Bingshui rinses them a second time. The sound of running water drowns out their conversation. Yin Bingshui glances at Su-chun and says, "Su-chun, I have a villa nearby. Why don't we stay there tonight?" Having reviewed Su-chun's background, she knows he has just graduated from university and likely does not possess enough funds to purchase a villa. She believes in Su-chun's potential to buy a grand villa in the future, but he has only just graduated. Hence, she suspects that what he mentioned about the house was merely to reassure his parents. Su-chun turns to her, smiling. "Do you think I would rent a villa just to impress my parents?" Yin Bingshui remains silent, pursing her lips in tacit agreement. "Of course not. What I said is true. I genuinely have a house that I bought myself. The property deed is in the drawer of the nightstand. I'll show it to you shortly." Yin Bingshui looks a bit surprised. "Really? Then how come? If you were so wealthy, why didn't it show during university? Previously, I was content in solitude, believing that one satisfied person was sufficient for the entire family. Why would I have any thoughts of purchasing a home? It was only after our marriage, upon the realization of Tuan and Lu Li's existence, that I decided to buy a house. Fortunately, it was fully renovated, allowing us to move in with merely our belongings." Yin Bingshui's astonishment deepened, her eyes shimmering with emotion as a wave of gratitude washed over her. Was this residence truly intended for her and the children? She found it hard to believe, as if caught in a dream. Unable to restrain herself, she gently pinched her own arm, but miscalculated the pressure, resulting in a painful grip that drew a sharp intake of breath. "What's wrong?" Su-chun exclaimed, startled, as he set down his bowl and grasped her arm to inspect it. A faint bruise had already appeared on her fair skin, unmistakably a result of her own pinch, and evidently fresh. Yin Bingshui was taken aback by the awkwardness of the situation, feeling as though she were in a mortifying scene. She wished to escape, but with Su-chun holding her wrist, she found herself unable to leave or stay, her gaze lowered, too shy to meet his eyes. "Ha ha ha." Su-chun initially stifled his laughter, but could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing his laughter, Yin Bingshui lifted her head, glaring at him in annoyance. "Dear mother of our children," Su-chun jested, "I've come to realize how foolishly naive you are in everyday life. If you doubted me, you could simply ask, or even pinch me lightly, rather than inflicting such harm upon yourself. That bruise will likely last several days." After glancing at the bruise again, he added earnestly, "Hurry and finish up. We'll retreat to our room shortly, and I'll apply some medicinal alcohol to help your bruise heal faster." Yin Bingshui's initial irritation was swiftly overshadowed by a swell of affection. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Su-chun continued, "And I'll show you the property certificate to assure you that this is no mere dream." What? He is still making fun of me, Yin Bingshui thought. Feeling both proud of her injury and exasperated as Su Chun gently restrained her from approaching any closer. He swiftly tidied the kitchen before retrieving the property certificate from the bedside table, presenting it before them. The genuine property certificate was unmistakable to Yin Bingxue. A sense of mild surprise mingled with profound gratitude filled her. Su Qin truly had purchased a home, and they were about to move into their new dwelling. Su Ma and Su Ba shared in the joy as the family prepared to head to their new home. That evening, after enjoying a few drinks, the gathering was large, and a single Rolls-Royce could not accommodate them all. To maintain a sense of togetherness, Yin Bingxue called her assistant Zhang to arrange for a van, ensuring they could travel together and chat comfortably. Upon arriving downstairs, Su Ba and Su Ma beamed at the sight of the grand van, assuming it was a luxurious vehicle specially arranged by their thoughtful daughter-in-law. As the vehicle entered Longting Xiaoyuan, Yin Bingxue couldn't help but blink in surprise. What a coincidence! Her very own villa was situated in this neighborhood, positioned at the prime location. When I initially purchased this villa, it was primarily due to its advantageous location. Longting Xiaoyuan is perfectly situated between the extraordinary group and a kindergarten, boasting complete surrounding facilities and an appealing community environment. I chose this place considering both my work and the needs of my child. I never anticipated that Su Chan would also acquire a residence here. Could it be that we share the same sentiments? The mere thought of this possibility caused a subtle smile to grace Yin Bingxue's lips. Su Chin's decision to buy a house, factoring in both the child and her, filled her with joy. The car halted before a villa, remarkably close to her own residence, merely a few minutes' walk away. As Su's parents disembarked, they couldn't help but express their admiration. Chinchun, this villa is truly magnificent. The expansive garden is simply vast. The children will undoubtedly thrive in such an environment. Look, there's even a swimming pool. Having a pool at home is incredibly convenient. With such a large yard, planting flowers and plants in the future will surely be stunning. Even as it stands now, it looks delightful. Su Chin chuckled. The interior is even more impressive. Dad, Mom, let us step inside and take a look. It was his first visit as well. But he was aware that anything produced by the system was nothing short of extraordinary, and this villa was bound to be exceptional. Upon entering, the smart home system activated the lights, illuminating the entire space. The first floor, over 500 square meters, featured a living room exceeding 100 square meters, offering an astonishing view. Su's mother beamed with delight, exploring every corner. Upon reaching the kitchen, she immediately called out, "Old Su, come over here and see." Chinchin's kitchen is simply wonderful. Such a spacious area, with both Chinese and Western cooking amenities. Cooking in a kitchen like this would be a true pleasure. And this living room rivals ours. The dining area is also large. Adding a round table would comfortably accommodate any number of guests. Oh, and there's even an elevator. This villa, priced at 70 million, truly exudes luxury and grandeur. Su's mother could hardly contain her praise. Tuan Tuan and Lulu were equally thrilled, with Tuan Tuan tugging at Su Chin's sleeve, playfully insisting, "Daddy, take Tuan Tuan to see the rooms." Tuan Tuan wants to choose her own little room. Su Chan lifted his daughter and replied, "The rooms on the first floor are guest rooms. The master bedroom and other bedrooms are on the second floor. The basement has a maid's room, and the third floor features a relaxation area and a sunroom. Let's head to the second floor now to help Tuan Tuan and Lila pick their rooms." As Su's parents prepared to follow, Su's mother's phone suddenly rang. "Chin, you take Tuan Tuan, Lulu, and Bingxue upstairs to explore the rooms. Aunt Yang sent me a video. I need to chat with her for a bit before joining you." "All right, you and Dad can take the elevator up shortly." Su Chin responded as he led Yin Bingxue and the two children upstairs. Su's mother connected the video call, and Aunt Yang on the other end smiled. "You and old Su have arrived at Chin's place. Haven to you?" "Yes, we arrived this afternoon and have already had dinner," Su's mother replied cheerfully. "Your smile is practically reaching your ears. I take it you've met your daughter-in-law and grandchildren?" "Indeed. We had dinner together. My daughter-in-law is exceptionally beautiful and gentle, and the two children are adorable." Su's mother couldn't help but chuckle. Aunt Yang shared in her joy, glancing at the camera with curiosity. "Oh, where exactly are you? The kitchen behind us appears quite spacious. Is Chinchin's rented apartment in Zhonghai truly this splendid?" Suma replied with a smile, This is not the apartment Chinchin is renting. This is the house Chinchin has purchased. What? Your Chinchin has bought a house? Aunt Yang exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 52. Mom, I find your thoughts quite perilous. Indeed, this rascal has made such a significant decision regarding marriage and home purchasing without consulting either me or his father, handling everything on his own, and only bringing us to see it this evening. Oh dear, you are truly oblivious to the fortune you possess. Do you realize that nowadays it is a challenge for parents when their children buy homes? Yet your Chinchin has managed it independently. You should relish this moment. Quickly, switch to the camera. Let me also take a look at your Chinchin's new abode. Suma cheerfully activated the rear camera, enthusiastically providing a tour. Old Yang, this is the kitchen. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? Here is the dining area, and over there is the living room. This side features a guest bedroom on the ground floor, complete with a private bathroom. The basement contains a maid's room, and the second floor boasts 6 spacious bedrooms. Aunt Yang gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness! Your Chinchin has purchased such a large house with multiple levels. It must be a grand villa." "Indeed, it is a villa," Suma chuckled. "Impressive. Old Su. Your Chinchin is remarkable. She has bought a villa in Shanghai right after graduating, without asking for a penny from home. This child is truly successful, and the fact that you need not worry about her marriage or children is indeed a blessing for you. My son is a year older than Chinchin and is currently unemployed at home. If he possessed even a fraction of Chinchin's capabilities, I would be overjoyed. This villa is simply splendid." Upstairs, Tuan Tuan and Lulu quickly chose their rooms. Tuan Tuan opted for the pink bedroom adjacent to the master suite, while Lily's room, decorated in soothing blue tones, was next door. Each room featured its own bathroom and walk-in closet, and once they made their selections, they remained in their rooms to continue exploring. Suchin led Yan Bingxue to view the master bedroom. Facing south, it was the largest among the 8 rooms. The bedroom was spacious, and the walk-in closet was exceptionally large, with a bathroom that separated wet and dry areas, featuring an enormous round bathtub. The room boasted a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, accompanied by a raised platform adorned with a cashmere carpet. At the center of the room lay a grand 3-meter round bed, which made Suchin chuckle upon seeing it. This bed is splendid and spacious. No matter how one rolls around while sleeping, one cannot fall off. Upon seeing the grand round bed, Yan Bingshue's imagination involuntarily conjured a vivid scene. Herself and Su Chun playfully tumbling on the bed. Neither of them would fall off regardless of how they rolled. Her face immediately flushed, and she flustered. "You're talking nonsense." Su Chun paused, puzzled. "What nonsense am I speaking? It's merely a large bed. How could one fall off while sleeping?" Yan Bingxue lifted her head, her rosy cheeks and sparkling, round eyes inexplicably enhancing her charm. Suchin couldn't help but laugh. Raising an eyebrow, "Mom, I find your thoughts to be quite dangerous. I merely remarked on the bed's size. Sleeping here would prevent falling off. Where has your mind wandered off to?" His expression only served to make Yan Bingxue blush more deeply. "Oh dear, why do I keep overthinking things? How frustrating. I am going to see Tuan Tuan and Lulu." Without a moment's hesitation, she exclaimed this and swiftly dashed away. Su Chin stood at the doorway of the bedroom, observing her retreating figure with hearty laughter. This little girl, always lost in her thoughts, it seems she is quite eager to catch my attention. By the time Su Chun emerged from the room, Yan Bingxue was already waiting in the corridor with Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Tuan Tuan excitedly rushed over, looking up with bright eyes and exclaimed, "Daddy, our new home is truly wonderful. Can we sleep here tonight?" Tuan Tuan absolutely adores this place, and her mother Tuan Tuan. Yan Bingxue interjected, aware of her daughter's intentions. However, she felt it was better for her to convey the message to Su Chin herself. Yan Bingxue took Lily's hand and approached the 2 children, bending down to speak to them. "Tuan Tuan, Lulu, why don't you go downstairs to see your grandparents? I need to have a few words with your father, all right?" Tuan Tuan raised her hands to cover her mouth, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "All right, Daddy and Mommy are going to have a secret conversation. Let us go. We mustn't eavesdrop." The little one pulled Lulu's hand and scampered off. Suchin chuckled and called out, "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." Once the children had left, he turned to Yan Bingxue. She had sent the children away for a reason. What did she wish to discuss? Could it be about their earlier conversation? Su Chun. Actually, I have a villa in this community as well, just ahead, the central one, Yin Bingxue confessed. Su Chun was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. Is that so? How fortuitous. It seems we share an uncanny rapport, having chosen homes in the same neighborhood. This was a reward from the system, conveniently located for the children in Yin Bingxue. Did it carry another meaning since her house was also here? Su Chun, have you mentioned my job to your parents? Yin Bingxue inquired. Su Chun shook his head. Not yet. She continued. I feel they might be somewhat mistaken. When your mother and I were cooking in the kitchen, she kept saying how hard I work and how tiring it must be to work on weekends. The way she looked at me was quite peculiar. Don't you think we should clarify that my job isn't as strenuous as they perceive? Her unique status, being 3 years older than Su Chun, meant she had yet to disclose these details to his parents, leading to a sense of discomfort within her. Su Chun viewed the situation simply, recognizing the differences in male and female perspectives. A man stands firm in front of his parents regarding the woman he has chosen, no matter what his parents say. He has made his choice, rendering the matter non-issue. However, women tend to be more meticulous, often considering the intricacies, fearing parental disapproval, and the like. Su Chun, maintaining an open-minded stance, replied, Sure, I can talk to them later. Yin Bingxue pondered for a moment before responding. Su Chun, perhaps we should reconsider. She hesitated. Biting her lip, let us wait a bit. The extraordinary group has a solid foundation, and your career is just beginning. I worry that if we bring it up now, your parents might be concerned. Let us discuss it once you've succeeded in creating the Mecca. She certainly did not want Su's parents to perceive Su Chun as someone reliant on a woman. Su Chun, feeling unconcerned, indulgently replied, All right, it's entirely up to you. Seeing him so composed, Yin Bingxue felt a twinge of confusion. However, the words had already escaped her lips, and for now, she could only keep it under wraps. Downstairs, Su's mother had concluded her video call and was speaking softly with Su's father. Old Su, I never anticipated that our Chun-chan would turn out to be so remarkable. Not only can he design mechas, but he has also joined the extraordinary group in the National Level Lonka Institute. I'm a bit worried about how outstanding he has become. Su's father, puzzled, inquired, Isn't it a good thing for our child to excel? Shouldn't we, as parents, be overjoyed? What is there to worry about? Su's mother cast a worried glance at her husband and murmured, I fear that Chinchin's prominence will draw attention from those individuals. We have concealed our identities for so many years, and I dread that they may take notice of him. Chapter 53. Tonight, Yin Bingxue aims to win over Su Chin. Su's father instantly grasped his wife's concerns, shaking his head as he replied, Do not dwell on such matters. These are issues from our generation and will not affect our son's future. Su's mother sighed softly. I hope so. They did not discuss it further, as their little grandson and granddaughter had already come downstairs, joyfully rushing towards them. Su's mother immediately donned a smile. Seeing the pair of twins brought her immense joy, allowing her to cast aside all worries. That night, the Su family settled into their new home. Su's parents slept in the guest room downstairs, while Tuan Tuan and Lulu were in their own little rooms. In the master bedroom, Su Chin had taken his clothes to the bathroom for a shower. Yin Bingxue, feeling a bit anxious, exhaled lightly as she glanced at the large round bed and then at the bathroom door. On her phone, Gu Yusin sent a warm greeting. Shui, what are you up to? Yin Bingxue replied, Just lying down, getting ready to rest. Gu Yusin responded, Why are young people sleeping so early? Where's your Su Chin? Isn't he with you? If Su Chun were present, Yin Bingxue would certainly not have replied so quickly. He is taking a shower, she typed. Gu Yusin teased, Hee darling. How's it going? Are you and Su Chin already? Through the screen, Yin Bingxue could almost envision Gu Yusin's flushed face. She shook her head helplessly, touching her warm cheeks and biting her lip. Stop right there. Ms. Gu, your thoughts are too perilous. Su Chin and I are merely good friends sharing a quilt and sleeping peacefully. Gu Yusin exclaimed, What? Darling, you and Su Chun are married and in a relationship. It's not about developing a platonic friendship. Swear, it's been several days. Is your relationship still so innocent? Is your handsome Su Chin not up to par? Yin Bingxue retorted, You're the one who is not up to par. Don't say such things, or Tuan Tuan and Lila might give you a beating. She added, Gu Yusin laughed. True, little Tuan Tuan and Lilu are the best proof of your handsome Su's prowess. But your pace is rather slow, isn't it? Schwer, are you not trying hard enough? Pursuing a male idol can be gradual, but when it comes to chasing after the father of your children and your husband, you must take the initiative. Yin Bingxue pondered, how do I take the initiative? She was uncertain. She had been trying her best these past few days. Having already strayed into inappropriate thoughts multiple times, yet Su Qin seemed to lack any intention in that regard. Gu Yusin teased. Haven't you read the secret novel I sent you? Yin Bingxue, after observing Ms. Gu, I must say your range of knowledge is truly impressive. However, Su Qin is unlike the men depicted in novels. Gu Yusin, TSK, your Su handsome is even more striking than the male lead. Bingxue, your current thoughts are quite misguided. Which man can genuinely remain unperturbed and unaffected? He is not a monk. Gu Yusin, there are no unattainable male gods. Only women who lack effort. Gu Yusin, trust me, darling, if you wish to win over Su Qin, you must take that crucial step. Do you still have the silk nightgown I gifted you for your birthday last year? Change into that and simply wait for him on the bed. 5 minutes later. Amidst a tumult of inner conflict, Yin Bingxue discreetly donned the silk nightgown, although Ms. Gu's suggestion seemed rather dubious and the gown too overt. She found herself utterly at a loss on how to approach Su Qin. Thus, she decided to embrace this desperate measure. She refused to believe that she could not capture Su Qin's heart tonight. Having changed her attire, Yin Bingxue fidgeted on the bed, striving to find the perfect pose. The silk nightgown was a tad slippery on her shoulders, so she gently adjusted it, tilting her head slightly, with cascading waves of hair draping over her fair shoulders. Her collarbone subtly visible beneath her dark locks. Upon exiting the shower, Su Qin was taken aback by the sight that greeted him as he opened the door, momentarily halting his movements. He hastily removed the large bath towel he had been using to dry his hair, swiftly wrapping it around Yin Bingxue's form instead, enveloping her like a large dumpling. Surprised, Yin Bingxue looked up, her eyes shimmering with a mix of astonishment and grievance. Su Qin cleared his throat, stating that it was chilly at night and she ought to wear more to sleep. Why were so many clothes to bed? Yin Bingxue inquired. At a loss for a response, Su Qin simply secured the towel more snugly around her and took a step back, declaring, I shall sleep in the study. Watching his retreating figure, Yin Bingxue furrowed her brow in frustration. Yin Bingxue, Ms. Gu, your misguided suggestion. Gu Yusin, what happened? Yin Bingxue, he went to sleep in the study. Gu Yusin. Once in the study, Su Qin exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing down and shaking his head in resignation. He then retrieved another towel and headed back to the bathroom for a cold shower. As the cool water cascaded down, Su Qin's heated thoughts gradually cooled. The torment of having a stunningly beautiful wife yet being unable to share a bed, truly unbearable. It was not that he did not desire to sleep. After all, men are driven by primal instincts. However, Yin Bingxue was a mother, distinct from other women. He could not act impulsively. His marriage to Yin Bingxue was primarily due to the presence of their children, Tuan Tuan and Lilu, and also because he genuinely harbored feelings for her. A captivating and poised female CEO, who willingly bore children for him and remained devoted for 3 years, was indeed a remarkable woman. Yet, he was not so self-absorbed as to believe that Yin Bingxue had fallen irrevocably in love with him at first sight. If she truly cherished him from their encounter 3 years ago, she would have sought him out upon discovering her pregnancy, rather than waiting until their child was nearly 3 years old to make her move. In the nearly 4 years that have passed, what exactly transpired? Why did Yin Bingxue suddenly approach him with the intention of marriage? Is there another underlying reason? Until he comprehends these matters, he is reluctant to engage in any intimate relationship with her. Although he, as a man, harbors such desires, he holds a profound respect for women, believing that such acts should only occur with her genuine consent. Only then can both parties experience true satisfaction, both physically and emotionally. Once he grasped this notion, he immediately felt invigorated, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the endeavor of designing mecha blueprints. With unwavering focus, he began his designs, his spirit ignited with fervor. After all, this represented the pinnacle of technological advancement from the Dragon Nation. Much like a man's fascination with supercars, his passion for this vocation intensified. especially after acquiring the skills to create mechas. Moreover, Yin Bingshue's assertion today was indeed accurate. As the president of the extraordinary group, which boasts immense prestige, he, as her partner, must also achieve something noteworthy to avoid being perceived as a mere dependent. The most expedient path forward is to create a truly formidable combat mecha that will astonish the world. Chapter 54. This approach fails. Let's try another in the master bedroom. Yin Bingxue had changed into a cotton nightgown. On the other end of the phone, Ms. Gu was growing anxious. Gu Yusen, this shouldn't be. Given the straightforward nature of the nightgown I gifted you, combined with your innate beauty, why would Suchin refuse? Gu Yusen, if it weren't for the undeniable evidence provided by Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei, I would truly suspect that your Su de Handsome has an unusual taste. Gu Yusen, could it be that the nightgown was insufficiently alluring? If that's the case, allow me to devise another strategy. Don't worry, with my expertise in romance, I will surely help you win over your dream man. Yin Bingxue, that tactic won't work on my man. I need some alternative suggestions. She too believed that her friend's previous advice was rather unreliable. While many men might appreciate allure, it is generally uncommon for a husband to favor such a presentation from his wife. Furthermore, she feared that Su Qin might perceive her as an overly promiscuous woman. Regretting her earlier choice, she moved on. Gu Yusen, other suggestions, you say? Let me ponder. Gu Yusen, you mentioned he went to the study, correct? Yin Bingxue, yes. Gu Yusen, then it's simple. Go prepare him a midnight snack, show him your care, or simply sit by his side while he works. The warmth of companionship. Upon considering this suggestion, Yin Bingxue found it agreeable and more in line with her style. However, preparing a midnight snack? She had never personally ventured into the kitchen to cook in her entire life. Nevertheless, for the sake of winning over a man, there is nothing she cannot accomplish. After all, it is merely a bowl of midnight snack. She, Yin Bingxue, can certainly manage that. The words unable to do not exist in her lexicon. With renewed determination, she exited her room, her spirit ablaze. As she passed by the study, she caught sight of Su Chun engrossed in his work, leaving her momentarily spellbound. In the workplace, Su Chun exuded a serious demeanor, his handsome face devoid of any superfluous expressions, his gaze intently fixed upon the drawing board, slender fingers grasping a stylus. Indeed, the saying holds true, a man who dedicates himself to his work is the most attractive. Her own man is truly handsome. Although she had yet to win him over, he would not be disheartened or give up. They had only just married, and the journey ahead was long. She was not in a hurry. She possessed ample time to nurture their relationship with Su Chun, and then, humph, she would have him completely. The mere thought of that scenario made her giggle uncontrollably. Suddenly, a cough interrupted her reverie, drawing her attention to Su Chun, who was now watching her, unbeknownst to her. Caught in the act of peeking, Yin Bingshue's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly blinked, composed herself, and declared, I was merely passing by. You may continue your work. With that, she hastily retreated to the kitchen. Once inside the kitchen, and finding no one following her, her shoulders relaxed, and she exhaled deeply. Glancing at the pots and pans on the stove, she retrieved her phone, opened Douyin, and began selecting a dish. Following the instructions provided, she commenced her culinary endeavor. In the study, Su Chun, having returned his gaze to his work after Yin Bingshue's departure, resumed his tasks. However, he was intermittently distracted by the sounds of clattering pots and pans emanating from the kitchen. What on earth was Yin Bingxue up to? With that thought, he set down his pen, stood up, and made his way toward the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen door, he beheld Yin Bingxue, clad in an apron, wielding a spatula from a distance as she stirred the contents of a pan. Her movements were quite convincing, though there was a noticeable discrepancy. What are you cooking? He inquired as he approached. Why are you here? Yin Bingxue, wholly engrossed in her cooking, was startled by Su Chen's unexpected presence. The realization that she was preparing a late-night snack for him caused her cheeks to flush anew. Under the warm, yellow kitchen light, she appeared particularly endearing. Like a ripe, red apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. You still haven't told me what it is you're making? Su Chen asked with a soft chuckle. In the pan, water was boiling, with 2 tomatoes and 2 eggs submerged within. Is this boiled eggs? I I am making tomato and scrambled eggs, Yin Bingxue declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Tomato and scrambled eggs? Su Chan was momentarily taken aback, almost bursting into laughter, though he managed to contain himself. Truly, the billionaire female CEO was exceptional, even in the kitchen. It seemed she had never cooked before. Yes, tomato and scrambled eggs. That's right. Yin Bingxue felt as though Su Chan was mocking her. Had she done something wrong? Yet, just moments ago, the short video she had watched on Douyin had shown precisely this method. Tomato and scrambled eggs require chopping the tomatoes and beating the eggs in a bowl before frying them together, Su Chan explained. He then asked, "Why are you making tomato and scrambled eggs so late? Are you hungry?" Yin Bingxue was about to say that she had prepared the meal for him. But upon hearing Su Chen's final remark, she quickly altered her response. Clever as she was, she realized that her method of cooking was indeed flawed. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered, I was hungry, so I made it for myself. But suddenly, I'm not hungry anymore. I'm on a diet. You can take care of this. I'm going to bed." With that, Yin Bingxue hurriedly removed her apron, fearing that Su Chan would mock her culinary ineptitude, and dashed back to her room, promptly shutting the door and locking it behind her. She then threw herself onto the bed, pounding it in embarrassment and frustration. Yin Bingxue, you can't even prepare a midnight snack for Su Chan. After venting her frustrations for a while, she finally picked up her phone and called her assistant. "Immediately find me the most skilled female chef. I want to learn how to cook." The female assistant, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and replied, "Yes, President." On Sunday, the family awoke in their new home. And by the time Su Chan stepped out, breakfast was already prepared. A splendid array of both Chinese and Western dishes adorned the table: steamed buns, soybean milk, fried dough sticks, bread, coffee, and sandwiches, creating a feast fit for a banquet. One might think someone was hosting a grand celebration. Yin Bingxue greeted him with a smile, holding a steaming cup of coffee, as if the awkwardness of the previous night had vanished into thin air. As far as she was concerned, if neither she nor Su Chan mentioned the events of last night, they might as well have never occurred. Although she still did not know how to cook, she could certainly prepare meals for everyone. Once she mastered the art of cooking, she would be able to take charge in the kitchen herself. "Did you prepare all of this?" Su Chan inquired with astonishment. "Yes, I was sure what Mom and Dad like to eat. So I had a little bit of everything prepared. Do you think anything is missing?" Su Chan glanced at the bountiful spread on the table, marveling at the extraordinary concept of breakfast in the mind of a domineering president. "That's sufficient. There's no room for more on the table," he chuckled. Seeing him smile brought a slight curl to Yin Bingxue's lips as well. Excellent. This was the first step in winning over Su Chan, starting with building a good relationship with her in-laws. What about Tuan and Lele? Are they still asleep? "They're up. Mom and Dad took them outside to swing." As Su Chan sat down at the table and took a warm bun, he asked, "Are you going to the office later?" "I'm not going today," Yin Bingxue replied without a moment's hesitation. Previously a workaholic, every day had been a work day for her, weekends included. However, today was different. She was married. And with her in-laws present, she naturally wanted to spend time with them. "How about we take Mom and Dad along with Tuan and Lele out for some fun?" Yin Bingxue suggested. Su Chan looked at her in surprise. He hadn't expected her to take the initiative to propose an outing with her parents. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to foster familial bonds. All right. As Su's parents returned with the two children, they were astonished to see the lavish breakfast spread before them. "Goodness, how did you prepare so much? We can't possibly finish it all." Tuan and Lele had already washed their hands and begun enjoying their breakfast. Su Chan smiled as he presented bowls and chopsticks to his mother, saying, "Mom, these are all prepared by Bingxue for you. I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I bought a little of everything. Do taste it." Upon hearing that it was her daughter-in-law who made the purchase, Su Ma swallowed her words of discontent, her face lighting up with joy as she took a seat. After breakfast, Su Chan informed his parents that the family would be going out together for a day of fun. Although the elderly couple had yet to respond, their granddaughter Tuan was already spinning around in delight. "Yay! Today, Daddy, Mommy, and Grandpa and Grandma are all accompanying us for a day of fun. How wonderful it is to find my dad. she exclaimed exuberantly. Having gone out for a barbecue with her father the previous day, the prospect of spending the day with the entire family filled her with elation. Embracing his daughter, Suchin playfully asked, "Where does our dear Tuan wish to go for fun?" "I want to go to the amusement park to ride the big planes and drive the little cars." Tuan chimed happily. "All right, let us take Tuan and Lele to the amusement park," Suchin said, his face glowing with affection. Hearing this, Yin Bingxue turned to Su Ba and Su Ma and inquired, "Mom and Dad, would you like to go to the amusement park? It might be quite lively there. So if you prefer a quieter place, we can choose a more serene spot." She was concerned that the elderly might not enjoy the bustling atmosphere of the amusement park, which was more suited for the young and children, with eyes filled with adoration for their grandchildren. Su Ba and Su Ma expressed their willingness to go wherever the children desired. Listening to Tuan, "We also wish to experience the amusement park. We haven't been there yet," they declared. Observing this interaction brought great joy to Yin Bingxue. It was evident that Suchin's parents cherished Tuan and Lele. Thus, the entire family set off for the newly opened Disneyland at Shanghai. As they departed, the nanny van from the previous night was parked in the courtyard. Su Ma glanced at it and quietly mentioned to Su Ba, "Old Su, did the children rent this vehicle? How come it's the same one again today? Such a nice car must be quite expensive to rent for several days." Su Ba nodded in agreement. "Yes, this vehicle costs millions. Renting it for a day would certainly not be cheap." After a moment's thought, Su Ma suggested, "Old Su, let us find an opportunity to tell our son that we should contribute some money towards buying him a car, since he has purchased such a large house and we haven't been able to assist much. This money would be perfect for helping them with a vehicle for commuting and picking up the children." "All right, I will look for a chance to discuss it with Chinchin," Su Ba replied. Noticing that both the previous night and today were marked by the presence of the nanny van, they felt that Su Chun and Yin Bingxue had likely not yet bought a car. In reality, their own vehicles were inadequate for accommodating the entire family, which was why Yin Bingxue had arranged for the driver to bring the family van. The Disneyland park on the weekend was utterly bustling with visitors, and finding a parking spot took quite some time. Seeing the throngs of people, Su Ba and Su Ma quickly scooped up Tuan and Lele, concerned that the children might get lost in the crowd. "Chinchin, Bingxue, there are so many people here. Will we be able to buy tickets?" Su Ma asked with a hint of worry. With a gentle smile, Yin Bingxue reassured her, "Mom, it's all right. We don't need to buy tickets. I have a yearly pass for this place, and it's a black gold pass." She presented her card at the entrance, and the staff promptly opened the adjacent door, allowing her family to enter. The tourists waiting in a long line to purchase tickets cast envious glances in their direction. How fortunate it is to possess such wealth. With a black card, one can bypass the queues and step directly into Disneyland. How utterly enviable. Upon hearing this, Sue's mother displayed a hint of pride in her eyes, gazing contentedly at her daughter-in-law. Her daughter-in-law was indeed resourceful, meticulously planning every detail for their outing. However, such a black card must have cost a considerable sum. It seems that despite raising 2 children alone over the past few years, she has ensured their material needs were well met, even if it meant enduring hardships herself. Upon entering, they were greeted by a shop, and as soon as Tuan spotted the adorable plush toys, she could hardly contain her excitement. Struggling in her grandmother's arms, she yearned to purchase a headband adorned with characters. There were numerous such headbands in the park, each representing beloved Disney characters. Tuan, enamored with the purple Stella Lu, swiftly acquired a fluffy hat and proudly turned to show everyone. "Grandpa, Grandma, look! Tuan is Stella Lu." The little girl, with her fair skin and large eyes, looked even more radiant in the purple plush hat, her face outshining even Stella Lu herself. Sue's parents were overjoyed and immediately took out their phones to capture the moment. "Look at this one." Tuan selected a plush hat featuring Duffy Bear for Lele. However, Lele's face was one of clear disapproval upon seeing the fluffy accessory. Undeterred, Tuan tiptoed over and placed the hat on Lele's head. Lele attempted to evade, but the sight of her sister's beaming smile left her with no choice but to indulge her. To the adults, this scene was a heartwarming display of sibling affection. "Wow, look how adorable. This is Duffy Bear, Stella Lu's good friend." Tuan clapped her hands joyfully. Leilei's lips twitched, a mix of reluctant amusement and bemusement on her face. The grandparents also purchased little trinkets and attempted to persuade Sue's parents. The elderly couple promptly waved their hands in refusal, explaining that they did not wish to wear the hats, as they had meticulously styled their hair that morning, and wearing hats would only ruin it. You should ask your parents to wear them instead, suggested Sue's mother, casting a meaningful glance at Su Chun and Yin Bingxue, her face alight with joy. Tuan, understanding her grandparents' reluctance, clutched the Minnie and Mickey headbands and dashed towards her parents. Daddy, you wear Mickey. Mommy, you wear Minnie. Mickey and Minnie are a pair. Just like you two. The little one chirped, her innocent voice eliciting laughter from Sue's mother. Her granddaughter was remarkably clever, even at such a tender age, facilitating the blossoming love between her parents. How delightful. Su Chun glanced at the two childish headbands in his precious daughter's hands, momentarily torn, for as a grown man, he truly wished to decline such items. However, much like their son Leilei, he found himself unable to refuse the adorable and sincere gaze of their daughter Tuan. Thus, Su Chun thought to indulge in a moment of childishness alongside his daughter. He donned a Mickey Mouse headband first, and then presented a Minnie headband before Yin Bingxue, urging, "Come on, my dear, you should wear this too." As Yin Bingxue looked up and beheld Su Chun with the two large bow headbands atop his head, a smile broke across her lips, her rosy mouth and white teeth reminiscent of stars descending into the ocean, illuminating the world around them. "This is too childish. I don't wish to wear it," she candidly replied. After all, she was the aloof and dignified CO. How could she possibly adorn such a playful accessory? Su Chun gestured to himself and said, "Look, I'm wearing it. Just consider it a way to accompany me." Tuan tugged at her mother's hand, playfully coaxing, "Mama, you wear it too. Then you and Daddy will be a pair just like Mickey and Minnie." Yin Bingxue gazed at her daughter, contemplating that if wearing the headband could forge a deeper connection with Su Chun, she would indeed wear it every day. "I'll help you put it on. Lower your head," Su Chun gently instructed, lifting the headband. Yin Bingxue paused for a moment, her cheeks flushed, and she slightly bowed her head. Su Chun tenderly placed the headband upon her head, and as they both looked up, laughter erupted between them. "Wow, Daddy and Mama are wearing them too. Grandparents, come and take our picture." Tuan called out, beckoning Leilei to join them as they posed with Su Chun and Yin Bingxue, while Su Dad and Su Mom enthusiastically snapped photos. What a wonderful family portrait. This will make a splendid screensaver for my phone. Disney was bustling with activity, with nearly every attraction requiring a queue. However, for Yin Bingxue, this was of no consequence. Holding a black gold card, the park staff immediately cleared a path for them. Each attraction had a separate entrance, allowing them to bypass the lines entirely. Onlookers, waiting in the sweltering summer heat, could only watch enviously as the affluent guests with their black cards effortlessly skipped all waiting procedures. "How delightful it is to be wealthy," Su Mom exclaimed, astonished as Su Dad and Su Chun led the two children into the bumper cars. It was then that Su Mom seized the opportunity to inquire of Yin Bingxue, "This annual pass grants such extensive privileges? With so many people outside waiting, we don't have to queue at all?" Yin Bingxue replied, "Mom, this isn't just any ordinary annual pass. The regular ones merely save on admission fees. This black gold card provides exclusive treatment." Su Mom nodded, somewhat impressed. "I see. This card must be quite expensive then?" Yin Bingxue blinked, pondering how to explain to her mother that this card was exclusive to investors. There were only two in the entire Dragon Country. One was with the park manager, and the other was with her, the investor. Having agreed with Su Chun just yesterday not to reveal her identity for the time being, she could only muster the courage to say, "It's all right. It's for the children to enjoy, so it's not too costly." As Su Ma gazed at her with increasing satisfaction, she took Yan Jingsu's hand and said, "From now on, you and Qinshin will take care of Tianquan and Leilei together. As for financial matters, you can place all the pressure on Qinshin. After all, he is a man, and it is his responsibility to provide for the family. You should save your money for yourself and spend it wisely." Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Yin Bingxue felt a slight stir of emotion within her. "Thank you, Mom. Qinshin and I will work hard to provide the best life for Tianquan and Leilei." Su Ma shook her head and smiled. saying, "Silly child, you have worked so hard taking care of the children alone for over 3 years. Listen to me. Keep your money for yourself. If you ever find yourself short, just call me, and I will send you some pocket money. Let us not wait until later. Let us add each other on WeChat now." Suma took out her phone and immediately added Yin Bingxue on WeChat. As soon as Yin Bingxue accepted, she received a transfer notification. Suma had sent her 5,000 yuan. Since entering university, Yin Bingxue had started her own business and had a substantial income, often sending her mother pocket money herself. The experience of receiving pocket money from her mother-in-law was quite novel for her. "Bingxue, keep this money for yourself. And don't tell Qinshan," Suma said. At that moment, Qinshan and Lele came out, and he heard his mother's last words. Suma quickly hid her phone, holding Yin Bingxue's hand, and said, "Off you go. This is a secret between me and my daughter-in-law, so don't pry." Chapter 56, Strengthening Relationships After Enjoying Several Attractions. Noon arrived, and with half of the park still unexplored, the family decided to dine within the park. According to the brochure, there were 2 dining options: a public cafeteria, offering a variety of affordable meals, though certainly not comparable to outside establishments, and the Royal Banquet Hall, where guests could enjoy lunch in an enchanting atmosphere alongside their beloved Disney characters. Naturally, Tuanshuan and Lele opted for the latter. However, a notice at the Royal Banquet Hall stated that reservations were required 3 days in advance, and it was clear they had not been here 3 days prior. Suma suggested they go to the regular restaurant, but Yin Bingxue insisted, "Let us go to the Royal Banquet Hall." "But we don't have a reservation," Qinshan questioned, immediately regretting his inquiry. With President Yin present, what did a lack of reservation matter? Reflecting on how they had breezed through the park without any queues, with dedicated staff clearing the way for them, it was evident they were receiving VIP treatment. "It's fine. We can just go straight there," Yin Bingxue replied. Tuanshuan and Lele seemed accustomed to their mother's privileged life, showing no hesitation as they boarded the sightseeing vehicle driven by the staff. The Royal Banquet Hall resembled a castle, and upon entering, they found it entirely empty. Suma exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, why is it so deserted here? Just moments ago, the public cafeteria had a line of people waiting to be seated." Yin Bingxue approached her, linking arms, and said, "Mom, isn't it great that there's no one here? It's nice and quiet for our family to enjoy a meal together." Qinshan could tell that this was clearly a private arrangement. The staff in the other area were still tidying up the tables. Unbeknownst to Su Ba and Su Ma, their children had already immersed themselves in play, surrounded by a myriad of Disney companions clad in whimsical costumes. The family enjoyed a delightful and tranquil lunch before resuming their afternoon adventures. Upon reaching the Seven Dwarfs Mine train, Tuan eagerly clamored to join the ride. Yin Bingxue hesitated noticeably. Suchin turned to her and inquired, "What's the matter?" Yin Bingxue shook her head, her complexion slightly pale. This was a roller coaster, albeit one of moderate height, suitable for families to enjoy together. They had already experienced several roller coaster attractions that morning, but due to age and height restrictions, they had been unable to partake in those. Tuan wants to ride this. "Grandma, take me," Lau automatically gravitated towards Grandpa. Thus, Suma cheerfully responded, "All right. We shall enjoy this ride. I will accompany Tuan, while old Su takes Lyle. Qinshan, you and Bingxue can sit together." This attraction also required no queuing, but involved ascending a platform about 7 or 8 meters high. Su Chun could clearly perceive that Yin Bingxue's pace had slowed, and her expression was less than favorable. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Yin Bingxue turned to him, her gaze resembling that of a startled rabbit, her demeanor somewhat dazed. "I have a fear of heights." Her hand gripped the railing of the steps tightly, her slender fingers turning slightly white. Observing her genuine fear, Su Chen slowed his pace and took her hand in his. Yin Bingxue seemed momentarily taken aback, her cool palm quickly beading with fine perspiration. "How about we let Mom and Dad accompany Tuan and Lyle, while we wait for them down here?" Just as Su Chen finished speaking, Tuan waved from above, calling out, "Daddy, Mommy, don't whisper. Hurry up and come join us. The ride is about to start." Seeing her daughter's eager expression, Yin Bingxue gritted her teeth and said, "I'm fine. Let us join them." "Are you sure you can handle it?" Su Chen asked. Yin Bingxue nodded, her small face pale, yet her eyes reflected both anxiety and determination. Su Chun intertwined his fingers with hers and, lowering his voice gently, assured her, "All right, I will be by your side." Some guests had already boarded the ride, and Tuan and Lyle were seated first, leaving only the front and back rows available. Su Chun guided Yin Bingxue to the last row. After securing his safety belt, he turned to assist Yin Bingxue. The safety measures were well implemented, alleviating any concerns, and the overall height of the ride was merely 10 meters, not particularly daunting. "Don't be afraid," he reassured her. Yin Bingxue nodded, her complexion nearly devoid of color. A voice from the staff announced that the mine train was about to depart, prompting everyone to prepare. In an instant, Yin Bingxue tensed, instinctively gripping Su Chen's hand tightly, causing him to wince slightly from the force. Oh, it seems she is truly frightened. It was unexpected that Yin Bingxue, usually so composed, would harbor such fear of roller coasters. The train began to glide forward slowly, initially at a gentle pace, yet continuously ascending. The process is indeed quite exhausting, for everyone knows that the ride is rapidly approaching its apex, soon to plunge downwards in a swift descent. This sensation of weightlessness is the most exhilarating part. Yin Bingxue clenched her jaw tightly, her eyes filled with terror. Yet she did not close them. Her large, almond-shaped eyes were round and wide, reminiscent of a child's innocent fear. Su Chun gazed at her with concern, oblivious to the scenery around them, entirely focused on Yin Bingxue. "If you are frightened, do not clench your teeth. Simply let your fears out. Let the wind carry them away. I will hold on to you. Just keep your eyes closed and shout. The moment of descent will pass swiftly." Yin Bingxue's voice trembled, the first syllable drawn out with a quivering tone. "It's coming. Don't be afraid. I am here." Just as Su Chun finished speaking, the roller coaster plunged downwards at a rapid pace. He instantly felt several fingernail marks on the back of his hand as Yin Bingxue clutched him tightly, biting down hard to suppress her screams. The ride reached its low point and propelled upwards again, followed by a twisting track, maintaining the sensation of weightlessness throughout. In the midst of such speed, Su Chun could only shout, "Let it out." His voice seemed to spur Yin Bingxue on, and she finally opened her mouth to scream. After a 3-minute roller coaster ride, Su Chun emerged drenched in sweat. It was not fear that caused this, but the pain from Yin Bingxue's tight grip. When they disembarked, her cheeks were flushed from the wind, while her lips appeared pale, taking a moment to regain her composure. Su Chun still held her hand tightly, and unbeknownst to them, their fingers were entwined. Tuan, enjoying herself immensely, ran over with Su Ma, who also appeared slightly apprehensive. "It was so much fun. I love roller coasters." The little one seemed entirely oblivious to her mother's fear, her eyes squinting in delight. Su Ma's gaze fell upon the clasped hands of her son and daughter-in-law, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Chapter 57. Encountering the high school beauty at Lonka Institute, the subsequent attractions were more leisurely, lacking the thrill of the previous ride. Yet Su Chun and Yin Bingxue did not loosen their grip on each other. In Disneyland, various performances surrounded the park, featuring Disney princesses in splendid gowns and cheerful, plush mascots greeting visitors. On either side of the pathway, spectators gathered to watch, while Yin Bingxue seemed somewhat dazed, her eyes gazing blankly ahead. Just as they were about to collide with a group of photographers, Su Chun gently pulled her close, cradling her protectively. Yin Bingxue looked up, their faces mere inches apart, and she blushed, becoming acutely aware of the intimate moment, her heart fluttering with a subtle sensation. Su Chun also realized for the first time that he had been holding her hand, his feelings equally stirred. Nevertheless, he did not release her grip. As Su Ba and Su Ma led the two children, and together with Yin Bingxue, they joyfully explored the entirety of Disneyland. On Monday morning, Su Chun had arranged with the Chow fan group to go to Lonka Institute to complete his employment formalities. He parked his car in the temporary parking lot outside, intending to complete the necessary formalities before returning to work. Once the vehicle was secured, Su Chun walked to the entrance of Lonka Academy. Just as he was about to enter, two individuals emerged from within the gates. One was a charming beauty clad in a white dress, and the other was a bespectacled man with a somewhat portly physique. Naturally, The beauty captured more attention. Su-chin, the woman called out in confusion. Upon seeing Su-chin turn towards her, she instantly smiled and confirmed, "It really is you." Su-ming glanced at the woman, and a vivid image of a pure and innocent girl from his past surfaced in his mind. "You Lily?" he asked. "Yes, it's me. I didn't expect you to remember me," the woman replied with a beaming smile. Su-chun smiled slightly, certainly recalling her. She was the belle of their high school class. "You haven't changed much. You're still as beautiful as ever." He stood there politely, his smile devoid of any ulterior motives, merely expressing the joy of encountering an old classmate. Yu Lily, however, was quite animated, excitedly rushing to his side. "You've changed quite a bit. You're even more handsome than in high school." Ahem. The man beside Yu Lily, feeling overlooked, cleared his throat a couple of times to regain his presence. "Su, the campus heartthrob, only greets our class beauty and ignores me? Your old classmate?" He tilted his head slightly, looking down at Su-chin with an air of superiority. Su-chin turned to the man, pondering for a moment but failing to recall who he was. Yu Lily interjected, "Su-chin, this is Qian-chung from our class. He always sat in the last row in high school, wearing those enormous black-rimmed glasses. Does that jog your memory?" Suddenly enlightened, Su-chin nodded and couldn't help but glance at the now transformed Qian-chung, remarking with a smile, "I do remember. But it seems Qian-chung has been enjoying a rather good diet over the years." In high school, Qian-chung had been short and thin. Now, he had noticeably grown taller, standing at over 1.7 meters, yet his weight seemed to have surpassed 170 pounds. Yu Lily laughed, "Indeed. Qian-chung has gained 30 to 40 pounds in recent years. It's no surprise you didn't recognize him." Stung by the comment, the now portly Qian-chung immediately adopted a sullen demeanor, adjusting his ill-fitting suit jacket. He looked haughtily at Su-chun and said, "Su, the campus heartthrob, your university life doesn't seem to be treating you well. You look even thinner than in high school. It can't be that your living expenses are too meager to afford enough food?" Su-chun cast a sidelong glance at Qian-chung and replied coolly, "Whether I have plenty or little money is inconsequential. I prioritize maintaining my physique." As he spoke, he stood tall, the outline of his muscles subtly visible beneath his thin summer shirt. Yu Lily blushed slightly, feeling a bit shy, and quickly interjected, "Su-chun, what brings you to Lonka Academy? Are you here to see someone? Would you like me to help you get in? My father is an academician here, and I'm quite familiar with the staff downstairs." Qian-chung immediately chimed in, "Yes, Su, my father and Lily's father are both academicians here. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask. In light of our old friendship, we would be more than willing to help." His tone was notably arrogant, as if he were the one of significance at Lonka Academy rather than simply his father. Su-chin suddenly recalled that Qian-chung and Yu Lily's father had worked together at the Lonka Institute many years ago, which explained the high school teacher's special care for them. Moreover, Yu Lily had been the belle of the class, and Qian-chung harbored feelings for her, often confiding to his classmates that their families were both affiliated with the Lonka Institute, suggesting a perfect match for the future. Observing them standing close together, it was evident that Qian-chung still held onto his affections, given the palpable animosity directed towards Su-chun. However, despite their proximity, Yu Lily maintained a slight distance from Qian-chung, indicating that he was still pursuing her. Perceiving this dynamic, Su-chun smiled and remarked, "I am indeed here to find someone, and I have made arrangements to meet them today, so I can simply go up." Qian-chung scoffed, "How casually you speak. Su-chin, if I recall correctly, you graduated from a rather ordinary third-tier institution this year. I imagine you haven't even secured a job yet. It is only natural that you are unaware of the Lonka Institute's stature. The Lonka Institute is the pinnacle of scientific research in Long Country, where cutting-edge technologies are developed. The security system is top-notch, visitors undergo rigorous checks, and even those with appointments must be personally escorted by someone inside to gain entry. Pray tell, are you not attempting to engage in some dubious activities at the Lonka Institute? Your ignorance of the basic protocols raises quite a few eyebrows. Who exactly are you seeking?" "My father is an academician here and oversees numerous personnel. I visit frequently. Tell me whom you are looking for, and I shall verify for you. This way, I can also vouch for you should the security stop you." Yu Lily shot Qian-chung an irritated glare and said, "Qian-chung, What are you doing? We are all old classmates. Why speak like that? Su Chun would never deceive us. Upon meeting Yu Lily's gaze, Qiansheng immediately donned a conciliatory smile. Lily, while I appreciate your kindness and our shared history, we have not seen Su Chun in 4 years. Who knows what he has been up to during that time? Think about it. A student from a third-tier school studying automotive design would hardly have connections at the Lonka Institute. He may have ulterior motives, and I am simply concerned for your well-being. I wouldn't want you to be taken advantage of. Lily, please don't be upset. I am only looking out for you. Especially since our families. Qiansheng. Yu Lily interrupted him, her cheeks flushed with annoyance, casting a glance at Su Chun as she pouted. Do not speak nonsense. Lily, I am not speaking out of turn. Hasn't Uncle you said that our families have a good relationship? Our matters. That was what my father said. I never agreed to it. Yu Lily interjected, her gaze returning to Su Chun. Qiansheng, not oblivious to the situation, recognized that Yu Lily had a soft spot for Su Chun. After all, during their high school years, they were the belle and the heartthrob, often the subject of admiration and whispers among their peers. Now, after 4 years apart, Su Chun still retained his charm, making Yu Lily's feelings quite understandable. However, Qiansheng was determined not to let Su Chun succeed in his pursuits. He had pursued Yu Lily for many years, and now that he had finally awaited her graduation from university, his parents were also supporting him. Yu Lily's father had a favorable attitude towards him, and the prospects of a union between their families appeared quite promising. There was no way he would allow Su Chun, the unexpected rival, to thwart his plans. Consequently, Qiansheng's animosity towards Su Chun intensified. Su Chun, tell me, who exactly are you looking for? If you cannot clarify, I may have to call someone to drive you away. The entrance of Lonka Institute is not a place for just anyone to cause a ruckus. Su Chun was unperturbed. After all, it was unnecessary to be angered by a mad dog. With a leisurely posture and arms crossed, he replied, All right, old classmate. Since you are so eager to assist, why not summon the esteemed Dean Yuan of the Mecha Research Institute at Lonka? Chapter 58. Astonishing. Su Chun is actually the genius consultant personally invited by Dean Yuan. Su Chun remained calm, unfazed by Qiansheng's provocations. All right, old classmate, if you truly wish to help, please bring out Dean Yuan from the Mecha Research Institute. Ha, ha, ha. Qiansheng erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. His face jiggled with mirth. Dean Yuan? Su Chun, why don't you just head to the southwest sea of the imperial capital? I see you are merely here to stir trouble. Security, come over here. Recently, in an effort to win favor with Yu Lily's father, Qiansheng had been frequenting Lonka Institute as he sought employment after graduation, and the security guards naturally recognized him. He commanded the guards like a captain, pointing at Su Chun and saying, This person claims he wants to see Dean Yuan. You know what to do. The guards nodded and approached Su Chun menacingly. Who is this impoverished loser? Do you think Dean Yuan is someone just anyone can meet? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame us if we are not courteous. One guard brandished his electric baton, deliberately flicking the switch to produce a crackling sound. Yu Lily, infuriated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, Qiansheng, what are you doing? Qiansheng turned to her with a fawning expression, saying, Lily, please don't be angry. It's not that I disregard the feelings of an old classmate. But look at Su Chun. His lies are simply too outrageous. Dean Yuan is someone even our fathers would not dare offend. He is the director of the Mecha Research Institute. How could Su Chun possibly know him? Lily, do not be deceived by Su Chun's appearance. If he truly knows Dean Yuan, then what? Su Chun coldly interjected. Qiansheng, upon meeting his gaze, quickly adopted a fierce demeanor, declaring, I would post in our high school group 100 times that I am a fool. Su Chun nodded and chuckled. 100 times is unnecessary. Just shout it 3 times, and change your name to fool for a year without reverting. You seek attention. Yet your classmates wouldn't even bother to notice your spamming. Su Chun, you. Qiansheng, infuriated, raised his fleshy face and glared at Su Chun. Su Chun took out his phone and dialed Dean Yuan's number. At that moment, Dean Yuan was listening to a report from Yu Lily's father and Qiansheng's father. Upon seeing the incoming call, he immediately broke into a joyful smile. Do not speak. The esteemed consultant I invited is on the line. Academician Yu and Academician Qian exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. The director had been extolling the virtues of this consultant for several days, mentioning him multiple times during the morning meetings, asserting that he would undoubtedly assist Longhua in the creation of mechas. Both Academician Yu and Academician Qian, being at the forefront of research in this domain, were naturally filled with anticipation regarding Su Chun. Upon hearing that Su Chun would be arriving today, they deliberately prolonged their work reports, eager to catch a glimpse of this prodigious talent. According to Elder Yuan, this genius consultant had only recently graduated from university, prompting them to exclaim, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth." "Hello, Mr. Su, have you arrived?" While Su Chun was on the phone, Qian Chen continued to mock him. "Ha! You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Security, my friends, please bear with us a moment longer while he performs." Su Chun chose to ignore him. Addressing Elder Yuan on the other end, "Elder Yuan, I have arrived at the entrance of Longhua Institute, but it seems I am not particularly welcomed here. I cannot even get through the door." Elder Yuan's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. He hurriedly stood and made his way outside while saying, "Mr. Su, I am terribly sorry. I clearly instructed the front desk. They must not be aware of your identity. Please wait a moment. I will come down to escort you." He continued to explain, "Mr. Su, I ask for your understanding. The security protocols at Longhua Institute are indeed stringent. You must be aware, given your involvement in the Mecha Research Department at the Supernatural Group, that these matters are classified, and thus access is heavily regulated." Elder Yuan, I understand this perfectly well, and I do not intend to blame the staff. It's merely a slight delay. As you know, I have to return to work at the Supernatural Group. Yes. I am already in the elevator. Please wait a moment. I will be right down. After hanging up, Su Chun noticed that the security personnel were taken aback. Is this person truly from the Supernatural Group? Their mecha research technology is among the finest. Could he really have an arrangement with Elder Yuan? The guards hesitated, stepping back cautiously. Yet, Qian Chung remained oblivious, still wearing a mocking grin. "Su Chun, you really are something. Longhua Institute is not enough for you to put on airs. And now you're fabricating a connection to the Supernatural Group? What could you possibly do there? Even as a cleaner, they wouldn't hire you." "Qian Chung, be quiet." As Academician Qian descended, he heard his son's remarks and could not help but intervene. "Su Chun, that is indeed the name of the genius consultant invited by Elder Yuan." Upon hearing his father's outburst, Qian Cheng's smile faltered, his expression turning awkward as he glanced back. He was taken aback to see Elder Yuan approaching with both fathers. How did Elder Yuan and the two fathers come together? Could it truly be that Su Chun made that call? Yuan Lily, her face a mix of astonishment and delight, exclaimed, "Su Chun, you really came to see the director." She lowered her voice, adding, "How impressive that you know Elder Yuan." Su Chun offered a faint smile before quickly returning to a neutral expression. To Elder Yuan, this demeanor seemed to indicate some displeasure. Having just heard Qian Cheng's words, Old Yuan and the two academicians naturally understood the situation. Old Yuan cast an unhappy glance at Academician Qian behind him and, with a stern expression, remarked, "Old Qian, you have been in the institute for quite some time. Do you not comprehend the regulations here? Unrelated individuals should not be allowed to roam freely within the institute." Academician Qian felt a sense of frustration. His son was rather unambitious, having graduated without securing a respectable job. Recently, as he pursued Yu Lily, he had been encouraging his son to frequent the institute, hoping to impart some knowledge to him and perhaps arrange a match between the two families. However, he never anticipated that this reckless boy would offend the newly appointed consultant, leading to Old Yuan's public reprimand. Infuriated, Academician Qian nodded in acknowledgement of the director's words while secretly glaring at Qian Cheng. At that moment, Qian Cheng was utterly paralyzed with fear, for Old Yuan was engaged in jovial conversation with Su Chun. Old Yuan's demeanor spoke volumes. Su Chun was not merely boasting. He was genuinely remarkable. This book features a single female protagonist. Please continue to support it with your votes. In Chapter 59, titled Entering the Mecha Institute of Longhua, Yu Lily was overjoyed. She approached her father, linking her arm with his, and inquired, "Dad, why are you all down here? What is the relationship between Su Chun and Director Yuan? I have never seen Director Yuan so warm before. This is the genius consultant invited by old Yuan, a top talent in the field of mecha academician, you explained. He then realized that his daughter had addressed Su Chun by his name and asked, "Dear, do you know Mr. Su?" Yu Lily nodded. "Of course, we are high school classmates." Academician Yu's face brightened as he glanced between his daughter and Su Chun. As someone who had experienced the world, he could easily discern the admiration in his daughter's eyes when she looked at Su Chun. This was splendid news. Initially, he had hesitated. Having worked alongside old Qian for many years, he trusted him. However, Qian Cheng's lack of ambition had made him reluctant to agree, especially considering the family's connection. Recently, he had begun to relent because old Qian mentioned the possibility of bringing his son into the Lonka Institute. He thought that, settling for second best, Qian Cheng might still be an acceptable choice. Yet now, with Su Chen's emergence, Qian Cheng paled in comparison, a mere wastrel, utterly unworthy next to Su Chen. His daughter's affection for Su Chun and their shared history as classmates ignited a hope within Academician Yu. If they were to become a couple, it would undoubtedly bring honor to the family. With this thought, he stepped forward, positioning himself behind old Yuan, smiling as he regarded Su Chun. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Qian Cheng realized Su Chun was formidable. He had long desired to join the Lonka Institute, but his father's status as an academician made it a challenging endeavor. If only Su Chun would speak a word in his favor before old Yuan, perhaps he could secure a position. With that, he would be able to approach the Yu family with legitimate intentions. Qian Cheng, filled with ambition, instantly forgot his earlier demeanor towards Su Chun. With a sycophantic smile, he approached, bowing and flattering. "Su, esteemed schoolmate, it seems we've encountered a situation akin to the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, an unfortunate disconnect among kin. I have a penchant for loose words. Please disregard my previous remarks. Since you work at the Lonka Institute, and my father is here as well, our families will be intertwined within this institution." Su Chen cast a cold glance at Qian Cheng and replied with a sneer, "What are you attempting to achieve, Qian Cheng? I am here as an advisor under the guidance of Elder Yuan. The affairs of others are of no concern to me." This slightly irate declaration immediately changed Elder Yuan's expression. He turned to the Elder Qian and admonished, "Old Qian, the Lonka Institute is not your backyard. Resolve your domestic issues at home. Do not bring them into the institute." Yes, Director, Mr. Su, it is my failure in parenting. I shall certainly discipline this unruly boy when we return home." As he spoke, Academician Qian raised his foot and delivered a sharp kick to Qian Cheng's behind, exclaiming, "You wretched child, we shall settle this at home. Now be off with you." "Dad," Qian Cheng protested, but upon seeing his father's fierce gestures, he could only retreat in shame. As he distanced himself, Su Chen called out, "Qian Cheng, do not forget to amend your name in the class group." Fuming, Qian Cheng could only comply, taking out his phone to repeatedly post in the class group, "I am a fool," and even changing his WeChat name to reflect the same. His classmates, bewildered, erupted in laughter within the group. Su Chen paid little heed to this commotion, as Elder Yuan guided him further inside. Old Qian, Mr. Su will be our premier advisor from now on. You must learn from him." Academician Yu nodded eagerly, stating, "Director, Mr. Su is a prodigious talent. We shall certainly follow in his footsteps and learn diligently." He then turned to his daughter, Lily, and said, "Lily, you are classmates with Mr. Su. This is a splendid opportunity for you to learn from him, understand?" Lily nodded quietly, accompanying them to the elevator before departing. As she was not a member of the Lonka Institute and lacked the credentials to enter, yet Su Chun truly excelled. Who would have thought that after 4 years? He not only grew more handsome but also demonstrated remarkable capabilities, surpassing even her father's prowess. Elder Yuan enthusiastically led Su Chen on a tour of the Mecha Division, the foremost mecha research institute in Longhua, larger in scale than the Mecha Research Division of the Extraordinary Group, utilizing cutting-edge technology, much of which was exclusively reserved for military use. The iris recognition system at the entrance not only controlled access, but also monitored the number of individuals entering. As Su Chun stood beside Elder Yuan, the weight detection system unexpectedly triggered an alarm as they stepped inside. Elder Yuan exclaimed, "My apologies, Su. I was too excited and forgot to set the capacity limit." Suddenly, an inner door appeared, while the outer door closed, trapping them in the confined space. Elder Yuan re-identified himself in the system, utilizing his fingerprint and password to unlock the internal mechanisms, and only after resetting the capacity limit did the two doors finally reopen. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chun could not help but marvel at the rigorous standards of the National Academy's system. Upon entering, the space within was astonishingly vast. The walls appeared to be ordinary white, yet upon closer inspection, one would discover a layer of specialized graphene material. This cutting-edge nanomaterial is renowned for its remarkable lightness, unparalleled strength, and exceptional thermal and electrical conductivity. Often referred to as black gold, it is celebrated as the king of new materials, while its intrinsic value is modest. The complexity of its craftsmanship elevates its significance. The use of such materials and techniques for the Dragon Science Institute's FAAD is a testament to the prowess of Dragon Nation's current technological capabilities. The division of functional areas within the Mecha Research Division is exceptionally well-structured. The main hall seems to serve merely as an exhibition space, surrounded by glass walls. Judging by the apparent area, it is evident that the single-pane glass encloses distinct sections. Each area represents different technological research, providing mutual support while maintaining relative confidentiality. Thus, even in the event of an issue, adversaries would grasp only a fragment of the overarching technology. From a functional perspective, the specialized Dragon Science Institute surpasses the capabilities of the Extraordinary Group. As Su Chun walked, he observed his surroundings. In the center of the hall stood a colossal battle mecha on display, its broad treads occupying nearly a square meter. Before the towering mecha, Su Chun and his companions appeared as ordinary individuals who had stumbled into a land of giants. Circling the massive mecha, Su Chun furrowed his brow and inquired, "Old Yuan, what is the purpose of such an enormous mecha model here?" No sooner had he spoken than a light chuckle emanated from behind him. Turning to look, he saw a group approaching. Leading them was a man in his 30s, clad in a white lab coat, wearing frameless glasses, exuding an air of youthful brilliance. These individuals were all researchers from the Dragon Science Institute, and those present at this level were, at the very least, academicians. Among them, the one who had just chuckled was the youngest, while the others were all over 40, including several elderly gentlemen. This young man was Old Yuan's student. Having earned his place here at a mere 30 years of age, clearly a favored prodigy. However, upon Su Chen's arrival, the teacher had declared him a true genius capable of constructing mechas, which Lin Fifan found hard to believe, given the current pinnacle of Dragon Nation's technology. Their research on mechas remained in the theoretical phase. As an ordinary college student from a third-tier university, not specializing in biological engineering or mechanical disciplines, how could he possibly comprehend the intricacies of mechas? Lin Fifan felt a twinge of discontent towards Su Chun, especially after hearing him refer to the model here as merely a number 1. In the 60th chapter, Securing the Advisor Position with Strength, Lin Fifan positioned himself beside Old Yuan, who immediately smiled and introduced, "Fifan, you've arrived. This is Mr. Su, the esteemed advisor I mentioned to you. He will henceforth hold the position of top advisor at the Institute." "Advisor Su, these are all esteemed academicians of the Institute. This younger one is my student, Lin Fifan, who has been here for just over a year. Fifan, you should learn a great deal from Advisor Su. Do you understand?" Lin Fifan smiled, casting a scrutinizing glance at Su Chun. Such a young gentleman, seemingly fresh from graduation, could he truly possess profound knowledge of mechas? He remained skeptical. "Hello, Consultant Su. I am Lin Fifan." He introduced himself. "Greetings," Su Chun replied indifferently. "Consultant Su, did you just refer to this as a mecha model?" Lin Fifan inquired with a hint of amusement, gesturing towards the imposing mecha beside him. "Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about mechas?" Su Chun cast a brief glance at the grand machine and replied with a smile, "What do you believe this is, Mr. Lin?" "This is the No. 1 from our Dragon Nation. Surely, Consultant Su has not overlooked the existing mechas of our country?" Lin continued, "The creation before you is the pride of our Dragon Institute of Technology." A low chuckle escaped Su Chun's lips, abruptly silencing Lin Fifan. Old Yuan, discerning the tension in the exchange, swiftly interjected with a stern expression. Fifan, Consultant Su was invited by me. Lin Fifan, somewhat defiant, retorted, Teacher, listen for yourself. Our institute's most esteemed creation is being dismissed as merely a model. Is this my fault? He evidently lacks understanding of mechas. Old Yuan's demeanor darkened, a flicker of anger threatening to surface. Yet Su Chen's assertion of it being a model left him feeling quite unsettled. After all, this represented years of research from the Dragon Institute, and although some technologies may indeed be somewhat outdated, to label it merely a model felt like a grave underestimation of everyone's efforts. Noticing the skeptical gazes directed at him, Su Chen elegantly arched an eyebrow and began to circle the large mecha, stating, Let us, for the sake of argument, refer to this as a mecha. Its exterior is composed of iron. What iron? This is an alloy. Lin Fifan interjected, viewing Su Chen through the lens of an outsider, eager to rebut. Su Chen smiled, then firmly stated, What is used in the armor is undoubtedly an alloy, yet it remains fundamentally iron. Iron, when alloyed with other metals, can enhance hardness and extend flexibility, but it still retains the name iron. Old Yuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity in Su Chen's words. After all, titanium alloy had yet to be discovered at the time, and thus the exterior of number 1 was still fashioned from iron alloy. Su Chen continued, Therefore, from the perspective of external materials, it fundamentally falls short of standards, while the iron alloy exhibits improved hardness and flexibility. Its excessive weight places a significant demand on the energy system, rendering it cumbersome in operation. Moreover, considering its components, the initial bipedal design employs treads, which compromise adaptability during combat. Do you believe the battlefield will adjust to your mecha's transformations? Secondly, the hip joint configuration is overly simplistic, relying solely on the hip joint for directional control, with no independent waist joint. In a combat scenario, to engage an enemy behind you, the entire mecha must pivot. Time is of the essence in true warfare. Lastly, the absence of a control chamber means that any mechanical weapon lacking such a feature can only be regarded as a mere automaton, incapable of responding to human movements in real time during combat. This presents a significant flaw. No matter how sophisticated the control system of this mecha, it will fail to perform effectively in battle due to its inherent lack of adaptability. There are numerous issues regarding the skeleton and joint settings, and I do not intend to target any individual. However, when this mech enters the battlefield, the distinction from a model lies in its capacity to endure for a few more moments. As Su Chen concluded his remarks, an air of solemnity enveloped the room. Elder Yuan's face radiated joy, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He had indeed not misjudged the individual. Su Chen, with just a few glances, was able to identify so many problems. His understanding and knowledge of mechs far exceeded their current level of comprehension. He remarked that the model was merely a representation, not due to a lack of understanding of its technology, but rather because he believed that these technical levels, when applied to actual combat, bore no difference from a model. Some individuals looked down upon others out of arrogance, while others possessed genuine strength, standing at a higher vantage point and seeing further than most. Consequently, their casual remarks may sound like mockery to some, but in reality, they are merely stating facts. This implies that Lin Fifan's skepticism stemmed from his own inadequacy all along. The surrounding academicians were equally convinced, observing the sparkle in Su Chen's eyes. The research on mechs in Long Country was indeed saved. The young man brought back by Elder Yuan had a remarkable insight into mechs. With him as a top consultant, it is possible that Long Country could truly become the first nation in the world to create mechs. At that moment, Lin Fifan's expression had completely transformed. He was both embarrassed and astonished, tinged with a hint of excitement. Those engaged in academic research often exhibit a somewhat obsessive nature, as their intense focus on a subject can render them peculiar in the eyes of others. He genuinely adored mechs and was deeply immersed in their study. Perhaps just minutes ago, he had indeed questioned Su Chen's capabilities, but now, Su Chen had become his idol. Academician Yu raised his thumb to Su Chen, exclaiming his admiration. Consultant Su is truly remarkable. What you just articulated resonates with the saying that a single conversation with you is worth 10 years of study. With Consultant Sue on board, our research will undoubtedly achieve breakthroughs swiftly. Consultant Sue, the true combat mechs of Long Country depend on you. As Lin Fifan approached Suchin, blushing and with his head bowed, he extended his hand sincerely, saying, "Consultant Sue, I owe you an apology. I was too superficial. Feeling jealousy and discontent due to your youth and the fact that you were personally brought by the teacher. But now I understand. You have earned your place through merit. I hope you can forgive my previous actions, and I would like to learn from you in the future. Is that acceptable?" Lin Fifan's serious demeanor conveyed no hint of flattery. He was genuinely in awe. Suchin found him to be authentic. Thus, he readily extended his hand. And in that gesture, the two men required no further words to convey their sentiments. A group encircled Suchin, and Elder Yuan cheerfully remarked, "You can pose your questions later. I will first take Consultant Sue to complete his onboarding process. He hasn't even visited his office yet." The others acquiesced. But when Suchin finished the onboarding procedures and made his way to the office, he discovered that everyone was already waiting at the door. Everyone held a small notebook and pen in their hands, resembling eager students ready to absorb knowledge. However, they all appeared to be of an age more akin to that of teachers and professors, which lent them an inexplicable charm. Suchin's office was separate, featuring not only a workspace but also a quaint little lounge complete with a restroom, a truly exceptional arrangement. After Yuan Lao had given him a tour, a throng of eager individuals gathered around him. "Advisor Sue, I have a question regarding energy," one inquired. "Advisor Sue, about the issue you mentioned concerning the hip joint and the lumbar joint," another chimed in. Chapter 61. A display of affection. Suchin did not anticipate spending an entire day at the Lonka Institute. The enthusiasm and multitude of questions from everyone were overwhelming. Even during lunch, they insisted on treating him, leading to a table filled with inquiries. Suchin found the situation both amusing and delightful. These esteemed academicians possessed a genuine passion for mecha and a steadfast dedication to their research. Listening to Suchin speak, they appeared to be transported back to a classroom, diligently taking notes with an earnestness that was utterly endearing. Thus, time slipped away, and before he knew it, the workday had come to an end. Several individuals remained in his office, still eager to pose their questions. Yuan Lao approached, somewhat displeased, and urged them to leave. "The workday has concluded. Why are you still here? If you don't want to go home, Advisor Sue certainly does. Hurry along, as Advisor Sue will be visiting once or twice a week from now on. Any questions can wait until later." The scholars, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized to Suchin before reluctantly taking their leave. Yuan Lao, with an apologetic tone, remarked, "Advisor Sue, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. On your first day, I almost made you work overtime." As Suchin began to gather his belongings, holding his phone in hand, he smiled and reassured, "It's quite all right, Dean. Everyone is simply eager to contribute to the advancement of mecha research in Longhua. However, I truly must leave now. My wife has come to pick me up." Half an hour earlier, Yin Bingxue had mentioned she was in the vicinity and asked if Suchin would like to accompany her to fetch their two children from school. Naturally, he was delighted by the prospect. Just moments ago, Yin Bingxue informed him of her arrival. The fact that his wife had come to collect him after work filled Suchin with immense joy. Moreover, they would soon be picking up Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Tuan Tuan would surely be overjoyed to see both her parents together, and little Lulu would likely be secretly thrilled as well. Suchin had driven himself to work that morning, but it was no concern as Yin Bingxue had arranged for a driver to accompany her, allowing him to return home in his own vehicle later. Whistling cheerfully, he descended the stairs and, upon reaching the lobby, unexpectedly encountered Yulili. She was seated on a sofa, her gaze fixed on the elevator doors. Earlier that afternoon, her father had called to inquire about her feelings. Having discerned her interest in Suchin, he urged her to seize the opportunity, emphasizing that Suchin was an exceptionally remarkable man. In the afternoon, Yulili arrived, waiting for several hours just to see Suchin. Upon spotting him descending the stairs, she promptly approached him. "Suchin, you finished work," she exclaimed. "Yulili, what are you still doing here?" Suchin inquired, puzzled. With a rosy hue adorning her cheeks, Yulili replied with a smile, "I came over this afternoon. We haven't seen each other in years. I thought I might treat you to dinner. I drove here. Let's go together." Suchin was taken aback. She had made a special trip this afternoon, deliberately sitting here to wait for him to dine together, and her flushed demeanor suggested a deeper interest. The attention of a former campus belle was undoubtedly a source of delight for any man. Alas, it was too late. Suchun was already married, a devoted and faithful husband. Thus, he had no choice but to act as a merciless executioner, swiftly quelling the burgeoning sentiment from Yulili. With a gentle smile, Suchin said, "Classmate Yu, it's quite exhilarating to see you after all these years, but let us forego dinner. It wouldn't be appropriate for a married man like me." He smacked his lips, and although his words expressed difficulty, the happiness on his face was unmistakable. Glancing toward the entrance, he noticed Yin Bingshue's car had arrived, prompting him to cheerfully add, "Thank you for your kindness, classmate Yu. But my wife is here to pick me up, so I must take my leave." Yulili, still reeling from shock, watched as Suchun swiftly made his way to the door. The driver, having received something from Suchun, opened the rear door, and after Suchun entered, closed it behind him. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, Yulili caught sight of a beautiful woman seated in the back. Her fair profile and elongated neck suggested an undeniable beauty. Even though Yulili couldn't quite discern her features, Suchin was married. Was that stunning girl his wife? Yulili found it hard to believe. After 4 years apart, she had thought their reunion was serendipitous, only to discover it was all too late. Suchin's own words could not be mistaken. How unfortunate it was. If only she had met him sooner. Yet, this world is devoid of what-ifs. Yin Bingxue had already been waiting at the entrance for a while and had naturally observed Suchun conversing with Yulili. Consequently, as soon as she entered the car, a frown formed on her delicate lips and she refrained from initiating conversation. Suchun, in high spirits as he settled into the car, noted that the driver was preparing to leave while Assistant Zhang piloted the vehicle ahead. Turning to Yin Bingxue, he cheerfully asked, "What made you decide to come pick me up?" With a cool demeanor, Yin Bingxue responded succinctly, "I happen to be in the area for business." Her tone was notably indifferent, and Suchun could sense her displeasure. Yet, just moments ago, she had seemed quite cheerful over their text exchange. What had transpired in such a brief interval? Reflecting on his earlier conversation with Yulili and then observing Yin Bingshue's reaction, a wave of amusement washed over him. Oh, the little lady was feeling jealous. A playful cough escaped him. Suchin coughed twice, capturing Yin Bingshue's attention, and with a hint of distress, he remarked, "Oh dear. My child's mother, do you think my striking handsomeness poses a bit of a safety concern?" Yin Bingxue had already felt displeased seeing him with other girls, and upon hearing Suchin's words, she couldn't help but pout slightly. Safety is determined not by looks, but by the heart. Indeed, my child's mother speaks the truth. Suchin continued, "Today, at Lonka Academy, I encountered a high school classmate who just suggested we dine together. However, as a married man, it would be inappropriate for me to eat out. I must return home for dinner. Wouldn't you agree?" Thus, I had to decline her kind invitation. Moreover, I mentioned that my wife was coming to pick me up. You should have seen her face. She was utterly envious. I reckon this old classmate will surely contemplate marriage herself. What with having a home and a partner to share both the commute and dinner. How wonderful that is. Yin Bingshue's expression shifted the moment she heard the term wife, and a smile gradually crept upon her lips. So, Suchin was addressing that girl in such a manner? No wonder the girl appeared so astonished and disappointed when she glanced at the car. Furthermore, he was merely explaining himself to her, wasn't he? A sense of joy welled up within Yin Bingxue, though she feigned indifference, responding, "Since she is your high school classmate and you haven't seen each other in years, sharing a meal shouldn't be a problem." Suchun, delighted by her contradictory demeanor, replied, "But that won't do. Even if she is a high school acquaintance, I am a married man. It wouldn't be appropriate for an unmarried girl and a man to dine alone together. Perhaps we should discuss it further at a classmates' reunion. After all, nothing is more important than picking up the child together." These words resonated deeply within Yin Bingshue's heart. She burst into a joyful smile, attempting to conceal it, her pursed lips appearing adorably charming. Chapter 62. Buying roses for my beloved. As the vehicle approached the nearest intersection, the traffic light turned red, signaling a wait of a minute and a half. A little girl selling flowers gently tapped on the car window. She seemed to have walked from further ahead, pausing at each vehicle to politely inquire, "Hello, sir. Do you need fresh flowers? How about a bouquet of roses for your beautiful sister beside you?" The little girl was dressed in a faded, simple dress, yet her hair was neatly arranged, and her face was clean. She held a bunch of vibrant red roses, her demeanor polite and her voice sweet. Suchin glanced at the roses and, reaching for his wallet, said, "How many do you have? I'll take them all. Thank you. Big brother, you and your big sister are truly handsome together, a perfect match." The little girl beamed as she handed over the roses, wishing, "May you both enjoy a loving and harmonious life, celebrating 100 years together." The girl counted and found she had exactly 9 roses, an auspicious number for lasting love. Suchin paid for the flowers, and the car continued on its way. He turned, gathered the 9 roses into a bouquet, and presented them to Yin Bingxue, exclaiming, "A gift for you, my child's mother." The moment Yin Bingxue beheld the bouquet of roses, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. She took the roses from Suchin's hands, glanced down, and suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. Suchin, puzzled, turned to her and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What brings you such joy?" Yin Bingxue nodded, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her gaze. "As fate would have it, I have prepared a gift for you as well." With that, she swiftly turned around and retrieved a neatly arranged bouquet of roses from behind her, presenting it to Suchin. "Here it is." Suchin accepted the roses, observing the bouquet in his hands and then glancing at the one in Yin Bingxue's embrace. The packaging of both bouquets was identical. Even the ribbons tied into bows appeared to be crafted by the same hand. "Are they the same? Did you also purchase these flowers from that little girl?" Yin Bingxue smiled and nodded. "When I was about to come to pick you up, there was a red light, and the girl came over to sell flowers. I bought 9, just enough to make a bouquet." What a remarkable coincidence. Suchin couldn't help but laugh, gazing at the roses cradled in their arms. This must be what they call a meeting of kindred spirits. Meanwhile, in Suchin's villa, he and Yin Bingxue were preparing for work. While their 2 children had gone to kindergarten, Su Dad and Su Mom, with nothing pressing to attend to at home, busied themselves tidying up their son's spacious residence. They worked tirelessly from the house to the garden, their laughter punctuating the air, sweat glistening on their brows, yet smiles brightening their faces. As they approached the garage, Su Mom suggested, "Old Su, let's tidy up the garage for our son. When we buy him a new car, it will fit perfectly in here." Su Dad nodded in agreement. "All right, when our son returns tonight, I'll discuss the car with him." They had been too exhausted the previous night to have the conversation. Just as the elderly couple prepared to clean the garage, a car suddenly drove in. Su Dad hurriedly pulled Su Mom aside, and once the vehicle came to a halt, they stood in astonished silence. What a stunning car! The sleek black and silver design flowed seamlessly, and the division along the front and sides of the hood made it appear as though it could transform into a robot at any moment. The engine's roar was melodious, and the vibrant red emblem descended into the hood, dazzling before the couple's eyes. Su Mom, taken aback, asked, "Old Su, what kind of car is this?" "I barely caught a glimpse." Su Dad, brimming with excitement, replied, "This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom." "No, it's even more exquisite than the Phantom. It seems to be a custom version." Regardless of age, men seemed to possess an enduring affection for cars, even though the eye-catching emblem had just retracted. Su Dad had still recognized it. "That is indeed the emblem of a Rolls-Royce." Su Mom, maintaining her composure, incredulously inquired, "Isn't a Rolls-Royce quite expensive? How could it possibly be in our son's garage?" Just as she finished her question, the driver parked the car and, upon noticing the elderly couple in the garage, paused momentarily. "Good day. May I ask if you are members of the Su family?" The driver, working for Yin Bingxue, was aware that Suchin was her fiancée. However, since this house was newly acquired by Suchin, it was his first visit. Seeing the elderly couple, he felt they did not resemble housekeepers, so he politely inquired. Su's father immediately nodded. "Yes, I am Suchin's father. Is this car?" "Oh, this is Mr. Su's vehicle, which I have returned on his behalf." "Good day, Mr. Su. May I hand you the keys?" Upon receiving the keys, Su's father glanced at them and became even more certain. Wasn't this a Rolls-Royce? After the driver left, Su's mother tugged at her husband, who was lost in admiration of the car, her brows slightly furrowed. Old Sue, isn't this car exceptionally expensive? Sue's father nodded vigorously. Absolutely. This is a Rolls-Royce. It resembles a Phantom, albeit with slight differences. It could be a custom model or perhaps a variant from the Phantom series. But certainly, the price is exorbitant, starting at 60 million. 60 million, Sue's mother exclaimed, nearly shouting. She hurriedly grasped Sue's father's arm and swatted away his hand as he reached to touch the car, admonishing him, Old Sue, you mustn't carelessly touch such an expensive vehicle. What if you damage it? Sue's father examined the car, hesitatingly withdrawing his hand. His wife was right. A car of such value was indeed beyond his means. That man had mentioned that this car belonged to their son. Old Sue, what do you think our son is up to? Could it be that he rented this car? Sue's father, excited, lit a cigarette and stepped away to take a puff. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I doubt it. Our son isn't that vain. Having purchased such an extravagant house, it's possible he might have bought the car as well. Sue's mother furrowed her brow. But our son has just graduated. Even if he has been exceptional in these past few years and earned a substantial income, can he really afford a multi-million-dollar vehicle after buying such a large villa? It seems unlikely. Perhaps he rented it since we were coming, especially now that he has a wife and a child. The thought of a $60 million car was overwhelming for Sue's mother, who had lived modestly for many years. Sue's father was also hesitant. Sue's mother suggested, let us call our son and ask. Renting such an expensive car must cost a fortune. We shouldn't let him waste money. We can buy him a decent car ourselves for a few $100,000. As she spoke, Sue's mother reached for her phone. But Sue's father quickly extinguished his cigarette and held her hand down. Let it be, dear. Let us wait for our son to return. We can ask him tonight. He might be with his wife right now. If we call, how can we expect him to be honest about it? Sue's mother nodded in agreement. You're right. I was being foolish. We shall inquire later. We mustn't let our son lose face in front of his wife. Chapter 63. Learning to cook for the man she cherishes at this moment. Su Chun had arrived at the kindergarten. After making a phone call in advance, Tuan and Lulu went to the life teacher after school and only bounced out when Su Chen and Yin Bingshui arrived. Daddy, Mommy, Tuan rushed over, embracing Yin Bingshui before quickly dashing into Su Chen's arms to act cute. The soft, sticky little rice ball was utterly adorable, making one reluctant to let go. Seeing that her mother held flowers, Tuan immediately stretched out her small hand. Mommy, flowers. Tuan likes flowers. Can you give Tuan some? Upon hearing her daughter's words, Yin Bingshui promptly hid the rose behind her back. This was the first time Su Chen had gifted her flowers, and she intended to cherish them dearly, transforming them into everlasting blooms that could be preserved indefinitely. Thus, she declined her daughter's request, asserting firmly that it was not permissible. Tuan pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet refrained from pressing her mother further. As she turned her gaze, she spotted the roses in Su Chen's hand, and her eyes instantly sparkled with delight. However, having just faced rejection from her mother, the little one hesitated to speak up, fearing that her father might also deny her, and instead gazed longingly with her big, glistening eyes. Observing this, Su Chun tenderly offered the roses to Tuan, saying, Here, these flowers are for you from Daddy. Yin Bingshui, witnessing this exchange, opened her mouth in excitement, but then pouted slightly, feeling a bit discontented. After all, this was her first time presenting flowers to Su Chun. How could he so readily give them to Tuan? He seemed to lack appreciation. Tuan joyfully accepted the blossoms, inhaling their fragrance before planting a kiss on Su Chen's cheek. Daddy is the best. Lele sat in the middle, while Tuan nestled on Su Chen's lap. The two little ones, merely 3 years old, found their parents' embrace to be the safest of seats. After playing with the roses for a while, Tuan noticed that her mother appeared somewhat disheartened. The clever child pondered momentarily, realizing that since the roses were a gift from her father to her mother, it might not be appropriate for her to keep them. Thus, with a sudden burst of inspiration, she held the roses out before her mother, sweetly declaring, Mama, this is for you. It's the rose that Daddy gave to you, and Tuan is just the little messenger. Yin Bingshui paused, her heart blooming with joy. She endeavored to maintain her composure, yet her gaze inevitably drifted towards Su Chen, filled with a mix of shyness, delight, and a sweetness that was subtly concealed, rendering the moment all the more intriguing. Su Chun, noticing her expression, quickly grasped the situation. It seemed this little darling was experiencing a pang of jealousy towards Tuanchuan. How endearing it was. To think she could feel envious of her own daughter. How amusing. Upon arriving home, Tuanchuan and Lele dashed towards their grandparents. Su Dad and Su Mom, initially troubled by the vehicle parked in the garage, instantly brightened upon hearing the cheerful voices of the two little ones. Su Chun and his family had brought groceries, intending to prepare dinner themselves that evening. Yin Bingxue washed her hands and entered to lend a hand. As Su Mom played with Tuanchuan and Lele, she craned her neck to peek into the kitchen. Eventually, she set aside what she was holding and said to Su Dad, "Old Su, I think I should check on what's happening in the kitchen. How could our Chunshin possibly cook?" Su Dad chuckled, grasping his wife's hand. "Why the rush? If the kids want to cook, let them. Can't you just sit back and enjoy the meal? Wasn't it you who said cooking is such a hassle? If someone else could prepare a meal for you, you'd be delighted regardless of the taste." Su Mom replied with a laugh, "I was merely venting a little. Besides, how could I truly let my son and daughter-in-law cook for me? I should go take a look." "There's no need." Su Dad smiled and winked at her, gesturing towards the kitchen. "The young couple is busy in there. What business do you have intruding?" Su Ma suddenly understood. The kitchen is indeed a wonderful place to nurture relationships, and it is beneficial for her son to experiment with cooking. She and Su Ba cannot remain here indefinitely with them. Once they leave, her son's family of four will still need to manage their meals. Thus, with a smile, Su Ma decided to focus on watching cartoons with Tuan Tuan and Lulu, no longer concerning herself with the happenings in the kitchen. Tuan Tuan, engrossed in the show, only half listened to the earlier conversation between her grandparents. With a slightly delayed reaction, she grasped her grandmother's hand and said, "Grandma, don't worry. My daddy cooks really delicious meals." Su Ma chuckled as she gently patted her eldest granddaughter's round little head, not taking the words to heart. Tuan Tuan is her father's #1 fan. No matter how Su Chen's cooking turns out, she will likely declare it delicious. This little one is both sweet-tongued and considerate. In the kitchen, Su Chen was chopping vegetables, his knife skills impeccable, each potato slice uniform in thickness. Yin Bingxue, washing the vegetables nearby, occasionally glanced at Su Chen, increasingly convinced that he was an exceptional father. "Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Your knife work is so refined. It seems as if you've had formal training," she complimented. Su Chen laughed. He had never studied culinary arts, but the chef skills granted by the system were far superior to mere training. "Do you like it? Would you like to learn? If you do, I can teach you. And it won't cost you a thing." Previously, Yin Bingxue had only cared about making money and had never contemplated cooking. The meals she consumed were prepared by Michelin-starred chefs, with ingredients airlifted for maximum freshness, and the chef's culinary prowess was beyond reproach. Moreover, she did not place much emphasis on gastronomic desires. However, after marrying Su Chun, Yin Bingxue felt a shift in her perspective. What had once been her top priority, her career, now seemed to take a back seat, with spending time with family, particularly with Su Chun, Tuan Tuan, and Lulu, becoming the most significant aspect of her life. Having previously vowed to master cooking after her attempt at making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, she was now motivated to contribute to Su Chen's meals. Despite Su Chen's culinary creations being extraordinarily delicious, she yearned to do something for him. With Su Chen juggling 2 jobs at the Extraordinary Group and Lonka Institute, and busy evenings spent in his study, he would scarcely have time to cook. If she could learn his culinary skills, she could prepare warm meals for him to enjoy upon his return home. Recalling the warmth of the soft yellow light in their little rental and the sight of Su Chen having prepared a table full of steaming dishes filled her with immense happiness. She wished to share that happiness with Su Chen. The realization startled her. Encountering Su Chen had led her to contemplate cooking for him, a truly extraordinary feeling. Yin Bingxue lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Yes, please teach me. I'm very clever and learn things incredibly quickly." This was not boastfulness. She had always been a bright girl, proving herself capable of taking over the entire Extraordinary Group at such a young age. "Su Chen, there's a gathering tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" Su Chen was amused by her antics. He took a slender kitchen knife from the rack and handed it to her. "All right. But slicing vegetables is not a skill acquired in a day, dear mother of the child. Be cautious. You might find yourself embarrassed later. Yin Bingxue had just observed Su Chen slicing for quite a while and thought it looked simple and effortless. She was not inclined to believe that this task held any difficulty. Not at all. Soon you will see just how clever I am, she confidently replied, taking the knife and positioning herself beside Su Chen, standing at a height of 1.70 meters, with fair skin and striking legs. She appeared petite and charming next to Su Chen's tall stature. As they stood side by side, Yin Bingxue tilted her head slightly to observe Su Chen's instruction, her delicate features reflecting earnestness. I've got it, she declared emphatically. With that, she picked up a potato, tossed it lightly into the air, and caught it flawlessly, brimming with confidence as she began her performance. To create shreds, one must first slice, she mused. However, she was unprepared for the complexity that ensued after her first cut. Why is this so thick? It needs to be thinner. Wait, if it's thinner, it's no longer a slice. Panic began to rise within her. Initially, Su Chen wanted to laugh, but as he watched her, concern took over. Just as she nearly cut her hand, he swiftly took the knife from her grasp. Yin Bingxue looked startled, her wide almond eyes resembling those of a frightened rabbit. Su Chen gently patted her back, chuckling helplessly. Don't rush. What if you hurt yourself? Your grip on the knife is fine, but your left hand's position is incorrect. Come here, let me show you. He pulled her into his embrace from behind, wrapping his arms around her to help her adopt the correct stance. Their bodies were nearly touching, and Yin Bingxue felt a slight stiffness in her back, her body responding involuntarily as her blood surged to her heart, causing her pulse to race like a drum. She could almost sense Su Chen's solid chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and the subtle expansion of his pectoral muscles. Thump, thump, thump. This was truly overwhelming. After finishing his explanation, Su Chen noticed her face flushed, her fingers rigid. He lowered his gaze, his cheek brushing against her stray hair, and asked, "Why is your heart racing so fast? What are you nervous about? It's just a potato, and besides, it's just the two of us in the kitchen. If you don't cut well, I won't mock you." Though he claimed he wouldn't ridicule her, the corners of his mouth lifted in a broad smile, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Yin Bingxue could hardly withstand the atmosphere, feeling both shy and annoyed. She relinquished the knife and slightly bent to retreat from his embrace, with her hands suddenly empty. Su Chen paused and turned to look at her, only to discover her face was crimson, her gaze darting away from him. Was cutting vegetables truly a cause for such embarrassment? The thought of their earlier position made him chuckle even more. This little lady was far too easily flustered in everyday life. It was utterly endearing. Seeing him smile only intensified her embarrassment, and she turned back to washing the vegetables, declaring, "I'm not learning anymore." Su Chen chuckled. "Are you giving up already? Who is it that claimed to be so clever?" Intelligence need not manifest in culinary skills. Besides, it suffices for just one person in a household to cook, Yin Bingxue retorted. Perhaps even she felt her argument was flimsy, as a playful smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Su Chen shook his head with a smile. "All right. Then I shall take on the role of the chef at home. Oh dear, as a man, a bit of fatigue is nothing, it won't kill me." He said this deliberately, sneaking a glance at Yin Bingxue's reaction. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue grew anxious and quickly turned to him, exclaiming, "I won't let you bear the burden alone. We have a professional chef at home, and we can always dine out. Besides, I will learn to cook properly and help you out." She spoke earnestly, as if making a solemn promise to Su Chen. Su Chen suppressed his laughter and gently pinched her petite nose, saying, "Silly girl, I was just teasing you. How could cooking for you and the children be a burden? I relish it." His words flowed into Yin Bingxue's heart like sweet honey, and despite her pressed lips, she could not contain her smile, the sweetness in her heart threatening to spill over. Continuing with her preparations, she placed the washed vegetables on the countertop and turned to Su Chen, saying, "I might not be home for dinner tomorrow night. Are you going on a business trip?" Su Chen inquired while chopping vegetables. "No," Yin Bingxue hesitated, biting her lip. "There's a gathering in the business circle tomorrow night, and I must attend." "All right, then I'll pick up Tuan Tuan and Lele. It will be fine with just the three of us managing the little ones," Su Chen replied, seemingly unbothered. Seeing that Su Chen did not dwell on it, A hint of urgency stirred within Yin Bingxue. She took a deep breath and addressed him. Honey. Su Chun turned to look at her. The gathering allows partners to accompany, and everyone will be bringing theirs. If I go with someone else or alone, it would be quite inappropriate. So, would you accompany me? She spoke in one breath, her gaze tense as she awaited his response. Would he agree to join her? She wished to seize this opportunity to introduce Su Chun to everyone. To make it known that Yin Bingxue was no longer available and that they should abandon any lingering hopes. Moreover, with so many people at the gathering, his presence would publicly affirm their relationship. Without hesitation, Su Chun replied, Of course. Tomorrow night, right? I'll leave work and go with you. Yin Bingshue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Great. Oh yes, he agreed. Tomorrow, their relationship could finally be made public. She imagined the four of them attending together, dressed elegantly. Unable to contain her thoughts, she began to smile dreamily. So handsome. Seeing her so delighted even while washing vegetables brought a chuckle from Su Chun. Chapter 65. Su Dad and Su Mom are astonished. Son, you are our pride. Dinner was prepared in just over an hour, consisting of 5 dishes and a soup for the 4 adults and 2 children. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised pork ribs, vegetable rapeseed with vermicelli, garlic stir-fried pork, pine nut corn, and a bowl of Westlake beef soup create a delightful medley of flavors, both meaty and vegetarian. As Suma approached the dining table, she was irresistibly enticed by the aroma wafting through the air, her mouth watering in anticipation. While Tuan Tuan and Lula took it all in stride, Su Ba and Su Ma were utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. In utter shock, Su Ma exclaimed, Son, did you prepare all of this? Indeed, replied Su Chun as he untied his apron, which Yin Bingxue deftly took and returned to the kitchen. Su Ba, equally astonished, inquired, When did you acquire such remarkable culinary skills? Though I have yet to taste it, it certainly appears delectable. The fragrance is intoxicating, and the colors are splendid. Yin Bingxue emerged with bowls and chopsticks, and they all gathered around the table. Unable to contain her excitement, Suma urged, Let us dig in. I can hardly wait to sample the meal prepared by my son for the very first time. She took a bite of the shredded potatoes, which were perfectly balanced in their sweet and sour flavors. The potatoes were cooked to perfection, each strand crisp and delightful, igniting a joyous dance upon her palate. It's absolutely delicious. Old Su, you must try this. Our son's culinary prowess is truly remarkable. Su Ba savored a piece of his favorite twice-cooked pork. The premium 3-layered meat devoid of any greasiness, the lean meat tender and succulent, enhanced by the fragrant aroma of fresh garlic. Simply exquisite. Unable to restrain himself, Su Ba gave a thumbs up to his son. Son, this twice-cooked pork is truly delightful, surpassing even your mother's. Before he could finish his compliment, he suddenly remembered that his wife was right beside him and quickly amended, Each has its own distinct charm. Nevertheless, they are both incredibly tasty, haha. Su Ba's sudden bout of self-preservation elicited laughter from both Su Chun and Yin Bingxue. Meanwhile, Tuan Tuan and Lulu were busy gnawing on the ribs, their mouths greasy as they declared, Grandpa and Grandma, I told you, my dad is an exceptional cook. Indeed, it's delicious, truly scrumptious. Suma joyfully devoured 2 large bowls. A stark contrast to her usual modest single bowl at dinner, a habit developed over the years. However, today, her son's cooking was simply too delectable, igniting an insatiable appetite within her. After the meal, Yin Bingxue took on the task of washing the dishes, while Su Ba and Su Ma seized the opportunity to call Su Chun into the room for a private conversation. Son, what has transpired during your university years? How have you become such an accomplished cook? Your dishes surpass even those served in fine dining establishments. Su Ma inquired, gently patting her belly. With a smile, Su Chun replied, What is so remarkable about it? Mom, I'm clever and self-taught. Su Ma shot him a playful glare, her lips curling into a smile. You little rascal, you have no sense of humility whatsoever. Su Ba interjected, Our son's skills are exceptional. There is no need for excessive modesty. Son, your cooking truly surpasses that of 5-star chefs. Suma nodded. Indeed, my son, you now have your own little family, and you are quite the cook. Your father and I can rest easy. We were initially concerned that after I leave, you and your family would fall into the same routine as those young ones in the news, relying on takeout daily. We worried for your health. Rest assured, Mother, along with Bing Xue, would never resort to eating takeout every day. Tuan and Lele are still quite young. Even if we neglect ourselves, we must consider the children. Suchin replied with a smile. Upon hearing her son's words, Suma's face lit up with joy as she grasped his hand. Chinchin, you have truly grown up. Seeing you like this fills my heart with happiness. Tears welled in her eyes, and she wiped them away. Remembering the purpose of calling her son over today, she glanced at Su Ba. Old Su, please hand over the car keys. Suchin looked at his parents in confusion. Su Ba produced the keys to the Rolls-Royce and handed them to Su Chun, saying, Son, while you were out today, your mother and I were tidying up the garage when someone delivered a car for you and asked us to give you these keys. Oh, right. I had someone bring the car back. Su Chin casually accepted them. Su Ba and Su Ma exchanged glances, and Su Ma thoughtfully continued, Son, your father and I are aware that you are doing quite well now, with a flourishing career, and we need not worry about your future. However, having purchased such a large house in Zhonghai and spent so much money, you must be low on funds. She gently nudged Su Ba, who promptly produced a bank card. Su Ma handed the card to Su Chin, saying, Son, this card contains some savings from your father and me, not much, just a few $100,000. We originally intended it for your down payment, to ensure you, your wife, and the children have a home. But since you have already settled the house, we thought this money could be used to buy a car for your daily commute and to pick up the kids. Mother, there's no need. Suchin gently pushed aside the bank card with a smile. This is the hard-earned money of you two. Keep it for yourselves. Now that I am doing well, you need not be so frugal. Enjoy life, eat well, and drink well. Your happiness allows me to venture out with peace of mind. Suma shook her head. Son, you must take this card. I understand that men have their pride. While this amount may not be sufficient for a luxury vehicle like the one in the garage, it is enough for a reliable car for your needs. Listen to your parents and use this money to buy a decent vehicle. You should no longer rely on rentals. Rentals? Suchin asked, puzzled. Yes, Suma replied. I've noticed we often switch between the nanny car and other vehicles. Now there's an expensive car in the garage. We know it must be one you secretly rented. Such an extravagant rental is no small expense. Chinchin, as the head of your family, you must allocate your finances wisely. This car, mother, please. Suchin interrupted, exasperated. At this moment, Su Ba quickly interjected, Chinchin, your mother and I share the same sentiment. We know you are capable, but having just graduated, your career is still in its infancy. If you desire a vehicle, let us use this money to purchase one, and once you earn more, you can upgrade. Dad, Mom. Suchin chuckled, shaking his head. Who told you I was renting a car? The car in the garage originally belonged to me. Today, I drove it out, and when I returned, Ice and Snow came to pick me up. I simply had her driver bring it back. It is not a rental. Is it truly yours? Su Dad and Su Mom exchanged glances. Su Dad remained skeptical and shook his head. Son, please do not deceive us just to put your mother and me at ease. That vehicle is a Rolls-Royce. The least expensive model costs over $6 million. Moreover, that particular car does not appear to be a base model. It must be worth several tens of millions. How could you possibly afford such an extravagant purchase? I told you, during my university years, I earned a considerable amount. If I can afford such an expensive house, surely I can also buy a car, Suchin replied. Su Dad and Su Mom pondered for a moment, and the logic began to resonate. Son, is this car genuinely yours? Su Mom inquired. Suchin nodded emphatically, absolutely. If you doubt me, I can show you the vehicle registration. A rental car does not possess a registration certificate. My driving license is my own, and the vehicle registration certificate is the car's official documentation, with each vehicle's chassis number being unique. Su Chan retrieved the registration certificate from his wallet to show his parents. Upon seeing it, Su Dad and Su Mom were instantly taken aback. Son, you have truly made remarkable achievements. Su Dad exclaimed with delight. I have never had the opportunity to ride in, let alone drive, such an exquisite vehicle. You actually purchased a Rolls-Royce. My son is truly extraordinary. Chapter 66. An unusual evening. Now that Su Mom knew the car was indeed her son's, she felt a wave of relief and joyfully embraced him, exclaiming, Chinchin, You are simply incredible. Your father and I are immensely proud of you." After reveling in their happiness for a moment, Su's dad suddenly asked, "Son, which model is this car? I couldn't find any information online. How much did it cost?" Suchin hesitated for a moment, deciding to mention a more common phantom price. His parents, upon seeing the Rolls-Royce emblem, were alarmed and urged him to be cautious. If they were to discover that the car was valued at 1.7 billion, they might faint from shock, perhaps even suspecting him of engaging in illicit activities. Parents worry whether their child is struggling or thriving. If they are doing too well, they fear it may be through unlawful means. "It's just a Phantom, albeit a custom version that I ordered myself. That's why you couldn't find a price online. It's a bit more expensive than the standard model, around 7 million. I purchased it outright, without any loans, so you need not worry." Upon hearing the price, Su's dad and Su's mom gasped in astonishment. However, considering that their son could afford such a grand house and an impressive car, the couple felt genuine joy and pride. "Chin, I am at a loss for words. How can you be so remarkable? I might even wake up laughing from dreams tonight." Su's dad patted Suchin on the shoulder with tears in his eyes. "Son, you have secured a good job and a bright future. With the major concerns of housing, transportation, and marriage resolved, your mother and I have little to worry about. Having a child like you brings us immense happiness." "Indeed, son. I believe your father and I must have accumulated great fortune over several lifetimes to be blessed with such an obedient, intelligent, and capable son." Suchin gazed at his parents, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart. To bring pride to their parents, he, as their son, feels an immense joy. "All right, Mom and Dad, it's time for you to reclaim this card. Your son no longer requires your lifetime savings. You should keep it for yourselves and spend it wisely. Should you find it insufficient, feel free to ask me. Now, it is my turn to provide you with some pocket money." Suma smiled broadly. "Oh, you little rascal. Your father and I are still in good health. We do not need you to support us. We will continue to save this money, which we shall use as a betrothal gift when you and your fiancé hold your wedding." Suba nodded in agreement. "Yes, son, you are doing splendidly. And you have already obtained your marriage certificate with your fiancé. It is indeed time to consider the wedding." However, Suchin had not yet contemplated the wedding preparations. He had yet to meet Yin Bingshua's parents. As the chairman and lady of the Chaofin group, he wondered how well they would get along. Nevertheless, irrespective of his future in-law's disposition, he was determined to gain their approval for his union with Yin Bingshue. When Suba and Suma were at home, they enjoyed playing with their grandchildren, not only out of affection for their grandchildren, but also to afford Suchin and Yin Bingshue more opportunities for private moments together. Thus, after dinner and washing the dishes, the elderly couple encouraged them to retreat to their room, while they took the grandchildren to their bedroom to lull them to sleep. Upon entering their room at 8 o'clock, Yin Bingshue had no pressing work today. As they gazed at each other, the main bedroom seemed to suddenly radiate warmth. Suchin scratched his head. "Should I take a shower?" Yin Bingshue blinked. Her cheeks flushed. "You go ahead. I'll wait to shower afterward." "All right. I'll be quick," Suchin replied nonchalantly. As Yin Bingshue watched him enter the bathroom, she gently fanned herself, her left hand brushing her cheek, which felt incredibly warm. How could she possibly win over Suchin? Since the very first day of their marriage, they had shared the same bed, yet after all this time, there had been no progress whatsoever. Yin Bingshue pulled out her phone and opened a novel that Gu Yusin had sent her, titled The Cold CEO's Nightly Indulgence. Just the title made her blush. Surely it contained lessons on how to win over one's partner? Engrossed in the story, she failed to notice Suchin emerging from the bathroom. "Bingshue? Bingshue?" Suchin called out, raising his voice. Startled, Yin Bingshue quickly tossed her phone aside, her cheeks aflame as she looked up at him with alarmed eyes. How did you come out?" Suchin, drying his damp hair, chuckled in confusion. "I finished my shower and came out." "What's wrong? What were you looking at? I've called your name several times." Yin Bingshue hurriedly retrieved her phone, swiftly clearing the recent activity, and grabbed her pajamas, rushing into the bathroom. The only sound left in the room was her voice. "I'm going to take a shower." Inside the bathroom, Yin Bingshue gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her complexion radiant, her eyes sparkling like stars, and her lips glistening with a hint of moisture. Oh dear. It's all Gu Yusin's fault. What kind of novel is this? She took a few deep breaths and quickly turned on the cold water to cool down. After a few minutes of a cold shower, Yin Bingxue was shivering, her teeth chattering, but her mind finally began to clear. She hastily turned on the hot water, wary of catching a cold in such frigid temperatures. Su Chun, having towel-dried his hair to a damp state, picked up his notebook to review the materials he obtained from Lonka Institute. The current research and development level of the extraordinary group had reached a leading standard, yet to create the mech he envisioned, many programs and materials were still inadequate. Lonka Institute stood as a hallmark of scientific advancement in Longhua, with much of its resources reserved strictly for military and research purposes. Even many of its esteemed scholars were not privy to certain information. However, Elder Yuan had been entirely forthcoming with Su Chun. They had signed a confidentiality agreement, and both Lonka Institute and the nation of Longhua were willing to provide Su Chun with all necessary resources, of course, within the bounds of their capabilities. Thus, all the secrets of Lonka Institute were open to him without restriction. After reviewing the technical capabilities of Lonka Institute, Su Chun felt reassured. From an internal systems perspective, it was evident that the military systems in Longhua were significantly more advanced, although there remained a gap between his expectations and reality. He was confident that with Lonka Institute's provisions, he would soon resolve the system issues. Are you still busy? Yin Bingshue's voice broke through his thoughts. Su Chun promptly set his notebook aside and smiled. No, I was just browsing. Since you've finished your shower, let us go to bed. Yin Bingshue nodded, a faint warmth blossoming in her heart. Su Chun was waiting for her to finish bathing before they could rest together. Yet, why was he waiting for her? Could it be that tonight? Chapter 67. Yin Bingshue caught a glimmer of light danced in Yin Bingshue's eyes as she approached the dressing table to apply her skincare products. After a moment's contemplation, she lit a solid aromatherapy candle, the delicate scent of jasmine wafting through the air, intended to enhance the ambience. Once she finished, she slowly made her way to the bedside and lay down. They lay side by side. The spacious round bed could easily accommodate 2 more individuals. Su Chun turned to her and said, "Since it's rare for us to rest so early, let us turn in for the night. Shall I turn off the lights?" Yin Bingshue nodded, her hands gently tugging at the covers. It was indeed preferable to turn off the lights with them on. She would feel too shy to lean against Su Chun. How delightful it would be if he took the initiative. As soon as the lights were extinguished, the room was engulfed in darkness. Yin Bingshue closed her eyes for a moment before opening them again, gradually acclimatizing to the dim surroundings. Why was Su Chun so still? Was he really going to sleep this early? Pouting in mild frustration, she clenched her fists. Fine, she would take the initiative. I'll shift over. Yin Bingshue feigned a turn, inching closer to Su Chun. He remained unresponsive. Gritting her teeth, she turned again, reducing the distance between them. Still no reaction. She continued to move closer. In the darkness, senses were heightened, and Su Chun could clearly hear the rustling of Yin Bingshue shifting, the space between them diminishing. This little girl could have simply expressed her desire to be closer, rather than resorting to these elaborate antics. As Yin Bingshue approached, preparing for one final roll, Su Chun unexpectedly reached out and pulled her firmly into his embrace. What are you doing? Yin Bingshue exclaimed, startled, and immediately felt a wave of regret wash over her. Oh dear, what are you doing, Yin Bingshue? Didn't you want him to take the initiative? Why do you say such things the moment he does? Su Chun couldn't possibly think that she would withdraw just because she hadn't explicitly consented. Could he? She certainly hadn't objected. In fact, she desperately wanted to topple him over. Unaware of the turmoil within the young lady, Su Chun held her close, gently patting her back as if soothing a child to sleep. All right, it's time to sleep. Good night. Just like that? It wasn't time for sleep yet. Yin Bingshue felt like crying. However, a thought struck her. Since they were already in each other's arms, wouldn't it be much easier to make her move on him? Yet, she was frightened. She needed a plan to topple him, but simply lunging at him felt far too bold. What kind of plan could she devise? Before she could formulate a strategy, Yin Bingshue had already drifted into a dreamy slumber. Whether it was the soothing aroma or the warmth of Su Chun's embrace that lulled her into sleep, she found herself enveloped in a deep dream. Throughout the first half of the night, Her dreams were filled with the embarrassment of toppling Su Chen, but soon the dreamscape shifted into something bizarre. She found herself wandering alone in a desert, the sun overhead transforming the world into a vast furnace, and the heat made her sweat profusely. It was unbearable. She felt parched, and her head throbbed. Meanwhile, Su Chen was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly roused by a sound of distress. Blinking awake, he noticed that Yin Bingxue had kicked off all the blankets. The warmth radiating from her was alarming. "Bingxue, are you all right?" He reached out to touch her forehead, only to find it feverishly hot. Su Chen quickly sat up, turned on the bedside lamp, and gently called her name. "Bingxue, Bingxue." She offered no response, her consciousness fogged by the fever. As she mumbled incoherently, her pale lips dry and peeling. Seeing this, Su Chen frowned and rose from the bed. The elders and children were already asleep, and he wished to spare them worry, so he hurried downstairs to fetch the medicine box. He took her temperature with a thermometer, 39.2 degrees, which confirmed a high fever. How had she suddenly fallen ill? With no time to ponder, Su Chen quickly prepared some fever-reducing medicine and a cooling patch, placing them on the bedside table to cool down. He then fetched a basin of water from the bathroom and used a damp towel to wipe her face and hands. She was burning up, as if she were a furnace herself. After tending to her face and hands, he continued to wipe her neck with the towel. Yin Bingxue was clad in a cotton nightgown, the neckline modestly cut, barely brushing against her neck and collarbone. However, she was now soaked through, the fabric clinging to her skin, undoubtedly causing her discomfort. Su Chen contemplated briefly before setting down the towel and placing a cooling patch on her forehead. He then grasped the cooled fever medicine, supporting Yin Bingxue as he helped her sit up, while holding a cup of water in the other hand. "Bingxue, awaken and take your medicine," he urged. Yet, she remained ensconced in her feverish dreams, her lips slightly parted in a daze. Unable to rouse her, Su Chen resorted to gently administering the medication. Half of it went down, while the other half was rejected, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. Having done all he could, Su Chen refrained from resting, with her fever raging. If 2 hours passed without improvement, a hospital visit would be inevitable. In her dream, Yin Bingxue wandered through a desolate desert when suddenly a figure appeared, offering her water. Just as she felt herself on the brink of fainting, the water revived her somewhat. And upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find it was Su Chen who had provided the drink. His hand, cool against her forehead, felt like a lifeline amidst the desert's heat, prompting her to instinctively grasp it tightly. After half an hour had elapsed, her temperature had decreased to 39 degrees. Yet there was little improvement, and her perspiration had intensified. The blanket beneath her was dampened as well. This was untenable, with her clothing soaked and the bedding likewise. It seemed futile to remain in such conditions even after taking the fever medication. Su Chen gently lifted her and placed her on the sofa, replacing the damp sheets with fresh linens and holding a clean nightgown in hand. However, as he reached out to change her clothes, he hesitated. Should he change her or not? Sleeping in wet clothing was certainly inadvisable, yet to undress her would lay everything bare before him. A tumult of internal conflict surged within Su Chen. He looked at Yin Bingxue and said, "Dear mother of our child, if you do not awaken soon, I shall truly have to assist you with your clothing." This was merely a necessity given the circumstances, was it not? "You are unwell, and I cannot allow you to continue in this damp nightgown. My intention is solely for your well-being, so when you awaken tomorrow, do not accuse me of impropriety. Would you prefer to change yourself? I shall count to 10, and if you do not rise, I shall take action. 1, 2, 3. Su Chen cleared his throat. 10. This is your tacit agreement. I shall proceed. Chapter 68. The family of 4 in matching outfits as he spoke. He reached for the hem of Yin Bingxue's nightgown. Just as his fingers brushed the fabric, a startled and somewhat hoarse voice broke through. "What are you doing?" Yin Bingxue had awoken. Just in the nick of time. Su Chen stood up immediately, adopting a serious demeanor. "Dear mother of our child, you are finally awake. This is splendid. Now, you may change your nightgown yourself." Covering her chest with one hand, she looked at Su Chen with a mixture of shock and embarrassment. "Why am I on the sofa? What happened to the changed sheets? Did I soil them?" Yin Bingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that such a commotion had lulled her to sleep? Noticing her wandering thoughts, Suchin promptly tapped her gently on the forehead and chuckled. You had a fever in the middle of the night, and your bed was soaked. I had to change it. And you should change your clothes, too, to avoid alternating between chills and heat that could hinder your recovery. Yin Bingxue paused, her hand instinctively reaching for her forehead where a cooling patch was still affixed. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly snatched the pajamas from Suchin's hands and dashed into the bathroom. After changing into fresh clothes and splashing her face with water, she felt significantly better. Gazing into the mirror at her pale reflection, a faint smile crept onto her lips. So, the events of her dreams were indeed real. She had fallen ill, and it was Suchin who had come to her rescue, tending to her with such care. Although she had been unconscious, she had sensed his presence in her dreams. He had administered her medicine and wiped her face. Despite feeling sticky all over, her face and neck felt refreshing, undoubtedly due to Suchin's attentions. But why had he only wiped her neck? In such a feverish state, she had been unresponsive. Even if he had done something, she wouldn't have known. Yin Bingxue glanced down at her body and pouted softly. Could it be that I lacked charm? With a huff, she used warm water to cleanse her body in the bathroom and emerged clad in crisp, clean pajamas. She hurried to bed, where Suchin patted the spot beside him. Yin Bingxue lay down and looked up at him, who was propped up at the edge of the bed. Thank you, she said. What? Suchin, focused on ensuring the blanket was snug, replied. Thank you for taking care of me. Did I wake you up, keeping you from sleeping? Yin Bingxue asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Suchin chuckled lightly, teasingly pinching her nose. What are you talking about? I am your child's father. With you in such a state, how could I sleep soundly beside you? Silly girl. He took a thermometer and checked her temperature near her ear. Sighing in relief upon seeing the reading, 373. Although you still have a slight fever, it's much better than before. You should get some sleep. You should be fine by tomorrow. And you? Yin Bingxue inquired. I'll sleep later. You rest first. I'm not feeling sleepy right now, Suchin replied, settling himself beside her. Though she had intended to continue their conversation, the effects of the fever and the medicine soon overcame her, and she drifted off to sleep. Throughout the latter half of the night, she intermittently heard the gentle beeping of the thermometer Suchin had cared for her all night long. The following morning, when Yin Bingxue awoke, Suchin was still in slumber. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of his handsome face, magnified and close. One of his hands rested protectively on the blanket covering her, as if to guard against the chill. A smile graced her lips, and in high spirits, she mouthed silently. Good morning, my idol. The two of them finally made their way downstairs at 8 o'clock, where Sue's mother had already prepared breakfast. Tuan Tuan and Lulu sat at the table, sipping congee, when they looked up at their parents and exclaimed, Daddy and Mommy are being lazy. Suma chuckled with a hint of flirtation. It's nothing. It's good for the young ones to sleep in a bit longer. Haha. Yin Bingshue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she took a step back, hiding behind Suchin. Suchin, with a helpless smile, said to his mother, Mom, what are you saying in front of the children? We just stayed up late last night, so we woke up late today. Besides, you and Dad are here, so I can sleep in without worry. Suma playfully nudged her son and whispered, I understand. What do you understand, Mom? You're just imagining things. Suma didn't give him a chance to explain and happily hummed a little tune as she headed into the kitchen. I've prepared warm lean meat congee for you, and I've added red dates and goji berries. Make sure to drink plenty to nourish your bodies. As Yin Bingxue took a sip of the congee, she felt her empty stomach yearn for something warm after a night of fever. However, upon hearing Suma's words, she choked and started coughing. Suma laughed even more flirtatiously, while Suchun helplessly patted Yin Bingshue's back, caught between amusement and irritation. Today, Suchun had a morning engagement at Lonka Institute, followed by an afternoon at the Chao Fan Group. The two jobs did not conflict, as the nature of the work was the same, and he had discussed a shared research process with Old Yuan. As it neared the end of the workday, Assistant Zhang approached him. Mr. Su, the president requests your presence. Suchin went to Yin Bingshue's office and found Tuan Tuan and Lila already returned. Today, they looked quite different from usual. Tuan Tuan typically sported a meticulously styled hairdo, and while Yin Bingxue was a formidable figure, she never overlooked her daughter's attire. Tuan Tuan adored her princess dresses, And with the various fancy hairstyles Yin Bingxue prepared for her each day, she resembled a fairy tale princess. However, today, Tuan Tuan appeared distinctly different. The little girl had opted for a simple high ponytail, with her bangs lightly curled, exuding a playful charm. She was dressed in a casual outfit of white and pink, looking both clean and adorable. "Do you like Tuan Tuan's new clothes, Daddy?" she asked eagerly. "Of course. My Tuan Tuan is a little fashionista. She looks adorable in anything she wears." Su Chen's eyes were filled with affection for his daughter, who was simply captivating in her ensemble. Lulu had also donned new attire and was sitting with his sister, eagerly awaiting Su Chen's arrival. Today, he was dressed in charming white and blue sportswear. His hair styled into a cute little slick back, revealing his fair face. However, when Su Chen arrived, his gaze was solely on his daughter, seemingly oblivious to his son's presence. Feeling a bit miffed, Lila straightened his back and leaned closer to Tuan Tuan, trying diligently to capture Su Chen's attention. Only then did Su Chen notice his son, who looked endearing in his outfit. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that the attire of both the son and daughter is of the same style. Oh, how utterly adorable these two little treasures are. Su Chen, noticing his son's subtle intentions, immediately added, "Lele, your outfit today is simply stunning. Boys look exceptionally handsome in casual wear." Upon receiving his father's praise, Lele's face lit up with joy as he bit his lip, striving to conceal his happiness. As Su Chen surveyed the office, he found no sign of Yin Bingxue and inquired of Tuan Tuan and Lele, "Where is your mother?" Tuan Tuan pointed towards the lounge, stating, "Mom is changing her clothes." No sooner had the words left his lips than the lounge door swung open, revealing Yin Bingxue, who walked out gracefully, her beauty captivating enough to hold one's gaze. Dressed in a casual outfit that mirrored Tuan Tuan's, with a lovely pink and white combination, she radiated a luminous aura. Her elongated neck resembled that of a swan, slender and enchanting. Strangely, her casual attire accentuated her figure, making her appear even taller, despite being enveloped in fabric. This was a different Yin Bingxue, and today she was indeed a vision of beauty. Noticing Su Chen's gaze fixed upon her, her lips slightly pursed, her eyes revealing a hint of shyness. "What prompted this sudden change in style today?" Su Chen inquired, admiring the beauty of the children's mother and her offspring. Yin Bingxue explained, "Since the gathering is at a casual entertainment venue, I thought casual attire would be more convenient. We have prepared a set for you as well. Would you like to change?" She retrieved a brand new outfit from the table, its color indicating it was a matching set, yet distinct from Lele's. Being a blue and white combination, Su Chen found the notion quite intriguing. How delightful it would be for the family to don matching outfits. "Daddy, hurry and change. We will all look alike." Tuan Tuan eagerly tugged at Su Chen's hand, pulling him towards her mother. With a few strides, Su Chen approached, took the clothes, and glanced at Yin Bingxue, then at Tuan Tuan and Lele, who all regarded him with expectant eyes. He flashed a charming smile and said, "All right, I shall change." He entered the lounge, while outside, Tuan Tuan covered her mouth, giggling. "Daddy will look incredibly handsome in that outfit." "Mommy, you look beautiful today." Lele, taking out Yin Bingxue's phone, softly reminded, "Mommy, you can take a picture." Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue praised her son, exclaiming, "Lele, you are brilliant. Once Daddy joins us, we will capture a memorable photo together." She picked up the phone, opened the camera, and kept her gaze fixed on the lounge door, waiting for Su Chen to emerge. When he finally stepped out, she was momentarily entranced, unable to press the shutter. How handsome, she thought. Her man looked exceptionally dashing. This casual outfit accentuated Su Chen's tall silhouette, showcasing the clean and sharp demeanor of a young man, complemented by his striking features, resembling a male model stepping off the runway. "Wow, Daddy looks so handsome. Mommy, did you take a picture?" With a startled exclamation, Tuan Tuan drew Yin Bingxue's attention back. She immediately pressed the camera button, capturing several shots in quick succession before saving them. This photograph would be a cherished keepsake for her to secretly admire later. Observing the joyful smiles of the three women, Su Chen couldn't help but wink charmingly. "How can we take a picture of just me? This is our family's first time wearing matching outfits. We must capture a family portrait." With that, he retrieved his phone, settled onto the sofa, and embraced Yin Bingxue with one arm, while holding Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei with the other, creating a delightful family photo. At 6 in the evening, a Rolls-Royce pulled up to the entrance of the club. Su Chun was the first to alight, walking to the passenger side to open the door for Yin Bingxue, while Assistant Zhang helped Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei out. This leisure club was a sprawling estate, featuring various areas. As Su Chun glanced around, he noticed facilities including a racing arena, shooting range, climbing wall, golf course, and billiard halls. Truly a comprehensive venue for the affluent. Their destination was the restaurant, where dinner awaited before they indulged in some activities. The restaurant was already bustling with patrons. At a large round table, most of the guests were affluent young scions from Shanghai, all of similar age and enjoying each other's company. If Su Chun had arrived at that moment, he would likely have recognized two familiar faces at the table, Jiang Hui and Cui Haoyu. Unlike the others who were engaged in lively discussions, the two sat in a corner, making an effort to remain inconspicuous, deliberately avoiding participation in the ongoing conversation about Yin Bingxue. Esteemed gentlemen, the Yin family's young lady will be joining us this evening. Are you all prepared? Spoke the young master of the chief family, his upturned peach blossom eyes betraying his flirtatious nature. Prepared for what? Who doesn't know that the Yin family's young lady has no intention of marrying? Does Qi Xiao really intend to pursue that? Another young master jested. Qi chuckled, playfully kicking the chair of the man who spoke. Come now, Zheng Ping, you rascal. Who wouldn't be enamored by a woman as beautiful and capable as the Yin family's young lady? Are you claiming you're not interested? Moreover, she remained unmarried all these years, and the old man is eager. I recently heard he's looking for a suitable match for her. So we all have a chance. A derisive scoff interrupted the table's atmosphere. Qi turned to the man lounging with his legs crossed, holding a tablet. Yu Xiao. What do you mean by that? Yu Zhenyu lifted his gaze, smiling at Qi. Oh, nothing, Qi Xiao. I merely find your words amusing. Who isn't aware that your family has recently allied with a prominent political family. Your business is flourishing, and it's only natural for you to be attracted to Miss Yin. After all, the chief family has a penchant for prospering through women. Yu Zhenyu, don't overstep. Don't think we're unaware. You're just as fond of Miss Yin. Yet you've pursued her for 8 years. Has she even spared you a glance? Don't sour the grapes just because you can't reach them. Qi retorted with a cold smirk. Yu Zhenyu was struck at his vulnerable point, his lips twitching slightly as he retorted, Who are you to judge whether I feel sour? At the very least, I have an 8-year rapport with Miss Yin, while you, a mere nobody, probably lack the qualifications to even converse with her. Miss Yin embarked on her entrepreneurial journey at the tender age of 18, established her own brand at 20, and took over the extraordinary group by 24. She is a person who speaks through her capabilities. Qi, you ought to assess your worth. Do you, a mere heir reliant on parental support, even deserve to be in her presence? You are crossing the line, Yu Zhenyu. Qi exclaimed, rising with agitation, the atmosphere thick with tension as it seemed a clash was imminent. Cui Haoyu glanced at the two and pulled Qi back. Aware that their families had long-standing ties, it would be inappropriate for him to remain passive if a quarrel erupted. Young Master Qi, do temper your fury. What is the point of this dispute? Miss Yin has long been committed. Cui Haoyu recalled that night of utter humiliation and could not suppress a frustrated sigh. The rest of the table, save for Jiang Hui, was taken aback. What? Qi expressed disbelief. Cui Xiao, what are you saying? Who doesn't he know that Miss Yin, despite having a pair of twins, remains unmarried? Yin Lao is troubled by this matter. Cui Haoyu shot him a disdainful glance. You know about her twins. Yet do you truly believe they were born without a father? Surely, she must have a partner. What father? Miss Yin has always been single. Qi persisted in his incredulity. Cui Haoyu, weary of the conversation, curtly stated, regardless, Miss Yin is already married. He had encountered her at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and there could be no mistake. This assertion elicited laughter not only from Qi Yi, but even from Yu Zhenyu. Cui Xiao, spreading such rumors could lead to legal repercussions. Believe it or not, Cui Haoyu retorted irritably, causing the crowd to ponder the possibility. Could it be that Yin Bingxue genuinely tied the knot? Yet, they were all oblivious to this development. Where had Cui Haoyu obtained this information? After all, Yin Lao had recently been orchestrating marriage prospects for his daughter. If Yin Bingxue were married, how could such news be concealed? As the crowd remained in suspense, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the main hall. The Yin family entered, immediately drawing numerous onlookers, most of whom greeted Yin Bingxue, while others curiously stole glances at Su Chun, speculating about the identity of the handsome gentleman accompanying her. Chapter 70. Yin Bingxue's Bold Confession. Upon seeing Yin Bingxue's arrival, the individuals at the table promptly stood. The seating arrangement had been predetermined, with the younger generation gathered at one table. Thus Yin Bingxue's place was already designated here. Everyone awaited her approach. Having greeted everyone in her vicinity, Yin Bingxue finally made her way over. Accompanied by Su Chen and the twins, Tuan Tuan and Lulu, Qi Yi and Yu Zhanyu, witnessing the tall and handsome man beside Yin Bingxue, exchanged glances of astonishment. A similar expression of shock was mirrored on the faces of Cui Haoyu and Jiang Hui, the latter bending slightly at the waist. Unable to resist the urge to bow his head upon seeing Su Chen, the gathering maintained its lively atmosphere, yet Yin Bingxue did not survey the entire assembly. She merely turned to Su Chen and remarked, "This is our spot. Let us take our seats." The two settled in, with Tuan Tuan and Lila nestled between them, creating a harmonious tableau of family unity. Eugenia was taken aback, as the resemblance between Lulu and Su Chen was striking. Could it be that this man was indeed the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu? If so, what glimmer of hope remained for Yin Bingxue and him? Qi Yi, seated beside Su Chen, scrutinized him intently. The resemblance between this man and Lulu was uncanny. Could he truly be the children's father? Unwilling to accept this possibility, Qi Yi craned his neck towards Yin Bingxue and inquired, "Miss Yin, might you introduce your companion to us?" Yin Bingxue was preoccupied, gently fixing Tuan Tuan's disheveled hair, and did not respond immediately. Qi Yi then turned his attention to Su Chen, directly asking, "Sir, I am Qi Yi. May I inquire your name?" Su Chen offered a slight nod and introduced himself. "I am Su Chen, the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu." Qi Yi's expression shifted dramatically, nearly inciting his ire. The father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Could it be that Su Chen was indeed Yin Bingxue's husband? Eugeniu, seated directly across from Su Chen, scrutinized him closely, placing down his tablet while his fists clenched tightly. "Mr. Su is the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu?" he queried. Su Chen nodded in affirmation. "And where, may I ask, have you been employed in recent years? I must admit, I have not heard of you before." "And it seems the Su family is not well known in Zhonghai," Eugeniu stated, his thoughts clear. He reasoned that while Su Chen bore a resemblance to Lulu, it did not necessarily confirm his paternity. After all, if they were indeed a family of four now, what of the past 3 years? Where had Su Chen been during Yin Bingxue's pregnancy? What of his whereabouts as Tuan Tuan and Lila grew up? A genuine father could not possibly emerge only when Tuan Tuan and Lila turned 3. Su Chen candidly replied, "A few years ago, I was still in university. I just graduated this year and have yet to attend the graduation ceremony." The room fell silent in astonishment. Yin Bingxue had chosen a university student? Qi Yi, now realizing the implications, exchanged a knowing glance with Eugeniu. Despite their previous near conflict, they found common ground in their newfound adversary, Su Chen. Qi Yi, aware of Su Chen's recent graduation, was now convinced that he could not possibly be the father of the two children. How could Yin Bingxue have borne a child with a university student? "May I inquire about Mr. Su's family background?" Qi Yi continued, "Please do not take offense. We are all acquaintances here, and we are familiar with each other's family businesses. As this is your first visit, we are simply eager to learn more, especially considering potential future business interactions." Upon hearing this, Su Chen quickly grasped the underlying motives. Curious about his family background, he candidly replied, "Both of my parents are educators, currently involved in textbook compilation at the Education Bureau." "Oh," Qi Yi responded with a knowing tone, the smile at the corners of his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. The profession of teaching is certainly respectable. However, it differs greatly from their world. Here, everyone is a businessman, amassing great wealth. While Su Chen's parents are merely small officials within the system, how much money could they possibly have? At that moment, Eugeniu burst into raucous laughter, gazing at Su Chen and remarking, "Mr. Su, it must be quite an adjustment for you being in such an environment for the first time, right?" Not at all. I find it rather enjoyable, Su Chen replied with calmness. Yu Jinyu scoffed, provocatively stating, is that so? I assume Mr. Su would feel a tad out of place, considering you've probably never attended such a gathering before. With that, he turned his attention to Yan Bingxue, saying, Bingxue, I understand you're not fond of your father's attempts to arrange a marriage for you. But surely you need to drag someone unqualified to deflect his concerns and ours? Having finally tidied her hair, Yan Bingxue lifted her head upon hearing this, her face turning cold as she cast a piercing glance in their direction. Have you all finished your inquiries? Who are you to discuss my partner here? Yu Jinyu was taken aback by her direct confrontation, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. Meanwhile, Qi Yi chimed in, Miss Yan, we comprehend your dissatisfaction with the marriage arrangements. However, you shouldn't bring in some inexperienced boy to fool us. The disdain in his words towards Su Chen was unmistakable. Just as Su Chen was about to respond, Yan Bingxue slammed her palm on the table. The force was not overwhelming, yet it silenced everyone present. All eyes turned to her as she raised her chin, her exquisite features radiating a frosty demeanor, her gaze piercing through the crowd as she spoke coldly. Fool you? You all seem to think too highly of yourselves. Even if your homes lack mirrors, there are water cups before you. Take a good look at your own faces. Who among you is worthy to speak of my partner? Is my Su Chen a name you are fit to utter? Allow me to clarify. I brought him here today to make it clear that I, Yan Bingxue, am no longer available. Should anyone dare to mention marriage in my presence again, know that the legal team of the extraordinary group is not to be trifled with. Moreover, if anyone continues to slander Su Chen, I will ensure you understand just how formidable a son-in-law from the Yin family can be. Seeing her fierce defense of Su Chen, Yu Jinyu grew anxious, exclaiming, Bingxue, what has come over you? What is so special about this Su Chen? He is merely a boy from an ordinary background. He may be approaching you solely for your wealth. Be silent. Yan Bingxue retorted sharply. Yu Jinyu, it seems you did not quite grasp my previous statement. Speak another word. And prepare to receive a letter from the extraordinary lawyers. Her words brought a hush over the crowd. With her commanding presence, Yan Bingxue turned her gaze back to Su Chen, a gentle smile emerging at the corners of her mouth, her eyes softening with warmth. A stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. Su Chen felt a surge of joy, appreciating the unique charm of his fiery partner. Beautiful and poised, Yan Bingxue gazed at him, her voice adopting a softer tone, imbued with a hint of tenderness as she spoke. Su Chen is no ordinary man. He has saved my life. I willingly bore Tuan Tuan and Lulu for him. Her declaration left everyone present, including Su Chen, momentarily stunned. Had he truly saved her life? Could it be related to that incident 4 years ago? Since Miss Yin, you have long had someone you admire. Why have you not married him all these years? Qi Yi inquired. Yan Bingxue shot him a cold glance, replying, when I gave birth to Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Su Chen was still in university. I did not wish to hinder his studies. Nor did I want him to miss out on the precious moments of his college life because of children. My children and I are his family. I would never become an unexpected complication in his life. Now that he has graduated and we are married, from this day forward, Su Chen is my man, the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Therefore, I ask you all to show some respect. Chapter 71. Without me, Su Chen wouldn't dare. Holding hands. Tuan Tuan and Lulu listened to their mother's heartfelt confession to their father, the little girl blushing and smiling radiantly. Su Chen, tilting his head, admired the earnest profile of Yan Bingxue. Although her face betrayed no shyness, her ears were tinged with crimson. Meanwhile, Su Chen's heart brimmed with excitement. So this was the reason. The mother of his children had merely been waiting for his graduation. It was not a lack of affection that kept her from seeking him. Rather, her deep feelings had prompted her to wait nearly 4 years. With this revelation, Su Chen felt a wave of elation wash over him. However, Yu Jinyu and Qi Yi wore expressions of discontent. With Yan Bingxue's proclamation, they found themselves at a loss for words. Their hearts filled with a profound resentment towards Su Chen, especially Yu Jinyu, who had considered himself a suitable match for Yan Bingxue, having pursued her for so many years. To see her choose someone as seemingly insignificant as Su Chen was infuriating. Today, he was determined to publicly humiliate Su Chen, to make him the laughingstock of the affluent circle. How naive, this impoverished youth, thinking he could enter their realm simply based on his youthful appearance. As dinner commenced, the table of men, with the exception of Su Chun, found the meal tasteless. Their presence was initially aimed at Yin Bingxue, but to their surprise, she arrived accompanied by the father of her children and made a public declaration of affection. In high spirits, Su Chun donned matching attire with his family and even took the initiative to serve Yin Bingxue. Upon seeing the crystal shrimp in her bowl, she momentarily paused, her gaze lifting to meet Su Chun's, a smile curving her lips in an uncontainable arc. In that moment of eye contact, both sensed a shift in the air between them. With unspoken words finally unveiled, the veil that had hung between them was lifted, and an atmosphere of candor blossomed, transforming the mood into something delightful. After dinner, the main event of the evening awaited. Gatherings among the wealthy often featured more enticing entertainment, as they were rife with competition and opportunity. What appeared to be games were, in truth, fierce contests of skill and prowess, where the capable thrived under the spotlight. Qi rose to his feet and proclaimed, "Now that everyone has finished their meal, why not step outside for some fresh air and engage in an exhilarating race? What do you say?" Qi was notorious in Zhonghai for his privileged background, often indulging in thrilling activities such as racing and gambling. He had even participated in a Formula One race hosted by Longhua, securing a remarkable third place. Thus, at every opportunity, he would suggest racing to assert his dominance. Today, the presence of Su Chen, a formidable challenger, heightened his excitement. Upon arriving at the racetrack, Qi called out to Su Chen, "Mr. Su, since it's your first time here today, how about joining us for a little race?" Before Su Chen could respond, a small figure rushed towards him, clutching a pink cartoon helmet. It was Tuan Tuan, who playfully tugged at Su Chen's hand and exclaimed, "Daddy, this helmet is so beautiful. Help Tuan Tuan wear it. I want to drive the car." The go-kart track also featured a play area for children, a favorite spot for Tuan Tuan. Su Chen's heart melted at the sight of his daughter's adorable demeanor. He took the helmet with both hands and carefully placed it on her head. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for checking in at the go-kart track. You have been rewarded with the skill of a racing prodigy. Activated with a simple press in 5 seconds." A smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. Tuan Tuan is truly an angel. Whatever one desires, one receives. The system is quite generous. As he activated the skill, in the blink of an eye, Su Chen comprehended the intricacies of the go-karts before him. The structure, engine, chassis, and wheel parameters were all instantly clear to him. He gazed at the track, brimming with eagerness to compete. Noticing Su Chen's silence, Qi smirked, convinced that Su Chen would shy away from such a high-stakes endeavor. "Mr. Su, why the silence? Could it be that you can't even drive?" He chuckled mockingly. "Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? I doubt you've even touched a car yet, have you? Do you have a driver's license?" As Qi finished his taunts, the other wealthy heirs erupted in laughter, their eyes gleaming with amusement as they turned to observe Su Chen. Yin Bingshue's face flushed with anger, and she was about to defend Su Chen when he gently raised a hand to stop her. With a confident smile, he reassured her, "Don't be upset, my dear. Leave this to me." In an instant, his demeanor shifted. To his child, he was gentle as water, but when addressing Qi Yi, he transformed into a figure of iron resolve. "You wish to race, do you?" Su Chen inquired. Qi Yi lifted his chin indeed. "Su Chen, are you ready to face me? Come on." But what?" Su Chen interjected. "If you're afraid, just admit it instead of rambling on," Qi Yi retorted. Su Chen chuckled. "Rest assured, since you're so eager to compete with me, I shall grant you that opportunity. However, since we're racing, let us establish a wager. Otherwise, winning would lack any thrill, wouldn't it?" Qi Yi scrutinized Su Chen with skepticism. "A wager is fine, but don't think of pulling any tricks. There are too many eyes on you here. Come now, it's merely a race. Do you really think I need to resort to tricks to win against you? You overestimate yourself." Su Chen replied with unwavering confidence, instantly overshadowing Qi Yi's bravado. "Enough of the chatter. Let us see who prevails on the track. What wager do you propose? Simply put, if I win, you will have to let my child, Tuan Tuan, serve as a racing girl," Su Chen said with a smile. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Chiye's expression turned exceedingly grim. Although there was nothing inherently wrong with a racing girl, suggesting that a man should have his child take on such a role was a blatant affront, a slight that cut deeply. Through gritted teeth, Chiye replied, "No problem. But if you lose, you must run 3 laps around the track while shouting that you are a fool." "Chiye, do not take it too far," Yan Bingxue retorted angrily. Su Chen turned around and gently patted Yan Bingxue's back, saying, "Dear mother, do not be upset. This is an implausible scenario, and we need not let it trouble us. Just watch my performance." With a radiant smile, he proceeded to the backstage to change into his racing attire and don his helmet. This smile captivated Yan Bingxue, rendering her a flustered mess. And even the normally aloof expression on her face softened into a charmingly bashful grin. Tuan, too, clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Go, Daddy!" Even before the race commenced, the surrounding wealthy youths were already seething with jealousy. Why should Su Chen receive such admiration and support from Yan Bingxue? They thought. Chiye had to win. He could not allow Su Chen to steal the spotlight. "Go, young Master Chi!" Yu Jinyu shouted from the crowd. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Chiye had changed into their racing suits and put on professional helmets. Su Chen swayed his head and rolled his wrists and ankles, indulging in some simple warm-up exercises. It was evident, despite the helmet and professional racing attire, that Su Chen stood taller and was far more striking than Chiye. "Wow, Daddy looks so handsome. Go, Daddy. You must win first place." Tuan's flushed face beamed with excitement as she clenched her fists, cheering for Su Chen. The wealthy youths, momentarily distracted by Su Chen's allure, quickly averted their gazes upon hearing her voice, joining Yu Jinyu in shouting, "Go, young Master Chi. You are the professional. Claim the first place. We await the spectacle." Chapter 72, Daddy Go. Feeling outnumbered, Tuan was infuriated upon hearing so many voices cheering for Chiye. She stomped her foot and tugged at her brother's hand, saying, "Gigi, they are so mean. You must help me cheer for Daddy. We need to be louder than them." Lele, who had been watching Su Chen, suddenly heard her and was taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment and panic. "What is there to compete about? Racing is about skill, not who can cheer the loudest," she replied earnestly. Tuan pouted, her round face beaming. "But their voices are so loud that Daddy can't hear us cheering for him. When Daddy races, we must cheer for him." The little girl was utterly serious. Lele looked at her sister, unable to counter her logic. The crowd continued to shout for Chiye, and Lele felt a surge of frustration. She remembered the formidable uncle on the track, who seemed to be quite skilled and had even won awards. Could Su Chen possibly triumph over him? Su Chen appeared to excel at everything, consistently defeating those peculiar uncles around their mother. Surely, this time would be no different? Lele felt a surge of anxiety, compounded by the incessant chatter of Tuanshuan at his side. With a resigned tone, he exclaimed, all right, I will shout with you." Instantly, Tuanshuan's face brightened with joy as she grasped her brother's hand, saying, "Then let us cheer for Daddy together. I'll count to 3, and then we shout, 'Go, Daddy.' 1, 2, 3. Go, Daddy. Go, Daddy." Lele's voice was nearly drowned out by his sister's exuberance. Tuanshuan turned back, looking at Lele with a hint of complaint. "Your voice is too soft. Lele, Daddy can't hear you." Lele blinked, feeling a twinge of guilt as he pressed his lips together. He was too shy to shout loudly, fearing that Su Chen might overhear him. "Oh no, Tuanshuan, Daddy is about to get in the car. Hurry," she urged, pulling him along playfully. "Let's do it again." Lele glanced towards the racetrack, where Su Chen had already selected a vehicle. Unlike Chiye, who was indecisive, Su Chen scanned the arena and promptly chose the most high-performance car. Under his discerning gaze, the vehicles appeared like beautiful women, their forms laid bare for all to see. As Tuanshuan observed, both of them had already settled into their car, positioned just outside the starting line. The race was about to commence, and the cheers from the crowd began to dwindle. At that moment, Tuanshuan cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, 1, 2, 3. Go, Daddy. Go, Daddy. Lele exerted all his strength, clenching his fists and shouting with closed eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding noise had completely ceased, making the cheers of the two little ones particularly conspicuous. Their innocent voices seemed to carry an enchanting power. Su Chen glanced over, raising his hand to wave it to Anchuan and Lele. Instantly, Lele's face flushed crimson, and his instinctive reaction was to hide behind their mother, unable to meet Su Qin's gaze. Yin Bingxue affectionately ruffled her son's hair, holding to Anchuan's hand with one hand while using her eyes to cheer for Su Chen. Filled with confidence, Su Chen felt that the encouragement from his wife and children was more potent than any performance-enhancing substance. The modified engine of the adult go-kart roared like a race car, and the referee had already begun waving the flag. The spectators outside the track fell silent. Within, Eugeniu silently declared, "Su Chen, today you shall surely lose in a most humiliating fashion." Yin Bingxue, clutching to Anchuan with one hand and Lele with the other, felt beads of sweat forming in her palm. She firmly believed that Su Chen would emerge victorious. Although Qi was considered a professional, Su Chen was renowned for creating miracles. Since the day they reunited, Yin Bingxue had witnessed numerous astonishing feats from him. She knew her man was exceptional. Come on. As the flag dropped, the two racing cars surged forward almost simultaneously. However, the discerning observer could already tell that Su Chen had gained a slight edge at the start. Qi felt a jolt of surprise. What was happening? Su Chen's launch was even faster than his. He was supposed to be the professional. How could Su Chen achieve this? Could it be that Su Chen was truly a professional racer? Yet, this name had never been heard in the racing community before. Qi no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. He immersed himself fully in the competition. The distance between the two cars was barely 10 centimeters. Imperceptible to the average observer. On a straight path, achieving a significant lead was challenging, making the drifting maneuver in the curves the most probable opportunity for overtaking. Before the race commenced, he had wisely positioned himself on the inner track, which afforded him a distinct advantage in the curves. He could not fathom how Su Chen could possibly outmaneuver him during the drifting. Su Chen, however, had his own evaluations. Currently on the outer track, overtaking on the inner track was feasible, but clearly not at this moment. While most would assume the inner track held more advantages in the curves, the reality was that the outer track allowed for a longer acceleration distance after drifting, making overtaking in the curves perilous. The optimal strategy involved transitioning from the outer track to the inner and back again, overtaking during the acceleration phase to increase the distance between them. As the first curve approached, the audience's gaze and hearts were captivated by the two racing cars. Yin Bingxue silently cheered in her heart, though her fingers trembled slightly. She was indifferent to the outcome. Her primary concern was Su Chen's absolute safety. Suddenly, the sounds of braking pierced the air. The friction from the drifting cars igniting a surge of adrenaline among the spectators. A smirk crept onto Qi's lips. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The inner track's drifting was more direct, and he had successfully overtaken Su Chen in the curve. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As the drift commenced after the curve, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Su Chen's car surged forward like an arrow, showing no signs of deceleration. Swiftly positioning itself ahead on the inner track, compelling Qi to brake and change lanes immediately. Damn it! He had already been outpaced by Su Chen at the first curve. Su Chen tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Creating distance was merely the first step. In the upcoming 3 curves, he intended to demonstrate to Qi the stark contrast between an amateur and a true racing maestro. Qi, recognizing the advantages of the outer track, was well-versed in racing dynamics. Determined not to repeat past mistakes, he resolved to emulate Su Chen in the second curve. However, Su Chen was not one to grant him such an opportunity. As they approached the curve, Su Chen, originally on the inner track, suddenly veered to the side, executing a drift that sent his car's rear swinging out. Qi instinctively slammed on the brakes, but this deceleration rendered him incapable of even executing a drift. "Oh yeah, Daddy is so cool." The crowd erupted in cheers. On the track, Su Chen had already widened the gap between himself and Qi. Qi pounded the steering wheel in frustration, yet his mindset remained composed as he promptly accelerated to catch up. However, the distance had already widened, necessitating an extreme pursuit of speed to close the gap. Chapter 73, Astonishment. Su Chen's driving skills are truly extraordinary. Turbocharging was now the sole solution. The go-karts here were modified to rival racing cars, a feat not difficult to achieve. However, the limitation was that each race lasted only 30 seconds, and he had to overtake Su Chun within that time frame. The pursuit of ultimate speed undoubtedly carries its inherent risks. The track here is insufficiently long. If one cannot overtake before the bend, the sheer velocity may very well propel them off the course. Although the protective barriers surrounding the go-karts ensure his safety, a departure from the track would signal the end of the race. Chi did not struggle for long, for time was of the essence. He must emerge victorious. This was a battle that encompassed his very dignity. Onlookers observed as Chi's speed abruptly surged. Su Chun, too, took note, his brow slightly furrowing not from anxiety, but from the realization that Chi's use of turbocharging in such a race was a desperate measure to secure victory. If that were the case, then let him face a more humiliating defeat. Su Chun incrementally increased his speed, yet despite the turbocharged velocity, the gap between them continued to diminish. At their current pace, they would reach the bend in 20 seconds, ample time indeed. A smile crept onto Su Chun's lips. Like a fisherman, he would accelerate just as Chi approached, allowing Chi to fall behind while he slowed down, seemingly biding his time. Chi was drenched in sweat, understanding Su Chun's strategy, while others remained perplexed. His opponent aimed to force him into a sustained high speed, and unless he relinquished control, he would inevitably be flung off the track. Damn it! Su Chun had the audacity to humiliate him in such a manner. In a fit of determination, Chi disregarded all caution, willing to risk everything. Suddenly, he veered his vehicle toward the inner track, barreling straight towards Su Chun's go-kart. The referee urgently blew the whistle and waved the flag, yet Chi remained unperturbed. Su Chun, now serious, had no choice but to yield the inner lane. The two vehicles were nearly side by side, with the approaching bend. Chi was certain to veer off, but Su Chun, trailing closely, would likely collide with him. What a despicable tactic from Chi. Unable to secure victory, he sought mutual destruction? Su Chun's mind raced, focused intently on the track. Just before the bend, Chi surged ahead with a smile, crashing against the tire barriers. The violent impact left him momentarily dazed, yet the anticipated next collision never materialized. For Su Chun executed a drift, halting his vehicle with precision. In disbelief, Chi watched as Su Chun smoothly resumed his journey toward the finish line. Any hopes Chi had of pursuing were dashed, not only due to his delayed reaction, but also because the condition of his vehicle forbade it. He exited his car, standing in the arena, cursing, "Su Chun, you bastard." The sound of whistles and cheers erupted instantly as Su Chun's vehicle came to a stable stop at the finish line. The once enthusiastic supporters of Chi, who had anticipated witnessing Su Chun's disgrace, found themselves momentarily forgetting their allegiance, unable to resist applauding Su Chun's decisive performance. Amidst the thunderous applause, a flurry rushed towards Su Chun. With a jubilant leap, he scooped up his daughter into his arms. Tuanchuan planted a playful kiss on Su Chun's helmet, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like crescent moons in delight. "Daddy is amazing. Daddy is number one. I knew he would win. He is the best." Her joy was palpable, and she giggled excitedly. Lele, equally thrilled, gazed at Su Chun, her little face beaming with exhilaration. Yan Bingshui approached Su Chun, holding a bottle of pure water and a towel. As soon as he removed his helmet, she eagerly accepted it, her eyes filled with admiration as she exclaimed, "You did wonderfully, my dear." Su Chun's prowess was evident to all, under such blatant violations from his opponents. His ability to execute a timely stop demonstrated a level of composure and decisiveness that was extraordinary. The wealthy second-generation elites gathered around. Their earlier demeanor transformed as they offered Su Chun enthusiastic thumbs-ups. "Mr. Su, your racing skills are phenomenal. Are you a professional? That was so impressive. I almost felt like I was watching a professional race." One of them declared. "Your emergency stop was remarkable, and those initial corner maneuvers were simply breathtaking. I never realized drifting could look so stylish, and the acceleration on the outer lane was astonishing. Mr. Su, you are incredible." In the face of such accolades, Su Chun merely smiled elegantly. As a racing prodigy with a reputation to uphold, he certainly lived up to the title. Meeting Yan Bingshui's adoring gaze filled him with immense happiness, Being looked upon so fondly by the mother of his child was a delightful experience. In a corner, Chi, covered in dirt and dejection, was in discussions about compensation with the event staff. Frustrated, he snapped, "Just put the amount on my tab. Does the Chi family lack the means to pay? Leave me be." He cast a glance at Su Chun, clenching his fists in frustration. But this time he refrained from confronting him and instead attempted to sneak away. However, this did not escape Su Chen's notice. He called out loudly, "Is young Master Chi in such a hurry to change clothes? Does the lady's outfit come in Mr. Chi's size? Perhaps the boss could assist him in finding one?" The onlookers turned their attention to Chi Yi, who, realizing he could not escape his embarrassment, stiffened. Losing was already humiliating enough. To flee in such a disgraceful manner would make it impossible for him to show his face in this circle again. Thus, he forced a strained smile and replied, "No need for Mr. Su to trouble himself. I shall change clothes immediately." Su Chan affectionately ruffled Tuanchuan's hair and gently said, "Then let us also get Tuanchuan changed." As she is about to become a little racer, Tuanchuan joyfully leaped from her father's embrace, taking Leilei's hand. "Come along, Leilei. We will compete just like Daddy did." A few minutes later, Tuanchuan and Leilei emerged in their racing suits. Tuanchuan wore the pink helmet from earlier, while Leilei chose a red one, feeling quite cool. "Daddy, do we look good?" The little girl immediately approached, seeking praise. Su Chin smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Our Tuan Tuan is the most beautiful." Leilei followed closely behind, her lovely large eyes sparkling with anticipation as they peered through the transparent visor of her helmet. Recalling the enthusiastic cheers from his son, Su Chin's smile widened as he added, "Leilei, you look incredibly dashing in that outfit. You'll cheer with your sister later, right?" Leilei's heart blossomed with joy, and although she tried to conceal her delight, the brilliance in her eyes betrayed her emotions. Daddy is cheering for him. After waiting another 5 minutes, Chi had yet to appear. Someone in the crowd quipped, "Could the young master be escaping?" Chapter 74. "Then I shall only watch you goodness. Look over there." A voice exclaimed, "Wow, young Master Chi, that outfit is something else." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Su Chen's family turned to see. Chi had changed into a breezy little dress, with a top too short to cover his well-defined abdomen and a skirt that clashed horrendously with his rugged leg hair. Yet, his facial features remained fairly handsome, rendering the sight less repulsive. Tuan Tuan couldn't help but stifle a giggle, whispering, "Daddy, that uncle is actually wearing a girl's dress." "How funny." Leilei, with a serious demeanor, retorted, "Tuan Tuan, don't look. Boys wearing girls' dresses is strange." Children, in their innocent candor, spoke without malice, and the adults merely found it amusing. However, Su Chun, upon hearing his son's words, replied sternly, "Leilei, you must not say that. Everyone has their own choices. Some brothers like to wear skirts, and that does not mean they are strange. But if it's a creepy uncle in a skirt, you must keep your distance, understand?" Leilei nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, but that uncle looks like a creepy one. The child's naive observation elicited another round of laughter, while Chi Yi, nearly driven to madness, resolved to approach despite his bet. Tuan Tuan, Leilei, and a few other children took to the kiddie go-karts. This was not a competition, purely for amusement, and the atmosphere was harmonious, except for Chi Yi, who awkwardly twisted in his dress. Many spectators captured the moment on their phones, and Yan Bingxue couldn't help but chuckle at Chi Ye's predicament. Yet, when she looked up again, her view was suddenly obscured. Su Chen's hand shielded her eyes. A voice, both playful and slightly domineering, whispered in her ear, "Mommy, you shouldn't watch such inappropriate scenes. His attire is too revealing. We must avert our eyes." A spark ignited within Yin Bingxue as if fireworks had suddenly exploded in her mind. Su Chen was shielding her from Chi Yi. Was he jealous? Did he not want her to see another man in scanty clothing? Surely, this meant he had feelings for her. Turning to him, her eyes glimmering like stars, she smiled gently and said, "All right, then I shall only watch you. I can't help but admire this little girl. She truly knows how to captivate a person's heart." Su Chen felt a sweet elation within him. Ever since he heard Yin Bingshue's public confession during dinner, all his doubts had dissipated. Given that they already had a child together and shared mutual affection, what was there to hesitate about? Tonight, He resolved to take the initiative with the mother of his child. Previously, he had held back due to certain reservations. But reflecting on the circumstances from over 3 years ago, when he had been the one at a disadvantage, Su Chun felt a sense of urgency. This time he, as a man, would seize control. He intended to reciprocate Yin Bingshui's past affections in kind. Step 1. A perfectly executed wall slam. Step 2. To embrace her completely. The children had enjoyed their time, and the event concluded splendidly. The owner personally approached with the helmets chosen by Tuan Tuan and Lele. Sir, your performance in the recent race was truly spectacular. As the host of this informal competition, we have little to offer as rewards. But I noticed your children like these helmets. Consider them a small trophy to take home. Thank you very much. Su Chen replied with a smile. Tuan Tuan and Lele, thrilled to receive the helmets won by their father, danced with joy. A crowd gathered around, eager to glean racing tips from Su Chen. Who doesn't he appreciate an exhilarating racing game? Yu Jinyu clenched his fists in frustration, unable to bear the sight of Su Chen being so well received. He scoffed at Qi Yi's incompetence, questioning how he had ever achieved third place. Surely, it must have been mere bravado. The thought that an amateur like Su Chen could outperform him was unbearable. It appeared that if anyone were to embarrass Su Chen, it would have to be him personally. He was no inept fool like Qi Yi. He was a man of true skill in his domain. As the group exited the racing zone, Yu Jinyu intentionally led the way to the shooting range. Upon entering, the system's voice echoed in Su Chen's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at the shooting range with your son and daughter. The host is rewarded with the God of Shooting skill, activated with a single key in 5 seconds. The system was truly impressive. Su Chen felt euphoric. Activating the skill, he marveled at the talents bestowed upon him. Culinary master, racing god, and now, god of shooting. He wondered what further surprises Tuan Tuan and Lele would bring him. Upon entering the shooting range, Yu Jinyu assumed an air of superiority, as if he were on familiar turf. Observing the continued discussions about the recent race, he sneered and declared, Gentlemen, racing is merely a spectacle for show. What is there to be proud of? A true man speaks with his gun. Mr. Su, since you are so formidable, I presume your shooting skills are commendable as well? Why not have a competition? Qi Yi, now back in his own clothes, appeared disheveled and was avoided by those around him, all due to Su Chen. He was eager to see Su Chen humiliated, wishing for him to experience the same disgrace he had endured. Thus, he quickly interjected, Mr. Su has just triumphed over me. So surely he won't shy away from a challenge now? He could hardly believe that Su Chen was a versatile competitor. Yu Jinyu's uncle was a retired Special Forces soldier. He had grown up shadowing his uncle and had been raised among firearms, his marksmanship evident for all to see. If Su Chen were to compete against him, it would be nothing short of self-degradation. Yin Bingxue, aware of Yu Jinyu's background, frowned and remarked, Yu Jinyu, Qi Yi, have you two had your fun yet? Yu Jinyu raised an eyebrow and grinned. Bingxue, don't take offense. I'm merely trying to help everyone get to know Mr. Su better. After all, you are the goddess of our circle, and if Mr. Su wishes to marry you, he must first pass our test. Yin Bingxue regarded him coldly, as if viewing an insufferable nuisance. The man I choose need not pass your test. Yu Jinyu, momentarily at a loss for words, turned his attention to Su Chen. Su Chen, if you are a man, stop hiding behind women. Do you dare to compete in marksmanship? Su Chen chuckled, his tongue playfully resting against his cheek. Mr. Yu, if you are envious of my wife's defense of me, you need not be so bitter. We are not fools here. Very well. If you wish to compete in marksmanship, I maintain my stance. The stakes must be significant. If they sought to humiliate him, he would show them who the true fool was. Qi Yi had already faced the consequences of his actions, and if Yu Jinyu dared to challenge him, he would become yet another laughingstock within their circle. Chapter 75, Loser Wears Women's Clothing. Yu Jinyu recalled the recent humiliation Qi Yi had faced and felt a flicker of hesitation. Yet, he remained unconvinced that Su Chen possessed the prowess to surpass him. A prodigy trained by a retired Special Forces soldier. Moreover, this was his sole opportunity to regain some dignity in front of Yin Bingxue. He would prove to her who the true man was, who had the strength to protect her and their 2 children. Very well, what are the stakes? Su Chen surveyed Yu Jinyu, withholding an immediate response as the crowd began to stir. Wear women's clothing. Wear women's clothing. How dull. A more thrilling wager would be for the loser to kneel and call the other daddy. Haha, I have a brilliant idea. The loser must publicly declare their incompetence at the venue, and we'll record it for posterity. Such underhanded suggestions made Eugenu's blood boil. He glared at Su-chin. Speak up. What stakes do you want? Surely you don't want me to wear women's clothing? Su-chan smiled lightly, then looked up with a firm resolve. I have no interest in seeing you in women's clothing. You are far more frightful than Chi, the young lord. What I desire is this: if you lose, you shall publicly record a video wishing my wife and me a happy marriage and a lifetime of harmony. From now on, if you encounter my wife, you are to take a detour. Repeat after me: my wife is your goddess, and if you harbor any thoughts towards her, you are nothing but a coward. The previously raucous young lords fell silent. Someone in the crowd whispered, Wow, that's brilliant. This approach was indeed a masterstroke of moral persuasion. Though the stakes may not have been as amusing as before, if Eugeniu were to genuinely lose, it would be a devastating blow to his pride. Truly, it was a masterstroke. Eugenu's expression was exceedingly grim as he clenched his teeth, accepting the wager. Very well, I concur, for I am utterly incapable of losing. Su-chan, what I seek as a stake is for you to distance yourself from Bingxue. I demand that you divorce her and cease all harassment towards her and the two children. Su-chin's countenance shifted, his gaze turning cold as it swept over Eugeniu. No more bets. Su-chin, what do you mean? Eugeniu furrowed his brows. Are you afraid? I am absolutely certain of my victory. But I will never wager my wife and children. Su-chin declared resolutely. Tuan and Lele were still too young to comprehend the depth of Su-chin's words. Yet Yin Bingxue understood all too well. She gazed at Su-chan with eyes brimming with emotion, and in that moment, she felt her man was truly magnificent. Haha, in the end, you still lack the courage. Since you believe you can win without a doubt, why hesitate to wager this matter? You are merely afraid of losing everything. Eugeniu scoffed. Su-chin shot him a disdainful glance, shaking his head. You, of all people, would find it difficult to grasp my sentiments. You merely wish to win a match. I would accept any consequence of defeat, but I shall never agree to stake my children and wife. Eugeniu felt increasingly irked. Su-chin's words elevated his own stature in that instant. Observing Yin Bingxue's gaze towards him, it was as if she adored him to the very core. How vexing. Fine. I shall propose an alternate wager. You just graduated, correct? If you lose, you will clean toilets in my company for 6 months, and it must be full-time. This maneuver was brazenly insulting. Not only would Su-chan be relegated to cleaning toilets, but he would also endure humiliation at Eugenu's company for half a year. Even the strongest resolve might falter under such pressure. Yin Bingxue immediately expressed her discontent. Eugeniu, Su-chan is currently employed at the Extraordinary Group and Lonka Institute. Do you truly believe he would stoop to your company? Willing to bet and willing to lose, Bingxue. Since Su-chan refuses my initial condition, this one is non-negotiable. Su-chan, speak for yourself. Do you dare to wager? Su-chan gently squeezed Yin Bingxue's delicate hand, speaking softly. It's all right. We will take his bet. I shall not lose. Initially, Yin Bingxue intended to say more, but upon meeting Su-chin's tender gaze, she nodded. All right, then you go for it. Daddy, you can definitely get first place, Tuan declared, clenching his fist. This time, Lele chimed in. Daddy, show him your prowess. Go for it. Su-chin looked at his son in surprise, pleased to see his progress. With the support of you 3 ladies, I wouldn't dare step down without a grand slam. He laughed. Meanwhile, Eugeniu sneered. Grand slam, haha. Su-chan, this shooting range is equipped with real firearms, not a child's game in your backyard with toy guns. Su-chan, uninterested in Eugeniu's taunts, proceeded to change his shoes. The indoor shooting range primarily featured pistol shooting competitions, which were convenient and required minimal space, with no special attire needed aside from professional footwear for better traction. In addition to Su-chan and Eugeniu, several other young gentlemen participated in this project. The first event was the 10-meter air pistol rapid fire, which, according to international standards, should consist of 60 shots. Increasing the number of shots can reduce the probability of error. However, For their competition, the 120-minute time limit was excessively long. The 10-shot round was brief, yet it demanded a higher degree of precision, as even a single shot's deviation could significantly impact the results. Suchin assumed his stance, instantly invigorating the atmosphere on the field. His posture appeared remarkably adept, rivaling that of Eugenio, who was receiving guidance from a special forces instructor. Eugenio cast a sideways glance at Suchin and sneered. Looking impressive with your stance means little. What truly matters is the score. Suchin, do try not to miss. That would be quite embarrassing. Perhaps you should heed your own advice, Suchin replied, unwavering in his focus. At the referee's command, all participants commenced firing. A hush fell over the arena as a few competitors, struggling with the recoil, put down their pistols after just 2 shots, their palms tingling from the impact. Those who withdrew returned to the audience, unable to suppress their astonishment. Goodness, what kind of monsters are they? Don't their hands hurt? Suchin's speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of the illustrious Yu. Could it be that he was not aiming at all? Was he shooting randomly? Completing the 10 shots in a mere 15 seconds. Suchin set down his pistol, while Eugenio still had 4 bullets remaining, causing him to feel a pang of urgency. Yet, he dared not rush, for prioritizing speed would compromise his accuracy. Thus, he gritted his teeth, maintaining his focus under pressure, but Suchin's rapid completion loomed large in his mind. The final shot went astray, leaving him uncertain if it remained within the 10-ring zone. Nonetheless, as he put down the gun, Eugenio felt a semblance of confidence. Suchin's swift finish likely indicated he was shooting aimlessly. Competitors who had fired returned to the platform to view their scores. Chapter 76. Godlike Feats. Suchin is incredible. Huh. Sun Xiao, you're quite pathetic. You didn't even hit the target with both shots. Su Xiao, you're merely 50 steps laughing at 100. You hit the target only once out of 3 shots. Oh, Lin Xiao, impressive results. 3 shots totaling 10 rings, with 1 at 5 rings. Indeed, the professionals stand apart. Come and see Yu Xiao's score, 100 rings. Eugenio waved his hand with a chuckle, smacking his lips. Alas, a minor misstep on the last shot veered slightly off. But it still landed within the 10 rings. I suppose I can be moderately satisfied with this score. Yu Xiao, your standards are exceedingly high. A perfect score. Yet you claim to be only moderately satisfied? Naturally, my uncle can hit the center with every shot, with deviations of less than a millimeter. While my score is flawless, there remains ample room for improvement when compared to my uncle. The Eugenio spoke thus, a sense of pride illuminated his face. Everyone gathered around to scrutinize the scores, while Suchin remained unhurried, engaging in light-hearted banter with Yan Bingxue and the 2 children, seemingly indifferent to his own results. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yan Bingxue inquired, Dear, aren't you going to check the results? Suchin smiled mysteriously, and without needing to look, he confidently declared that his aim was impeccable. While such a statement held no flaws in context, the subtle inflection in Suchin's tone rendered it particularly provocative, causing Yan Bingxue's face to flush crimson. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. What on earth was happening? On Suchin's target, there was only a single bullet hole. Could it be that all 9 shots had missed their mark? No wonder he finished so swiftly. I had suspected that Suchin could not possibly compare to our professional Yu Xiao. The young master, who had been at the front scrutinizing Suchin's results, voiced his confusion. This shouldn't be right. What do you mean? Inquired those at the back, unable to see. Can you even tell? We should let Yu Xiao take a look. I can see, exclaimed another, noting that the target bore only 1 bullet hole at the very center. Wait. The score is 100? A hush fell over the crowd for a few seconds before it erupted into astonished gasps. Goodness, this must be a marksmanship genius. 10 shots all striking the bullseye in a single hole. What kind of divine skill is this? I found myself bowing in reverence. Mr. Su, please accept my humble admiration. My mother questioned why I was kneeling to observe the results. Su, the marksman, is simply extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Eugenio's expression shifted dramatically. He pushed his way through the throng, shoving aside those in front to verify the truth himself. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Everyone had witnessed it. Yan Bingxue, too, was astonished as she gazed at Suchin. Suchin, however, merely smiled lightly and said, Why the surprise, dear? I did say I would win. Yin Bingxue, her eyes sparkling with excitement, tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, exclaiming, "You are truly incredible." Yu Jinyu burst forth from the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Chen. "Su Chen, you cheated." Su Chen regarded him as if he were a fool. "Yu Jinyu, are you claiming I cheated simply because you lost? All the equipment here was provided by the venue owner. How could I have cheated? Impossible. You cannot achieve such results. My uncle could not even do it." Yu Jinyu shouted. Su Chen smiled and replied, "Hasn't your uncle taught you? There are always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people." "Nonsense. Su Chen, how dare you compare yourself to a professional soldier? I am not comparing myself to a soldier. I am merely competing against you." "You. Fine, let's have another go. This time, with moving targets." Yu Jinyu insisted, unwilling to concede. Su Chen strode confidently towards the competition arena. This time, the amateur contestants settled in the audience to witness the spectacle. The next challenge would still involve 10 rapid shots with a pistol, but the distance was increased to 25 meters, and the targets were now mobile, markedly heightening the difficulty. Yu Jinyu heightened his vigilance, instantly entering a state of readiness. Meanwhile, Su Chen appeared unfazed, even turning to wink at Yin Bingxue, prompting the wealthy young men present to lament their inability to stomach this display of affection. As the competition commenced, Su Chen ceased his playful demeanor. This round would not only test precision but also the speed of loading bullets. At the judge's signal, both competitors sprang into action, and Su Chen's speed in chambering his rounds was already noticeably faster. Yu Jinyu felt the pressure mounting. Yet he had no choice but to maintain his composure. The moving target proved to be even more challenging than before, requiring his utmost effort. The target passed before the two men, with Su Chen in the lead and Yu Jinyu following closely behind. By the time he had fired 10 shots, Yu Jinyu already knew he had lost. It was evident to him. Su Chen was nothing short of extraordinary. Every target that came before him was struck precisely at the bullseye. When the results were announced, Yu Jinyu found himself too dispirited to look. As he descended from the stage, he felt defeated, akin to a vanquished rooster. However, this did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the spectators, who eagerly surged forward to check the results. To his astonishment, Su Chen had scored an impeccable 100, with every shot hitting the bullseye. Unbelievable. How could he achieve a perfect score on a moving target? It was nothing short of divine skill, bowing in reverence to the marksmanship. This time, Yu Jinyu had truly lost, having only managed a score of 82. He looked at Su Chen, and although he felt a twinge of resentment, he conceded, "Su Chen, I admit defeat." Su Chen merely smiled, as this outcome was anticipated. His calm confidence momentarily caused Yu Jinyu's shoulders to slump even further. Upon hearing the results, Lei reacted even more quickly than Tuan Tuan, jumping up to exclaim, "Daddy is first. Daddy is amazing." While Tuan Tuan was indifferent to the shooting competition, Lei placed immense importance on it. To him, his father was now the epitome of strength, capable of crafting formidable mechas, excelling in racing, and now displaying remarkable shooting prowess. Truly impressive. Tuan Tuan clapped her hands joyfully, joining her brother in celebrating their father's victory. The gazes of the young gentleman towards Su Chen had transformed completely. He was now regarded as a near mythical figure in their eyes. Among the crowd, Jiang Hui couldn't help but remark, "I told you, Su Chen is no ordinary person. You all refused to believe it, but now you see his prowess." With these words from Jiang Hui, the crowd's admiration for Su Chen intensified, especially since everyone knew he was also one of Yin Bingxue's admirers. Su Chen truly was a polymath. No wonder he had won Miss Yan's affection. "You two are a perfect match, and I wholeheartedly support you. Wishing Su Chen and Yin for a blissful union. You two are a formidable duo. A legendary couple in the commercial circles of Zhonghai, nay, Longhua." Chapter 77. Yan's father rejoiced, as his daughter had finally found a man to marry. Amidst the chorus of blessings, Su Chen took Yin Bingxue's hand, while Tuan Tuan and Lei gathered around, Tuan Tuan holding her father's hand and Lei holding her mother's, creating a picture of immense happiness as a family of four. Yu Jinyu walked away dejectedly, fulfilling his promise, and this moment was forever captured on video. Subsequently, he left in disgrace, as he could no longer appear in the same setting as Yin Bingshui. Qi Yi, feeling embarrassed, discreetly slipped away, and with their departure, the atmosphere of the second half of the event lightened considerably. Suchin spent some time enjoying the company of his wife and children at the villa before concluding the day's gathering. At the Yin residence, Tang Shuyun was grinning at her phone, which was playing the video recording from that evening's leisure gathering. She participated wholeheartedly in her son-in-law's counterattack during the video. I must say, her son-in-law is truly exceptional. He is nothing short of a versatile prodigy. That car racing competition was utterly impressive, stirring her blood with excitement. Go for it. Keep it up, son-in-law. That Qi Yi is quite malicious, attempting to harm my son-in-law. How outrageous. I must have a word with Lao Yan to set things right and defend my son-in-law. Haha, her son-in-law is simply brilliant, and Qi Yi in a skirt is downright hilarious. At that moment, Yin Jinwei pushed open the door and entered, immediately spotting his wife grinning at her phone. What are you watching? Why are you so elated? Upon hearing her husband's voice, Tang Shuyun swiftly turned off her phone, but reflecting on her son-in-law's recent performance, she felt an overwhelming satisfaction with Suchin, her son-in-law. An unwavering 120. Since her daughter and son-in-law were already married, she was determined to keep him in the family. With a playful demeanor, Tang Shuyun approached Lao Yan. May I ask you something? What is it? Yin Jinwei observed his wife's mischievous expression, sensing something amiss. Lao Yan, if one day our daughter has a significant other, what would you do? Tang Shuyun dared not directly mention her daughter's marriage to Su Chun, opting instead to probe gently. After all, her husband had a notoriously peculiar temperament, stubborn and contrarian. She feared alarming her son-in-law, so she aimed to gauge her husband's thoughts first. Upon hearing this, Yin Jinwei furrowed his brow, inquiring, significant other? Male or female? Tang Shuyun chuckled, covering her mouth, and playfully shot him a glare. Of course it's a male. It was no wonder the elderly couple was apprehensive. Like Tang Shuyun, Yin Jinwei had long harbored doubts regarding their daughter's sexual orientation. Over the years, she had surrounded herself with a circle of women, with not a single male friend in sight. When he arranged blind dates, she blatantly ignored them, walking out on the spot. It was truly perplexing. Thus, when Tang Shuyun mentioned it, Yin Jinwei remained skeptical, asking, are you sure it's a man? Not some male kitten, puppy, or other creature? No. Just tell me, is it truly a person? I feel like I trust the notion of a small animal more than a human. You old fool, what are you saying? It's a person, a solid man. A true iron-willed hero. Yin Jinwei, visibly astonished, began to pace the room rapidly. After a moment, with his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Tang Shuyun excitedly. What is going on? Just tell me directly, has our daughter said anything to you? Seeing the reaction from the father of her children, Tang Shuyun felt reassured. He was pleased, which meant he would surely not oppose the union of her daughter and son-in-law. Thus, Tang Shuyun divulged a bit more. Our daughter hasn't mentioned much. But I do know. What does she know? Just guessing? Yin Jinwei replied with disappointment, having expected a direct confirmation from their daughter. Such matters, unless personally acknowledged by Yin Bingshui, he would never fully believe. After all these years, the daughter has been resolute in her attitude towards romance and marriage, instilling in her father a sense that she might remain single for life, raising 2 children on her own. I naturally have my own methods, which you may not comprehend, but I am 100% certain about this matter, Tang Shuyun mysteriously declared. Yin Jinwei immediately leaned in, asking, what evidence? Do you wish to see? Tang Shuyun inquired with a smile. Yin Jinwei retreated slightly, clearing his throat. Initially, he had no desire to engage, yet concerned for his daughter's lifelong happiness. He set aside his pride and leaned in again, saying, I am most eager to see, so please, bring it forth. Tang Shuyun chuckled at his predicament, retrieving her phone to reopen the video and watch it with Yin Jinwei. Upon first seeing Su Chun, Yin Jinwei was momentarily taken aback. This man bore a striking resemblance to their daughter Lele. Could it be? No. If he were the father of Tuan Tuan and Lele, he would have appeared long ago. Yin Jinwei surmised that his daughter likely had a preference for this type, hence her choice. Nevertheless, the man was indeed quite handsome, and they appeared well matched alongside their daughter, harmoniously interacting as a family. When he witnessed Qi Yu provocatively challenging Su Chin, Yin Jinwei couldn't help but scowl, muttering, "Whose insufferable child is this?" "The Qi family," Tang Shuyun quickly replied. "His remarks about our son-in-law are utterly outrageous." Yin Jinwei snorted disdainfully, asserting that with such a dimwit from the Qi family, there seemed no need for future collaboration. Tang Shuyun gently nudged him, laughing, "Oh dear. Has my old man already begun to defend his son-in-law?" Yin Jinwei shot her a glare, retorting, "Nonsense. I simply cannot tolerate seeing my daughter targeted in such a manner." "Humph. Everything is for her sake." As they watched Suchen triumph in the competition, Yin Jinwei exclaimed, "Splendid. This match was truly exhilarating." "Shuyun, what is this young man's background? Is he a race car driver?" He believed Su Qin's expertise suggested he must be a professional racer. However, such a profession carried a degree of danger, and their daughter would likely worry about him frequently. Tang Xian laughed, "I don't think so. He seems to be involved in mecha research." She was aware that Su Chan worked in the mecha research department of the Extraordinary Group. Understanding her daughter well, Tang Shuyun believed her connection with Su Qin did not guarantee his placement in the mecha department. Rather, it was due to Su Qin's own capabilities. Mecha research? That aligns quite well with our family. But how can he race so proficiently? He seems like a true professional. Tang Shuyun chuckled, covering her mouth. The young man is simply exceptional. Don't digress. Keep watching, for he possesses talents beyond mere racing. As they saw Tuan Tuan and Lele take the stage, they couldn't help but smile joyfully. Upon witnessing Chiya's comeuppance, their laughter intensified. Yin Junwei even gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This lad has set the stage splendidly. It feels so gratifying to see the Qi family's disgrace. It puts my mind at ease." Chapter 78. The charming father, Yin. The two continued to watch. Noticing that they had arrived at the shooting range, Yin Junwei exclaimed with delight, "Are they going to shoot?" For him, racing was a pursuit suited for the youth. He may have once harbored such dreams, but he had long outgrown that age. Shooting, however, was different. Every man, regardless of age, harbored a mysterious obsession with firearms. If his son-in-law were skilled in shooting, it would undoubtedly enhance his appeal. Tang Shiyu smiled. "I won't spoil it for you. You can see for yourself." This statement, however, was implicit in its revelation. Her son-in-law would certainly excel. Yin Jinwei continued watching with glee, but when he saw Yin Bingxue standing protectively in front of Su Chun, confronting Yu Zhan, his expression darkened. With his hands clasped behind his back, the elder huffed discontentedly. "Humph, I shall not watch any longer." "What is the matter?" Tang Shuyun queried, bewildered. Yin Jinwei cast a glance at his phone, his face still grim. "Look at your daughter. She is so protective of that young man. She has never shown us such favoritism." Upon hearing this, Tang Shuyun burst into laughter. "Oh, you old man, why are you so possessive? It's one thing for you to feel jealous of me, but why are you envious of our son-in-law? If our daughter and her husband share a strong bond, you should be secretly pleased. Besides, what is wrong with her defending him? Weren't you the one who called Chi's family a bunch of rascals? And now, are you going to ignore the rascals from the Yu family?" Yin Junwei replied with annoyance. "Of course I must intervene. I will certainly hold the Yu family accountable. But isn't it a bit excessive for our daughter to act this way? Doesn't it simply indicate that their relationship is blossoming? Are you going to continue watching? The latter part is bound to be thrilling. If you don't watch now, I will proceed without you. And if you miss the exciting moments, I want to rewind for you." Hearing this, Yin Jinwei felt a pang of regret. He leaned in closer to continue watching, and, upon seeing Su Chun's shooting results, his face brightened with joy. What a remarkable young man. His shooting skills are extraordinary. I doubt even a special forces soldier could match his precision. He is simply a sharpshooter. Well, this is the first time I've heard such high praise from you," Tang Shuyun said joyfully. "Old Yin, it appears you are quite pleased with our son-in-law." Yin Jinwei immediately adopted a serious demeanor, snorting lightly. "I never claimed to be that satisfied. I merely believe that as long as our daughter is willing to date and marry, as long as her partner has no significant flaws, it's perfectly acceptable. An exceptionally talented individual is even better. After all, our daughter is remarkable and deserves the best." "Shuyun, I observe that our daughter seems to have a close relationship with him, and the two children appear to treat him well. It seems their relationship is progressing nicely. We should arrange to meet him. don't you think? Choose a suitable time, coordinate with our daughter, and invite him over for dinner. With this statement, Yin Jinwei effectively acknowledged Su Chun as his son-in-law. However, Tang Shuyun was not ready to agree. Old Yin, our daughter hasn't discussed this matter with us yet. I obtained this video through my own means. Given our daughter's temperament, we should refrain from making assumptions. Upon reflection, Yin Jinwei conceded that there was some truth to her reasoning. Yin Bingxue did not take the initiative to bring anyone home. If they were too proactive, it might upset their daughter, who could then avoid dating altogether, which would be unfortunate. What should we do then? Must we wait for our daughter to take the initiative before we can meet him? Tang Shuyun chuckled and, with a hint of pride, replied, There is no need for that. I have already met my son-in-law. Yin Jinwei frowned, his displeasure evident. You've met him? When did that happen? Did you secretly meet with our daughter behind my back? Tang Shuyun, delighted, shook her head. Our daughter is unaware. I went to see him on my own. She recounted her visit to the company where she spoke with Su Chun, and then, as if seeking approval, asked, What do you think? Am I not clever? I managed to meet my son-in-law without alerting our daughter. Yin Jinwei rolled his eyes in disappointment. Humph, I've met him too. Huh, old Yin, are you boasting? If I hadn't told you about him, you wouldn't even know of his existence. How could you have met him? Tang Shuyun expressed her disbelief. I have met him. I just saw him on video. Does that even count as meeting him? Tang Shuyun shook her head helplessly. Yin Jinwei pouted. If your encounter counts, then mine surely does. With that, he crossed his arms behind his back and strode out of the bedroom towards the study. Once inside, he promptly closed the door, and his expression transformed instantly. He had just been acting aloof, but now he was overflowing with joy. He clasped his hands together in prayer, repeatedly bowing as if to thank the heavens. His face radiant with happiness. Thank you, O divine powers. Thank you to the ancestors of the Yin family. My daughter is finally willing to date. No, to marry a man. Ancestors, you see, I am not a sinner. My Bingxue is finally ready to step out and embrace love, and it is with a man, not a woman, nor any small creature. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. For 4 long years, ever since Bingxue returned with a pregnancy test, my heart has been in turmoil. A wonderful child, so many adore her, why would she refuse to marry? She insisted on having children alone. Ancestors. I genuinely believed she did not fancy men and had resorted to scientific means to silence her mother and me by bringing home 2 children. But now, everything is resolved. I have a son-in-law. Haha. Thank you, ancestors, for your divine intervention. After conversing with himself, he still felt an overwhelming sense of joy. If he didn't express this emotion, he might not sleep well tonight from sheer excitement. After offering his gratitude to the ancestors and divine beings, he thought it best to share this delightful news with old friends. The first person who came to mind was old Gu. The friendship between the Yin and Gu families runs deep. Yin Jinwei and old Gu are longtime friends, while Tang Shuyun and Gu South Mother are close confidants. And Yin Bingxue and Gu Yusin are inseparable allies. However, they each possess their own secrets. Yin Jinwei and old Gu have their little confidences. And the other pairs of close friends also refrain from sharing everything with their families. Yin Jinwei dialed the phone, his hands rubbing together in excitement, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. He decided to place the phone on the table and switch to speaker mode. Old Yin, why are you calling me so late? What's the matter? Did you have another quarrel with Shuyin? Oh, old Gu, why don't you wish me well for once? Yin Jinwei replied. I just noticed the time seemed off. It's 9:30, and you and Shuyin are usually already in bed by now. How could you have time to chat with me? If it's not a quarrel, then what is it? Hearing your voice so animated, it seems like good news. Indeed. Splendid news, monumental news. Yin Jinwei exclaimed joyfully. Old Gu, I have a son-in-law now.